Yo, do you want to build an insane ChatGPT Messenger app, a beautiful DALL-E 2 image generator, an AI Trello clone with drag and drop features, or even a real-time weather app? Welcome to the AI Next.js 13 crash course, where we're going to be building 4 amazing apps in just 12 hours. That's 12 hours of straight up coding with no pauses, no interruptions, just pure fun. Throughout this AI crash course, you're going to learn amazing bits of tech such as ReactJS, Next.js 13, Tailwind CSS, TypeScript, Firebase version 9 and Firebase admin, and most importantly, how to integrate AI services such as OpenAI into your Next.js app. And finally, we're going to be able to deploy these apps using Vercel. So I'm going to show you all of this. It's going to be a breeze. And that's not all, guys. I'm even going to show you how to integrate amazing tech libraries such as Microsoft Azure, including Cloud Functions and the Blob Storage Service, use SWR, cool libraries such as React DND for drag and drop, Zustand for global state management, headless UI to build great accessible components, database services such as Firebase and AppWrite Cloud, Tremor 2.0 to level up your app's styling, GraphQL and StepZen to make deploying your GraphQL interface that much bit easier. And I'm even going to show you how to integrate ChatGPT and the DALL-E 2 API into your app so that you can include all of those great AI services that you've been seeing all over the news. And of course, how to tie all of this together to build fully functional web apps that you can go ahead and showcase on your portfolio. Now remember guys, all of these videos are trimmed up, we've edited them, the entire team has put a huge amount of work and effort into making them so that you get 0 interruptions when you're watching this. The least that we ask is that you smash the like button to support this video and help it reach as many developers as possible. And if you want to go ahead and skip to your favorite part, you can go ahead and check out the timestamps in the description or on the video timeline. Now remember guys, if you get stuck at any point inside of this AI crash course, then I highly urge you to check out Zero to Full Stack Hero. Zero to Full Stack Hero is the world's best developer community. We have over 120 hours of amazing coaching cool content and module content. This means you can get direct access to video content where we go in depth to teach you exactly what you're after from an absolute beginner perspective all the way to a full stack hero. I put my heart and soul into building this course, this community. Now we have over 1,000 members. We know how to grow our students from absolute beginner levels all the way up to landing production level jobs. Inside the course, I myself hold weekly coaching calls where you have the chance to ask me any questions in your developer journey. In addition, we also have success coaches teaching inside the community every single Friday. This means you get mentorship all around. You get mentorship from myself, mentorship from the entire community, and you have a lifelong support network to go ahead and help you become the best developer you can possibly become. With that, you get access to the entire Papa Fam community, so you're never going to get stuck or feel like you're ever alone ever again. And for those who want to take things that extra step further, definitely check out our Diamond plan. In our Diamond plan, we have an additional 80 hours of coaching call content inside of it. I also go ahead and teach additional coaching calls every fortnight. This is the membership we're going to be a part of if you want to take your skill set to that elite level of developer. But look, don't take my word for it. Let's see some results from our students themselves inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. Gabriel Graves, one of our Diamond members, now works at PayPal. Rocky Morgan landed an internship at MasterCard shortly after joining the Papa Fam. Fabian landed a full stack developer role at Vodafone. Brian Hoff delivered an entire Web3 training after he learned a ton of this knowledge inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. He now delivers major AWS talks at big conferences. We have students like Alexander winning thousands of dollars winning hackathon events. He won 2 events back to back. Alex Eklund now jumps around the world working remote developer jobs from Thailand to different locations all around the world simply with the help of the Papa Fam. Take Samuel for example. He landed a job by using the Netflix clone built on the channel and debugged it with the help of the community inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. I can go on and on for hundreds of different success stories. This is probably my best achievement I have ever made in my entire life, and I can go on for hundreds and hundreds of more success stories I want you to see for yourself. So simply head over to the link on the screen right now and see our students. We have lots of videos up on there right now. You guys can actually see for yourselves real people getting real results. And to help our course become more accessible to all of the students around the world, we now support purchasing power parity. To see what discount your country has, simply go ahead and see if there's a blue banner on the top of your page when you visit papareact.com/course, and you'll get a relevant discount code applicable to your country. With that said, let's get started with the first of 4 builds inside of this AI crash course. Starting off with one of our most viewed builds on this channel with over 1 million views, introducing the ChatGPT Messenger. In this build, you're going to learn incredible bits of tech such as Next.js 13, ReactJS, how to use ChatGPT using the OpenAI API, and how to leverage the different chat models such as GPT 3.5 Turbo and GPT-4. You're also going to learn how to leverage libraries such as use SWR to go ahead and further fetch data more effectively and efficiently. And you're going to learn how to integrate Firebase version 9 and Firebase admin to go ahead and store the data that we're going to need inside of our app. And of course, to keep the code robust, we're introducing TypeScript, and to keep it looking elegant and beautiful, we've introduced Tailwind. Let's jump straight in. Without further ado, let's go ahead and give you an absolutely amazing demo of the ChatGPT clone. Check this out, guys. Boom. We have the ChatGPT Messenger. Let's go ahead and sign in. Firstly, because we can do that, we have Google Authentication. I'm going to go ahead and sign in with my Google account because we've absolutely, we had to have proper authentication in here. Now look at that. Look at how clean that is. You would think that's the real thing. Is it the real thing? No, it's not. It's the absolutely amazing clone that we have right now. As you guys can see, this is not a normal, boring build. We have the ability to choose from all the different available models over at ChatGPT. We can go ahead and create our own little chat. So let's go ahead and create a new chat right now. We've got dynamic routing in Next.js 13. Let's go ahead and click on the joke right here. So tell me a joke and write an essay about it. That's one example of a chat. Let's check out another one. Write a story about a coder who learned to code from YouTube tutorials. And I said here, are you a human, right? And let's go ahead and test this for ourselves to see if it actually works, because that's why you're all here, right? You want to make a ChatGPT clone. So right now, go ahead and give me a question right now. Give me a question, right? Everyone's saying, are you creating your own prompt? We have the ability, we're actually connected to the OpenAPI prompt. So this is going to be OpenAPI API, right? So OpenAI API, wow, okay, crazy. Let's go ahead and explain what JavaScript is, right? Explain what JavaScript is. Enter. ChatGPT is thinking, guys. We've got live React hot toaster notifications in. So clean. So clean. Right? We've got, look at that. JavaScript is a programming language that is used to make web pages interactive as a lightweight, flexible language. Oh, that's just so beautiful. Right? So beautiful. So let's go ahead and break down this app, right? And bear in mind, I don't do things half-assed, right? Look at this. Fully responsive. Fully responsive. And all of these chats, I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate what the hell is happening right now. So we are going ahead and using Firestore to go ahead and store these chats. Bam, check this out. Right, so look at this. We have inside of here the users. Then I have the users. So in this case, I've got my 2 accounts, Papa React and Sunny. I'm logged into Sunny, and you can see I've got chats over here. So here's a bunch of chats. I've gone ahead and I've had a bunch of test ones as well, as you can see. But let's go ahead and type in something like, let me go ahead and create a new chat. And let's go ahead and see. You see it create a new chat. Let's go ahead and look at what's going on here. And let's go ahead and type in hello world. Enter. And as you can see, what this will do is it will start a collection of messages inside of here. So I need to refresh that right now. So let's go inside messages. And as you can see, what is happening here is absolutely mind-blowing. So I'm going to explain the flow of what's happening right now. And I'm going to show you, remember, you're going to learn all of this in this video for absolutely free. So buckle up, because it's a lot to take in, right? We are using a real-time database right now. Now check out what's happening here. If I go ahead and say, explain JavaScript to me, right? And I go ahead and hit enter. So it just entered in my question. Now what's happening is on the back end, we're connecting to Firebase admin API, which is then connecting to OpenAI API, which is then formulating a response from ChatGPT, which then fills out a response. And then we have a real-time connection to our web app. Bam! Just like that. Just like that. And all of that is built with Next.js 13. Tailwind CSS, all that good stuff. And we're using things like use SWR. So we've got caching, we've got server components, we've got client components, we've got dynamic page routing, hot toast notifications. Everything you can think of is in this build. So you can see why I'm excited now, right? The code is already in the Papa GitHub repo. So if you want to go ahead and check it out, you know where to go. Otherwise, build along with me. That's it. Simple as. All right, let's dive into the tech stack of today's build. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get my little pen up on the screen. So I'm going to say screen brush. There we go. Loads of you ask me that question all the time. It's actually called Screen Brush. That's what I'm using when I'm drawing on the screen, right? So let's go ahead and dive into this right now. Is my screen sticking? There we are. Okay. So we have TypeScript under the hood. Yes, we have TypeScript, right? We have Next.js 13, which obviously is powered by React. So you're going to learn all about React. We have Firebase, right? So Firebase and lots of things about Firebase. We have Firebase Firestore. We have Firebase. Oh no, oops. Okay, I've lost it. We have TypeScript. We have React. Why am I doing that? Right, React. We have Next.js 13. Don't worry about it. Not 13, not 14. There we go. We have Tailwind CSS. We have ChatGPT's API. So tons of stuff you're learning in today's video. We even have NextAuth authentication, which is connected to Firebase Auth. So we have Firebase Google authentication. So not only are you getting authentication, you're getting like learning about TypeScript, all this good stuff. And on top of that, we've made it super performant. We're using things like use SWR for efficient data fetching, right? Amongst different components, all this kind of cool stuff. And if you see this right here, this is actually pulling from the ChatGPT models list. So this is actually going to go ahead and pull all of the available models from ChatGPT. So not only are you going to be able to use the Da Vinci model, but you can use any model that OpenAI delivers. And because it's frequently being updated, it will fetch the most recent list, and then it will feed that into the OpenAI API. I'm going to get that messed up so many times today, so forgive me, right? So much is going to happen in this video, right? So we have all of this happening. You're going to learn about React Firebase hooks and how you can get this real-time connection going on. You're going to learn all about server components, right? So all the brand new, the new and exciting thing going on in Next.js right now, server components, you're going to learn all about that. And we're going to talk about Firebase admin, which I haven't done in a long time, right? So Firebase admin and how we can leverage this on the back end to do administrative things, such as allow our server to directly write into our database. So that requires a lot of configuration, and I'm going to make it seem like it's easy, because it is going to be easy following the steps I'm going to show you. Okay, so buckle up, get excited, smash that like button. Let's go ahead and jump in. Now, before we jump in, I'm going to show you how to actually deploy this app in the end of it. So most of you are going to want to add this to your portfolio. I'm going to show you how to deploy this onto Vercel afterwards. So let's go ahead and dive into this build without further ado. So jumping into things, right? And tell me if you'll enjoy this music. You can get it in the link in the description, right? So we're going to go ahead and firstly get our key to OpenAI. Now, if you don't know what the hell ChatGPT is, it's an incredibly powerful AI chatbot. And basically what you can do is you can talk to it and ask it any question, and it's trained on so much data across the internet. It's not live connected to the internet, but the model has been trained on a huge amount of data. So you can ask it things like coding questions, you can ask it things like natural language questions, you can ask it anything, and it pretty much will give you a solid answer, depending on if you give it a good prompt or not. And I'm going to show you how to add that into your own apps so you can build the next bazillion-dollar app, right? And make yourself famous, right? Do whatever you want to do with it. I don't care, but it's cool. All right, so in this case, we're going to go to openai.com. I've logged in. Right, so you'll be able to hit this screen once you log in, right? So in this case, all you need to do, head over to personal on the top right, click on view API keys. And a lot of you always ask the question, is it free? Do I have to pay for this? No, it's absolutely free. You can do this right now. So this whole tutorial is free, right? Even the keys, all that kind of stuff, it's free. Don't worry about it, right? So API keys, all you want to do is click on create new secret key. So I'm going to click that right now, bam, and I'm going to hide the screen because it's created me one. And then I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to click OK, and then I'm going to hide it. And as you can see now, I have a key. I have a second key. So in this case, you can create as many keys as you want. If your key gets compromised, you can go ahead and revoke the key and so forth, okay? So I've got a test key that I'm going to keep on here while we go ahead and get things working. And then I'll show you how we basically come back. But this is going to be the key that allows us to connect to ChatGPT's API. So it's very important that you get that key. So that's the first step, okay? First step out the way. Second step is we're going to have to go ahead and create a Firebase project, right? So all you want to do, head over to firebase.google.com. Now, Firebase is an amazing suite of tools. They allow you to have things like real-time databases, the Firestore databases, which we're going to use today, and it makes things like authentication so simple, okay? So it brings it down so that we as a developer can just enjoy what we want to do, which is build the damn app, as opposed to, I don't know how to make my authentication work the perfect way and stuff like that. It just handles it, right? That's what we want. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and go into my correct account before I go ahead and do something I don't want to do, right? And then we are going to click on go to console. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and head over to add project. So you want to go ahead and create a new project right now. So click on add project. And here we're going to go ahead and say ChatGPT Messenger. I'm going to say YouTube. Okay. So you can call it whatever you want. Really, it doesn't matter. Okay, click continue. I'm going to disable Google Analytics and we're going to create the project. Now, it's worth mentioning that I have no connection to OpenAI, ChatGPT, any of those services. I am literally just teaching you how to interact with their APIs for purely entertainment and educational purposes, right? So that is it. That's all it is, educational purposes right now. We're just trying to help you interact with their services because they already have over 100 million users on their platform. That's the fastest app to ever get that, by the way, right? So let's go ahead and click continue. And then let's go ahead and firstly head over to, actually we can pause here. This is good, all right? So now we've got our Firebase set up and then we've got our API key done. Cool. Now the next step is we're going to go ahead and initialize our first ever project, right? So in this case, we're going to be using Tailwind with Next.js, and we're going to use this lovely little template over on the Tailwind website. And all you have to do is go ahead and copy this. So npx create next app -e with Tailwind CSS my project, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and copy that. So first things first, open up my terminal. Nice. We're going to go ahead and make this massive because I always get comments, I can't see what you're writing. There you go. Hopefully that's good. All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in my documents. I like to just put in somewhere like documents, builds. I don't like to throw this everywhere, right? So you can put whatever you want, right? But now you want to go ahead and pop it in. And then you basically just want to change this final sort of command argument. So this one is going to be the project name. So in this case, I'm going to say ChatGPT Messenger YouTube. Hit enter. This code is available on the Papa GitHub repo, right? So definitely if you want to check it out, you get stuck, what I would recommend is try code along with me. It's completely free. That's the best way. Or you can go ahead and get access to not only this code, but every single build I've ever made on YouTube. It's all in the Papa GitHub repo. The link is in the description. Feel free to go grab it, okay? So, and everyone always asks, why do you charge for your GitHub repo? Because too many people just copy it and they don't put in the work. And that is honestly why I get so angry with the new upcoming developers. Put in the work, and I'm giving it for free. So put in the work and make it happen, or just buy the repo. That's it. It's simple as, right? It's a way to stop you. I'm actually trying to help you out when I do that, okay? So in this case, we're going to go into CD into ChatGPT, Messenger-YouTube, bam. And then we're going to go ahead. Oops, no, okay, don't do that. I'm going to type in CD. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in code dot, bam. Okay. And then this will open up our VS Code. Now, if you tried to do this command code dot and it didn't work, the reason why it didn't work is simple. The only reason why it didn't work is because you haven't got this command set up. So Command Shift P, and I'm going to type in install. And then at that point, you'll see install code command in path. I have code inside this because I use the beta, but in this case, just do install code command in path and it will work. Then you might have to restart your terminal, but then you'll have that ability to do what I just did. If not, just go ahead and click on File, Open, and open your workspace. Okay, that's simple as. But now we have our Next.js 13 app. Right now, you're probably wondering, this ain't Next.js 13 because we have a page directory here, right? This is a bit, doesn't look like the new app directory, Sonny. Well, we have to go ahead and set it up and tell it that we want to use the new Next.js 13 features. Now, if you haven't ever touched Next.js 13, but you've worked with Next.js before, I highly recommend you check out my Next.js tutorial where I run through the entire sort of conversion over to Next.js 13 from Next.js 12. I give loads of different coding examples, but otherwise, if you get stuck at any point with any of the things I'm talking about around Next.js 13, then that's how you go ahead and do it, okay? So in this case, what we're gonna do is head over to my next config, and we have to tell it that we basically wanna go ahead and use, tell me if the screen's good, I think that's better as well, right? So now I'm gonna go ahead and type in experimental, and I'm going to give it an object. And inside of here, I'm going to say the app directory is going to be true. Okay. And then what I want to do is Command J to open up my terminal. Now I'm going to go ahead and just cut my old app, right? Because it was running as well. And what you're going to do is Command J opens up your terminal. Now here, you want to go ahead and type in yarn run dev. Okay, I'm using yarn. As you can see, I've got a yarn log file. If you have npm or package log file, then you'll be using npm. If you want to switch, that is fine. All you need to do is then use the opposite command. Like if I had package log, I use yarn, but then I'll delete my package log and then run yarn. And then I'll get the nice yarn log and so forth. You just swap it over, right? But make sure you just stick consistent with the one that you want, okay? So in this case, yarn run dev, bam. And what this will do is it will start up the application on our local host 3000. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and open this up right now. And what I like to do is set up my coding environment. So we're going to push my code over here. I'm going to go ahead and pop my other app over here. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to localhost 3000. Okay, and what you should be seeing is this beautiful screen right here. This is going to be your starter template, Next.js 13 starter template. What we're going to do is basically kind of like translate this from Next.js 12 to Next.js 13 very quickly. And I'll show you how. Well, Next.js 13 uses the new app directory. The app directory basically allows us to have loads of things. Everything in the app directory is basically a server component by default, right? So in this case, we're going to use the new server components. And in this case, we've got to create an index page. And there is a certain file structure we have to use. There is a reserved word called page.tsx. And in this case, this will create our first page, our index page. So I'm going to type in RFCE, right? And if you're wondering, how the hell did he just do that? Well, firstly, I'm going to rename that. And secondly, I'm going to show you how I did that. So what you need to install is ES7 React Redux snippets. Just to install that, you can get those nice little things that I just did, okay? So let's go ahead and do that now. And then, oops, okay, I keep opening this up. Bam. You know, it's crazy. I first started doing this when it was like 1 million. That's crazy. Now it's 7 million. Hope I had some impact on that. Right, so we're going to go ahead and remove that right now. Right, so in this point, we have the page, right? Now, this obviously isn't going to work because we have nothing attached to it, right? So in this case, I'm going to show you how we can change this, which is located in our pages index. We can go from this page to this page instead. Now, I'll show you how we do it. Firstly, we can delete the old page. That's fine. Get rid of it. Don't need it, right? And then we're going to go ahead and type in H1 ChatGPT Messenger. Bam, hit save, and then I'm going to go ahead and do Command J. Now at this point, I'm going to cut my server, so Control C, and then I'm going to do yarn run dev. Now watch the magic that happens now. Whoa, well firstly, it said it contains a TypeScript version. Okay, so I'm going to click on allow, fine. Then I'm going to refresh my page. And then look how it creates random files for me, right? Well, I'll explain what the hell that is. So firstly, we've got the layout file. This is where we have our layout constraints of our components, right? So in this case, all the pages are going to basically be injected into the children property here. So at each level, right? So we have loads of different ways of doing this. And so at this point, and then we can inject anything that we want in the head. For example, the title. So in this case, I'm going to type in ChatGPT clone, right? Hit enter or save, sorry. And then we're going to refresh. And then you can see we change the title. So super easy, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and hit page. Now, at this point, we have our page, but you can see this is not Tailwind. This is some like old school, font that we just don't want to associate with, right? So at this point, we need to go to layout. And then what we need to do is take and steal this, where we have our styles. This is basically where we import our Tailwind magic. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that, head over to my layout, and I'm going to go ahead and hit paste. Right, hit save, and then what we should see is boom, that's nice, right? So what this is doing is this is basically going ahead and stripping all of the styles from us because we want to go ahead and whenever we're using Tailwind, we want a blank canvas, okay? So if you don't know what Tailwind is, go check out tailwindcss.com. What are you doing? Because it's absolutely a banger way of writing your CSS. It's my favorite way, and it's the way that I'm doing it in my builds, okay? So that's why we start off with an empty, like styled H1 like that. Now, we can get into the magic now, okay? So you don't actually need the app.tsx file. You can get rid of that if you want. I'm just going to keep it for now. But in this case, we have a starting point. So what I like to do is mark things out, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my old app. I'm going to run it on a different port. So I'm going to run it on like 3001, for example, right? And it probably won't work because I just realized something. So if I do 3001, it's probably not going to work with my authentication. I have a feeling it won't. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Well, I mean, we get this far. That's fine. I can do this. Okay. I can use this as a rough draft, right? So we need to get from this to this, right? So how the hell do we get from this to this? Well, firstly, just take it in steps, right? So take it in nice little chunks, okay? Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna essentially have things like the sidebar and this and like this bit, basically, we're gonna have that in the layout file because that's gonna be a part of every page, right? But this right here, the ChatGPT part, this is gonna be the page that gets rendered out. So this is gonna be where I'll basically have in page.tsx, I'll have the code for this. And then here, I'll have a sidebar component inside of my layout.tsx, okay? So let's do that right now. So heading over to layout. In this case, and you're going to see why it's really nice once we understand the new way of doing things, why it's so cool to be doing it like this, right? So in this case, I'm going to pop open this right here, and I'm going to put in a div. And I'm going to say the children go inside the div. Simple as, right? Then we're going to have a comment for the sidebar. So this means that I need to build a sidebar there, right? And I recommend you do this. Honestly, it's going to help you out a lot, right? And then we have the content down here, right? And I'm going to wrap the content in a div. Okay, so we're going to have the sidebar here. We're going to have something called a client provider here. And what this will do is this is going to be for the notification. So those nice little ChatGPT is thinking notifications that you saw earlier, that is all going to be inside the client provider. So we are using something called React Hot Toast notifications. And that gives us this nice dynamic sort of ChatGPT is thinking. And then that way the user isn't sitting there thinking, what the hell's going on? This thing's crap, right? So it works, but it's a nice way of kind of, you know, giving it a little bit of feedback. Somebody says, are you live? Yes, I am live, my friend, right? So in this point, we've got the sidebar, the client provider, and yeah, we're good. Okay, so I think we should firstly do this part because this gives us the most kind of like, I can see something back from it, right? So I can see the response, right? So I can see like something being built. So in this case, I'm just gonna start styling things out. Now you're probably gonna wonder, how has he got all of these autocompletes? Well, if you go over to Tailwind extensions, and then you type in Tailwind CSS, I have tons, as you can see, right? You can go Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, install it, thank me later, right? I promise you it's gonna be a game changer. All right, so install that. That's how you get all these nice little fancy extensions. Now, once we're here, we're going to go ahead and type in BG. BG stands for background color. At this point, we're going to go ahead and say a custom color. Now, this custom color we are going to use a bit, you know, throughout the build, but this is going to be somewhat of the background that we're going to be considering ourselves with. So in this case, I can add that in, and then you can see I've changed the background color there, right? Then I'm going to type in flex1. Okay, now the reason why I'm going to do flex1 is because the div in which surrounds everything is going to be a flex box. Okay, it's gonna be a flex box, and eventually the sidebar is going to be you like kind of working against this flex box as well, and all this cool stuff's going to happen. Okay, but this is where we move over to the actual child. Now this is the layout, and then we go to the page. All right, so inside the page, and remember, we actually go over this all so in depth inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So if you really want to just become a pro at this stuff and you want to skip all the, I want to watch all the tutorials and kind of, you know, figure it out, then you can go ahead and join Zero to Full Stack Hero, right? We have 2 memberships, Platinum, Diamond, and our members are absolutely loving it, and they are so sick as React developers. It's incredible. All right, so at this point, we're going to build the page that you see here, this part here. Okay, so we've got a bunch of icons, a bunch of different styling, that kind of stuff. A bit of a warm-up exercise to get us ready for the main event, right? So in this case, we're going to have a H1. And in this H1, I'm going to change this to just say ChatGPT. Hit save. And let's start styling it out. So this is going to be a text 5XL. It's going to be font bold, and it's going to have a margin bottom of 20. Okay, hit save, and you can see that's already a lot bigger, right? A lot nicer. Now, for the class name, I'm going to go ahead and say that this should have text white. So everything inside, I want it to be of white text. So eventually we're going to get to this, right? So this is how we start getting to that process. Now, in terms of the actual layout, this is going to be a Flexbox. And again, if you want to know more about Flexbox, definitely check out my Flexbox Froggy video if you're watching the replay somewhere around here right now. Otherwise, Jay's going to come in clutch and pop it in the chat right now. Okay, so in this case, flex column, and then we're going to say items should be aligned in the center. Right? And that gives it a nice little central axis. Now, if we do justify center, what you'll find here is that this will go ahead and center it on the y-axis as well. But you can see it did nothing. That's because we have to set the height to be of the screen. That means it will use up the full amount of the screen, and it's just nicer to do that, right? Then we want padding on the x-axis of 2, so that way once the screen gets small enough, it's not going to touch the sides, right? We want to have a little bit of breathing room, so hence I've added a little bit of padding, okay? Good stuff. Now we're going to open up a div. And this is where we have the interesting portion. So Now we've got this, which basically what we're going to do is we're going to have a container around these. And then inside, we're going to have a container. We'll basically encapsulate this and this. Same for this, same for this. And then we're going to go ahead and pop these in, right? So you've got the explain something to me and all these kind of things, right? So I'll go ahead and make it easy for you. Don't worry. Okay, so first things first, we're going to go ahead and pop in a p tag which says explain something to me. What is the difference between a dog and a cat? And then, oh, actually, before we do any of that, I need to actually go ahead and pop in the icon itself. So we're going to do it in sort of like lines. We'll do this line first, then this line, then this line. Okay. So the first line is going to be a, inside of here, we're going to have another div. And then this one's going to have another div because it's going to resemble the icon. So we need the sun icon. And then we need the H2, which is examples. Okay. And then the sun icon, how do we get that? Right. Well, we'll touch on that in just a second. But after that, we're going to go outside of here and we're going to have a div. And then here we're going to have 3 p tags. And I'm using Emmet to make our life a little bit easier. Now I'm going to save us a bit of time and just copy in the following. So I'm going to put some text in here and add a class name. Bam. Right, so all I've done is added the info text class name, and I'll show you that info text does nothing at the moment. That info text does nothing at the moment. That's a custom utility class name, which we have yet to create. Okay. Now these are 2 closely bundled up. So I'm going to go ahead and space them out. So space Y of 2, bam. So in this case, we've got the examples, and then we're going to go ahead and style that out. That actually don't have a style, so it's pretty simple. And then for this one, we're going to go ahead and give it a flex box, flex column. So this is the one with the icon in. Items are going to be aligned in the center axis, justify in the center as well with a margin bottom of 5. Bam. Right. So that's how we're kind of getting along the lines of this now. So you can see it's going to be basically very close to this very shortly. Okay. So the next natural thing that we need to do is go ahead and get access to icons. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And I stupidly just minimize my code. There we go. So how do we do that? We use something called Heroicons. Now, Heroicons is super cool. It's built by the guys over at Tailwind, and it's just so easy to use. So what I like to do is keep this open to go ahead and search for different icons. And then I click through the documentation and I simply install. Now here you can see npm install. I'm going to do yarn add. Right. So in this case, let's go back to our code. We can actually close that right now to make life a bit easier. Command J. I'm going to open up a new terminal while my old one is running. And I'm going to say yarn add Heroicons React because I'm using yarn. Okay. Right. So we've installed it. That's amazing. And now I need to use it. So in this case, let's just start with an example. Copy the first example. And I like to show you this because it makes your life a little bit easier when you're watching it back. Right. So if you're doing this on your own, this is the way I'd recommend it. Copy the example, copy the use case example, and then pop it in and just see how it behaves, see how it acts, right? So that gave us a blue beaker icon. Now in this case, I don't want a beaker icon. I want a sun icon, right? So we have 2 options. We have solid variants and we have outline variants. Okay. So in this case, if I go ahead and you can see we've got solid and outline. I'm going to use outline. And what I need is something called the sun icon. Okay. Now I found that by going into the search directory here and typing in sun, and I just typed in sun in here, and then you can see it starts auto kind of filling things out, right? So sun icon is the name for it. I'm going to replace this over here like so, right? So go ahead and save. Now you can see we've got a nice little sunshine example. Nice, right? And I'm going to do 8 and 8. So cover that 8 and 8. And then text blue 500, just get rid of it because what it does is it sees icons as text, which means that I made the parent text white, which means all my icons are going to be naturally white. Okay. So you can see we're kind of getting there, right? Slowly getting there. Now we've given this like info text here to a few different areas, right? Now what I'm going to do is create a custom utility class. So I'm going to go into styles, globals.css. And in here, I can create my own custom CSS utility classes for Tailwind, right? And basically this allows me to prevent me writing out the same lines of utility classes again and again and again, right? It makes it a lot easier to go ahead and repeat and reuse what I want to do. So how do we create a custom utility class? So firstly, we go ahead and we say at layer components, right? And then here, what we do is we basically inject our own custom classes. So here I say info text, and then I say at apply. That's the keyword. That's like the way that we have to write this for Tailwind to basically accept it, right? So in this case, that's how we do it. Okay. Now, basically what I'm going to do is as I start applying these, what you'll see is like padding of 4. You see how all of them got padding of 4? Nice, right? right? So padding of 4. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and say background gray 700, and then we're going to give it a 50% opacity. Right? I'm going to round the corners by saying rounded LG, and I'm going to give each one a max width of a set of custom value of 300 pixels. Right now, as you can see, boom, look at that. Like, look how it just snapped together. Right? Look at that, boom. And because we're using Flexbox, it's all styled out, it's all working the way it should. Bam, that's really nice. Okay. So at this point, what we can do is we can now copy what we have here, right? So what I'm now going to do is basically take the div at this point, right? So I'm going to take this div, I'm going to copy it, right? And as you can see, what I'm going to do is paste it again. So now I have 3 of these things, right? And then I'm going to change each one to how I need it. So the next one is going to be a boat icon, right? And then I'm going to do control spacebar, and you can see it automatically imports boat icon for me. And then I'm going to go down to the exclamation triangle icon. Okay, again, import it at the top. And as you can see, look, we've got the new examples. And then I'm going to change the boat example to capabilities, and then the exclamation triangle to limitations. Okay, so there you go. We've got limitations, capabilities, and then I'm just going to simply change the text of each of those ones, right? So all I'm doing here is basically replacing these p tags. So I'm getting rid of them, and I'm popping in p tags with different bits of text in. Okay, so you can feel free at this point to really add whatever text you want. Again, I'm just doing this more for the UI, right? So I'm going to remove these 3 p tags, and I'm popping in my own 3 p tags, and that's it. Okay, now you can see this is not being laid out correctly, right? It's not nice. It doesn't look good. Don't try and convince me. It doesn't. I'm not accepting this, right? This looks horrible. So at this point, we now need to make the surrounding div. So the surrounding div encapsulating all of those 3 that we just copied. We're going to go ahead and say class name, make it a flexbox. By default, when I hit save, they go into a row. Okay. Then we say space them out with a value of 2 between the x-axes. Now you can see we've got a bit of breathing room between them. And then as a parent component, I'm going to say all the children within should have text centrally aligned. And just like that, pow. Now, Sirhat says using grid instead of flex isn't it better for this? You can definitely do it. I'm just showing you Flexbox here, but feel free, change it up however you want, right? You can actually use like a column grid of 3. As you get into a mobile view, change to a grid of 1. Feel free. Remember, there's 100 different ways to do the same thing when you're doing this kind of stuff, right? So that's looking damn good. Okay. Now I think we should build a sidebar. Right, so the sidebar is the next element that we're going to tackle. So in this case, this is our final build. I need to have that cool looking sidebar over there, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Right, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop open the layout like so. And then inside of here, I'm going to create a sidebar. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a new component folder. So in this case, we've got the app. And then I'm going to go into package.json at that level, and I'm going to create a folder called components. Okay. And now inside of the components folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to create a sidebar.tsx. Now inside of here, I'm going to do RFCE. Bam. I now get my nice little snippet. I'm going to cut that out. We don't need that anymore in the latest versions of React or Next.js. Sidebar goes here. That's what I'm going to write for now. Okay. Now at this point, we've got, go to the layout. At this point, we're going to say sidebar, and then I'm going to close it, right? And now what you're going to see is, look, the sidebar goes here, right? So you should be able to get that at this point. Remember, at the top level, they're just flex. So they're basically sitting next to each other, right? So at this point, you've basically just got 2 children. So if I was even to get rid of this, look, 2 children, this div and this sidebar. And then they're flexed next to each other, which is why I've seen it like this. Okay, so now let's add some jazz to that sidebar so it starts looking good. And this sidebar is going to play a very important aspect to this entire build, right? So it's going to have a lot of functionality inside of this sidebar. So first things first, let's go ahead and start this out. Let's go ahead and say it's a padding of 2. It's a flex box. It's going to be a column direction flex box, and it needs to be the height of the screen. Okay. That's a little bit breathing room there. It's better. Okay, somewhat better. And then we're going to go ahead and get rid of this like so. Right, so at this point, now we're going to have another div. Boom. Right, and in the final build, you can see here we've got a new chat button. Right, so we're actually going to create a new chat button. And then we're going to have, like, you know, these different chats and all that kind of stuff. So there's lots of different components here. Lots of different ways to kind of get this right. But the first thing I'm going to do is create a class name. And I'm going to say flex 1. And then in here, I'm going to start doing my little comment magic. I'm going to say a new chat needs to go here, right? So new chat. And firstly, inside of this flex one div, I'm going to have another div with the new chat inside of it. Okay. So we've got the new chat. That's going to be a component. And then we're going to have a div with a model selection inside. So inside of here, we're going to have model selection. So this is going to be like for selecting the different models. This is going to be a component of its own. And then we've got this one for new chat, awesome stuff. And then we've got these individual chats, all right? So then we're going to go ahead and have the chat rows, right? So then here we're going to map through the chat, right? So in this case, chat rows. I completely fudged that one up, right? Chat rows. Okay, whoa, map through what am I doing with I need ChatGPT to help me out spelling, right? So at this point, that's pretty good. And then we're going to have, the picture down here. So that kind of stuff we're going to pause on because we need to kind of have things like Firebase set up in order to go ahead and continue those, right? But before we kind of, call it on that one, I'm actually going to firstly have a new chat button, which I think we can go ahead and actually implement right now. So let's go ahead and say new chat. All right, we're just going to make it a bit of a dummy button. And then we're going to go ahead and create this component. So inside of my components, I'm going to say new chat.tsx, new chat.tsx. There we go. Bam. RFCE, like so. Oh my God. Okay. RFCE. So sometimes that happens, right? And it gets very annoying. So RFCE, my snippets don't work. So what I do is I just copy this, paste it, get rid of that. And then I have a new component. I just rename this to new chat. Pow. Right. And now we have the new chat. Inside of my new chat, I'm going to go ahead and simply have a plus icon and a new chat parrot p tag. So in this case, I'm going to have a div with a p tag inside, and I'm going to have a plus icon with a outline. Oh, actually, we're going to have the solid variant here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to import that. I'm going to change this to a solid variant because I want the solid one, right? And then we're going to say class name, and it's going to be a height and width of 4. So height and width of 4, boom. And inside the p tag, I'm going to say new chat. Simple as, right? So new chat. Now let's go back over here, import it so we can see our new chat component, right? So there you go, new chat. Cool. Is everyone with me? So in this case, we're going to say div. And now I'm going to go ahead and just style this up. And I'm going to make this look a lot more like the ChatGPT new chat button, right? So it's going to look a lot nicer in that sense. So first things first, I'm going to say border should be gray, 700, right? Then I'm going to say that there should be a border in the first place. The items should be centrally aligned, and it should be justify center. Okay. Boom. And in fact, that's not going to work because I don't think it's flex. Oh yeah, I got an idea. So in this case, sorry, we don't do that. I'm going to add in something called a chat row, and I'm going to create a custom style for this, right? So chat row. So now Command P allows us to go ahead and quickly search for a file. I'm going to type in styles globals.css, and you can see over here. But that's Command P is a very nice trick. Yeah, you should make sure you definitely benefit from it in terms of speed. Now here we're going to go ahead and say chat row. So we're creating a new custom Tailwind utility class. Now here I'm going to say, we're going to round the corners, rounded LG. I'm going to say padding X of 5, and I'm going to keep hitting save so you can see the difference, right? Padding Y of 3, so it gives a little breathing room. Text should be small, right? I like that. Flex items center, justify center as well. That looks a bit better. And then we're going to say space X of 2. So space X of 2. And then we're going to say, when we hover over it, on the hover state, to change background to a nice gray of 700 with a slightly darker opacity, right? So a little bit more opaque. Then we're going to say cursor should be a pointer. So that means when I hover over it, it's like that. Then I'm going to say the text should be gray with a value of 300. Transitions, right? So I'm going to add a transition here. Now I'll show you actually what we're going to do here. So firstly, if you see this, so that's kind of what we're going for right now. I need the overall background to be the right color, so I'll change that in just a second. But you can see that that's got the same kind of nice effect that I want, right? Then I'm going to say transition, and you can choose different ones here, right? The opacity and all that kind of, I'm just going to, just for the laziness, I'm going to go ahead and say transition all, duration 2, and I'm going to do ease out. Okay. Now you can see that I get a nice little animation, like, ooh, smooth. Right, 200 milliseconds, right? And also applies to the other stuff on that bit, right? So it's fine. Now we've got that in. I'm going to go to my sidebar, and I want to have the sidebar actually colored. So what I'm going to do is go over to my app layout, right? And where I've got my sidebar, I'm going to wrap it in a div. Okay, I'm going to wrap it in a div, and here I'm going to go ahead and say I want a specific background color. And they don't have it in the Tailwind default styles, so I found a nice color to match. I think it's the exact one from ChatGPT themselves. So we're going to go ahead and pop that in. And then we're going to type in on the, so basically I'm going to make it a responsive style, right? So firstly, the max width, I want it to be extra small, right? So I only want to ever have that maximum width. So firstly, the colors in looks much nicer. I want to have it, if it ever goes past the point that you can see, I want to say that the height should be maximum the screen. Okay, so I'm just going to say the height is set to a value of the screen. And if it ever overflows, then I'm going to say Y should be a overflow Y scroll. Okay. And then what we're going to do is on a mobile view, I want to basically go ahead. So you can see right here, look, oh, that's pretty cool. Now on a overflow Y auto, there we go. So only if it needs it. Okay. And then I'm going to say on a, also these are all apply on mobile view because Tailwind is mobile first, right? So what I can do is I can say when we hit a medium screen or above, I want to change the minimum width to be a little bit bigger at 20 rem, right? And if you want to hover over it, you can see the values that it will equate to. Now you can see what will happen is when it hits a medium screen, I get a little bit more of a bigger minimum width. And that's because I just want it to breathe a bit more, right? I don't want it to be so cramped up after it hits a certain point. So that's pretty good so far. I like that, right? So that's looking pretty nice. And that's exactly where I want it. So we've got the sidebar, we've got the children, all good, right? So next thing I want to do is I actually want to go ahead and start implementing the, let's go ahead and we've got the new chat, which is great, right? I actually want to do the authentication. Now you're probably wondering, why do you want to handle authentication right now? Well, firstly, I need the session for a few areas, right? So I need the session in a different, like a bunch of different areas in this project. And secondly, I actually need the session to create the correct structure in the database, so in Firestore database. So I'm going to need to have the login flow down, right? And then we can actually build out the rest fairly straightforward, right? Or it's going to be a lot easier than you think, okay? And by the way, I forgot to mention, we are creating your own custom API endpoints in today's build. So we're going to create two, one for getting the models and one for asking ChatGPT your question and getting the appropriate response back. So loads of content coming, right? In one video. Crazy, I know. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and install NextAuth. So rather than do this every time, what I'm going to do is move this over here like so. That's my new friend. And we're going to type in NextAuth. Bam. Now, NextAuth is the authentication provider we're going to use to go ahead and get started. Now you can see there's a bunch of documentation here, but I'm just going to explain and you can go ahead and copy me if you want to go ahead and do this, all right? So yarn add NextAuth. Let's go ahead and add that to our project. Right, Command J, boom, add that in. Now, while that's going ahead and installing, head over to Firebase, head over to our project, and I want you to go into build. And at this point, I want you to go into authentication. Okay. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do authentication, get started. And we're going to start in test mode, but I do highly recommend that you go ahead and implement, sorry, I'm talking about the Firebase Firestore. Silly me, right? We're going to click on Google authentication provider. We're going to enable it, and then you need to go ahead and give an email. So we're going to do that. Click on save. So this enables Google as a provider for our authentication. Okay, so there's a few steps we're going to have to do. This is one of them. Cool. Next step, we're going to go ahead and click on edit configuration. We're going to go down to web SDK configuration. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hide this for a second, because what you're going to see on the screen is going to be the following. Now what I'm going to do just quickly is actually cut something out, right? So here there'll be a secret key, right? So I've just removed it. There'll be a secret key where I'm putting my cursor, right? You need to copy the secret key and you need to copy the client ID. Okay, so I've removed it so everyone can't just go crazy on my machine, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy my key right now. So I'm just popping this in, right? So I've got those values, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on save. So all right, so we've got those two variables. Now what I'm going to do is go over to my code, and I'm going to create something called an environment file. So at the package.json level, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this .env.local, and this is where we store our environment variables. Okay. Now inside of the GitHub repo, I have got an example file here, so you will find that as well. But in this case, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say the first one should be the Google ID. Okay, so I'm going to get that in a second. The second one is called the Google secret, right? Now, these two values are the ones that I had on the screen previously, okay? So in this case, I'm going to go back to my provider, click on edit configuration, click on web SDK. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy those two values into my code, and then I'm going to close this file. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to open this web SDK configuration, copy the two values, the ID and the other one, and copy it here, and then I'm going to save the file and close it. Okay, so I'm going to hide my screen for a sec while I do this. So I'm copying the client ID right now. I am pasting the client ID into Google ID. I am copying the client secret. I'm going to Google secret and I'm pasting it in there. Right now, I'm closing my environment file. All right, so hopefully that made sense. So now inside my environment local file, I have those two values. So I'm just going to go back to my authentication so you can't see it. There we go. Okay, we're golden. Now at this point, we have to set up our API for our authentication. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So, and also one thing I do want to mention is what's really nice is you notice that I didn't write next public Google ID, next public Google secret, because they don't need to be public. This is one benefit of using the new app directory, is that we have server components, so we can actually protect our variables in an easier way now in most use cases, right? So in a lot of cases, you don't need to be writing next public, because then you're exposing your keys. Especially don't be doing that with your secret keys, okay? So at this point now, I'm going to go ahead and add in two more things. One is going to be something called the NextAuth URL. So just bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to hide something on the screen right now, so that way it goes ahead and makes life a little bit easier. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm just going to go ahead and save this and say secret key, so that way no one can do it. Okay, that will do the trick. Okay, so check this out. So I'm going to go ahead and do NextAuth. Oops. Okay, what was that? No, I'm going to go ahead and do a NextAuth URL. So at this point, NextAuth URL, and then I'm going to say NextAuth secret. Okay, so now the NextAuth secret really don't matter, right? You can change this up. I'm just going to say this is a super secret authentication auth, right? So this one is basically our keyword for our own NextAuth, right? So you can make this unique to whatever you want. They give you a nice little terminal command that you can actually run in your terminal to generate a nice little key from it, all right? That's the one that you saw pop up on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and save, and I'm going to close this right now. So I'm going to go ahead and put my Google secret back and then close this right now, okay? So my Google secret was, I believe that. So I'm going to pop it in and I'm going to close. There we go. Okay. So we're good on the environment variable front. Now, if we go over to our terminal running things, you'll see that it reloads the environment file when I hit save. Okay, so this is built in now, so we don't have to shut the server down, but you just want to make sure that it actually did that, right? So that's Gucci, we're good. Now we're going to move over to the setting up the backend authentication, right? So in this case, let's go over to NextAuth and here. This is how we basically do it. So yes, we're using the new app directory in Next.js 13, but, oh, and guys, bam, we just beat over 600 likes. That's what I'm talking about. That's so cool, man. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and put on one of the new jams on my playlist, which is absolutely banger. It's so vibey, right? So we're going to go ahead and implement the API authentication backend portion, okay? Now, this still uses the pages directory. So for now, we are going to go ahead and implement the page. So for now, any API's backend endpoints are in the pages folder still until they change it, okay? So just know that. So heading into pages folder, we're going to go ahead into the API folder, and you can see we've got a dummy endpoint here called hello, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder inside of here called auth, right? Now inside of here, I'm going to create a new file called, with square brackets, ... NextAuth. Just like that. It has to be, sorry, with lowercase a, right? .ts. Okay. And then you can find this over here. NextAuth. Right? So this is the one that I'm doing right now. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically take this. right? So in this case, what I've done is I've taken this and I'll show you how to rename it into what we need. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I've popped this in. Now we're not using GitHub, so we're going to be changing this to like a Google provider. Okay, and this is going to be from providers to Google. We're going to change it. Okay, and then here you can see we've got client ID, client secret, which needs to change. Right, so in this case, process.id.github is not the one that we want. We're going to change it to go ahead and get our Google ID from our environment variables. And notice how I do exclamation mark, because I'm saying it's going to be there. Right? I'm making sure that it's going to be there. You can have a safety check before which says, you know, oops, you need to go ahead and have your authentication, but I'm just going to assume that you did this part, right? So Google secret, we're going to change here as well. And we're going to promise that it's there. Okay. Right. So now we've got our Google authentication set up. Right. So we've got our auth options, which we're going to need later on. And then we've got the NextAuth itself. So let's go ahead and hit save. Right. So now we've got our authentication portion down pretty nice. So what we can now do is head over to our layout. Okay, so opening up the app folder into layout. All right, so at this point, now what I need to do is get this session provider. So a session provider essentially wraps our app. So if you go down here, what you'll find is they actually have a session provider, but the only problem is that how do we get the session to pass into the provider that they give us, because we're using Next.js 13. So I'll show you how we can do this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is import session provider from we need to create a session provider. That's right. So inside of the body, okay, inside of the body, I'm going to go ahead and type in session provider, provider. Okay. And then notice how it's complaining because we don't have something called session provider, which is fine, right? It's fine. I'm going to create it. So I'm going to go into my components. I'm going to create a session provider.tsx. Okay. And the session provider will look something like this. Well, firstly, it's going to be something called a client side component, which is why we need to say use client. Okay. Now in the app directory or in the new Next.js 13 way, components are also server components by default. This means things like action handlers. This means things like use effects, use state, anything that requires a window or some local state needs to be a client object, right? So in this case, we're going to say that the session provider is a client side component. Then what I'm going to do is import the following. I'm going to import the session, and I'm going to import session provider and I'm going to rename it as provider here. Okay, so we're importing a few things that we need. And then I'm going to go ahead and say export function session provider. And basically this is nothing different to a regular old functional component. Okay. And what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and actually have this syntax. So we're going to get rid of this for now, just to make it very simple. And you can see it's a provider. We're passing in the provider from NextAuth React, and we're wrapping our children. Okay, very simple. All the children means is that basically this right here would be considered the children of this. Now that means that we have to pass it as a prop. So children comes in as a prop, and then we also have the session come in as a prop. And we're going to create these type definitions now. Okay, so in TypeScript, the way we do this is we say type of props is that we get the children, which is a React node, and then we have session, which is of type session or no. Now this session right here is from NextAuth. Okay, so we're saying we're expecting a session from NextAuth, and we're expecting some children, which are just going to be child React nodes, right? So in this case, and then all we're doing is we're basically just injecting our children. We're basically powering them up. We're wrapping them with the extra functionality of the session stuff, right? So in this case, I can close that and I can import my session provider from our components object. And as you can see, it's freaking out because we are missing the session. The children's not freaking out because the children is coming into it. Okay, so in this case, we've got session right here. Now, how do I get the session? Okay, how do I know, like, how do I actually get the session that I'm trying to go ahead and inject into my session provider? Well, the way we do it is we simply go into, we import get server session from NextAuth. Now, in my old video, you might have seen that this was actually unstable. Now it's no longer unstable, right? Don't get me wrong, it still has like a bit of jankiness to it, but it's pretty good, right? So here we're going to say const session equals await get server session. And you're probably wondering, did he just use an await in a functional component? What? Because we can do that in server components, right? But I'll explain that in a second. So we also need to pull in the auth options from our API. So in this case, auth options was the stuff that we basically said where the providers were and all that kind of stuff. Okay, and then the await. So in this case, because it's a by default, remember, by default they're server components. Server components can definitely be asynchronous functions, but if you have a client component, that cannot be an asynchronous function. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're injecting the session. Now what we've essentially done is we've powered up our app. So everything inside of our app, so all the children have the ability to share the session state. The session essentially just means once I'm logged in, there will be a session present. Once I log out, there will be no session. Okay, so that's how we're basically doing things. All right, so at this point, we've got the session in. So we can now implement something like a login, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna have a little bit of a ternary operator. And what this means is I'm gonna render out the following based on if a condition is true. And we have the session right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, if there is no session, then what I wanna do is render out something else. I wanna render out this. Okay, so I'm gonna say if there is a session, then this should happen. Otherwise, I wanna render out something called the login component. Okay, and we don't have a login component, so let's go ahead and create this right now. Login.tsx, RFCE, yes, it worked. And then go ahead and pop this in like so. And if I show this on the screen, when I hit save, what we should see once I go back to my layout and hit import, save, what we should see is I get a login. Okay, now if I refresh, you'll see I'm getting a login screen now. Boom, this is good because we don't have a session, right? So if we don't have a session, you should be seeing the login component. Otherwise, you should be seeing this. And yes, there are so many ways you can write this. You can have a return statement up here. You can have loads of different things going on, right? So at this point, this is actually what I code to, by the way, right? So we're going to create a login component. So heading over to login.tsx. Now that we've done all the prep work, it's actually a lot easier than you might think. Okay, so this is going to be a client component. Now the rule of thumb is you want to try and basically keep your components to be server components and only clientize, so only make the components that you want client side to be smaller components, right? That way you kind of keep the server component benefits, right, without kind of losing everything, right? Can we get the playlist, please? Yes, it's in the description. Just simply sign up to a newsletter, it gets sent out to you, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and import the following. So I need to import the sign-in function and the image component from next image. And then we're going to go ahead and have the following. Now, bear in mind, in the layout, right, what we were having previously was the head body. Okay, it's cool. That's fine. Right. I just realized something that I made a mistake on my old one. I'm actually going to change that now so I don't mess this up. 1 second, guys. Bear with me. Okay, that's better. Pet peeve. Don't worry. You never knew anything just happened. Right. So at this point, I've got an image component. And this image is going to be for the ChatGPT logo. So I've actually saved you a bunch of time. I've made my own little link to a neat little logo. So before I hit save, I'm going to add a button, and that button will say sign in to use ChatGPT, and hit save. Now what we're going to see is we're going to get an error, and this is because whenever we use the image component, what we're essentially doing is we need to go ahead, and image component handles a lot of optimizations. It basically condenses the image, it delivers it in a certain way, it makes it more efficient. A lot of this kind of stuff happens, right? And what we may need to make sure we do is whitelist only the domains that we trust. So if we go into our next config, so next config, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in images, domains, and we pass in an array of characters here. And you see the host name is the one that we need to go ahead and copy. So I'm going to copy that into it right now, hit save, and then do a comma, and then we're going to close it. And because I had done a big change in my Next.js config, you have to restart your server, okay? So let's go ahead and Control-C to cut this out, yarn run dev. Boom. And if you're enjoying this, honestly, just see what it's like inside Zero to Full Stack Heroes. So this is the vibe we have all the time in the coaching calls, weekly coaching calls, links in the description if you want to check it out. So let's hit refresh. And just like this, wait for it. There we go. Sign in to use ChatGPT and boom, we have a logo. All right, so that's good. Now I want to basically style this out. So I'm going to say the background color, and I've already got the nice little color of ChatGPT to save us a little bit of time. So let's go ahead and pop this in right now. So popping that in like so. So I'm going to get rid of our little bracket situation, put that in. I'm saying it should be the height of the screen. I want it to be a flex box, right? But I want it to be flex in the column direction. I want it to be, the items should be centrally aligned. So it should be centrally aligned, and I'm going to justify in the center. So I'm centering on the X and the Y axes, okay? And I want the text to be center as well. Hit save and boom, we get a nice central axis, right? So this is looking good. Oh, this song's sick, right? So at this point, this is looking pretty good. And now for this button, I'm going to go ahead and style it out. So this is going to be a text white, font should be bold, text should be 3XL, and I'm going to make it animate posts. So this will give a nice little animation to it. So boom, sign in to use ChatGPT. It's clickable as well, right? But we just don't do anything on the click. Now you see we pull in this sign in method from NextAuth. Now the good thing about NextAuth is once you get over all of that headache of the setting things up and the messy stuff that we just dealt with, the actual implementation of signing in is actually fairly straightforward. So all we need to do now is call this function. So on click, we do an arrow function and we just say sign in, right? And then here, what I can do is if I do this, this will take me to a provider screen where you'll have all the different options of providers, but I only have one provider here. So I'm going to pass in a string, and this, you see, we get autocomplete for all the different ones. I want to pass in Google. So it's going to try and straight away log me into Google. Okay. So let's go ahead and give this a try. So I'm going to go ahead and click on sign in to use ChatGPT, and we get redirected to Google. Now, this is what we want to see. It says this account is blocked, the app's request is invalid, and we get redirect URI mismatch. Now, this is because over on Google's side, Google's like, whoa, who the hell are you? We don't trust you. You ain't logging into this app. So we have to go into the Google Cloud platform and basically say, this is safe to go ahead and do it. And we also have to repeat this step when we deploy and make sure that that domain that we end up buying from Hostinger or the one that we get from Vercel is also whitelisted in the process, right? So what we need to do is go over to console. We need to go to Google Cloud, right? And I'm going to go into, so all you want to do is type in Google Cloud. And what I'm going to do is just hide the screen for a second because I have a few things that are going to pop up. So go to console.cloud.google.com. And then what you should see is the following on the screen. Okay, you should see this console.cloud.google.com, right? And then I'm going to change my account to Papa React. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to wait until that loads. Cool. And now what I'm going to do is I have a few different projects here. So I'm going to go into ChatGPT clone and I'm going to go to the most recent one. So ChatGPT, and this is the most recent one. So it's ChatGPT Messenger YouTube. So I'm going to click on that. And now you can see it goes and takes me to that. Now all I need to do is go into navigation menu, go into APIs and services, and go into credentials. Okay. And then we need to basically go ahead and configure our OAuth 2 endpoint. So OAuth 2 client IDs. Click on this. And once you're at this point, we now need to go ahead and whitelist. So essentially we have the localhost 5000 here. We need to whitelist localhost 3000. That's the first thing. The second thing is this URL right here, right? So in this case, we need a special callback URL. And then the one thing I didn't see there was basically usually it gives us our nice callback URL. In this case, I can get rid of that. 1 second. Where is my nice little demo gone? Is it here? Where's my code? So firstly, I'm in 3000 here. So 3000, well, I'm in 3001. So if I try and log in, so Azure developer see error details, here we are, right? So you need to click on error details and you see request details redirect URI. So you want to copy this redirect URI because this is the one that is trying to use. And we have to essentially go to add URI and we're saying this is okay. We trust it, okay? And hit save. Now what we've done is we've told Google it's safe, right? We've said it's safe to go ahead and do this. Okay, so at this point, now what we do is we go back to our app, we simply head over to localhost 3000 and we try again. So English Music 2022 says, Sunny, what's up, dude? Okay, so now I'm going to click on sign in to use ChatGPT and boom, we have a permission to use it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit my name right here. So I'm logging in And then this is perfect. This is what we want to see. So now we have Google Authentication. And now I have a session, which means I get through the layout screen, right? So at this point, heading over to layout.tsx, you can now see I have a session. So it bypassed login, and now we get this. And if I refresh, you can see we don't get a little stutter. It straight away goes to this screen, which is banging perfect because it's doing it on the server. It knows on the server side if this person from their request was authenticated or not. Okay. Amazing stuff. So now that we have the session, we can actually go ahead and log this out, and I'll show you what we actually get. So if we console.log the session here, you can now see that we get the user's information here, right? So I get the user's details, their name, their email, and their profile picture. So we can go ahead and use that information throughout our build, and that's provided by the session provider throughout the children components, right? So amazing stuff. Okay. So next up, we have the sidebar. So sidebar. What I want to do is, firstly, I'm going to have a nice little picture of me at the bottom. Let's just start simple, right? So what I can do is I can get the session object. We don't have to prop drill. We don't have to pass things through. We can instead use the use session variable. So at this point, I can go ahead and say const, and then I can say equals use session. Now, what I do is I import the use session hook. And we need to make our sidebar client side because I'm using hooks now, okay? So use client. So this means that we've now converted our sidebar to be a client side component. And you can go ahead and refactor it as much as you want, but yeah. And at this point, I'm going to destructure here. Control spacebar tells me that there's data and status here. But we're going to rename the data to be the session variable, okay? So that has the same information that I showed you previously. And now what we can do is at the bottom of the screen, so at the bottom of underneath this div, I can now say, okay, if you have a session, then I'm going to go ahead and I'm just putting safe measures in here, like if there is a session, because it can be corner cases where, you know, it might not be logged in or you might catch it and you don't need to bug out. So I'm just in a little bit of a precaution there saying, if there's a session, we're going to say, show me the user's image. Right, and we're going to force the images there. Otherwise, you could go ahead and have a fallback image there, right, if you wanted to, but I'm just going to force the images there. So hit save. And now you can see we get a nice image. Now you're probably wondering, Sonny, why is that not an image component that you're using? Because sometimes the image that we get back from the URL might not be in the format might not be from a trusted URL, right? It might be from a different Google URL, in which case Next.js is going to freak out and be like, no, you haven't whitelisted that. So in this case, I'm just using this for now, okay? But here you can give it a profile picture and so forth. Okay, so then we're going to style this out. So here, I'm going to say that it has a class name, and then we're going to say height and width of 12. I'm going to say, height and width of 12. Rounded 4, cursor should be a pointer, and then we're going to say margin X auto to center it, margin bottom of 2, and when I hover over it, I want the opacity to go to a nice little 50% gap, right? So 50% gives a nice little effect, right? So now you see when I hover over it, look at that, ooh, nice. And we're going to use that as a logout button, okay? So making that a logout button is so easy. All we have to do is simply go ahead, import the sign out function from NextAuth React, go into our image component, say on click of this button, we're just going to implement the sign out. And then we need to do a little arrow here to get around TypeScript, sign out. And just like this, guys, let's go ahead and try out our authentication. So I'm going to sign out, and just like that, I am signed out. I go ahead and sign in. I now am initializing a session object through Google Authentication, and bam, we just get the nice forward screen, right? So this is exactly what we wanted. Amazing stuff. We have our authentication. Now we can proceed to Firebase, because now we have all the items that we need to go ahead and actually populate the database. We have the user, we have the input field we'll set up in a sec, but we're going to go ahead and do all of this right now. But the first thing I want to do is have the ability so that way when I click a new chat, it creates a new chat row for me, and then it will take me to that chat. So /chat/ you know, the chat ID. So we're going to go over to the sidebar. So let's go over to my sidebar. Let's just make this a little bit more neater. Let's head over to the sidebar right now. And then what we're going to do is we are going to set up the collection. So, okay, so now we need to make a connection to Firebase. So we need to go to our Firebase. So we're going to close this. We're going to go to Firebase. Wherever my Firebase, oh, here we are, Firebase, yeah. And then we're going to go to build. And now we're going to prepare our Firestore database. And this is going to be our real-time database, which is going to store all of our chats. And this is not just a normal UI for ChatGPT. It's actually going to store chats. And when you switch users, it literally shows you the chats that user has. So it's literally like the actual ChatGPT platform. So we're going to click on create database. We are going to start in test mode. However, I highly recommend afterwards you change to production mode and add in security rules. So click in start, and we're going to click on enable. We don't care about location for now. Set it to wherever you are near you. It might help you out. Cool. And now we are going to we're going to enable. Cool. Now this is our collection. So this is a NoSQL style database, right? So previously we had, I don't know if it's there. Okay, so it's not, that's fine. I'll show you anyway. So we're going to have a users collection, the user's email address, which is unique. Then we're going to have the messages collection. Then we're going to have the chat, collection. And then we're going to have the messages inside of it. Okay, so it's going to be that kind of structure, and that's going to allow us to go ahead and have the outcome that we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and firstly, I don't need this taking up room, so we can get rid of that right now. Cool. Okay, so I need to create a connection from my app to my Firebase. How the hell do we do that? Well, first things first is we're going to create something called a Firebase.ts file. So we're going to go to my package.json, create a Firebase.ts file. There we go, right? Firebase. And now what I need to do is I need to install Firebase, right? So you can do this in a bunch of easy ways, but the quickest way I want to show you is Firebase, Firebase. I just want to show you the actual documentation. So V9, you just type in yarn add Firebase, but I want to show you the actual documentation itself because you should see that, right? So in this case, upgrade guide, you can do it here, npm install. Okay, it's fine. I'm just going to show you that my way, but yeah, you can go to the home page and then get started and basically read through the docs. But here is a very good place to get started, right? So you should check that out, but I'm going to just show you how to do it anyway. So here we go into our console, yarn add Firebase, like so. That's going to install Firebase version 9. So Firebase has been installed, and now what I need to do is basically import the dependencies that I need. Okay, so I'm going to import the things that I need. So in this case, boom, we're going to pop this in. And then you can see here we've got get app, get apps, initialize app, and get Firestore. Okay, so I'm going to have the Firebase config set up. So the way we get this is we go to our cog, project settings, we go down here to this, right? And then we type in ChatGPT Messenger YouTube. Don't matter too much. We don't need Firebase hosting because we're deploying on Vercel. And then we can go ahead and we've already done our install tag, and this is what we need next, right? So this is public information. It's fine, right? So in this case, I can pop this in. We've got our initialize app call. We can get rid of those. I've already done it for us. Okay, so that's our configuration object. Now, this is fine in a React app, okay? Because you're not going to have several instances that it could be occurring. But what we need to do is do it in a Next.js approach, because there could be the possibility that we already have an app initialized, right? So in this case, we say const app equals get apps, and this will tell us all the initialized apps, right? So an read-only array of all initialized apps. And all we're going to say if the length is present, right? So this basically says if it's truthy, so oops, okay. Dot length, okay. Then we're going to say if it has a, if it's already initialized, then we're going to get the current app that's initialized, okay? Else, I'm going to initialize a new app, right? So else initialize a new app, and this is going to be passing in the Firebase config. And this is called a singleton pattern encoding, okay? So this is known as a singleton pattern encoding, okay? So it means that we only want a single instance. Now from that, we're going to go ahead and get our database object. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and use the get Firestore. This is a modular version 9 approach, and then we're going to export the database object because we don't care about the actual app right now. We don't really must worry about that. It's just going to be DB, right? So in this case, that stands for our database. Hit save, and now we're going to go ahead and close that. So our Firebase config is now done. Okay, so now what I want to do is in the sidebar where we have new chat. Right. So remember in sidebar, we had the new chat button. So what I'm going to show you is the really nice part about this is very, very like kind of decoupled, right? Which is what our good programming practices should be like. It's decoupled. It's a lot cleaner in working that way. Okay. So what we're now going to do is we're going to have this new chat should have the functionality to go ahead and add a document, right? So it needs to add a chat, create a chat, if anything, okay? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and create a function called create new chat. So const create new chat, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. So it's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to be an arrow function. And then what we're going to do is if you click on this div, so on click of the div, we're going to go ahead and say it should create a new chat. Okay, so passing the signature in. At this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create I'm going to go ahead and create a new chat, right? So the way I do this is I simply go ahead and I firstly need the user's information before we can do that. So I'm going to pull the user's information from the session. So previously we described this over here. We import it, we rename the data variable with the colon syntax to session. Right, so that's what that does, if you're wondering. Okay, and then we also need the router because we're going to need to direct them to a new screen afterwards. Now, when you're using Next.js 12, please be careful that when you go ahead and use like router and all that kind of stuff, you don't make this mistake. You see how it imported from Next router? No. You want to import from Next navigation. Okay, and this is also going to be a client component. Okay, so when we're using the Next.js 13 like sort of stuff, we don't want to do Next router, we use Next navigation. So it's a very easy mistake you can make, but it will screw you up and you'll be there for ages trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so at this point we're going to say const, and basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to push something into the Firestore database. Right, so I'm going to push something into our Firestore database. So click on continue to console, Firestore database. I'm literally going to, from our application, when I click it, I am pushing a value here, right? And I'll show you what value we're doing. So, and then the response will be the document that I've actually pushed in. So we're going to say equals await, right? Now, the way that you do this is this modular approach. So it's going to be add doc, and notice how I'm going to be importing things, okay? And then what I do is I basically have to specify the collection. So the way you do this is I say it's a collection, and then what that does is it takes in, firstly, the database. So see how it takes in Firestore as a first argument. So that's going to be the database, and I'm going to import that from our Firebase locally, right? So that's my config. Then we pass in the path. So this is going to take the approach of, it's going to be essentially the path document. So it's going to be collection document, which is a NoSQL style structure. Okay. So here we're going to say users, then we're going to say session dot user dot email. Right. And I'm going to basically say that it's always there, which is hence the exclamation mark. And then I'm going to basically pop in a new chat. Okay. And then I'm going to close it off. Now we've made a mistake somewhere. Where have I made a mistake? It's argument for data was not provided. Collection add doc. Yes. And then we need to go ahead and and then we need to pass in the data object itself. So the first argument is basically the path, right? And then the second argument after all of that is going to be the data itself. Okay, so that's going to be outside of this right here. So the data itself, right? So notice how it's after. So there's two arguments, right? The first argument, and then the second argument is the data. So the first argument is that collection route, and the second is going to be this, basically what I want to push into that document. So in this case, I'm going to say it's going to have a messages array, which is going to be basically like an array of messages, right? So there's going to be a collection in there. We're going to say the user ID will be stored, and this user ID will be the session user email. Okay, and then we're also going to pop in a created app, so a timestamp, because you should be passing in timestamps when you're doing this. Now, you don't want to use your local timestamp. Now, the reason why you don't want to use your local timestamp is that I'm in Dubai right now, and you could be anywhere in the world. We have worldwide viewers here. Now, if you use your timestamp, your message will technically be ahead of me or before me, which it's going to mess everything up, right? So how do they figure this out? So all you need to do is use the server's timestamp. That way, no matter who is doing it, we all get the same timestamp. Okay, we get the server's timestamp. So in this point, what we do is we go ahead and we import our server timestamp function, we pop it in and we invoke it. And this will give us a server's timestamp, simple as. Okay, so then what we want to do is redirect the user to the chat screen. So what I want to do is this will give me back the document ID. I'm going to do some string interpolation. So sorry, router.push. I'm going to do some string interpolation here to say /chat/doc ID. Okay, so in this case, /chat/doc ID. We don't have that page yet, but that's what I want to do. So when I click on new chat, it should create a new chat and then take me to that new chat. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. And what I want to do here is I'm going to set this up in a demo way. Okay, so what we should see now is I've got my database on the left, and on my right hand side I've got the new chat. So I'm going to click on new chat, and I've clicked it. Now, because we haven't got anything here, it's not going to show just yet, right? So you can see it actually took me to the new chat screen with a valid document ID. So you can see it actually took me to /chat/document ID. So in this case, if I go ahead and refresh, okay, so at this point now, we are going to go ahead and you can see here we've got users, we've got my email, and then we've got chat, right? So chats, and inside of there we've got the messages itself, right? So this is going to be the actual, so what I wanted to show you here is this is the layout, right? So we've got users, my name, and then we've got the list of chats. So these are going to be all the different chats that I will be having with ChatGPT, and they'll be listed out here. That's the document ID that we got directed to. And then you can see inside of here, we've got created at, messages, and user ID. Okay. In fact, we don't actually end up using messages, so we can actually get rid of that. All we care about is the user ID and created at. Okay. So yeah, so I don't think we actually care about this one. We actually use a collection instead for that one. Okay. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. Cool. So at this point, that's looking pretty clean. So we don't actually need that. So we actually won't have that in the outcome. So you can get rid of that. Okay. So now what we need to do is create this page. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just test it out one more time and go back to here. And then what you should see is if I click on create new chat, we should see another one in a second pop up. Oh, there we go. Right. So it created the chat. It redirected me to the chat. Awesome. All right, so now we need to go ahead and actually build out this dynamic page. So the root for that page is /chat/ a random ID. So that is known as dynamic roots, right? So I need to go ahead and create a dynamic root. So I'm going to go into my app folder, and using the new Next.js 13 folder structure, the way we do it is we essentially draft out the root in the folders. So here I say the next root will be /chat. And then inside of there, it's going to be a random ID, right? So in this case, we're going to have a wildcard, and I'm just going to give it the chat ID. So in this case, it's going to be ID. And inside of the ID folder, we're going to have page.tsx, because remember, page, head, layout, they're all reserved keywords, okay? So here now what I do is I say RFCE, and this is going to be for the chat page, okay? So in this case, I'm just going to rename this to chat page. Get rid of this. And then now we have our chat page. So if I was to click on new chat now, what you should see is we should get redirected to the chat page, which is awesome. It worked. And if you're wondering, whoa, how did we keep the layout? Right, that's pretty cool. How did that stay around? Well, that's because remember, we have the new layout component, which is actually responsible for staying in the overall structure or layout of your website. Okay, and I actually show you loads of little tricks in this in the Next.js tutorial on the channel. Okay, so at this point now, that's going to be pretty cool to do. So in this case, we've got our layout already there, and you can see now we've got this nice kind of, you know, all we care about is the view of this chat page, right? So it keeps everything very relatively clean, right? Now, before we do this, I'm going to address two things. The first one is we need to show the chats here. The second one, we need to build out the chat page. And then eventually what we're going to do is have the OpenAI AI integration part so that we can talk with ChatGPT, right? So it's going to be a lot of fun. So at this point, we've got that looking pretty good. So I'm just going to put that text back so we know it's on the chat page. Okay. And what I'm going to now do is head over to my sidebar. So components, sidebar. Okay. And then I'm going to expand this out. So first things first is in the sidebar, we are going to go ahead and actually connect to the Firebase database. So I need a real-time connection to my Firebase database. So I'm going to go ahead and make a real-time connection to this database that you see right here. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just rearranging my screens. I've got everything everywhere right now. There we go. Cool. So I need a real-time connection here. Okay, so how do we do this in a nice fashion? Well, easy way of doing this is we can go ahead and use something called React Firebase hooks. Okay, lovely little library, and it is actually a really kind of clean way of actually connecting to our Firebase database, and they've already done the hard work of creating all these reusable hooks for us. Okay, and it works with Firebase version 9. So we're going to install it, React yarn add React Firebase hooks. So go into your terminal, yarn add React Firebase hooks. That will install it into our project. And now we can go down and you can see Cloud Firestore hooks. So inside of here, they teach you how to go ahead and connect to the backend, and you can get a real-time list now by using syntax like this, right? So I'm going to now show you. So firstly, I showed you that because I want to show you where it comes from. Now I'll show you how to implement it, right? So firstly, you get these three array destructured values: value, loading, and error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say const. I'm going to call it chats instead of value, loading, and error. I don't actually use the error here, but you can actually use it if you want to use it. I'm going to say use collection, okay? And then what I'm going to do is import this from React Firebase hooks, right? So in this case, it's not auto-completing, so I'm going to show you it off the top of my head. There we go, boom. And then inside of here, we have to pass in the actual directory that we're going for. Now, it's dependent on the session because I am going to be using the email to find that collection. So I need to go ahead and say, firstly, the session has to exist. That's the main thing. Then secondly, we're going to connect to a Firebase collection. We're going to go ahead and import our database from our local Firebase file, and then we basically spell out the root. Okay, so now I'm trying to get the chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to users. I'm going to go to the session.user.email with exclamation mark to go ahead and say that the email will be there. Then I'm going to grab the chats. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm essentially pointing towards this right here. So I'm pointing right towards, so you see we've gone through the users, gone through the email. I'm pointing now at the chats. Okay, so this is what I'm getting back now. So I want to get this list right here, and I want a real-time listener to that. Okay, so this right here gives us that. Okay, so now we have this amazingly powerful chats right here. Okay, so if I was to log out chats, you'll now see, and this is a client-side component, so I can actually check the client logs, and I should see 3 items in my log, right? So in this case, you can see right here, if I was to go ahead and log this out, we get undefined, and then we get the actual example or the data back, right? So this is exactly what we wanted. In this case, you can't see it, but you see in docs, we've got 3 docs, right? So in this case, we see doc changes. It's actually got 3 docs in there, okay? So I'll show you how we can access this properly. Okay. So now we need to map through. So where I've got mapped through the chat rows, we're going to say chats, and it could be undefined, which is why I'm going to protect it. I'm going to say docs, map through every single chat and return the following, right? Return the following. And then this is where I need to make something called a chat row. And whenever you map through, you should always pass a key, which is in like a unique key. So we're going to give the chat ID that value. And then I'm going to pass in the ID of the chat here as well. So chat.id. Okay, so this is going to be the information that I pass through. So we need to create a chat row, and this chat row will symbolize this right here. So I'm going to log into my old example right now. So I'm just logging into my old testing example so I can show you. The reason why it's not working is because I haven't got it whitelisted on localhost 3001, I believe. That's why it might not work. Okay, no, it is working. That's fine. So in this case, you see when I have a new chat, right, so in this case, I've gone back to 3000. Oh, okay, I see what's happening here. That's fine. So in this case, if I do, I don't know, am I going to be logged into? Okay, so it's not going to show me. That's fine. I'll show you how we do it. So I'm going to have the new chats here, right? So the chat row is going to be these little chats boxes that are going to pop up here. So we're going to implement that right now. So chat row.tsx. Right, so let's go ahead, and we've got the chat row here. So I've got I'm going to go ahead and pop in. So right now you can see if I pop open the sidebar, you can see the key is basically to make sure that React efficiently optimizes the list. The next prop that I care about is the ID. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the ID over here. So in this case, I've got the new chat and the props come through here. So I'm going to say ID, and this takes in props like so. Okay, and then I'm going to define what my props will be. In this case, it's very simple. Okay, so in this point, we've got the ID, and the ID I expect to get through is a string. Now, TypeScript is really important because it allows us to prevent the number of bugs and problems that are causing our app. So I recommend it's worth learning it. It's going to allow you to become more valuable as a developer, and then that's what we're going to do, okay? So ID, there we go, boom. And now, once we've got this in, we're now going to go ahead and get the chats rendered on the screen. So actually, 1 minute, guys, I've completely screwed up. It's not this one. It's not this one. My brain was everywhere. It's going to be inside of the chat row. So did I create the chat row? chat row. Yeah, there we are, chat row, this one. My bad. So ID, and then this is gonna be props, okay? So type, props, ID, string, okay? Cool. And then in this case, we're now going to go ahead and create the chat row. So I need a bunch of different things here, to be honest with you. I actually need sort of, I need to determine if the chat is active. I need to determine the actual layout, the design of it, and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to do it right now. So firstly, these are going to be next link components, which are going to allow us to iterate through the different URLs easier. So it's going to be a href, and this will take us to / chat ID. Okay, inside of here we're going to have a chat bubble. So chat bubble left icon, so left icon, and this one is going to be for this is going to be outline. Okay, so left icon, outline. Cool. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do class name, height and width of 5. Height and width of 5. So hit save. So we've got that. I don't know if you're going to see it yet, because in the sidebar, if I import it like so, we might be able to start seeing it being popped out now. So in the sidebar, let's log in now. As I logged in, I messed it up a little bit. Okay. So we got the chat bubble left, and then we should see some. Oh yeah, there we go. Look, chats. Hey, there we go. Nice. And then I've got a p tag, and then the p tag. Okay, so I'm going to do something pretty cool here. I'm going to have a trash icon afterwards, which is going to be for if you want to basically delete it. Right, so it's going to be the outline variant, and I want to have the class name of this to be. This is going to be a height and width of 5. Text should be gray. Text should be gray of 700, and the hover state, when you hover over it, I want it to become a red bin because it's going to be the delete button. Oh, that's what I needed to kind of get the energy up. All right, so now if I hover over this, there's the button. You see that? Nice, right? Cool. Now, for the p tag here, I'm going to go ahead and say the following. So we need to firstly get that that message, right? So I'm not going to include this right here, because what we need to do is we're going to pull information from the chat afterwards, right? So in this case, this right now would just say new chat. Okay, so we've got new chat for now, and eventually it will say the text in which your last text that you had with ChatGPT, the last message, it will say that eventually. Okay, so in this case, chat ID. So now what we're going to do is style out the outline, so this overall link. Okay, so class name, I'm going to go ahead and say it should be, firstly, we're going to do string interpolation, because I'm going to use the active state, which we haven't defined yet, but I'll show you afterwards. So firstly, this is going to be of type chat row. So notice how chat row automatically kicked in really nicely. Then we're going to say justify center. Okay, so now you can see, look, chat row looking pretty good. Okay, and then for the p tag, this one is going to take in flex 1. So flex 1, it's going to be hidden on the mobile view. On the medium screens and above, it's going to show. And then I'm going to truncate if, oops, I'm going to truncate if not, okay? So now you can see on the medium screens, it will show new chat. Truncate, oh nice, there we go. Bastian, I appreciate you, dude. There we go, so new chat. And the truncate will basically mean it'll do ... if it gets too big. All right, so this is sick. So now we've got the chats over here, cool. And then we've got a new chat. So see if I add a new chat, it pops in. This is looking good, okay? So I'm now going to go ahead and set up everything that I need. So we're going to need a few different things inside of here. Firstly, right, we're going to need the path name, because I want to basically have it. So if I'm in this chat, I want this to be highlighted. If I'm in this chat, I want this to be highlighted, and so forth, right? So in this case, I'm going to say const path name equals use path name from next navigation, right? Not next router, next path. There we go. And then I'm going to say const router would, so equals use router, and we're going to pull this, and you see this, do not make this mistake, right? Next navigation is the one you want for next 13. We need the session, so I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. So session equals data session, use session, boom, like so. And then we need an active state. Okay, so this one I'm going to end up making a use effect. If you don't know what a use effect is, please check out my use effect tutorial. It's got over 100,000 views now because people are finding it so useful. So check that out. Come back if you're confused, and then carry on. Okay, so this is going to be a piece of state, and again, state as well. I've done a tutorial on that as well. Okay, so first things first, if the chat that I'm in is active, so I also need the messages. So let's just do it now, right? So I need the messages, which is going to be a call to use collection. So I'm going to say const messages. And remember, you get the loading and error and so forth. But in this case, I don't care about the loading and error. I just care about that. We're going to have the use collection from here. And then I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be a query now, because basically I want to do what I did before. So I have a collection, but I need to order it by the creator that date. So that way it's always in the sequential time and date order, right? So in this case, what I do is I pull in the query from Firestore, and then we basically make a combined query, right? So in this case, the first one is going to be the collection itself. So this is going to be the collection from Firestore. It's going to include the database. There we go. And then it's going to be the path. So in this case, users, it's going to be session dot user dot email, and then it's going to be making sure that it says that it's always there. So then that's why we got the exclamation mark. Then it's going to be chats / the chat ID, which we have inside of here because of the because of the ID, we get it passed through here. Yeah, and then we're going to go into the messages themselves. Okay, so that's a messages collection within. Okay, so that's that bit. Then what I want to do is comma over here. So if you see here, this is a comma. So it's like the second argument of the query, right? We're going to say order by from Firestore. And this one is going to be the created at field, which is the one, basically the timestamp. And we're going to do ascending. Okay. So what this will do now is it makes like an aggregate query. So basically it queries the collection for here, gives me a real-time list now, but it orders it before it returns it. So this way the messages are always going to be in time order ascending. Okay. So now if I hit save, what we can nicely see now is those messages will be, and the reason why I need that message, by the way, we don't actually need to order it here, to be fair. I don't think, yeah, we don't actually need it here. I need the exclamation mark because otherwise it will say, you know, that the session user email might not be there, right? But in this case, we logged in with a Gmail account, which means we always have an email. So I'm going to say that it's always there, right? So we've got the messages. So the reason why I did that right there was because I actually, so in this case, I didn't actually need to order it. I don't think. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, that's okay, cool. So in this case, we can go to the actual message. So I want to basically get so this is deleting. No, sorry. I need the text. So I need the actual text of the thing I'm calling. So in this case, messages, docs, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the length. So messages, docs, and this could be undefined, dot length -1, and then I will say data text, right? And I'll explain this, or it'll say new chat. So basically what this is doing is I want it to basically pull the last bit of text from that chat. Okay, so pull the last bit of text from that chat itself, or just say new chat. Okay, so in this case, it hasn't got any messages there, so it has nothing to say. But that's essentially what we just did. Okay, so now also notice how if I click into these, it changes the URL to that link. So every time I click on it, it changes the URL, right? So the next step is to have a use effect, which determines if we are active or not. So in this case, I'm going to say use effect, and then we've got our syntax for a use effect with our dependency array. And then I'm going to say, if there is no path name, I'm going to return from this function because we're going to protect it. We're defensively programming. Otherwise, I'm going to set active, and I'm going to basically say, if the path name includes the ID. Okay, it's a very simple check. Okay. And then basically, as we have a variable inside of here, we have to include it in the dependency array. Okay, so path name here. Now, what we can see is that the active will now get set based on this matter. So what we can do here is I can actually go ahead and apply a conditional styling by saying the following. I can go ahead and say active, and that means only if it's active should you change the background to a slightly different shade of gray. So that way I know that that's the one. Okay, there we go, guys. Look at that, active. So if I click this one now, bam, that's active. If I click this one now, bam, that's active. If I click this one now, bam. And then what if I click a new chat? Notice how it creates a new chat and then it makes that the active one. So good, right? So good. In fact, what I didn't do correctly, which I made the mistake on, is I should maybe order these in the other one. So in this case, the query call that I've got here, maybe we should be applying it over here, which I think would be a nicer version to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this open on the side and I'll show you. What I'm doing is I'm simply just moving this, right? So I don't need the query here, I need the query over here. So I'm going to say query, I'm going to wrap my collection like so, and then I'm also going to pass in the order by created, there we go, created at ascending. And now I'm going to pass in the query. I'm going to pass in order by, hit save. Oops, my prettier is dying here. There we go. And now this one will basically query it. And this one I actually didn't need to query it. I just realized I didn't actually need to do that. So that's better. Okay. So now what I just did, guys, was I basically said that on the sidebar, the most recent one should come at the top or bottom, I can't remember, but basically if I click new chat, there we go. So the new chat now will come to the bottom. So you see that if I click new chat, boom, there we go. And it automatically selects it because that is now being highlighted based on if the root matches. So you might actually find that massively useful because a lot of you always ask me, how do I now go ahead and do that? Why not use path name instead of use effect? I think you can actually use path name. I did use path name over here, guys. So if you look inside of chat row, I use path name to get the path name, and then we have a use effect to determine if the path name that I got from use path name was the one that I wanted or not, or is it the active one currently in state, right? So the next thing I want to do is the ability to delete a chat. Okay, so I'm going to create a function called const remove chat. I'm going to get remove chat. This is going to be an asynchronous function, right? And then here we're going to say await, and this is going to be a delete doc call, right? Now think about what's happening, right? Because I'm going to call this method and we have a real-time listener rendering out things in the sidebar, sorry. A real-time listener rendering this out. So as I delete documents, they're going to get real-time affected in the backend, and it's going to go and show this, right? So it's going to have a lot of stuff going on. So I'm going to open up the doc right now and I'm going to pull in the database, which I believe I've already, yep, I've done it. And then I'm going to say, we're going to go into the users. We're going to go into the session.user.email with it, make sure it's there. Then we're going to go into the chats. Then we're going to go into the ID. And then we're going to go ahead and basically, yeah, so we're just deleting that document. So basically deleting that chat right there, because look, it's a chat with the ID of something, right? So that's essentially what we've done. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the user from that screen. Well, we can actually replace the user URL because they shouldn't be able to technically go back to a screen that's deleted, right? So in this case now, remove chat is assigned here. And then what I want to do is hook up the trash icon to this button. So now when you click that, it'll remove that chat. And because we have a real-time listener connected in, well, this should work flawlessly. So if I go ahead and do this, boom, pow, boom, boom, boom. We can add new chats, delete them, add new chats. And if I wait a second, it will redirect me to that chat. Oh, it's just so beautiful. Look at that. If I delete that one, it will change to the home screen. Oh, just amazing. If I delete that one, it will change to the home screen. Look at that, guys. I can add like 5 chats at a time, delete as many as I want, and it just does it. And in Firebase in the back end, this is all happening. So if I go into over here now, you'll see that there's madness over here, right? Look, so look at this chats right here. Pow, pow, pow. Delete, 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 delete. Oh, it's just beautiful. Look, 3 chats, bam, bam, bam. Oh, it's just so nice. Right, so really nice, really nice. Okay, now we have the chat functionality. So we have the ability to create and delete chats. So now we're going to go ahead and no flashing UI while deleting. I know, it's beautiful. It's just a masterpiece, right? So at this point, we're going to go over here. All right, so now inside the chat. So over here, now this is where it gets really interesting, right? So this is where we're going to essentially go into ChatGPT stuff. Okay, so get ready for this. So at this point, we have, firstly, we need to go to the page itself. And inside of here, we're gonna have two main elements, okay? So the first one is gonna be the chat window, right? So the actual chat. The second one is gonna be the chat input. And these are gonna be decoupled elements, right? This is why I'm creating two separate elements. So here we're gonna say that this one's gonna be a flex box, flex column, height of screen, and then we're gonna say overflow hidden. Right, so the reason why I want to have overflow hidden is because I want to have it scrollable, right? So once I'm in this chat screen, I actually want to have it like a scrollable. I don't want it to ever the whole page scroll down. I want it to be a set height, and then I want to have the inside chat, only that to be scrollable, okay? So now what we need to do is create a chat component. So chat.tsx to RFCE, get rid of this. This is going to be my chat screen. So now if I go to my ID screen, so my ID screen right here, and I go ahead and I get rid of this, so I can say chat. Now I popped in my chat component, and then here you can see over here, I can go ahead and say, look, chat, boom. So that's the chat component, awesome stuff, right? And then right alongside that, if I go back into the chat, I can go ahead and create the chat input as well while we're here, right? So let's go ahead and just do two birds, one stone. Let's go ahead and create a chat input inside my components folder. So chat input.tsx, RFCE, boom, go up here, delete. And now over inside the page.tsx, so over here, I'm gonna go ahead and import this like so. Okay, now we've got the chat and the chat input. So we're gonna change this into what we want. Newt Buxton, whoa, what's up, dude? Here's Sweden in the house. So Sweden says, sick, man. Okay, so at this point now we've got the chat page, okay? Now the chat page itself, I do need something from this. I'm just determining what I need. So at this point, from this page, okay? So I can get this ID because this is a page route, okay? So this right here is a page route, okay? Which means that page routes automatically, so anything at the top level, not a component, a page route. Anything at the top level gets some props. And when you have a dynamic value like this, rather than doing use path name and cutting it up and shit like that, you don't have to do that, right? Instead, you just go ahead and do, if you got props like so, you can console log your props and look what we get inside. And notice how this is a server component, hence why it's going to be listed out in my server logs. So in this case, you can see params. So you see how the ID is in there? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract this, but I'm going to do it in a safe way with TypeScript. So I'm going to say, I'm going to enforce the props, right? And then I'm going to say params are inside. I didn't care about the other ones. All I care about is a string. There we go. And then I'm going to enforce it. So I'm going to say that this is params, and I'm doing some inner destructuring work here. So destructure it and props. There we go. Right. And Sonny, what have you done? Oops, my bad. Props. There we go. Cool. Now inside of here, I'm going to pass these in. So I'm going to pass the ID down here, and I'm going to pass the ID down here. So only one layer of drilling in there, right? Props. Someone inside is like, why are you doing this? Why are you passing ID in? It's okay, right? It's fine. And here I'm going to rename this as well to chat ID. So let's rename this to chat ID. Boom. And then in my chat input, I'm going to update these accordingly. So let's go ahead and import this right now. So firstly, I'm going to have a types, my prop type definitions like so. Then I've got my chat ID with the props. Okay, so we've got this updated, and then we've got my my chat. I see how it stopped complaining. I'm gonna do the same thing for this. So we've got the same props being passed in here. So chat ID props, and then we're gonna say type props chat ID string. Okay, so now we've got this looking pretty nice. So now we've got our props being entered in. So the first thing is, let's do either the chat or the chat input. It really don't make a difference. Chat, let's do first. Okay. So actually, let's do the chat input first, because then I can actually enter messages in, and then we can display the messages, right? So let's do that. It makes more logical sense. So the chat input is actually the bottom one. So I'm clicking into that, command click, and then we've got the chat input. So let's get the magic done here, guys, right? So first things first, let's get the UI in. So we've got a form, right? The reason I've got a form is because I want to have this like type in, hit enter functionality, right? So here I'm going to the input, It's going to be type text. And then I'm going to have mapping it to the state. Now, there's many ways you can map your text and get it out of an input field. Okay, I know this. You can do it with the ref. You can do it with state. I'm going to do it with state today, but you can do it whatever way you want. Ref, state, whatever. I'm doing state because I want to disable it if there's no session. But yeah, you can do it whatever way you want. It really don't. There's just several ways. You can use React to form. Yeah, there's so many ways you can do this, right? So here I'm going to say type your message here. This is when I got my Tesla in my vlog. This is that soundtrack, right? Last name P5 space X5 flex 1. Nice. And now you can see we've got a little input form forming up at the top. We're gonna have a submit button, and this one is gonna have a paper airplane icon. Okay, so inside of this button, it's just gonna be a paper airplane icon, and that's gonna be a solid, I believe. Yep, solid. So in this case, we've got a paper airplane icon. There we go, somewhere there. So we're going to make that look really nice. Don't worry. And then after that, we're going to have outside of my form, we're going to have, oh God, that's horrible. Outside the form, we're going to have a div. And then here, eventually we'll have modal selection as well. Modal selection, right? So basically, eventually I'm going to have a drop down here, which allows me to select the model, or I'm going to have a drop down at the bottom, which selects me. If I'm in mobile view, it's going to show up, right? So I'll show you how that works afterwards. But I'm just writing a little reference here, so that way we don't forget to do it. Okay. So the button here should be type submit, because that's what we're going to automatically submit the form when we do that. Okay. And then now what we need to do is basically have a piece of state hooked up to our form. So quickest way to do this is you have a value, you hook this up to a piece of state. So in this case, I'm going to call our piece of state prompt. Okay, I'm going to create my piece of state now. So we'll say prompt, set prompt, and it's going to be a string value. So in this case, we don't need to cast it. I'm going to give it a blank string to begin with. That's fine. And then on change. So this means as I type in, an event is going to get fired off. All I'm simply doing is updating the text here to be set prompt. Oops, what is that? Set prompt to be e.target.value. So as the user types in, it will update the state, right? So that's fine. And at this point, you can see we're using state inside of a component, which is a server component. Big no-no. So at this point, you have to tell it and say you are a client-side component. All right. So we're looking good so far, right? So on the outer div, I'm going to start styling this up. And by the way, to test this, all you got to do is type in. If you see yourself typing in and it works, you've mapped it correctly. If you don't type in, your mapping is off. You need to check these 2 lines of code with this. Okay, so that's good. So now for the class name, I'm going to say the background should be gray, 700. So background should be gray of 700 with a 50% opacity. Text should be gray of 400. I'm going to round the corners, so rounded LG. The text should be small. Focus should be outlined. So focus should be outline none. So basically, I don't want to have this nasty outline none. So when I'm focused, to be fair, I don't even need focus. You just do outline none. There you go. Is it outline none? Is it outline? Yeah, ring none. No, ring 0. No, ring none. Active. Okay. I'm sure it's focus. Yeah, focus, outline none. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, okay. So now what I want to do is for the input. Oh, sorry, the input. That's one. Listen to me. All right, this does nothing. All right, it's the input. All right, so over here, we have a class name, and this is where we style it. So we say background should be transparent. Let's skip the song. Background should be transparent. Focus here is where it's outline none. I was wondering why wasn't it doing anything, because there's no bloody thing there. Like, silly me. So we say flex 1. I want that to use up the majority of the space. Look how it. Firstly, that looks beautiful, right? And then secondly, this shouldn't be flex. This should be flex. So that's my bad. Yeah. So now you can see that will take up the majority of the space over there. Right. So that's much better. Okay. I'm going to say if it's disabled, it's going to say cursor not allowed. And then it's also going to have grayed out text if it's disabled. Okay. Text gray of 300. Okay. And when is it disabled, right? I'm going to say it's disabled if there is no session. And I'm going to get the session by doing what we typically did previously by basically going ahead and doing this, right? So we pop in our session like so. So if there's no session, I want to deactivate that. But to be honest, you won't even be on the screen, right? So I'm just going ahead and doing a protective block there, but you shouldn't even be on that screen. Yeah. So it was more so when I was doing it before. But for the button, I don't want to submit anything if there is no prompt or if there is no session, right? So this is an or statement. So if you haven't typed anything in, it should be kind of grayed out, right? So in this case, good. That looks all right. But I do want to style the button class, right? So in this case, the class name, and I'm going to do string interpolation here, so backticks, because I'm going to be using, actually, I'm not going to be using it, so I don't need string. There we go. So I'm going to say background should be hover opacity. We'll make it 50% opacity. And now you can see, look, that looks good, man. So look, when I hover over it, look, oh, nice. Okay. So we want it to be a background color like that, but we're going to say text should be white. And then the font should be bold. Okay, I want it to do padding on the y-axis. Firstly, why is it so small? No, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so padding on the x-axis of 4, padding on the y-axis of 2, rounded around the corners up. So look at that. Oh, nice. Looks good. Right. And then the prompt right here, we have no prompt. So why is it not disabling? So that's, oh yeah, my bad. God, I'm making silly mistakes there. Disabled. If it's disabled, we have to style it. So I'm going to say background should be gray 300 to resemble that it's disabled. And I'm also going to say the cursor should not be allowed. So now if you see here, it's going to be grayed out with a cursor not allowed symbol. So if I go ahead and type in, boom, look at that. Oh, so nice. All right. So that's awesome. I think we've done the chat correctly. This is exactly what I wanted. The actual chat window itself will push this to the bottom, okay? So that's what's going to give it that nice finishing effect. And I can prove to you that it will do that by going over to chat right now. And I'm just going to add in the flex one over here, right? So this is basically going to say, use up the majority of the space that you have. So the chat will use up this space, in which case you can see it pushes it down. The reason why this works, guys, is because remember, both sibling components, so these two, are in a flex box, flex column. So this one's saying flex one, so use up all the space. The chat input is then forced to be at the bottom of the screen. Nice. That's what we want, right? Naturally, that is exactly the UI we want. Okay, so heading over to chat input now, let's have the functionality so that way when I type in, hit enter, it's going to go ahead and push this into the database. And then we're going to start doing some ChatGPT stuff, right? So we got some cool stuff happening there. Someone says, where's the GitHub repo link of this project? It's in the description down below, so you can feel free to get the code over on that side, okay? So what we're going to do now is we've got the data, we've got the session. I'm going to go ahead and get a reference to the we don't have the messages, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and have the generate a response. So basically I need to have a sort of add. So this is I'm going to call it generate response, right? But really it's kind of like send message. So let's just make send message. I think send message makes it a lot easier to understand what's going on. So asynchronous. And now what you'll find is a form has a specific event that it fires off when it submits, right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you a nice little trick. So you say on submit, and then we need to send the message on submit, right? Now, what you're going to find is here, you're going to have an event that gets fired off, but you're never going to know what type it is. And then you're going to be like, how the hell do I know what type it is? Oh my God. So here's a little hack, okay? So you just need to go ahead and do E// so to your arrow function, and then you get the form event here, copy that, punch that in, do a little import from React, get rid of that, and just like that, TypeScript hacks, right? That helps you out a lot, right? So in this case, we've got the send message. So this now, we can go e.prevent default. You see how it automatically fills in because it's exactly the form element that we need. So that's how you get the type definition correct every time, all right? So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to get the input from the prompt. Firstly, what I want to do is I want to trim it, right? I want to say input. Firstly, we'll do some defensive programming. We'll say if there is no input, no prompt, return, right? So firstly, defensiveness. And then we say if there is an input, we simply want to do prompt.trim. So I'm going to get rid of any white space at the end because that can mess up your prompts. Then what I'm going to do is set the prompt to blank, right? So what I'm doing is I'm storing it in a local variable, and then I'm doing a set prompt trim, okay? So in this case, that returns a string as well. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a message that is going to be stored in the back, right? So we're going to say we're going to create a message, all right? So we're going to create a custom type, which is a message, okay? Now message, we'll go ahead and I'll show you what it is, but in this case, we're going to say text input. We're going to have a created app, and this is going to be the server timestamp. So it's not this, whatever that is, this server timestamp from Firebase Firestore. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. Yeah, okay, cool. I see you, Jay. And then we're going to go ahead and say user. And then the user is going to have the underscore. Oops, I'm just going to say underscore ID. And the underscore ID is going to be the user's email. We're going to have the name of the user. And we're going to have the avatar of the user, okay? Now, what we're going to do is if they don't have a URL, I'm simply going to give them access to a picture, which is basically just this cool little API service, which you basically pass in their name and then it creates like a little UI avatar. All it does is basically say SS, right? It's kind of cool. If you ever want like a need for that, there you go, right? So in this case, message. Now, this message, we're going to create a custom type definition. So I'm going to show you where we're going to do it. So at package.json, I'm going to say typings.d.ts. Okay, and now inside of here, I'm going to create an interface message, and you can use this in an approach whereby we're basically creating any sort of types that we want to use throughout our project. We can go ahead and pop it in here, right? So in that case, bam, hit save, and now you'll notice it automatically pulls that in, right? So it's kind of a nice little cool hack as well, right? If you didn't know. So now we've got a message that we're going to go ahead and eventually push to the database. But how the hell do we do this, right? Like, what's the next step? So what we do now is we basically go ahead and we add the document to the database, right? So I can go ahead and do this. So I can go ahead and say await add doc collection. And then what I do is I basically need to specify the collection. So firstly, import all of the required dependencies that we need. So in this case, I need the add doc, I need the collection, I need my database object. So you see I've imported all above. And then I'm going to go ahead and say that we have the users, the session.user.email with making sure it's there. Then we have the chat ID messages, and then and then the second argument is the, so I'm going to make this very simple for you lot, sorry. I'm going to do, so basically think of it like that. So first argument is the collection, second argument is the message, right? So typically you pass the message in like an object. In this case, I built the object above and we're simply passing in. So this, what this will now do is it will go ahead and actually add it into the database. So when I type in and enter a message, it adds it into Firebase. Okay, so that will add it in. Then next thing we're going to do is a toaster notification, right? So we'll add that in afterwards. Right, so toaster notification, and then what we're going to do is create a fetch method to the backend, which will then go ahead and start basically communicating with our own API. So I'm going to say await fetch. Okay, and then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say /API, which is our API, and then we're going to say ask question. Okay, so we're going to create an API endpoint, and then this is going to be a post method. I'm going to pass headers of content JSON for the application, because what we're doing is we're passing in JSON data. So this is all going to be in the form of JSON. And then we're going to pass in the body. And what I'm doing here is I'm stringifying a bunch of information. Now I need to send a few things to the back where basically I need that information. The first one is going to be the prompt, right? And that is going to be the input that we specified earlier and we trimmed. The second one is going to be the chat ID. The third one is going to be the model that we're going to use. And I'll show you why we haven't got a model right now. I'll show you how we get that model. And the final one is going to be the session itself. Okay, so these are all going to be things that we're going to need. Now for the model, the reason why we don't have a model yet is because we need to go ahead and eventually implement use SWR to go ahead and efficiently get the model. So I'm going to show you how we do that afterwards, but I'm going to say use SWR to get the model. I swear it's listening to me sometimes. Use SWR to get model, and then here I'm going to say const, just for now it's just going to be the text DaVinci model. So these are a bunch of different models, but for now I'm just going to have this, but I'm going to replace this with that. So to do use SWR, that's an extension by the way, right? So in this case, and you can watch my top 10 extensions video to go ahead and find out which one that is. So in this case we've got the following going to the back end. Okay, so now what we should find is that this will go ahead and do what we need it to do. We need to obviously create this, but after that's done, we're going to go to the then block, right? And if it's successful, what we're going to do, so the then is always on the successful execution of it. We're now going to go ahead and say the toast notification to say successful. Okay, toast notification to say loading. Right, so we've got a few things that we need to do, right? So that's to-dos that we need to go ahead and implement. right? So first up, let's go ahead and do the toast notification, so that way we can get that in ASAP, and then we'll test it to see if it pushes the message into Firebase, and then we will create our API endpoint. So 3 game plan, right? And then we'll do use SWR afterwards. So React hot toast. So React hot toast. Let's go ahead and do it right now. Documentation. We're going to do yarn add React hot toast, and this is amazing for this, what you see right here. Okay, so going into my second terminal, bam, yarn add React hot toast. And now what we need to do is we need to import it into our app at the top level. But we're using Next.js 13. That's not simple to do in this situation. So we have the layout, okay? But in this case, the layout is a server component. What we're trying to do here is definitely a client-side component functionality, right? So the way you do this is you can create something called a client provider. Okay, so client provider. And what we can do here is we can use this pattern to basically push anything that needs the client at the top level. We can inject it at this level, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and create a client provider component .tsx, so RFCE. Oops. RFCE. So sometimes I get this and it's super annoying. It doesn't allow me to do it. That's fine. What I'll do is I'll show you guys what I need instead. So I'm going to have a client provider, that's fine, and this will return the following, right? So this will return basically a React fragment, and it's just going to have a toaster inside of it, right? So a toaster, and the position of all of my toasts is going to be the top right. So you can go ahead and specify a bunch of different ones, like all of these directions, and you can customize it even further. I'm just gonna keep it very simple for now. This is going to be a use client. So this is gonna be a client component, right? Now think about the magic that I just did here. So imagine if I had loads of different client libraries. So client library number 1, client library number 2, client number 3. So they're all gonna get injected, and all of them are gonna use by default they're gonna get rendered in a client, basically a wrapper, right? So that's gonna basically tell Next.js that these things are client components, right? Then what we do is we simply inject it over here. And now just like that, we have it at the top level. So that's how you do a replacement for that in Next.js 13. If you're wondering, smash that thumbs up button, because that was very useful information if you're coding in Next.js 13, okay? So now we can go ahead and actually make calls to the Toast API. Okay, because inside of our app we have access to it. So let's go down to chat input, right? So chat input, there we go, boom. Okay, so toast notification to say loading. So I'm going to show you how we do this now. So at this point, let's go ahead and say const notification. I just know it, right? So this one, we basically say toast dot, and basically we import this from React hot toast at the top. Okay, toast dot loading. And then what I say is I say ChatGPT is thinking. Okay, it's thinking. Ooh, okay. And then basically it gets assigned an ID of load notification, right? So in this case, we trigger it off. So it's going to basically pop up saying it's thinking, it's doing something. And then once it posts to our API, right? When it comes back with a success response, then I want to say that the toast was successful, right? So the way you do this is you basically go ahead and say ChatGPT has responded. And then your second argument is basically going to be attached to the ID of the notification of the first one. So this one will basically be there. And then this one will replace it. So that's why we passed in the ID. All right, so in this case, ChatGPT has responded. So let's give it a try, right? Let's see if this actually does anything. Well, actually, it will get stuck. I'm telling you. It'll say, if I type in test, boom. So see how it says ChatGPT has responded? Because it just basically, it hit this endpoint and it didn't do anything, right? So it believe it or not, it didn't work the way we wanted, right? So I know it might seem like it, but it didn't do what we wanted. Because right now we don't have this endpoint. Okay, so what we need to do now is basically go over to, and you do get the response here if you ever do want to do anything with it, by the way, right? So now what we need to do is create an API endpoint for asking the question, okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my pages, API, hello. Right, so at this point where you've got hello, what I would do is I'll just copy this, right? The reason why this is good is because this, you can actually use this as like a template for your starting portion, right? So if we were to go ahead and even copy that, and then I was to go ahead and type in our endpoint. So now I want to do a ask question. Remember, this is actually going to be the API endpoint root. So do not mess it up. It should be .ts, yeah? And we paste it in. So this is going to be our root. So let's go ahead and get this set up the way we wanted. Firstly, the response type of data, right? So in this case, we can define the response type here. So we're going to send back an answer. And this is where we basically start doing the magic to go ahead and communicate with ChatGPT. So if you're excited for that, this is what you've been waiting for, right? So in this case, we got the answer right here. So I'm going to make this an asynchronous function because this is going to be, it's going to be an asynchronous call. And then we're going to basically strip out all of the things that we sent over. So think of it this way, right? When I have my chat input, so let's go over to my chat input. Where is it gone? Chat input. And you can see what happened is I sent over the 4 things in the body, right? So what I'm doing is I'm essentially reversing it now and I'm getting them out, right? So what I do is I say const and I start getting out the things that I sent along. So prompt, chat ID, model, session, all these things, I'm going to go ahead and get out of the request body. So I'm destructuring them, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a few fail safes. So I basically want to return a 400 status if you don't pass in a prompt and if you don't pass in a chat ID. So this is basically like an API we're building right now. So if we don't have a prompt, I'm going to say, please provide a prompt and return a status of 400, like an error. And then the same with 400. That's basically saying like you're missing some data, you know, you need to return something. Okay. Then what I'm going to do, if not, I'm going to do a ChatGPT query. So this is where the magic happens, guys. This is the moment of truth. This is where I'm going to do it. I'm going to say const response equals await query, and we're going to create this query function, and I'm going to pass in the prompt, the chat ID, and the model. Okay, so we need to create this query function. So what I'm going to do is in the top level of my code, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder called a lib. Right, so you can call it lib or util or whatever you want to do. I like to call it sort of like all my utility stuff lib. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and type in query API.ts. It's like a helper file, right? And inside of here is where I'm going to have the magic that goes ahead and connects to ChatGPT. So I need to create a new file as well called ChatGPT. In fact, we'll just do it lowercase, ChatGPT. And then I need to then install the OpenAI library, okay? So in this case, I need to go ahead and type in yarn add OpenAI. So now we are installing the OpenAI modules and libraries, that kind of stuff, right? All right, so we've got the ChatGPT library installed, and this is where I need you to go ahead and get your API key. So we need to install the following, configuration and OpenAPI modules from OpenAPI. Wow, I keep messing it up. And now what we need to do is basically get into it, right? So remember in the beginning when I went to here, my platform OpenAPI, and then we had the API key section. So I've already got an API key, right? So you need to create a new key. So you just simply go to OpenAPI or openai.com, personal, and then you should see view API keys. Click on create a new secret key and your key will pop up, right? So I've already got a key. So I'm going to show you how to import your key, or how to add your key, where to add it. So the next thing you want to do is environment local. So I'm going to hide my screen for a second. You guys thought I was going to slip, right? You guys thought I was going to slip. All right, so now I'm trying to see what was my hide command. I always forget it. Screw it. All right, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and just do. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so in this case, we're in my environment file. And then for you guys, what I need you to do is you need to have your OpenAPI key here. So basically that value that you just saw on the other screen, paste it here. So paste it here, right? Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste my value, and then I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to save the file and I'm going to close this. Okay. So I'm about to paste my value, put in my Google secret, obviously, and then close this file. So we're going to do that right now. So I'm pasting my OpenAPI key. I am pasting in my Google secret once again. I'm closing my environment file. Cool. So in this case, we've got, now I've got what I need. So ChatGPT, I need to basically create a configuration to it. So we are back in ChatGPT land, so the file. And now we're going to say const configuration. Configuration equals new configuration. And we pass in an object, right? And then here I pass in the API key. So API key. And I say process.env.OpenAI API key, right? Nice. And this will basically connect to my API. So now I need to connect to OpenAPI, right? OpenAI. Okay, forgive me. OpenAI. Wow. OpenAI equals new OpenAI. It's a proper tongue twister, right? And I pass in the configuration. And this basically is like a key to access my OpenAI API, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to export a default OpenAI. Nice. So now what I can do is I can essentially use this singleton object, not singleton, we use this config object, which has a connection to the OpenAI API, and basically make my ChatGPT calls, right? So we're going really strong, trust me. Like, we're actually going very, very strong right now. Now, going over to the query API, we can actually use that stuff, right? So I'm going to import my OpenAI from my OpenAI file. Okay. Oh, sorry, from ChatGPT. What am I doing? Okay. Then I'm going to create a query. So const query equals, this is a helper function, async. There we go. And it's going to take in a prompt, chat, and model. And the prompt is going to have a string value. So this is our TypeScript values. Prompt is going to async. Yeah, the chat ID is going to be a string, and the model is going to be a string as well. Okay, come on, Jay. Someone said that for, I literally said Jay. So then now what I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to make a call to OpenAI now. So this is basically where I pass in what the user types in. I'm going to make a request to ChatGPT right now, okay? So basically, and what we call this is a completion. So I'm passing in the information at this point, and then it's going to go ahead and do that. Yeah? So, right, so at this point now, we go ahead and say const res, so the response equals await OpenAI dot, and then you can see here we've got OpenAI dot create completion. So you see we've got loads: create image, create completion. OpenAI is incredible, and if you want me to do more videos on all of these things, just destroy the like button and I'll literally work out how to do this stuff and I'll teach you. All right. So now we've got the create completion, and now what we do is we have to pass in a few things. Okay, so the first thing is the model. Now the model, remember I had the text Da Vinci, you know, that thing being passed in. So model I'm passing in through our value here. That's going to be the text Da Vinci. Okay, and then what we do is just automate the okay, it could get expensive. Yeah, you're right, exactly. Yeah, and then we've got the prompt, right? So this is what the user has typed in, so the prompt. And then, and bear in mind, this is actually a value that they expect. So you see if I do control spacebar, you can see all these different values. And then you've got a few different, okay, so this is quite important here, right? So in the docs, I'm not gonna go too far into it, but you have something called the temperature and the top P. And what you do is by manipulating these values, you are basically telling your ChatGPT or OpenAI bot that you want it to be more creative or more logical, right? So by having a 0.9, I believe on the temperature, it's more of a creative answer. So you can come out with different angles. Sometimes if you say write me an essay and you had that value super low, it would be very like direct, whereas creative, if you want to inspire the creativity of the model, or 0.9 is a good value, right? So you can go ahead and mess around with that yourself, but in this case I'm going to give it a temperature value of 0.9. Max tokens is essentially what we're limiting the number of tokens that this one call can do. I'm going to pass 1,000 in at once, right? And then we're going to say the top P is 1. So these two values are the ones, right? So you can manipulate these and it'll give you different responses from your model. And then you have something called a frequency penalty, and you have a presence penalty. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what they fully do, these two, so feel free to research them. I just left them on 0 for now. I'm just being totally honest with you. I would have to look up at this, right? But so at this point, once it's done, what we do is we say then we get the response back, and I'll show you what happens, right? So inside of response, you see we get all of this back, right? So we get the data back, and then you can see we actually get the type definitions because we've used the OpenAI library. So in this case, we get the choices, and then we're just going to pick the first text from the first choice that comes back, that text, because what can happen is it can return like maybe 3 choices, right? But we're just going to get the first one. We're going to pass text. And if there is an error, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the error, and instead of just console logging it, I'm going to do an implicit return. Right? I'm going to implicitly return, and I'm going to say ChatGPT was unable to find an answer for that with the error message. Right? Now, the reason why I find that this is particularly handy, guys, is because what I found was sometimes it would actually error out because you would be rate limited, right? So you'd get a 429 error code, which means that there's too many requests, and that can happen quite frequently, especially if you're spamming the hell out of it like I was, right? So you want to make sure you catch that, and then that way you can go ahead and forward it through and do the same thing, okay? Return res. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to export default query. So now we've got our helper function to essentially carry out the prompt to ChatGPT. And what's really cool about this, guys, is that firstly, we didn't use the chat ID. So that can actually get rid of this, right? So we actually don't need this. The reason why I included that is because what you could do is make a call at this point to get all the previous messages of your chat and build your prompt up on that. So that way you have contextual chat. So that's if you're wondering how to do that, that's how you would do it. But yeah, so that's actually how you would do it, right? You could do it that way. But I don't want to go too crazy on it, but yeah, okay. So at this point now, what's really cool is that if I change the model of the input here, it will go ahead and use different models. So once we get that bit set up, it will just literally click and play into this, right? So now we've got a query done. So we can go back to our ask and we can go ahead and import our query helper from our library, right? So now we've imported it from our library. Now we can go ahead and build out the rest of our thing. So this one, we got ask question. So yeah. So at this point we've got I'm going to create a message now. So message, and the reason why I'm doing this is that way I keep it consistent with the previous message that I made. All right. So at this point we're going to go ahead and say that the text is going to be the response, or it's going to say ChatGPT could not find an answer for that. Right. So text or ChatGPT cannot find an answer for that if there was no available thing to come back. And now this is the important part, okay? So I need to get the admin, right? So I need the admin's Firestore details, because what I'm gonna need to do now is from the back end, I need to basically create a document. Right, so I need to go ahead and add in a document into the messages collection, but from the server end, which means that I need a special admin privilege, right? So in order to do this, I'm going to show you exactly how, and this is very powerful, right? So listen very carefully. So at this point, I am going to pause at this, and I need to set up Firebase admin because we need the timestamp and a bunch of other things. So I'm going to go into where Firebase is. I'm going to create another one called Firebase admin, and this is a different library, yeah? So it's the Firebase admin API. Right, so in this case now, what we're going to do is we're going to install Firebase admin into our project. So Command J, yarn add command Firebase admin. There we go. All right, so I'm going to do my import. So very similar approach where we have the get apps and we import it. So similar thing, except now we need something called a service account key, right? So let's head over to our Firebase. So over here, and then I want to go into our Firebase build. It was authentication. Yeah, authentication. And now settings. Okay, so I've completely gone blank here, but let's find it. Don't worry about it. Let's find it together. So it's got Firestore database, usage, Firestore rules. Where is my admin stuff? I forgot. I've completely gone blank. I think it is in authentication, right? Oh no, sorry, it's in here, project settings. There we go. So project settings, then you want to go to service accounts. Yeah. So at this point, you can go ahead and click in create service account. So here we've created a service account, and then I want to go ahead and do node, right? And we need to generate a new private key. So this is the code that they give you. I'm going to show you a better way to do this, but we're going to generate a new private key right now. I'm going to click on generate, and what's going to happen is I'm going to download a file. So I just clicked it. It's just downloaded a file for me. So I'm going to show you the different approaches that we can take to getting this the way we want it, right? So I've just moved that off the screen because I had something in there. So it's downloaded the file that we want. And then what I recommend you do is you take the file that it went ahead and gave you. So I'm going to go back to my screen right now. You take that file and you just drag it over here, right? So right now I've got this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this to simply my service account key, right? But you see right now, so this is good in my local dev environment, but how do I do this? If I was to go ahead and deploy this, I can't just give this to an environment variable, right? So there is a way of doing that though. So what I want you to do is I'll Control A, copy this. Right, copy this. I'm going to show you a trick now, right? So locally, this will work with a React app, but when you want to deploy it, it's a little bit different, right? So I'm going to show you how you can actually include this in a environment variable, right? So yes, you can do that, right? So what I want you to do is head over to, I've got it here just to help out actually. So you want to head over to this website right now. So textfixer.com/tools/remove line breaks, right? Then you want to go down and paste in your block, right? At this point, we're going to do, go back to my service account key, copy this, go back over to my this one and paste it. And you see what all I need to do now is remove the line breaks. So remove line breaks and you'll get this. Okay, so you want to copy this. And again, this is actually all in the Papa GitHub repo in the example environment file. Okay, so basically you want to grab this, copy this, and now I'm going to show you something else. Right? This blow your mind. I was like, whoa, that actually worked. Like, holy crap, when I found this one out. Yeah. So now, rather than using this service account key, because again, you don't want to commit, you don't want to push this file, right? You absolutely don't want to push that file public, right? That's a private file, which means that I should ignore that, which I will in a second, right? Somebody remind me. So at this point now, in my environment file, I'm going to hide for a second. I'm going to hide my keys for a second as well. So I'm going to take this key away. I'm going to take this key away. Okay. And then what I want to do is come back to my screen. And then now I want to type in Firebase service account key equals, right? And what I'll do is if I was you, I'll just pop it down here. Okay. And then I'll show you how we do this. So that value that we copied earlier, I copied it in my clipboard. I'm just going to grab it now. So you copy the value that I talked about, the massive one, and you just paste it in, guys. Like, that's literally it. You just paste it in. Right? I kid you not, you paste it in, right? And we can do this when we deploy as well, right? So you have to do that line break cleanup. Otherwise it won't work as an environment variable, but that's how you do it. So I'm going to go ahead and put back these environment variables, save the file, and then close it. Okay. So I'm doing this now. So I'm going to go ahead and just pop these values back in. I'm going to go ahead and pop in this value right now as well. Boom. And now we have our value. Okay. So this is good. So going back to Firebase. So at this point, what we could have done before is if you want to keep your JSON account in your directory, you can do it, right? You can do it with this call. But again, as I mentioned, you don't want to commit that, right? You really don't want to commit that to your code. Otherwise, somebody can see your service account key. So I wouldn't do that, right? So firstly, what you should be doing is, if you are going to go that route, is git ignore it. So service account key should be then grayed out. So that's good. So you want to add it to your git ignore file. But we want to do it from our environment file. So that way we can do some cooler stuff with it, right? So now what I want to do is you basically rebuild it from your JSON. So you say service account equals JSON.parse, and then you get your account key from your environment file, and then you do as string, right? At this point, Firebase admin, yeah, there we have it. So we got the service account rebuilt out, basically. And now what I do is I say, if there is no get apps dot length, right? So no get apps dot length, right? Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say admin dot initialize app, okay? And this is a singleton pattern, and we say credential admin certificate service account. So basically we rebuilt it back from this environment variable, and then we initialize the app with it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say admin db equals admin dot Firestore. And then what I do is I export my admin database. And now what I can do is I can make admin calls from my backend to manipulate the database with zero permission. So remember, admins, this is why you have to hide that key. Admins do not need permission level requirements. They can just go in and just delete everything, right? So you have to be careful with this, okay? Right. So in this case, we've got this here. So now I'm going to go into ask question, and we're going to go into our code and start doing the finish off our API query. Okay. So now where I need to get the timestamp from the admin database, right? From the database, basically. But this is on the Node.js. This is a backend. This is server level, right? So I say create app, and then I go ahead and say admin.firestore.timestamp.now. Okay, so don't now, like that, right? And then I basically have this, oops, no. Yeah. And then I say user, I'm going to pass in a user object. My user object is going to have an ID of ChatGPT. So it's going to be ChatGPT. The name is going to be ChatGPT, and the avatar, in this case, I've actually got an avatar of ChatGPT that I've saved. Feel free to use it. There you go. And then we have it. Okay, cool. use it at your own risk, basically. I don't own that, all right? It's just a logo. I'm not assuming ownership or whatever. ChatGPT, I'm just trying to spread love. Something you have to say these things now. So now we've got the message ready. I'm going to go ahead and do the install. So I'm going to say await, add to the database. I'm going to say await admin db dot collection. Right, so I need the admin DB firstly, so I'm going to import it, admin.collection. And now this follows the old approach, right? So I don't know if you've done this before, but this will follow the old V8 approach that we were used to back in the day. So it'll be session dot, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write this one out for you so it's a bit easier for you to just understand. Otherwise, I'm just going to faff it a bit when I explain it. So await, so collection users, doc session, collection chats, doc chat ID, collection messages, add message, right? Add message into this collection. That's what we're doing. Now you can go ahead and specify this in a single doc string, but I want to just do it like this, right? So that's pretty cool. Okay, so Tina, I'm looking into doing new builds, yes. So collection, I'm going to add it there, right? So at this point now, that will actually do what we want. So res.status.json, I'm going to send back the answer, and the answer will be the message.text because we already have it, right? So if all of this goes to plan, what we are doing here is we are, from our chat input, there's loads of stuff happening, right? From our chat input, we are making a API call. So basically, we are adding to Firebase firstly from the client. The client then queries our own API, right? So you can even shift this if you want to the backend, but it's fine, right? So then what we do is we make a request to our API. Our API will then go ahead and hit our own ask questions endpoint. Then we hit this point. We strip out all the values that we pass through. We then go ahead and say we check them, make sure we got all the details we need. We then query ChatGPT. ChatGPT will then give us back a message, right? So the response, we package this up into a message. We then add this from the admin, so the backend, into the Firestore database, right? And then what we do is we return the answer as a bit of text. Okay, and then because it's all connected in a real-time fashion on the front end already, we should see that being updated. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh and see what the hell's going on. So firstly, I've got an issue going on here. What is happening? ChatGPT, so server error. At this point, what I would do is just we've installed a bunch of stuff, close the server, run it again, and let's just see what's happening. Okay, so oh no, please, I should have spotted that one. I've seen it. Maybe it would have been, oh, there we go, thank God. I was thinking, damn, I was like, yeah, sorry. So at this point now, if I was to go ahead and click into these, cool. And then what I want to do is I want to bring out my Firebase database. Where is it gone? Yeah, let's just pull it out here. So I'm going to pull this over here so we can see it. So I'm going to go to my Firestore database and let's go ahead and type in a message into one of these. So you can see here that these have the IDs at the top, right? So we've got WO, this one is DZT, right? So DZT in chats, let's go to DZT, this one. And then you can see we have no messages right now. So if I type in hello world, enter, right? It will say ChatGPT is thinking. So remember our loading has punched off, look, messages. It went ahead and added in our message of hello world. Now it's asked, oh, sick. Now it added in ChatGPT, and then from the admin, it added in the response, which was some Chinese text, I guess, or I'm not sure what that is, but yeah. So at this point, let's go ahead and say, what is the color of the sky? And let's see what happens, right? So look, client side added it. We then make a request to our backend, and then the backend says, the color of the sky can vary depending on the time of day and the weather, but it's usually a light blue. Boom, let's freaking go, guys. Right, that is so amazingly powerful, right? This is so cool, right? This is so cool. Yeah, so you guys can see that is literally pulling it in, and you see the way it's doing it is nuts, right? It's doing it from our back end. It's just so good, right? Now we've got the messages. We can go ahead and do the front end. So let's go ahead and keep the momentum up because we still got quite a bit to build, right? But it's all going to plug and play now, I promise you. And we've got use SWR for the model selection as well. So now we've got the chat. So we've done, if we go to our chat page.tsx, over here, we've got the chat input, which is pretty much done. And then we've got the chat. Now, what I love about this build is that we aren't connected to anything. So chat input is completely independent of chat, which is so nice, right? All right, let's go ahead and do the chat directory now, right? So firstly, we need the session. So we need the data. This bit's a breeze now because we've done this before, right? So we need the use session. React context is unavailable in server components. Yes, because chat needs to be a client component. There we go. All right. So we've got the chat. There we go. Bam. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and map the items from the collection, right? So in this case, we're going to get the messages. Remember, you get the loading and the error state as well. We don't care about the error and the loading for now. We're just going to use collection. Use collection. Yeah, use collection. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, if the session exists and query, so now we're going to have an aggregate query. Remember how we do this? We say, firstly, we say the collection. That's actually spot on with what I wanted. Yes, that is correct. And then messages, yes. And then the second argument would be order by created at. So I need to firstly pop in order by collection. So this is very similar to what we did before, guys. I import all of the things I need: users, session, email, chat ID, messages, and so forth, right? But in this case, we're just double checking that session exists before we go ahead and do that, right? Right, now we're going to go ahead and map out the messages here. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and say messages.docs.map out for every single message. I want to map out a message item, so message. And we're going to pass through the key. Firstly, the key is going to be the message.id. Remember, you should always use a key when you're mapping through, right? And then we're also going to pass through the message. And this is going to be the message.data from Firebase, which is going to be the contents of that message. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a message component. So here I'm going to say message.tsx, and then here RFCE, message, like so. And inside of here we get the actual message itself, so the message contents, and we actually get the type definition from this from Firebase, which is documents. So in this case I can say type props equals message equals document data, and then here I can say we get the message come back through like so, and I can map it to the props, right? And just like that, we now have the perfect type definitions mapped in. This one's freaking out because message only refers to a type, but it's not being used to a type. Oh, I see. So that's a problem because we don't want to have that. Oh yes, I'm not actually, that's my bad. I haven't imported it. What am I doing? There you go. No, need to import it. And now what we should see on our message, hey, look at that, messages are coming through. Yeah, so if I type in like hello world, you'll see that now you just see like another hello world, and then while it's thinking, it will basically wait for it and pop in the next one. Yeah, so at this point we've got the div. Now I'm going to have a div, and inside of it I'm going to have a p tag, and here we're going to have the message text. So the message.text, and wait for it. I'm not going to hit save yet. I'm not going to hit save. I'm going to wait for it, right? So the source here, I'm going to say message.user.avatar. Yeah, and then we're gonna style this up a little bit. So I'm not hitting save. I'm going to show you how it pops in, and it's gonna be like whoa moment, right? So the class name, pt1, text should be small, and then the div on the outside should be a flex container space along the x-axis of 5, padding on the x-axis of 10, max width of 2 XL, and margin X of auto, and then obviously we have the outer one. But before I do that, I'm gonna hit save now. 3, 2, 1, boom. Oh, look at that guys, look at that. It's so cool. It's coming in. So let's go ahead and do the finishing touch on this. We're gonna say we're gonna do a string interpolation because we're gonna use a bit of a we're going to check a variable here. So we're going to say padding Y of 5. There we go. A bit of breathing room. Text should be white. And you can obviously add in dark mode, do all that good stuff, right? I say is ChatGPT. So firstly, I need to determine if I'm ChatGPT. And the way I do that is very simple, right? The only way you're going to be like, you're going to know if it's a robot is because if the admin added it, their message name will always be ChatGPT. Otherwise, it will be your email address. So we can safely confirm by using this variable here by saying is ChatGPT and then we say BG. And then we basically pass in the color of the one that I want. So I'm going to actually have like the striped approach that they have. And then wait for it, 3, 2, 1. Pow. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Like, oh my days, that is so clean. All right. And now if I type in, what is a YouTuber? And wait for it. ChatGPT is thinking. Wait for it. 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 Come on. Come on. Sometimes it will bug out and it'll say 49. YouTuber is an individual who creates and uploads video content to sharing on YouTube. Oh, this is so cool. If I go into another one here, new chat, you will see, and also look at the last little words are coming in, right? And here, if I say, explain what coding is, right? And wait for this. Check this out. Kung Kot asked a question. We answer that kind of stuff in Azure Full Stack Hero, dude. Look at that. Fazad says, if these messages are popping, I'm about to lose my mind. Yeah, dude, it's so sick, right? Look at that. Look. Are you a human? And look at this. Look, ChatGPT is thinking. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. No, I'm not human. Oh, it's so cool, man. So cool. And look, you can go ahead and go through the different, things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is absolutely amazing. And you can go ahead and delete old stuff, and you can go ahead and click through. And look, it takes us back to the home screen. If you delete, amazing, amazing stuff, right? So this is so clean right now. Obviously, we still got some UI stuff. We still got the model selection to do. We still have a few areas that we need to fix, right? What we now need to do is go into, where's my code out? Let's see. So we'll go into page.tsx, and we had overflow hidden here. But in here, I believe we wanted overflow scroll. Yeah, so here is what I wanted to do. So flex one, but I wanted to say overflow y of scroll. That way, if it ever got too big, it would be a scroll, right? You can do auto as well, right? So only if it goes past that point, it will go ahead and pop in. And you can say overflow x is hidden. Yeah, because we're actually wrapping around anyway. So this works really nicely. Who is Papa React? Ask ChatGPT. I don't even know if it'll ask this, right? Who is Papa React? Who knows, right? If it does that, I'm gonna lose my mind, right? So if someone says, who is Papa React? Let's see. I'm nervous. I don't know what it's gonna say. Probably is an educational organization that helps provide resources. Oh wow! Power offers a variety of services and products such as online courses to focus on fundamentals. Yo, that's pretty crazy. I think that's spot on. I think it is, right? We are an educational organization, right? I guess I'm an educational organization. They forgetting about Jay, hating on it, but that's amazing. That's so cool. Wow. So at this point, this is a really cool build. You see what I mean, right? So we've got this down, and now what I do want to do is I want to say if there is no messages, I actually want to have a little sort of like a nice little prompt, right? So I'm going to say messages dot empty, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to save us a bit of time here by just popping in what I need. So I'm going to go pop that in, and I'm just going to pop in a fragment with an arrow down circle icon, right? And what this will do is I'm actually going to have an outline. So now what we'll do is basically, if there is no message, watch what happens now. So new chat takes me to a new chat. Wait for it. Type in a prompt below to get started. Hey, look at that. That's so sick, right? You're so famous that even OpenAI heard about you. It's pretty cool, right? It found me. So at this point, even if we delete it, you see how it will take me back to the home screen. But this is what I'm saying. Like, you're actually getting different messages, right? Which is absolutely incredible. You're literally getting the different messages. You're getting new messages. It's really quite powerful, right? Like what's happening here. And you see like the last thing, so the last message here, hello world, Papa React is an educational organization. This is amazing, right? So just want to type in test ones. I just want to see something. This one, for some reason, it's only showing the top one, which is strange. But yeah, it should show the last message on here. Wait for it. Okay, but let's move on because I don't want to get stuck here, mess around with this. But you see how even the overflow comes in when it's needed, yeah. So sometimes if you can't figure it out, it'll say ChatGPT has no answer for that, or how we did it. Okay, so at this point now, let's do the model selection. While we're going hot, let's do model selection. So now what we're going to do is React select. So React select. Okay, so React select, let's keep going strong. We're going to use this to create a select, right? So first things first, I need to make an API call, which will allow us to get all of the engines. So I'm actually going to save us time now and do that right now. So inside of our API, we're going to go ahead and create a API call called get engines.ts, right? And what this API is going to do is essentially we're going to go ahead and pull in a bunch of stuff from, so in this case, look, I'm popping this in and I'll explain everything. So this is no different to our previous API call layout, right? So the same layout is what we're dealing with, except we have firstly on a type of options, which is going to be what we end up returning in the select field. So that's why I've created a type options. Here is the return type, and what we're doing is we're simply returning a type of model options, which is option array, right? So this is the reason why, it's because you know those little select drop down fields, the way they expect data is in value label pairs. So what I've done is I made a type definition for that value, which is called option, value label pairs, and it's an array. So model options is basically going to be the drop down options. Then what we're doing is we're basically making a call to OpenAI. We're saying list all the models, and we're simply passing the data from it, right? And it's data.data because inside the data block is inside of data is literally what we wanted, right? Fazza said, ask who is Sunny Sanga Papari at YouTuber. Let me actually do that. I'm actually going to try it in the background. I know I'm getting distracted. I'm only going to do this one thing. Oh wow, my god, that gave a big prompt. I actually want to do this. I want to see what it's like. Who is proper at YouTuber? While it does that, let's go ahead and do this. So then carrying things on, we're then mapping things out. So that way we're basically extracting the data that gets returned, and we're just we're mapping it into what the thing that we need. So all we cared about was the ID that came back. So the IDs, and each one was like text DaVinci had the other ADA models and those kind of ones, loads of models. And then we're simply returning it in a statement, right? As in we're returning it in the response. Okay. Sunny Sanga Papa is a popular British YouTuber and reaction videos. Okay, he has over 845,000. Okay, so we've traveled forward in time. Over 120 million views since he began uploading in 2014. I mean, it's somewhat there. We'll get there. We'll get there. And reaction videos, maybe, who knows? All right, this so jokes. Okay, let's stay focused now. So we've got this get engines available, and now what I want to do is I'm going to make a call to my get engine. So what I need to do now is I'm going to go to my my sidebar, and where we had modal selection, right? So here. So what we're going to do inside the sidebar, guys, is we're actually going to go ahead and say this sidebar, by the way, is going to be, so I want to hide it here. I want to have the modal selection at the bottom on mobile screen, and I want to show it there on big screen. So what I say is I say hidden for mobile and show on small screens and above, right? So small screens and above, inline it. And then what I'm going to do here is create a new component called modal selection, right? And this modal selection is going to be our special thing that we have access to. So it's basically going to be the one that I know this is going to be really powerful, and it uses use SWR. So stay tuned, right? So we're going to create a new component called modal selection.tsx, RFCE that, and then we're going to do import it like so. Okay. And now what we should see is, you see we've got the modal selection on a big screen, but it hides on that screen. That's perfect, right? And I'll show you why we did it that way, because I want this to be pretty flexible in how we use it right now. Okay, so next thing I need is use SWR. Now if you have no idea what use SWR is, it's basically, I'll handle React Select afterwards. It's React hooks for data fetching by the guys over at Vercel. Now, the reason why we want to do this is because it allows us to fetch data in a really efficient way, because now we're fetching it based on cached key value pairs, which means that it doesn't matter which component we're in. We don't even need a global data layer like Redux or Recoil. We can just do it with something like use SWR, right? And it handles it really well when we're doing things like data fetching, okay? That's so sick. Frank goes, everyone subscribes so ChatGPT comes true. Let's go. That's it, guys. Let's go. Let's keep going strong. So we're going to go ahead and install this. So SWR. So if you click on get started, you can see yarn as to SWR, and then they've got their sort of explanation, and I'll explain it briefly as to how it works, but it's actually really, really powerful in what it can do. We do go over it in 0 to Full Stack Hero. So I'm going to do yarn add SWR, hide this, and then what I'm going to do is go into my Yeah, there we are. And here you can see, so basically what we do is we basically say that we provide a key. So this doesn't actually have to be the endpoint, it's just any key, it can be anything. And then we have a fetcher. The fetcher is basically what we do to get the information. And then we have all the three states. We have error, is loading, and data state. And then you can do like refetching, refetch on click, loads of stuff like that. So what we will do is we will go ahead and make it a client side component. So this will be a use client. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and pop in the following. We'll say import use SWR from SWR. And now what I'm going to do is, rather than make a simple fetcher function like this, I'm going to have something called fetch modals, right? So I'm going to create a helper function here called fetch modals. Fetch modals. Models, what am I doing modals? I'll get so caught up, right? And this will be a function which goes ahead and just returns simply, it's an implicit return, so we don't actually need this. We can just go ahead and say fetch. And we're going to make a call to our own API. And this one is, remember, we made an API endpoint called get engines, right? So I'm calling it engines, but really it's, I guess it's models, right? Get models, get engines, you can rename it. And then we're going to pass the JSON response, right? So get engines, get engines. What did I call it? Get engineers? Did I call it engineers? Get engines, yeah. Get engines, right? And now what we can do is we can say const data. We're going to rename the data to models, and then we're going to say is loading. I don't care about the error state, that's fine. And then we say use SWR. Oh, Marius is in the house. What's up, dude? I remember the key. So this key doesn't have to. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll make the key like the route you actually ended up calling, right? But you can actually make this key anything. That's the really cool thing about this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call this key models, right? And that's a lot of the time when I teach this, they actually get pretty confused. But you put the function for fetching the information as a second argument. So this is the fetcher, and then we have the fetching like so, right? So now what we can do is this will fetch the information for us. And then what I'm going to do is actually have, rather than a piece of state to keep track of what the user selects in the drop-down list, we're going to have another cached value in using use SWR, and then we're going to share that between different components. Really powerful. I promise you, I'll show you how we do this. So next things up, we're going to import this React Select. We're going to install. It's a really good library for handling drop downs, that kind of thing. I'll make a little Instagram reel on it or YouTube short on it. It's actually pretty cool. It's very nice, and it's searchable as well. So you can say like, let's just type in like red, for example. You see how it's searchable? It's very nice. They show you like, that's the, when I was talking about the type definition, making sure it was in this format and we mapped through it. That's what we did on the back end, right? So we made sure it was in this format. So now I'm going to go ahead and pop this into our code like so. So I'm going to pop this over there. And now I'm going to use it. So over in my div, I'm going to say select like so. And it's a self-closing component. So something like this. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So class name here, margin top of 2, very simple. The default value is going to be the modals. Right, the model. We don't have a model yet, right? So we don't have a default value yet. So I'm going to do it afterwards. We're going to say is searchable is true. Okay, is loading is going to be attached to the loading, and what this does is it gives a really nice UI. It shows actually how things work. Menu position is going to be fixed. Okay, and then we have class names. And this one is going to be basically the way you do this, right, is you have in here, you have something called control, and the control allows us to basically have the state. So is it being in hovered right now? What is it doing? So in this case, if I type in state dot, you see, we can say like, is it disabled? Is it focused? Is it kind of whatever? In this case, we don't really care about any of that. We just want to go ahead and say that I want the inner styling to be a color that I want rather than your color. So I'm going to customize it to have our own colors. Right, that means that doesn't play an effect. And then we go ahead and actually, you can leave that in there, yeah. And then we have the placeholder, which is going to be the modal as well, which we don't have yet. So I'm going to go ahead and just comment that out as well. And then we have on change, which is for the modal. And then we have options, which is the actual options for selecting. So first thing we have is the models. And then remember, inside of the response, it was called model options, right? So model options. And then we are going to prepare another piece of state, but in this time we're not going to have a fetch, right? So you don't have to use SWR when you're data fetching externally. You can actually use it as many people don't know this, but you can use it as a local way to transfer, like rather than having a global store, you can just use it as a way to kind of use it between your components, right? So it's pretty cool. You can have a mutate function, and this we're going to rename to set modal. And then I'm going to say use SWR. And in this case, I'm just going to say modal. Or model. Why do I keep saying my God, sorry guys. Model. That's it, yeah? And then here what we do is we say fallback data. And this is basically the way you say it. So fallback, one second, why is that being weird? Fallback data equals text DaVinci 003. Okay. And now what I'm doing is I'm basically setting, this is like very similar to a, like a use state, right? Cool. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and give these default values and default placeholders, and then the set modal we can go ahead and use on the on change, right? So here we can say on change, an event gets fired off, and we just use the e.value to set the modal. And we're doing the exact same thing, and it's super cool. Tina says, suddenly I'm using SWR with React Native, and it's making it blazingly fast with caching. Exactly, because it caches the value. So if it makes this call here, and we request it in another component, it doesn't need to make the same fetcher request again, unless you can set obviously refresh intervals and that kind of stuff. But it's so good in that sense. So imagine you have loads of different requests being made. It just reduces the number of requests in your app, right? So absolutely incredible. So now let's go ahead and have a look what's happening. So let's look inside of our sidebar, and we have our modal. So let me go ahead. Oh, look at that. Oh, nice. And oh, look at that, guys. It got it. Our API is working. Text DaVinci, Ada, Babbage. These are all coming from the backend. That is amazing, right? Text DaVinci. Cool. The only thing I see here not being cool and not working the way I want it is class names. So this is not looking the way I like it. So that's it. That's why. I don't know why that wasn't doing what I wanted. But in this case, if we did like Ada DaVinci, I think this because I did text white, maybe? Was it? No? Okay, no, I'm not sure, to be honest. There you go. That's better. Text white didn't really do anything. There we go. Yeah, okay, so that's it. It just took a little bit of refreshing, right? So save, refresh, and then you're good. All right, so I think my Tailwind is being a bit buggy. There you go. Cool. So text DaVinci 003, and then you can see we pop it out. Nice, right? And then on a small screen, it's hidden, right? That's cool. And obviously, there's a bit of a spacing issue here that I'm not liking. So firstly, let's make this a margin top 2. That's nice. And then secondly, let's go out of here and do it in our sidebar. I believe it's here that is what I'm having a problem with. So in the loading, so where we have our chats being looped through, it was actually here. So it was div. This will go inside of here. And then we have a class name. I would say flex column, space Y of 2 and a margin Y of 2, right? So that's going to give us a bit more breathing. That's better. There you go. Nicer. Yeah. And then if it's loading the chats, I'm going to say it's loading the chats. So here on this one, just while we're coming back here, I can get rid of the console log. We don't want console logs in production. I can go ahead and say loading and then I've got a nice little bit of text that will pop out here to say if it's loading. Cool. Okay, now what we've got here is you'll see it's gonna load on here as well as here, loading chat, and then here you get the nice little, what I love about this is we passed in loading. So you see it's loading and then bam. Oh, so clean, guys. All right, Gabriel says, it looks like I'm late. Don't worry, dude, it's gonna be up afterwards. Just smash that like button if you're coming in late to enjoy the video. All right, so now what I want us to do is we've got this down, which is looking awesome. I now need to feed this through, right? So obviously I'm not sure what the color is glitching out there, but it's fine. But I need to feed this through, and firstly I need to make it pop under here as well. So chat input, let's also do that one. So chat input, I will show you where we're going to put it inside the chat input. So remember I had a modal selection down here. The reason why this is genius, right, is because now what I can do is I can make the chat input appear over here if it's on a certain screen and appear here if it's on the other screen. So now all you do is you wrap your component in a div. So for example, in this case, a modal selection will go here, and we just do the opposite. In Tailwind, we just say on the medium screens, it's hidden. And now, look at that, guys. Look at that. So on this screen, it's there. And on the smaller screens, it's there. Lovely, right? Look at that. So on a mobile view, you can actually select your model underneath and it works. Now, how do we feed it into the Housefly says it live? Yes. How do we feed this into the actual prompt, right? So where we actually did the chat input now, model was being used up here, right? So remember the to-do, we left it saying use SWR to get the model. So this is fairly straightforward now. All we have to do is we match up the use SWR with the previous use SWR that we had. So in this case, where we had the component for modal selection, look at this, right? So I'm going to pop this over to one side and I'm going to explain a little concept here. So rather than doing this, right, which is rubbish, we're going to basically do this. So I'm going to go ahead and get the same line of code here. So the use SWR modal. So in this case, I can go ahead and get the access to it here. So we're going to say data modal use SWR, and the only thing you need to make sure that you do right here is actually go ahead, firstly import that, is actually go ahead and use the same key. So the same key is being used here. Notice how the same key. The fallback data remains the same, that's fine. The text is fine. We can go ahead and get rid of this, and we're not actually using the set model or the mutation, so we can actually get rid of that as well, just to be a bit safer. And now what you can see is, and I'm going to prove this, a point to you, right? So here, if I change this to Da Vinci, if I go over here now, notice how it's Da Vinci. If I change this to Babbage similarity, and I go over here now, notice how it's Babbage. Oh, so I've actually messed that one up, sorry. Text Da Vinci, Babbage similarity. So I messed this one up a little bit. I think I haven't saved it or something. But yeah, that does work, right? Just trust me, it does work. Okay, so at this point now, we've got text Da Vinci. My React select box is bugging out as well. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, yeah. So the point is that this box now, I can actually get access to it. Okay, so that's the main thing I'm trying to prove or point to. And the way that I can show you this is basically, if I was to go ahead, we're gonna go ahead and show you something. So text Da Vinci is quite smart. It's the smartest ChatGPT model. It's the one that you're using on the playground is probably that one. So if I go ahead now and type in explain what programming is, right? Now you can see ChatGPT will think and it will give me pretty good answer, right? Unless it errors out for whatever reason, right? It can happen. Don't worry about it, right? So Clayton says, amazing, Papa. Look at that. Programming is a process of creating instructions for computer, blah, blah, blah. Now, if I change the model to something like Adder and I ask the same question, right? Now, because remember, all I'm doing with the chat input is feeding in the modal into the prompt, right? So remember the initial prompt, that's the one that's going in. So now all I'm doing is I'm using the same thing, explain what programming is, but I'm doing it with Adder now. Okay, to me and everyone else about the author Sleepy Bear, it doesn't make sense, right? So Adder's not as good as understanding, right? And then also you've got certain ones for coding. So there was like another one, Code Da Vinci. I think there's another better one, Code Da Vinci. So if I type in Code Da Vinci 002, I said write a while loop, right? So in Code Da Vinci 002, let's see this. Wait for it. Write a while loop. And now you will see it will give me some kind of while loop that will come back, I guess. Wait for it. ChatGPT is responding. Okay, so to go through 5 questions, code, number of questions. Oh, it gave me like tons, right? But if I was to go to like text Da Vinci, write a while loop. Obviously, my prompt could also be better. I could say write a while loop in JavaScript, right? In this case, it hasn't. That starts with 0 and ends when it reaches. So yeah, you can see Text Da Vinci is by far much more of a better model, right? So it's the best trained model at the moment. But the point is it works. It actually works, right? And you can prove it by logging it out on the server and see what for yourself what it's calling. But this actually works. You can change model and it works. Okay, so that's beautiful. Everything was great. For some reason the color, I'm not sure why that keeps happening. Yeah, I guess it's just whenever I save it, it's hot reloading it in, but that will be in the final build in that color, right? So that's really beautiful, guys. Who's enjoying this so far, right? So I think at that point we've actually completed everything that we needed. So we have the ability to create new chats, we have the ability to go back to the main screen, we have the ability to go ahead and put these in. SWR, someone asking, is a way of fetching it's data fetching, React hooks for data fetching, but by the guys over at Versal. So I recommend you read this and have a look for yourself, right? So in this case, that's great, right? So somebody says, don't understand why there's a round avatar. That's my log out button. Liz is asking. So I was lazy. All right, that's the truth. That's just a log out button. If I click it, you'll see I log out. Yeah, that was me being lazy. Now we've got the deployment, right? Deployment to Vercel, and then we're going to go ahead and map it to our own custom domain name. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and do Sunny Sanger. So I'm going to log into my account, and we should see all of the chats that I previously had. So look, loading chats, bam, just like that, we have it. And if I was in my other account, the other one, you'll see that there won't be any chats, right? So if we go ahead and log into that one, so let's log into Papa React. And then we're going to deploy it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. We're going to deploy it to Vercel. All right, so operator.team. Look at that, loading chats. Oh, there's no chat, right? So we've got a new chat. Let's go ahead and click new chat. Now we're in our chat. And let's go ahead and type in hello world. And then let's see if it comes back with something. And notice how we're completely different. So these chats are the ones that are inside of Papa React with his image and all that kind of stuff. And then in the other account, we've got the messages from the other one. So you can see it actually works, right? So I'm going to show you how to deploy. Let's go, guys. Right. So now what I want to do is I'm going to make this super easy for you, right? So firstly, click into your environment local file. I'm going to hide it for a second. Okay. So I want you to click into it, and I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to just hide a key here and hide a key here just for a second, right? So once you're in here, what I want you to do is Control and Command C, right? So I want you to grab this and Command C, right? Now you don't actually need the next URL, right? So this one you can actually probably leave. It uses when you deploy to Vercel, so you can basically copy everything else, right? Copy it all. And obviously you have your keys in here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put the keys back, and I'm going to copy it. Okay. So copy everything. And yep. So we're going to copy it all. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it. Okay, so I'm going to copy everything, and then I'm going to close it. Okay, so copy everything, close it. And now what we're going to do is Command J, and you're going to type in, you need to make sure you've installed the Vercel CLI. So I'm going to do it through the CLI, and I have a whole video explaining how to deploy from the CLI. Right, so in this case, all you need to do is install it. So you can do it with any of these. I've already done this command, so I don't need to do it. And then you can type in Vercel. And if you aren't logged in, it will go ahead and log you in. Right? Go ahead and type in Vercel. If you're not logged in at this point, it'll prompt you to log in. Otherwise, it will say set up and deploy. So we're going to click on yes. And then we're going to say which scope. And in this case, I'm logged into Sunny Sanger. I'm going to hit enter. Link to an existing project. Enter for no. What's your project name? I'm going to hit enter for the default. In which directory is your code located? This one. Okay. And then it's going to upload the code. Now what you'll find is this will actually want to modify the settings. So we say no. Deploy, right? So this will obviously break. The reason why this will break is because we don't actually have environment variables set up here. So I'm going to click into inspect on the link it gives me, and then it will take me, I need to log in, and it will take me here. At this point, I go to ChatGPT Messenger YouTube, I go to settings, and I go to my environment variables, okay? And what's so amazing, right, about this is that you probably didn't know this, right? I saw it from Lee Robbins, one of his Twitter feeds. If you ever watched this, well done, dude. That's an awesome feature, and thank you for sharing it. You just go ahead and Control V, you paste. So if I go ahead and paste right now, boom, look at that. That's so sick. So I go ahead and I do it. No environment variables were created. Okay, so I made a mistake here. Oops. Environment variables. Okay, let's do it again. Oh yeah, here. So production, preview, development, save. There we go. And now I've gone ahead and created it. I know I just exploded it. It's fine. It's the end of the video, right? So in this case, boom, you do that. And then what I'm going to do, so now we've gone ahead and deployed these. And so now we've got the correct keys. So I go into my code and I simply go ahead and do Vercel --prod. So I'm going to do another deployment, but to production, right? So now we're almost there, guys, almost there, right? We're going to have another issue that's going to pop up, and we're going to fix that. And this is going to be related to more so the Google authentication being allowed to, we need to whitelist it. But after that's done, that's pretty much it, guys. So I need to go ahead and just double check this. So let's go ahead and do this. So you can see I've got a domain name here. So I'm going to copy that just for now. Visit, right? And now you can see if I go to this URL, sign in to use ChatGPT. If I click it, we should get I probably get an error now. Yeah, there you are. So see error details. We have the redirect URI. So you want to copy this URI. And remember, once you buy your domain name, you're also going to need to repeat this step, but you're going to copy that. Now you're going to go over to your Google Cloud. So Google Cloud Console. Okay, so I'm going to go over to my Google Cloud credentials. So I'm going to go over to my Google Cloud. I'm going to log into my correct account and I'm going to go into my API credentials. Okay, so here. So now I'm going to go into my ChatGPT Messenger, go into my OAuth 2 client credentials. And then I'm going to go ahead and firstly pop in the redirect URI. And secondly, I'm going to add in this. So the first part of the URL. So you need to repeat this if you deploy and change your domain name, right? Then we go ahead and click on save. So this one, get rid of that, sorry. And then save. And now let's go to our deployed URL. So let's go to our Vercel app, sign in to use ChatGPT. Boom, look at that. Oh my days. Then we go to Sunny Sangha. And then hopefully it works on the back end. Let's see. So I see all my chats. And let's go ahead and say, hello, explain the meaning of life. Enter, right? And then we see ChatGPT is thinking. Firstly, it posted it, which is good. Let's see if the Firebase admin key actually, it worked. It worked. Amazing. Amazing. And I actually didn't even test that before I went live, right? So that was actually, I didn't know if it was going to work live in stream right now. I'm not going to lie. I thought I might run into an issue, but that is so cool. Deployed and live. All right, so I'll show you how to do that as well because I'm going to do it right now. So to basically invalidate it, all you have to do is generate a new key. And then you basically, okay, so that's a bit exposed, but that's fine. And then I just go ahead and revoke the old key. And just like that now, you'll see the old one will stop working. So if I want to go ahead and type in hello world, now that API key, this one will post, but it will say ChatGPT is thinking. And then it will basically, yeah, so console log. Oh, I mean, maybe it takes time, I guess, to carry on. Okay, I mean, anyway, but that's how you do it, right? We went ahead and built out a fully functional ChatGPT clone, right? So this was a fully functional ChatGPT clone. It had Google Authentication. You get authenticated with NextAuth. It went ahead and loaded in your chats, and then you can go. You've got the ability to go ahead and speak with ChatGPT. It had all of the amazing things like this, right? So in this case, we've got all of this good, beautiful things going on. We've got our, our API working over here. In this case, I've got a little bug there. I'm sure we'll figure that one out. Yeah, but you can go ahead and debug it, all that good stuff. You can go ahead and delete different chats. It's absolutely incredible what you can do, right? Let's talk about some of the tech we learned, right? We obviously learned more about our ReactJS skills. We learned about React Firebase, Firebase's Firestore. We use Firebase Admin SDK. We use the OpenAI API, right? OpenAI API, right? We use NextAuth with Google Authentication. We learned more about TypeScript. We used the React Select library. We used dynamic page routing, use SWR. We did Firebase, React Firebase hooks, and we did React hot toast notifications. I'm probably missing so much as well, right? And we also learned all about the Next.js 13 folder structure, server components, client components, how you use it all together. It was an absolute incredible build. I hope you enjoyed it. And we're done with our first AI app. You just built the ChatGPT Messenger app. You can now go ahead and add that to your digital portfolio and show it off to the rest of the world. Now remember guys, if you want access to the code or you got stuck at any point in time, you can simply go ahead and check out the link in the description to get access to the GitHub repo where you'll find the code for this build will be stored. And of course, if you got stuck and you want to level up your skill set even further, then definitely check out our course and community Zero to Full Stack Hero. It's the first link in the description. You will not regret it. Now moving on to our second build of the AI crash course. We have the DALL-E 2 image generator app built with Microsoft Azure services. So in this app, we're going to be using Next.js 13, which of course it will increase your ReactJS skills as Next.js is a React framework. We're going to be implementing the ChatGPT API inside of the build, as well as introducing the DALL-E 2 image API. So that way we can generate images on demand using OpenAI's AI service. And to support all of this functionality, we teamed up with the guys over at Microsoft to bring you an amazing build today powered by Microsoft Azure. In particular, we're going to be covering the Microsoft Azure Cloud Functions and the storage blob service. So that way you'll be able to understand how to store those images securely on an Azure service and how to go ahead and leverage Cloud Functions to help you do just that. We're going to keep the code robust CSS with TypeScript. We're going to style it to make it beautiful with Tailwind. Enjoy the build, guys. Let's jump into it. Check it out. Boom. The PapaFam AI image generator, a fully responsive, gorgeous build. Like, look at the state of this build. I absolutely love it. I'm proud of it. Look at this. This is all made with Next.js 13.2, TypeScript, Microsoft Azure. We've got two Microsoft services here. We've got Microsoft Azure and we've got Microsoft Storage Containers. We've got DALL-E 2 producing these beautiful images. And we even have the ability for ChatGPT to think of suggestions for us, guys. Yes, we are going to make ChatGPT think of amazing suggestions. Let's try it out right now. Let's give it a real demo right now. You can see, let's create a modern abstract 4K painting of a butterfly with vibrant colors. I'm going to use that suggestion right now. And you can go ahead and create. It's creating it for us. We've got this nice little pop-up. We've got the ability to refresh images. Watch what happens automatically. That refresh is going to trigger. The image is going to get developed. And just in a second, DALL-E 2 will produce us a unique, one-of-a-kind piece of art on the screen. It's always a nice surprise as well. Look at that. I mean, wow. That's created by AI, guys. So this is OpenAI's DALL-E 2. We're using ChatGPT to power our suggestions, and you can feel free to, of course, write whatever you want. And look at that. I've even made it pop the suggestion down here when you type in there. So it's beautiful, this application. We're using CSS Grid to power it all up. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Let's go ahead and take a look. We even have lazy loading, guys. So this is absolutely incredible. So let's break down the tech stack that we have right here, okay? So this build consists of the following, guys. We've got React, right? We have TypeScript. Let me go ahead and just get rid of this screen for a second. We've got TypeScript. We've also got things like Next.js, but we're not using just normal Next.js. We're using Next.js 13.2. Yes, we're using the brand new routers inside of Next.js 13.2. We're also powering up the image functionality with DALL-E 2. Yes, guys, you heard it right, DALL-E 2. And we're using ChatGPT to go ahead and generate the suggestions. So we have loads of stuff to look forward to, right? And we also got things like Vercel. We're going to be using TypeScript to make sure our code is robust. We've got Tailwind CSS to make it completely responsive. And most importantly, none of this would be possible without Microsoft, right? So we have Microsoft Azure, and this is essentially cloud functions, right? So we've got cloud functions which are going to execute our code, and they scale extremely well. And you get free $200 worth of credit just for signing up. So it's bloody amazing, right? So you got Microsoft Azure, and we're going to use it as a storage service. So these two services are going to power up everything you see here. So it's absolutely an incredible tech stack that we're covering today, okay? Now let's dive into the backend. Let's see for ourselves what's running. We have Microsoft Azure. Don't worry if this looks scary. I'm going to make it seem so easy, and you're going to be able to follow along just right next to me, okay? We're going to be using our functions. So this will allow us to have essentially cloud functions which run in the cloud, which essentially just endpoints that we can go ahead and say, generate my image. Go ahead and give me all the images. All of that stuff happens with Microsoft Azure, and it's so easy to set up. And they've got such a nice integration with VS Code because Microsoft owns VS Code. So a lot of fun stuff happening today. And storage account is going to be used for storing all of the images that you see inside of this build. And just generally, guys, I'm so proud of this app, right? Look at this. It works perfectly on a phone. It works perfectly on a tablet. And then as you just scale up, you just get this beautiful responsive design. And I think this is something that you should all aim towards in regards to just impressing somebody with a build. Like, it should look beautiful, okay? So before we get started, you can go ahead and install the Azure Functions Core Tools. So you can go ahead and head over to their website. I'll show you everything that you need to do, but we are going to use Homebrew to install it. So you can simply run this command if you've got Homebrew. If you haven't, just simply Google how to install the Azure Function Core Tools. It's very easy to do so, right? And then you can go ahead and get set up with that, but it's pretty simple. I'm going to show you how we do it, okay? Let's go ahead and dive into this build. We're going to get started off with a template. So head over to tailwindcss.com, and we're going to create our first project. So we're going to go ahead and start things off by running this command. If your npx does not work, all you have to do is install the node tool, right? So you just have to go and Google node and just install node, okay? Then you'll get npx. So That's basically node package execute, all right? So in this case, we're gonna run this, and this sets up a Next.js project with Tailwind CSS, a starter kit, right? And then we're gonna go ahead and sort of fast forward everything after that. So we're gonna open up our terminal, right? I like to do things inside of a nice directory. You don't have to, it's completely fine. I put everything inside of documents, builds, so it's just cleaner. And then I'm gonna go ahead and paste in that command. Now, I'm not gonna hit enter, I'm gonna change this, and I'm gonna give this a title. We're gonna call it AI image generator. And in fact, I didn't actually give you guys a chance to do something. Why don't you give me a prompt? So I have an idea. Think of a prompt for a piece of art, and I will put it inside right now and show you that it works while we run this command, okay? So we're gonna create the app AI image generator, and we're gonna go ahead and say Microsoft build, okay? So AI image generator with Microsoft, and hit enter. So this will go ahead and start up our template, right? So our Next.js starter template, and it does it with Next.js 13. However, the code is originally set in Next.js 12, and I'll show you how to migrate it to 13. Now, if you do want an in-depth breakdown of how to transition over, I've done so many coaching calls in our community, Zero to Full Stack Hero, and I've also dropped a YouTube video. All right, so with that said, we've now created our AI repository. So in this case, we can go into that. So we can say CD, I'm gonna say AI image, and then and then generate a Microsoft, okay? And then what I want you to do is type in code dot. And if you don't have the code dot command, once VS Code opens, I'll show you how to get that code dot command. So you want to go ahead and actually, okay, what is that? That did not do what I wanted it to do. Let's close that. Let's double check. I want to check if there's anything in there. Okay, so we don't actually, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. So I'm going to go out of that and run my command again. Let's do that one more time, guys. Let's create the app and let's call it AI image generator. Okay, and let's run this again. It did not seem to actually create my my app. Okay, so in this case, I actually might need to update my, no, we don't have to do that. Create AI image generator Next.js. Interesting. Okay, in this case, we're gonna have to set up the old fashioned way, which is fine. A little bit of a headache, but that's okay. It happens. I guess they've pushed a weird update then. So if I go into my AI image generator, already started debugging. Okay, yeah, so that's not setting up my project. So if you run into this issue, it's completely fine. So I'm gonna show you the raw way of doing it, right? So Next.js, I'm gonna show you from scratch how you can go ahead and do it. If we wanna get started, we click on getting started, and then you can see it down here. Now we are gonna go ahead and set up with the latest, right? And we are gonna be using TypeScript. So we're gonna go ahead and copy this command, create next app. And here we're going to do the same thing. So create next app with TypeScript, hit enter, and it's going to go ahead and say, are you okay to proceed? We're going to say, yes, we are fine to proceed. What is your project name? So now I'm going to say AI image generator YouTube, right? Build. Okay, I'm just going to name it that for now. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use source directory? Did I use the source directory? I believe I did not. Let me just double check. I did not use the source directory in this one, so we're going to say no. Would you like to use the experimental app directory? In this case, yes, I do want to use it. Okay, import alias, would you like to configure? Let's just hit enter for now, that's fine. And then we're going to go ahead, and this actually is pretty handy. So this will install the dependencies, get everything set up, okay? So don't freak out. Sometimes things don't work. Like, look, we've just started the stream. Our template didn't work. It was working yesterday. It's fine. We just figure out the next way to do it, okay? This happens all the time when you're coding. Trust me, it happens to me a gazillion times a day. Don't freak out. You're fine. Do CD after that's done. AI image generator. So image generator dash YouTube build, whatever you've called it, you need to do that. And then if I do ls, there you go. I've got stuff inside now. So if I do code dot and I start things up, you should see the following. There we go, guys. That's more like it. Now we've started in the correct way. So I'm going to update later. That's fine. Now, what you can see here is we have the new app directory with a bunch of things already inside, right? We've got some CSS modules and that kind of good stuff, but we're not going to be using that. So I'm going to show you how to add Tailwind CSS manually into your application. So now what we're going to do is go back into what I previously said, if you to the install Tailwind. Now, in this case, if you did the starter project and it worked, great, you can go ahead and carry on. If it didn't work for you, then you have to go ahead and install the following, right? So in this case, we are using Yarn. Oh no, we're using NPM here. So we're going to stick on the track of using NPM. And if you're using Next.js 10 or newer, we need this. So in this case, I'm going to copy this command. Okay. I'm simply going to go inside Command J. I'm going to make my screen a little bit bigger so you guys can see what's going on a bit easier. And I'm going to go into my terminal. So output, and you see we have the terminal on the left, right? So here, let's close these. There you go. And now what I'm going to do is npm or install -d means only a developer dependency. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and hit enter. This will install all of the Tailwind setup for us. Okay. So very simple. We're going pretty fast and straightforward with it. Now, at this point, while that's installing, after that, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do npx tailwind init-p, and this will set up tailwind config and a post css config file for us. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So in this case now, I'm going to go ahead and paste in the next command, npx tailwind init-p. And then what this will do is it will create us our new files. There you go, right? So now what I need you to do is go into your Tailwind config, okay? So once you have your Tailwind config up on the screen, which is like so, I now want you to go ahead and you have everything looking like this. So it's pretty empty at the moment, right? What I want you to do is go ahead and pop in the following, okay? So inside of the content, I need you to go ahead and add the 2 following lines. And what this will do is it will compile anything, or it will search for Tailwind utility classes inside of components folder and inside of the app folder. So any file inside with the following extensions, it will go ahead and do that for us. Okay. So simply hit save and then you're good to go on that front. Now, the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and just double check in my post CSS config. This should be empty at the moment. We don't need anything there. Okay. Now the final step that we need to go ahead and figure out is we need to have a globals CSS file. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder called styles. And inside of my styles, I'm going to say globals.css. Right now, inside of here, all you want to do 3 simple lines to import all of the CSS base things that we're going to need: Tailwind base, Tailwind components, and Tailwind utilities. Go ahead and hit save, and then you simply close it. Right, easy as done. Head over to the app folder. This is using Next.js 13 because we see the app folder. If you see a pages folder, then you're likely using Next.js 12, or you could be using Next.js 13, except they just haven't migrated over to the app folder. You can have actually both at the same time and shift over in an iterative manner. Right, so in this case, we're going to our app folder. And firstly, before we do anything further, I need you to go ahead and firstly, let's just double check that we got any more settings. In this case, we've already done that as much as we wanted. Yeah, you see, there's also the lines over there that will tell you, here we are. Yeah, so it says to include Tailwind, all that kind of good stuff. Now I'll show you a nicer way of doing this because I don't like doing it that way. I like doing it this way. Yeah, so now what I need you to do is go over to your layout. Right, this is where things start off, and this is using Next.js 13.2 because we have the new SEO metadata. Right, so at this point we're going to start our application. So heading over to your terminal, I need you to go ahead and type in npm run dev. Now I've already got an app running, so I'm going to quickly cancel my app that is running on the other screen. And in fact, what I'm going to do before that is I'm actually going to go ahead and screenshot, so that way I don't lose all of my stuff that I've got going on right here. So I'm going to keep this as a reference screenshot, so that way we can begin to build out the application as we need to, and I won't lose that if I need it later on. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to put that over to the side, so that way we have something to look at afterwards. Cool. So now that that's done, what I'm going to do is head back over to my code. And what I want you to do is, if you have multiple or you have a single screen, make your workspace easier, right? Have your code in one side and just shift between the two. It's a lot more efficient to do it that way. Now, npm run dev. And what I need to do is cancel my old app. There we go, to cancel it. npm run dev. What this will do is it will start your app on server 3000. You might get this pop up, just click allow. That allows you to have TypeScript reading in your app. And then what we're going to do is head over to our code, and I'm going to refresh at 3000. What you should see now is a starter template. There you go. Next.js 13, beautiful looking starter template, right? So what I want to do is kind of get rid of this and make it my own fresh start. So we're going to go ahead, and where we have our layout function, layout file, and it's importing from globals.css. First thing I'm going to do is, where is globals at the highest level? It's here, right? I'm going to get rid of their globals. Right, so not my one's in styles. I'm going to get rid of theirs. And then I'm going to get rid of page.module.css. I don't want their styles. I just want my own, which is using Tailwind. And as you can see at the top here, I'm going to get rid of everything. I'm going to get rid of all of the stuff inside of page and inside of the main block. I'm going to go all the way down, and I'm simply going to remove it all. Right, and here I'm just going to type in something like h1 hello world. Right, and as you can see, we've got a class name here. Just get rid of it. right? So this should be your page.tsx file. Very simple and straightforward. And what you'll see is you might get an error. Just simply hit the refresh, but the error is actually coming from layout.tsx right now, where we're importing from globals.css. Instead, we need to import from a level up. So in this case, we're going to say import from a level up, and we're going to say globals, styles / globals.css, right? Simply hit save. And now what we can see is we have a hello world where our Tailwind CSS is working. So I've simply zoomed in here to show you that. And what we can do to test it is go to page.tsx and simply type in class name and do something like a text red 500 to test if our Tailwind CSS is working or not, okay? And if it goes red, hey, we're good, right? So this is a good starting point for us. Now, if you want all of these nice little kind of pop-ups or auto-completion options, all you have to do, guys, is go over to your extensions and install the following. And while we're at it, I'm gonna make you install a bunch of extensions because you need them for today, right? So a few things that I want you to install. Firstly, Tailwind CSS. Simply go to Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, install this. This is going to help us out. It's got the IntelliSense autocomplete options when we're using our utility classes. Next thing I want you to do is type in Azure. Okay, this is Microsoft Azure. Now what I want you to do is install the Azure tools. I need you to then go ahead and install, I've actually installed the app service. It's up to you if you want to do that. Azure storage you're going to need. Okay, and then you also need to go ahead and install the Azure functions, and you can feel free to install the extra things like the account databases. They have honestly so many. It's really, really cool. And they even have the Azure CLI tools if you want to do everything by the CLI. But I'm going to show you how we can do it through the extensions on VS Code. It's a really nice integration, right? So after those have been installed, we are at our starting point, right? So now using our reference, let's start building out our application. So if we look at our application, I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. So here we can see our reference image. So as you can see from this reference image, we can go ahead and take a look at this, and we have firstly starting off with a nice sort of top section. So I'm going to go ahead and start annotating this. So we want to build out this section first, okay? So this is our header section. So let's go ahead and start off with that. So first thing I want you to do is go into your page, and in fact we're actually going to be building this using the new layout.tsx file sort of a structure. Okay, so the layout is where everything it can be sort of separated in terms of you can have your visual components at a higher level and then have your page contents at a lower level, right? So I'm going to show you how we can break all of this down. So at the layout level, we're inside of the body. What I want you to do is very simply go ahead and type in here we're going to type in the header. So I like to sort of comment things out as we do it, right? And then we're eventually going to have something called the prompt input, right? So this is going to be responsible eventually for this portion here. Okay, oh, this song's a banger. I'm going to keep this up, all right? So we have the prompt input afterwards. So we have the header at the top, and then we have the prompt input at the bottom, okay? And then this would be the actual page content where we render out the images. So fairly straightforward. We're componentizing everything, right? Smash the thumbs up button if you like me showing things more visually. I'll keep on doing that, right? So in this case, hit save. And now I want to go ahead and build out my header component. Right, so first things first, I'm going to go into my app, and at the package JSON level, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it components. Right, so components folder, and inside of the components folder, I'm going to create a header.tsx. Now with the header.tsx, I'm going to type in RFCE. I've got a nice little snippets tool. Now, if you don't have that little ability that I just did there, all you have to do is simply go here and type in ES, and you should get a nice little ES7 snippets pop up. You want to go ahead and install this. You know it's the right one because it's 7.8 million downloads, right? So in this case, really awesome tool. So make sure you go ahead and install that. It's to get those snippets that I just showed you. Okay, so go ahead and you don't need this anymore at the top, and this is going to be our header. So first things first, I want to get this shown on the screen. So we don't need that there. We can go to layout, and I'm going to go ahead and type in header. Okay, and I'm simply going to go ahead and close it off. And if you see, what we can do is we can get at components.header. Now the reason why we've got this at is because it's automatically set up aliases for us. So this automatically goes to the top level. Now, how do we do that? Right, this was actually inside of, it wasn't the Next.js config, it was in, where did they do the aliases? I've completely forgotten it where we put it, but I think it was in, was it TypeScript config? Yeah, it was here. So in the TypeScript config, if you want to have a shortcut to get to your top level, you can actually do aliases. So whenever we write at / anything, right? Or you can have as many different ones. You can have components at / and so forth. And then this will go ahead and direct us to this level. right? So that way you don't have all these nested things. It's really nice actually. And you can see my IntelliSense actually picked up on it. Cool. So good stuff. Let's go ahead and see if that rendered out. So on here now you can see I've got the header and hello world. And again, remember I am zoomed in, which is why it's big, but on your screen, it'll be relatively small. I'm just doing that so you can see on the screen what you're seeing, okay? Now, first things first, let's go into header. So at this point, I want to change this to header to get syntactically a bit more correct. And then I'm going to go ahead and begin things off. So the header, first things first, let's have a div. And we're going to have two sides of our header, right? So you can see on the header, we've got the left side, so this left-hand side, and then we've got the right-hand side. So you can see we've got the first div on the left and the right div on, and the right div. So this means we've got two divs, and then we simply use flexbox to justify the space between them, okay? So let's go ahead and do that right now. So inside of here, we're going to have our left div, and then we're going to have our right div. Okay, very easy. Then inside of here, we're going to have our first div, and this one's going to consist of an image and then some text. So the image being this image, and then we're going to have some text, right? So I'm going to firstly show you how we do this. So I'm going to import the image from Next.js image component. We're going to fill that out in just a second. Then underneath that, I'm going to have another div, and inside there, I'm going to have an H1 and an H2. The H1 is simply going to have the PuppetFam AI image generator where I span a style in, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so. And this is simply going to be a H1 with the following inside. And it just means that it colors only the AI because I'm spanning only the utility classes around that portion. Now for the H2, I'm going to go ahead and just simply say powered by DALL-E 2 and ChatGPT. Right? So powered by, and in fact, it's even got more cool tech than that. So let's go ahead and include that. And MS, so Microsoft Azure, right? So Microsoft Azure. Right, so we've even got Microsoft Azure in this. So there's a lot of power behind this. And I'm going to go ahead and style this and say that this text should be extra small and this text should be bold. Right? Very straightforward. Now for this image, we're going to give it a few things. Firstly, I've made life easy for you. I've actually shortened a bunch of URLs, such as the OpenAI logo. So you can go ahead and use these for reference. And remember, if they do ever stop working, simply replace it with a URL that works. It's not very difficult, right? So in this case, we're just going to give the alt text of logo because now that's mandatory, as well as a height of 30 and a width of 30 so that Next.js can do its optimizations correctly on its side, right? So that's great right now. You can see we've got the images up, and then you can see now, if we go over here, we will get an error. So if I go back here and I refresh my page, we will get an error because what we now need to do is whitelist this domain. Basically, when we pass in images into the Next.js image component, what we find is that we actually need to tell it that these domains that you're pulling the images from are safe. If you do not do that, then what you're going to do is you're going to be optimizing all these images, and Next.js don't want you to do that. So they don't let you do that because somebody could easily misuse that. And then you're actually using a lot of resources because images are heavy. Okay. So in order to do this, what we do is we go to next config, and it's very simple, right? Underneath the experimental feature, all we simply do is type in images, and then we added object and we say domains. And now instead of this URL, we pop in links.popreact.com or whatever domain you actually pop in yourself. They in fact give you the host name there, so you can actually save yourself a little bit of a headache. Hit save, and now what you'll find is if you open up your terminal with Command J, you change the Next.js config. So you have to restart your server. So Control C, and then we need to go ahead and run our npm run dev again. That means what we did is we changed the configuration, then we restarted our server so that way it used the new configuration. Okay, so simply put. So in this case now, we can go back to our app, hit the refresh button, and we should actually see an image. So let's go ahead and see, hey, look at that. We got the nice little image at the top. So let's go ahead and lay this out in a bit of a nicer way. So for that div, what I want to do is actually lay it out. So remember, if you give a div a flexbox rule, so flex, in this case, firstly, if you want to know what that translates to, simply hover over it. That IntelliSense from that extension that we installed earlier will give you the CSS it translates to. We're going to say space x of 2. If you, by the way, if you give it flex, by default, the children go into a line. So they're in a flex row, okay? And then if you want to change it, you do flex column. So in this case, I say items should be centrally aligned as well. So hit save. And as you can see, it just simply pops in. And in fact, what I'm going to do is, because I want you to see this as I actually code it, I'm going to pop this on the side like so, because I know you guys like it when I do this kind of thing, right? So let's go ahead and pop that in. And that's a lot cleaner as well to go ahead and read. So now for the right-hand side, What we're going to do is we're going to say we have a div, and here we're going to have a link, and these are going to be 2 links. Okay, so the first link is going to have join 0 to full stack hero, and the second one is going to have the GitHub repo. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop those in. And in fact, what I will do is I'll pop this over here for reference. Okay, I can't right now. So I'm being super lazy, and I'm going to do something super lazy. Okay, because my screen, oh, god damn. Okay, we can't do that. That's fine. I'll keep it. All right. So at this point, we're going to have our div, and we're going to have a link tag. So you can see install and importing it from next link. And then this is this takes a child, which is the text. And the text here would be join 0 to full stack hero. Remember, if you want to learn how to code and you're sort of nervous in the industry, or even if you're confident, you can join us over at 0 to full stack hero and get your coding skills up to elite levels and land your dream jobs, right? So go ahead and feel free to join us. So this is the link that I'm going to pop in there. Feel free to check it out. Right? And you can add this. You can obviously, if you're going to make this for your own kind of website, you can actually have your own links, right? So feel free to change it up however you want. And you can see we've got our nice little link. And then the second link afterwards is going to be for the GitHub repo, which I've actually made it very easy for you to access. This will take you to the Microsoft page. So now you can see GitHub repo and join 0 to full stack hero. Now you can see the 2 children are actually not stacked up properly, whereas we want it to be on the form of they're next to each other. So all we have to do is set flex to the header, and then we have to justify space between, and we'll get that appropriate outcome. Okay, so let's do that exact thing that I just said on the build right now. So let's go over to our header, and we simply go ahead and say, oops, not that, definitely don't do that. We're going to say class name, and we're going to say flex, and immediately they go into a row. That's a lot better. And then we say, I want to give padding of 5 because I don't like it touching the sides. Justify the space between them, so use up the space between yourselves. I want to make this a sticky header, so that way it sticks to the top as I scroll down. So it's got this nice kind of floating effect. We say top is going to be 0. The background is going to be white, so that way when it's floating down above over the images, we can see it. Z50 means that it's going to be layered at the top. So that way it's not kind of buried behind images as we scroll down. And I'm going to give it a shadow medium to go ahead and have a nice little drop shadow effect. And as you can see, we get this. Although this side right now is not behaving with the space. Okay, so now what we need to do is just make it a little bit more clean in terms of its space usage. So let's go over to our second div over here. Simply go ahead and add in the following: flex, right? So that way it puts it into a row. Then I want it to be text to be extra small. As we get to a medium size screen, I want the text to return to a base size. Okay, so as you can see on a small screen, because remember it's mobile first, which means all of our rules are applied first. Then you hit these breakpoints and you say, if we hit that size screen, then apply the following style. Okay, so if I go ahead and increase this, you see it gets bigger after we hit the medium breakpoint. That's awesome. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay. So we've got that down, and then we want to go ahead and add in a nice little trick here. What we can say is we can say divide X, and what this does is it adds a little line between it, which is really clean, right? Then we can say items that should be in the center. And once you learn how to use Flexbox correctly, it just does all the hard work for you, right? And then what we say is text gray of 500. I want it to be a nice little gray tone, and look at that, just like that. Beautiful looking header already built. So easy to go ahead and do that with the correct foundations, right? So check this out. Very clean. At this point, we've got the header done. So win, right? Next thing we need to do is go to our layout, and we're going to start adding in the prompt input. Now, this is probably the most crucial part of the build, right? So from this prompt, we're going to have a few different features, and it's also going to be fully responsive to move around, so that way it looks nice on a phone as well. And what we're going to do here is we've got the input, and this is a text area box, and then we're going to go ahead and click on generate, and it will generate the image to come down here. This is using CSS Grid, by the way, okay? And we're also going to have these two buttons here. One of them is going to be for using ChatGPT to create a new configuration, and this one will be to actually use the suggestion that it goes ahead and gives us to generate the art that we see over here. Okay, so very clean stuff, right? So let's go ahead and build that area right now. So we're going to create the prompt input right now. So let's go ahead and create that right now. So we can get rid of our little edit there, and here I'm going to create a component called prompt input, and obviously it's not created yet, so it's going to error out. We're going to go into our components folder, create it, so prompt input.tsx. Boom, there we have it. And then RFCE to create a functional component, get rid of the top, And simply we're going to go to our layout and fix this by doing Control Spacebar import. And as you can see, we've imported it like so, right? And you can really keep things quite neat. As you can see, we've got that new aliasing, which looks really clean and a lot of good stuff, right? So now we're inside the prompt. So first thing I want to do is actually just get the UI down. Okay, so we've got our div and I want to have it inside of a form. So firstly we say form and we get rid of the action because we're not using PHP. Right, and then we say a text area is the first thing we're going to have, and we don't need all of these things right now. You can set columns, rows if you want. I'm not going to bother with that right now. The text area is going to be there. It's going to be a self-closing component. Hit save and you can start to see, like, look, we've got a text box there, right? So a nice little text area, cool. And then I'm going to have a button saying generate, right? So we're going to have a button saying generate, another button which is going to say use suggestion. So this one's going to say use suggestion, right? So now we're going, and then afterwards we're going to say new suggestion, right? So new suggestion. Okay, let's go ahead and check this out. Now, once that's done, all we need to do is start styling it, okay? So we're going to give it a margin of 10. So at the top here, we simply say, my computer's being a little bit slow. So it's going to say margin of 10. So there we go. We've got a nice little margin of 10 at the top. And then for the form itself, I'm going to give a bunch of styling. So we're going to say it's a flex box, right? So you see how they all went in line. And then, but by default on a phone, so on a smaller screen, we want it to be in a column. So you see right now, so right now, imagine it's like that, right? So by default on a phone, that's a lot easier to actually use. We only want it to change to a row when we go onto a larger screen. So once we get to a large screen, you see how it goes into a row, okay? So that's how we do that. And then what I need to do is I'm gonna say shadow is gonna be medium. I'm gonna give it a color, so you can actually give nice colors. I think it was since version 3 in Tailwind. And what we can do is we can say / to reduce the opacity of that shadow. Then we give it a border as well. So let's go ahead and hit save and look at that. Oh, it's looking clean. We say rounded medium, and then we say only on the large screens do we give that nice little divide X line. Okay, so now as you can see, if we get onto a big screen, it adds in this divide X line, but on the smaller screen, we don't have a divide X line. So really clean, okay, really, really clean. Now for the text area, I'm simply going to go ahead and say that should dominate the space. So we're going to give that a rule of flex 1. So because it's in a form that's a flex, we can say the text area should be dominant, should take up the majority of the room. Give it a padding of 4. The outline should be none, okay? And then round the corners out, so rounded medium. So at this point now you can see that it takes up the majority of the space. And as you can see, we're slowly getting closer and closer to our end design. Now for the button, we're going to go ahead and say class name. And for this button, I'm going to do the following. So this button, I actually want it to be grayed out if it's disabled, but we haven't actually done that yet. So I'm actually going to go ahead and hold the design here for that one. Before we do that, I'm going to do the other two buttons, okay? So here I'm going to say the class name should be, and then just to save us a little bit of time, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following rules for this. And this just gives it a padding of 4, background of violet, text white, transition only on the colors as it changes color, and the duration for the transition, bold it, and when it's disabled, it will apply the following rules, okay? So just in the essence of time, I want to save a little bit of things. You guys can feel free to pause and check that out. Same for this button. We've got a bunch of styling for it, so I'm going to go ahead and do the exact same thing. A little bit of a different color choice here, but we can go ahead and pop it in. And as you can see, we've got our nice, beautiful colors. Look at that, already looking very clean, right? Now, for the generate button, what I want to do is, firstly, that's the dominant button, right? So what I'm going to do here is say that is actually type submit. So when we're inside of a form, we have to allocate one button type of submit. And for the other buttons, so the other two, these I'm just going to give them a type of a button. So that means that it's not the submit button, because what can happen sometimes if you click that button, it behaves as if you're submitting it, and that's not what we want. Right? So now you can see if we hit generate, it refreshes. But if I hit these two buttons, nothing happens. That's because we've eliminated that as the submit button. Now, to make it a little bit easier to see what's happening now, I want to give the text area a placeholder. So here we'll see placeholder, enter a prompt. So look at that, it's almost there, it's almost looking great, right? So firstly, at the top of the prompt input. Now, when we're using Next.js 13, by default, everything in our components and app folder is now a server component. Server components cannot have things like click handlers and interactive or state because they're rendered on the server, which means they don't have a window to attach to, right? Which means it doesn't make sense to have a click handler on a server-side component. So what you have to do is make your components at a more granular level as a good practice, make those only client components. I'll show you how to do it. It's very easy. In this case, I'm going to make the prompt input a client component. So all I do is I simply go to the top and I say use client. And this allows me to use things like state. It allows me to use things like click handlers. So I'm going to have a piece of state here and I'm going to call it input. So I'm going to say input, set input, and then we're going to import our use state from React. Right now, this input, I'm going to map it to our text area. So the value here is input. And I'm going to say when I type in and change something, it's going to set the input to the value that I type in. Make sure when you type in now, it's actually typing in. If it's not typing in, you made a mistake with that step that I just did. Now I have the state captured in a piece of state. So once we've got that done, we can now use the input to conditionally render certain styles. So what do I mean by this? Well, the generate button should be grayed out if you haven't typed in, or it should be disabled if you haven't typed in. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Firstly, what we do is we go down to the button generate, and I'm going to disable. So let's go ahead and say disabled if there is no input. Great. Right. And then I'm going to give it a class name. So class name. And then ChatGPT is being so aggressive. Not ChatGPT, my Copilot. And then what I'm going to do here is actually put in backticks. And backticks allow me to have string interpolation for my utility classes, right? So I'm going to go ahead and type in the following. I'm going to say padding of 4 is always applied, right? But if we have an input, so if you've typed in, then what we can do is apply the following styles. Else we should apply these styles. So if it's true, we have an input, then apply those. Otherwise it will apply these. So the first set of styles that we're going to apply are the following. So you can just go ahead and pop in these values as well. So it's going to be the certain colors. And then if it's not true, so after the colon, then it's going to be text gray and it's going to have a cursor of not allowed, right? And then before all of this, either way, it's going to be font bold. Okay, so now you can see, look, it's grayed out and I've got a cursor not allowed. But the minute I type in, oh, that's clean. That is clean, right? Look at that. You can't deny it, guys. This is dope. All right, look at that. That's just beautiful. The colors, everything. Oh, it's just nice. Make it whatever colors you want, but this is a nice sort of starting point. Okay, so this is a great little prompt that we've generated so far. Now, we also are going to go forward and create the input down here. So we haven't added in suggestions yet until we start using ChatGPT. And bear in mind, this will also use SWR in this build. So I'm going to show you caching tricks and how you can go ahead and generate things in a more efficient way. So we have the following. Now is the exciting part, right? So now what we're going to do is actually go ahead and set up our Microsoft Azure services and our ChatGPT keys and everything that we're going to need to connect to the OpenAI API. So OpenAI is the company that is responsible for things like DALL-E 2, the image generator, and for ChatGPT, the sort of text model that we're going to be talking to and getting suggestions from, okay? So first things first, let's head over to OpenAI and I'll just type in developer portal, whatever you want to do. Honestly, just go through their website, click in a sign up or wherever it is, and then you need to log into your account. Okay, so go past your security checks, everything you need to do, and then log into your correct account. So at this point, you just need to sign in. So I'm going to sign in with Google. So I'm clicking continue with Google. I'm logging into my account right now. And then you can see you'll reach this, right? So now you're in the OpenAI screen. You just need one key and one organization key to go ahead and connect to OpenAI services, right? So what we need to do is go to Pop Physical, click on view API keys, and here you have your stuff, right? So you're going to go to your create new secret key. Now also in settings, you can see your organization ID. So also you want to copy this, right? So first things first, copy this value and we're going to use this in our local environment file. So I want you to go into your folders, right? Close all your stuff, go into package.json and then create a new file at the high level here. We're going to say .env.local. This is responsible for our environment files, right? So at this point, what I now need you to do is type in open AI organization, right? So open or AI organization. And this one, I'm simply going to go ahead and pop in the ID that I just showed you, Okay, now the good thing about this is that this by default is only readable on the server unless I add in next public in front of it. At that point, it's available for client components, but at the moment it shouldn't be, right? It should just be sort of as secure as it can be until I need that access. The next one is OpenAI key. Okay, so this one. Now the OpenAI key, this one you should keep very careful and secret, okay? Because otherwise everyone can use your key and build up your account. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna click on create new secret key. So I'm clicking on that button right now, and what has happened is it's popped up and it said API key generated. I'm not showing you this because you're gonna find my key otherwise. Okay, so I'm copied that key, and now I click OK. And as you can see, I've actually copied the key, and you can see it's generated a secret key. Right now it's hidden the value, and you can actually revoke the key if you ever find it's misused or anything like that. So once you've copied that value, head over here, paste it, save the file, and then close it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste it, save the file. It should begin with SK, like secret key dash, and then a long squiggly bunch of mess, and then you want to close that file. Now we have our environment file correctly set up. So this means we've got the keys that we need in order to go ahead and do the rest of the things that we're actually going to go ahead forward and set up. Okay, so at this point now I need to use or set up for OpenAI. So what I need to do is actually install OpenAI onto the machine. So I'm going to press Command J, head over here, and right now I've got my app running, right? But what I can do is I can simply create another terminal, or you can split terminal. Because I'm doing one screen, I'm just going to go ahead and do it like this. I'm going to say npm I OpenAI. Okay, so all you need to do is install OpenAI onto your machine. It's very quick, done, right? Easy as. Now, what I want you to do next is create at the package.json level. So I always refer to it at this level because it's a top level. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and create a new file. So we're going to go ahead and create something called openai.ts, and this is going to be like our setup file. It's going to be following a singleton pattern. So we're going to create an instant or connection to OpenAI services, and then we're going to repeatedly use that to go ahead and talk back and forth to OpenAI. This is both for ChatGPT and for DALL-E because they're both created under OpenAI. Okay, that's why we only need that one key to do so. So first thing I need you to do is import the correct dependencies. So we need the configuration and the OpenAI API. Next up, we need to go ahead and create a new configuration. And the first thing we need to do is go ahead and pop in the organization and API key. Okay, so organization, and we're going to use those values that we set up just now. So this actually goes into our environment file, so process.env dot whatever we've named it. So make sure this matches up to the file that we used earlier, so the .env file. Okay, so once we've done that, we now create a OpenAI instance like so, and this will go ahead, and this object can be used to basically go ahead and communicate back and forth with OpenAI. So once that's done, we simply say export default OpenAI. Now, just like we've done in the past with any of our other apps, right? Like we usually do this with like Firebase or other things. In this case, we can go ahead and do the same pattern as we like to do so, right? So that's simplified things. We can forget about that now. The next thing we need to do is actually create a API endpoint. This API endpoint is what we're actually going to be pinging against. So in Next.js, we can actually have API endpoints. In Next.js 13.2, we have these new root.ts files, which is awesome, right? It's super clean, and you've got a seamless integration between your API endpoints and your client and server components. So it's all like on the same level now, which is incredible. And we can go ahead and get rid of the pages folder finally, right? So inside of the app folder, we can go ahead and create inside. You see, we've got this API, and you can see hello and root.ts, and this is the new structure. And as you can see, it follows a very similar approach to Express, whereby we say get, post, you know, all the kind of standard REST API things that we're gonna go ahead and need. But in this case, you can see what it's done here is it's created an endpoint at /API/hello, and it supports GET requests. And if you don't believe me, I will show you right now that that is the case. So if we go to local /API/hello, you will see that it actually has a working endpoint. So this is a full API integration, right? And it works with the new sort of syntax from Next.js 13.2. So at this point now, what we're going to do is create an API endpoint it's going to make life a bit easier. It's going to be used for generating suggestions. Okay, so the suggestions are going to be for how we're going to go ahead and basically get a suggestion. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have an API endpoint here for getting a suggestion. So I'm going to click on API. I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it suggestion. Okay, now inside of suggestion, I'm going to create a file called root.ts. Okay, and from our example before, you can simply copy that if you want to use it as a starter template and paste it in if you want. Okay, now I'm going to delete that old hello folder because we don't need that root. Okay, don't get confused as well, that is inside of there. So API/suggestion. Now we've got that root as a fully functional thing. Okay, so the next thing we're going to need to do is we're going to go ahead and set up what we need essentially to go ahead and eventually now we're going to use our API. So imagine our app is going to communicate to our API, and then our API is going to go ahead and make a request to an Azure function, which is going to then be responsible for essentially going ahead and doing the ChatGPT, the OpenAI, the DALL-E stuff, and then it returns to our API and returns to our app. Okay, so that's essentially the flow that we're following in today's video. So what I want you to do is go ahead and say the following. So we're going to have a little bit of a pseudocode for now as well. We're going to say const response equals, and here we're going to say await fetch. Okay, and here we're just going to say for now. Okay, so it's not going to work for now, right? So just ignore it. And then we're going to do a comma, and here we can actually add in caching rules as well, right? So we're going to say that this is going to have a caching rule, and we're not going to be caching right now. So we're going to say no store. That means every single time we make the request, I want it to get a new suggestion. I don't want it to use a cached previous value, right? Now, once we've created our Azure endpoint, so this will eventually connect to our Microsoft Azure function endpoint. Okay, once it's done that, we're going to basically replace that there. Then we're going to go ahead, and once the response comes back, I'm going to pass the data by saying const text data equals await response.text. Okay, so you might be like, ooh, that's different because we're going to use blobs and text today. So yeah, we're doing something new. And then eventually we're going to return the following. We're going to say JSON stringify text data, and then we're going to trim it as well in case it has any extra characters. Okay, so very simple, very straightforward, and you can even go ahead and add in the status 200 if you want to be super explicit about it as well. So you can see this is pretty awesome right now. We have this, so this means that firstly we need to connect to this. Okay, so let's get that part done, and then we're going to create our Microsoft Azure function, and we're going to create the entire flow for the suggestion. Then we're going to repeat this entire process to get it working for the image generation part. So we have our base template for our root. So inside of our application, and this also protects you against things like calls and all that kind of stuff, because you're making the API request internally, which then goes outbound. So it's kind of a more secure way to do it. We have this looking pretty decent. I'm going to go into my component, the prompt input, and at this point we are going to make that request that I'm talking about previously. Okay, so when I create, I need a suggestion now. Okay, so that suggestion is going to come from, okay, so this is where we're going to use SWR. Okay, so firstly, let's create a little utility library sort of helper folder to help us out with a few things. So at the package.json level, I'm going to create a lib folder. Okay, and this is basically like, you know, for any kind of helper stuff. And inside of my lib folder, I'm going to create a get suggestion, fetch suggestion from ChatGPT file, right? So this has got a function inside of it. So I'm going to create a function inside, fetch suggestion from ChatGPT.ts. Okay, and inside of it, I'm simply going to have an arrow function, and it's going to have the name of that file, and it's going to go ahead and do something, and then it's going to export default fetch suggestion from ChatGPT, right? So we're kind of keeping a nice clean folder structure here. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to fetch from that URL that we just created. So it's going to be /API because it's already on our own host network. And then we're going to go ahead and say for the second argument, it's going to say cache no store, because again, I do not want to cache these values. Okay, so I do not want to cache them. Now, after that's done, I want to pass the response. Now, if you remember, what we were actually doing from that route is we were JSON stringifying it. So I want to pass it afterwards, right? So when it comes back to us, I need to then go ahead and say res. So get the response and res.json it. Okay, so res.json. So we pass it. Right. Now, with that done, we actually have our fetch statement. Now, what we can do here is typically you would have to store this in a variable and return it, but you don't even need to do that if you actually know what you're doing with ES6 functions. So if we only have one line of code, in this case, this can be considered one line of code because it's one chained command, we can actually get rid of the curly braces and we can get rid of this. And essentially what we're doing is we're putting it inside of a parentheses, which means return. okay? But we don't need the parentheses. And now what you can see is what we have here is a implicit return. So this is implicitly returning when we call this. So it's fetching, it's returning a promise. So you can see it's returning a promise, okay? So this will return the suggestion. So now this will connect to our API. Great stuff. So we've got our helper function down, and now what we're going to do is create the actual functionality on this side. So instead of doing it the normal, create a piece of state, have maybe a use effect, that kind of thing, I'm going to be using use SWR because it's a great way to do things in the fetching and caching space. So in order to get this right, what I want you to do is head over to, let me go ahead and just pop this over here for now. Head over to the following and type in use SWR. Now on the use SWR website, you'll see React hooks for data fetching. Now bear in mind, these need to be working on client components because they require state, okay? So in order to get this started, we're going to click on get started and we're going to use npm, we're going to install it. So npm I SWR. Okay, so head over to your app, Command J to pull up your terminal, and I need you to go ahead and do npm I SWR. So we've done this now, so npm I SWR, and then what I want you to do is you can check this out, but essentially you have this pattern where you have a fetcher, which we've already created, right? We've already created the fetch suggestion from ChatGPT helper, and then we're just going to integrate it like so. And what's really good about this is you can see it gives you a few different options. When you do this, you basically are fetching the stuff and you're adding it to a cached value. So in this case, this could be whatever key you want and it caches it. Then it'll give you the data and it'll also give you a loading. So while it's fetching it, you'll have a parameter to go ahead and check against. So am I loading the data yet? Was there an error? That kind of stuff, which is really, really handy. Okay, so now what I can do is I can go ahead and say const, and I can say data error is loading. So basically the line that we saw previously, and then I can say use SWR, okay? And then I can pop in the following. So here, what we have is firstly, this is a key value. This could be ABC. It does not matter. It doesn't even need to be /. But what we tend to do is set the key to be something like /API /suggestion. So that way you directly know that it's the cache key value for that API call, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and say fetch suggestion from ChatGPT, right? Now, after this, I want you to go ahead and first we need to import this from use SWR so we stop getting the error. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And then after that, the third argument I need you to do is type in revalidate on focus false. If we don't do this, what happens is every time we click back onto the screen after we focus out, it's actually going to trigger that call again because it's like you left the screen, now you've come back and I need to refresh the information. So we're explicitly telling it, no, you don't need to refresh the information. You're good. Don't stress, right? So that's why we're actually going to go ahead and do it that way. So now this will go ahead and fetch here for the data, and it will probably error out because remember we don't actually have our Azure function up yet, so it's kind of pointing to that like ... which doesn't do anything. Okay, so at this point we are going to have the data being called. So in this case, where was it? We're going to rename the data to suggestion. So let's go here, rename it to suggestion, right? Because that's going to be the suggestion that comes back. And then we've got is loading. And then you can also have a few other things. But for this build, I don't need the error itself. I just need is loading. And you also get another one called is mutate. And you get is validating. Is validating is when we're actually sort of refreshing the cache. Is validating it, seeing if it's expired or not. And mutate is when you want to go ahead and manually call it yourself. So that way it goes ahead and actually manually calls this again. And it's really handy because you can do optimistic updates and things like that. So I'll explain what all that is in a second as well. Now at this point, we've got this in. So what I want you to do is we're actually going to go ahead and I think really what we should do here is create the endpoint because we're kind of at a halt because it's not going to be calling anything. So right now, just for context, this is calling our API suggestion endpoint. This then makes a request to a non-existent Microsoft Azure function endpoint, which we are going to create right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So This brings us to Microsoft Azure. Hey, all right, so Microsoft Azure is a huge suite of tools, right? They have everything that you can possibly think of in the tech space. They have a service for it, including a new OpenAI Azure function, which I was really eager to use, but you actually need a waitlist for it. So I'm working with the team right now to get on that waitlist, so that way I can build a video to show you it, right? But in the meantime, I created a function myself that does the exact same thing. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we do it. So first things first, I need you to go ahead and create an account at Azure. So I've got actually a nice little link to show you. So firstly, if you head over to the following right now, so if I show you this right here, so if you head over to azure.microsoft.com, you'll get to this point, building in the cloud with an Azure free account. Now it is free to create this, right? So don't stress, you don't need any major money or anything like that. And remember, you get 12 months worth of free access to the most popular 55 services or something, right? So if you click on this, you actually get access to all of these things. So you get access to all these services. So I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they're even always free for these things as well. So it's absolutely amazing, right? Now, once that's done, you actually also get $200 worth of free credit. So it's a huge amount of credit to actually do the coding that we're going to do. And I always get a pushback from this. So all you need to do is sign up, right? So sign up, connect your account, do all of that kind of stuff. So once you're done with that, all right, so after that, you're going to sign in. Okay, so I've already done this, right? And again, don't freak out if it starts asking, you need to give in your details and that kind of thing. It's Microsoft, it's safe, right? Trust me. I've done it myself. I've created an account. So in this case, once you have the account, you'll reach this screen. Okay, now this screen can be a little bit scary if you're not used to this. So don't stress. I'm going to break it down as well. Well, what I want you to do is firstly go ahead, and you can see we've got different services. The ones that we're going to be interested in is the function app. The function app is going to be for cloud functions, right? So right now I have the test app, which is the one that I just built previously to demonstrate. The storage accounts is to store all of the images from our art gallery. So everything you see that here that's being stored is going to be inside of storage accounts, and they're stored as blobs, right? So these are all just blobs being stored on Microsoft, and it's great for storing multimedia files, images, videos, anything like that. It's a really awesome way to do it. Okay, and then we've got the Azure function, which is going to handle all of our communication, and remember, it scales amazingly. It's Microsoft, right? It's going to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we can actually set this up from our code itself, right? So yes, I said that, our code itself. So what I've actually done here is simplified the steps to do all of this stuff. What we do is we're basically going to go ahead and close everything here. And at the package.json level, I'm going to create a new folder called Azure. Okay. Now, inside of Azure, what we're going to do is, you see it's an empty folder. Okay. So I've installed the Azure function extension, right? So make sure you've got this function extension, so Azure function. Now, once you've got this, you can do really cool things, such as you can see all of your stuff over here. So all of your resources, you can access your subscription and see all of your different things like your function, your storage accounts, everything, all from a VS Code, which is actually really powerful, right? So I can see all of the deployed functions. I can see my containers, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And don't worry, it's just because it's something new, it can be a bit scary, but I promise you it's really, really powerful. Okay. So at this point, I want you to go ahead and do Command-Shift-P and type in Azure and type in create a function, right? So create function, and you can see here, create function app, right? So the first thing we want to do is create a function app in Azure. So click on create function, and then we need to create a name for our new function app. So here, what I'm going to type in, and you can see it's one of 3 steps. So I'm going to type in the following. I'm going to say Microsoft AI. Let's just type in AI image generator. So AI image generator YouTube app. Okay, and I think I'm not allowed these characters, to be honest with you. All right, so I think I am, maybe. Let's just try it. Let's do AI image generator YouTube app. Okay, so that makes it very easy for you guys. Click enter, and you can see select a runtime stack. So in this case, you can see I used Node.js 18. Right, so I'm going to be using Node.js 18, but you can see they also support Python and all that good stuff as well. So I'm going to go back to that previous step. I'm going to type in Node.js this one here. So I'm going to go down to Node.js, hit enter. Right, then select a location for where you want to deploy it. So they have lots of different locations. I'm simply going to do the US for now. right? So as you can see, it's creating a function app, right? So this is very simple to do so. This creates the function app on the backend, right? And if you hadn't logged in, it would have prompted you to log in and so forth. Okay, so you would have had to log in at that point if you haven't already. Now, what it's doing is creating a function app for us. So if inside of here, what we'll find if we hit refresh shortly, this will be created. And as you can see, we've got the Azure activity log, and this will go ahead and do it for us, okay? So this is what I really like about this extension, is that you can actually do it all from VS Code, which is very refreshing because you never have to leave. They've done a really nice integration with all of that stuff, okay? So as you can see, it's at step 5 of 6, so it's almost done. Let's see if we refresh now. Is it there? Not yet. Okay. It will be there in a second. Create new function app. There it is, 6 out of 6. Give it a second and it will go ahead and create the function app. Now, the function app, think of it as like the house for your cloud functions, right? So that one function app can have several different endpoints in once we've gone ahead and get everything set up, right? Okay, so there you go. We've created the function app. So let's go back here and click on the refresh button. So I think here, let's go over here and I'm in my correct account and I'm just going to click on function app. We should see it. Let's go over here actually and just see, maybe I'm in the wrong application. I'm doing something silly. Let's go down to Azure and I can see function app. And as you can see, AI image generator app. So maybe it's just not propagating here. There you go. Okay, so you just took a second to refresh. And you can see this is the one I had previously. This is the new one that where we're starting everything off. So if I click into it, you can see I've got really a huge amount of control over this entire cloud function. And it can be scary, but don't worry. It's actually really awesome to have this amount of power behind it, right? So from here, I'm going to make it easy. Don't worry. It's actually a lot simpler than you think. So we've got our function app created. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Command-Shift-P. And then I'm going to type in Azure create function app. It's easy. We've got create function app in Azure, create function, all this kind of stuff. So now what I want to do is go ahead and create a function itself. Okay. So now what I do is I go to create function. And as you can see, I've got this. So create new project, select a folder that will function, that will contain your function project. So I'm going to click on browse. And then what I want you to do is click into Azure. Right, so click into Azure and simply click select, right? So that means we're basically putting the entire function code into Azure, which is neater. I like that. I prefer that. Okay. Now with that done, we are going to choose our language. So I'm pretty sure I did TypeScript. Yeah, I did JavaScript. Okay, but you can actually do whatever you want. In this case, fine. For now, for the demo's sake, I'm going to do JavaScript, but you can do TypeScript, C#, Python, anything that you want. So JavaScript for the, essentially think of this as your backend round. You can have a separate project for this even, but I'm just doing it in one place. So JavaScript, and we're going to use model v4. Right, so we're using the latest and greatest. I always be daring a bit, right? Now, how do you run your cloud function? There's loads of ways, right? I want a endpoint that eventually I can just call, and it can be a get request, post request, anything like that. And you've also got all these other things like timers, event grids, all this incredible stuff. Even if you have a blob storage trigger, which means that when I add data to my storage containers, it will trigger the function. So you can do lots of stuff. But in this case, I'm just simply going to do HTTP trigger. And we need to give it a name. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the first one is going to be get ChatGPT suggestion.js. Okay, we don't need JS as well. Get ChatGPT suggestion. Okay, hit enter, and this will go ahead and create us a new project. So now if I open up my Azure, you can see we've got our own git ignore, we've got our node modules inside of there. So essentially we've got another app inside. Okay, and as you can see, we've got our source code, and if I click into that, you can see, oh, this song is a banger, right? And as you can see, we've got the all the code to get things up and running. So you've got app.http, and then it's got the get ChatGPT suggestion, which is working perfect. And then you can say, is it a get post? Is it a delete, put, update, all that kind of stuff. In this case, it's just a get request. We've got auth level anonymous, but this can actually be like, you can have a special admin only can, access this. We're going to do anonymous, right? Because anonymous is basically, we want to allow anyone who comes onto the website to just get a ChatGPT suggestion, right? And then we can basically do all of our cool, clever stuff here. So let's click on save. And now we've got everything looking pretty decent. And I want to run this locally, right? So how do I get this up and running? Firstly, you want to code it locally, and then you want to deploy it, and then you want to change your URLs and all that good stuff. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is inside of my output, over here. So remember, the first terminal is running my app, okay? The second terminal is going to CD into Azure. So now I'm in my Azure folder. Now inside of here, what I can do is, but as long as I've got the Azure functions core CLI tools and installed, so these are the tools that you're going to need at this point. Work with the Azure functions core CLI tools, right? So all you need to do is go down to your operating system, so if you're Windows, Mac, and so forth, and then simply install it. So I've already installed this, and I've actually ran these commands, right? So in this case, now I can run things like Azure commands in my terminal. So if you don't have that, or you want to make life a little bit easier, you go to package.json and you can see start. Okay, so very simple. Now here you can see if we're using package lock, so we're using npm. So I can simply write an npm run start, or npm start even works. And what this will do, guys, is it will say port 770. Okay, so I've actually got this running already on another app, so I need to cut that app, and let's do it again. So npm run start, and as you can see, Azure function core tools, right? And an error has occurred, unable to resolve storage connection, name storage. Okay, so we need to create a storage container as well. So let's go over here and let's just double check our setup firstly. So we actually need to set up our storage container as well, which I actually forgot about. So let's go over here. Let's go to our function, and I want to go to home, and I'm going to create a new resource. Now, in fact, I think we can even do this from the from this side. So if we type in Azure storage, I believe it was, so attach storage account, create blob container, create storage account. We're going to create a storage account. Okay, create storage account, and then here I'm going to create my storage account. Now here we're going to type in like AI image generator. Oh, we can only contain those. Okay, AI let's just call it AI image, lowercase letters and numbers. Okay, so let's just call it image, oh my god, image generator, just to make it easy. All right, image generator storage. Okay, and then we're going to hit on enter, and then you can see where do we want to put it. East US is fine. So this is creating a storage account for us, and this will be responsible for having all of our storage for our application. Okay, so heading over back to our application now. If we go to our function app right here, so you can see recent, you can actually start playing around with a lot of this stuff and go down and, you know, do all your kind of things and bits bobs. I want to go to, I forgot what it was now. Okay, so let's go back. Let's just wait until it's done and I'll show you how we do it. There we go. So let that do its thing. So it's creating the final account. Cool. Then what I want to do is Command Shift P, and I'm going to say Azure storage, and then we're going to say attach storage account. Right, so which, you know, we don't need to attach it. Sorry, my bad. So let's try and do our deployment again. So let's try and run this again. I think we may be missing something very minor here, but let's do it again. And I think it's because actually what I've done here. So we've got this request blah, blah, blah. Let's actually get rid of this, and let's go ahead and just say hello world. Hit save, and let's run it again. npm run start. Okay, so okay, where have I got my Azure storage? Let me just see. 1 second. Host extension, blah blah blah, and we've got this. In fact, one thing I need to check as well, that I'm using the correct version of Node. So here, actually, you want to type in MVM. So you need to install something called MVM, which is your Node version manager. So I recommend everyone gets this, even when for your production side of things or for, you know, whatever you're doing. But MVM allows us to dynamically switch between Node versioning systems. So we set this up with Node version 18. So check out this documentation, install it, update it, that kind of thing. You can simply run this command and it'll work for you. I'm going to just go over here and I'm going to type in NVM ls, and it will tell me what you see. I'm on the wrong version of Node. I need to be on version 18, and it's per terminal as well. Okay, so I'm going to type in NVM, and if you don't have it, you can just say install 18, and then once you've done that, you say use 18. So now I'm using, you'll see in a second, it'll say you're using Node version. So there we go, NVM ls. You can see now I'm using version 18. Okay, so let's try and do it again. npm run start. And I think it might still crash out here. Yeah, okay, so it's fine. Provider. Okay, that's, I think I know what I've done wrong. Let me just double check something quickly. So I've actually messed up here. So my Azure Web Job Storage, yeah, so this is actually where I've done a silly mistake. I've not got any of my settings I actually need here, which is probably the problem that I'm doing. So let's go back over. So now we're doing a debugging. I like this bit. Okay. So we're going to go to, I believe it was, I don't know, silly mistake previously. Let's go to my home. Let's go ahead and just refresh. I just want to see my storage accounts. I did have an AI image generator storage. There we go. It was for the we actually already created one. Yeah. Let's see. Then we've got our image generator, YouTube. And then we've got functions. Where is it? Functions. So previously in my old app, it was actually here. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm actually going to check out the documentation myself because I'm a little bit confused. So I've actually created it already. Local functions we've already done. Let's go ahead and do the actual. So I'm using Microsoft Azure storage container, right? And let's just check out, get started and do it ourselves together, right? So Azure Blob Storage, here you go. Yeah. So quick start into this. We've already done this tutorials. We've already done this. I just need to connect it and I've completely forgotten how I done it. So Node.js, let's see for ourselves. Right. So I've kind of done the same mistake here. I've already done my storage count, containers. Right. So in my notes, I actually had this quite neatly done, but I've made a silly mistake. So let's go back to our Microsoft. So here in this case, we've got our storage function up, which is great. Okay, so let's just see all quickly. I just want to see everything that I did last time. So I have my test app, I have my generator app, and then previously I had the test app as well. What's happened here that I think the problem is that you can see I've got my storage app and then I've got my, so it should have been connected, to be honest with you. I think there's just been a bit of a silly, okay, so there's a little trick you can do to pull your settings. So you can go ahead and type in Azure settings, download remote settings, app service. It was download remote settings for functions. Let's download the remote settings for our functions. And then what you'll find is you can get these ones, right? So Sunny Test App or AI Image Generator. So we're going to do AI Image Generator, and this should download some settings for us. So let it do its thing. Oh, it's because I didn't run it as well. Of course. Right, so in this case, that will take a second. So do you want to override your settings? Yes. And there you go. Okay, so stupid mistake on my end, right? You actually have to pull it in. Okay, so my mistake, right? I completely made a silly mistake there. So Command Shift P, you just had to click on Azure Function download remote settings, because otherwise what you're trying to do is you're emulating without the correct settings to connect to your backend, right? Which makes no sense. So now what I'm going to do is npm run start. And we should be able to get past that little hurdle that we were on. Right, remember you should be on MVM, your node version 18. And then what we should see, if everything's gone well, we should see this should start up. There we go. That's what I wanted to see, right? After all this, you can go ahead and see it's running it right now at localhost 7071. There we go. We click on this, and what we will find is what I'm going to do. I'm going to simplify this and show you myself rather than because it opened in a completely different screen. We're going to go over to our new page, and then we pop in. You see hello world. So now you can see we've got it's the same thing as what we had before, except it's literally running on the cloud, right? But this is emulating it locally. So now we can develop locally and then basically do what we need to do. So this is perfect. This is what I wanted, right? So what I'm now going to do is have my app. We can close that. We've got the app, and then we've got this endpoint running over here. So you can see localhost 7071. So this is great. So what now I'm going to do is I have my endpoint. So if we go over to my app API root, okay, and then here, what I'm now going to do is basically pop in this. So now it's going to make a request to this backend, right? Now, what you can do as well is you can say if the environment is a dev environment, do your local host, otherwise do your production URLs. For today's build, for simplicity, I'm just going to replace the URLs, but that is something that you would do in production. You would just say if the environment is, dev or production, then use this URL, otherwise use your local dev URL. It's very easy to do that, okay? So we've got this down, and you can see that this is my logs for running. So if we were to go ahead and go full screen, you can see if I was to simply say, going back to the function, if I type in, hey hello and hit save, what you'll see here is it's going to restart my function over there, down here. So my running function, if I refresh it, you'll see that we see, it should see execute function, hello HTTP. This is not my logs. Okay, so it goes back to my Azure. Let me cut this, so Control C. I can cut that off and then go ahead and do npm run start. And I'll show you a few little tricks here. So let's let that run. And you can see we've got the endpoints. If I refresh, you can see it says hello, and then you've got your output. Okay, so that's great. So at this point now we can start coding out that backend. At this point we have remember we created that connection to OpenAI, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to use that same connection to OpenAI now. So because we're using Azure and we're using a bit of a backend environment, we haven't got our import export statements. We're instead using traditional require statements. So in this case, this will go towards my, we need to go to the lib OpenAI folder. So in this case, I'm going to go upper file. In fact, I need to go up another file. And in this case, I'm going to go to my lib / fetch suggestion from ChatGPT. This gives me my OpenAI what I need to connect to ChatGPT. And now I'm going to go ahead and say const response. So this is the magic part. This is basically where I'm going to go ahead and communicate and send a prompt to ChatGPT in the form of like, give me a suggestion to create a piece of art for DALL-E, so that way it generates it. And I'm going to say like, make it photorealistic, 4K, this way you can have some real fun, right? So we're going to get const response equals await. And then we're going to say OpenAI.create completion. Okay, and then I'm going to pop in brackets like so. And then here, what I do is I pass in a model first, right? So model, and here we have lots of different models, right? So, but I'm going to use the Text DaVinci 003. So this is the latest sort of ChatGPT 3 or 3.5 string, right? So in this case, I'm not sure which one it is. So now what we do is we go to the prompt. So this is the exciting part. We go to the prompt, and then here I say, what do you want your prompt to be? So I've actually created a nice long prompt that you can feel free to go ahead and copy, right? So we're not going to use this as a test prompt. We're going to go ahead and say, write a random prompt for DALL-E to generate an image. This prompt will be shown to the user, including details such as the genre and what type of painting it should be. Options can include oil painting, watercolor, photorealistic, blah, blah, blah. Do not wrap the answer in quotes, full stop, right? Because sometimes it was giving me an answer back and it always had these quotes, which was a bit annoying. The next thing I would say is give it a max tokens. So we're going to give it a max tokens of 100, right? So that means it's going to return an answer of max, like kind of 100 tokens. And then the temperature is essentially how random or focused you want it to be. So this has to be a number between 0 and 2. If it's like 0.2, it's likely to give you the same answer every single time. If you did something like 2, it's a lot more random, but it's also not focused. So a nice balanced middle ground for me is 0.8. And that's going to give us a really nice answer, okay? Then what I'm going to do is we go ahead and we get it back, right? So we get the, so I'm going to log out something like a function saying, you reached the end of this thing, blah, blah, blah. And then what I'm going to say is get the response text back, and I'm going to return it in the body. So now, wait for it, guys. Response text comes back, and this is where we basically get the text from. This is what ChatGPT will return. And we're just saying it's going to return one answer back. So you can actually give it an n value, I think it was, and that will give you basically the number of the number of options it should return. And then instead of just hello world here, I'm simply going to return the response text. Okay, so let's go ahead, and rather than hello world now, what we should see, if it goes ahead and actually does this again, so we need to kind of refresh. Usually when I'm not on the stream, it rebuilds it. So if it doesn't do that, just simply cut the terminal, npm run start again. Okay, or you can actually do function F5, and if we do that, it will attach a debug, and it's pretty cool actually, right? So in this case, cannot find the module for fetch suggestions from ChatGPT. That's fine. That's because I've not basically, okay, so my import statement is buggered. So let me figure out what I've done here wrong. So source functions, and then I've made a silly mistake here because in my app I've done it a little bit different. So we've got Azure. I'm just going to double check everything now. So we've got Azure, we've got our source, we've got our functions, we've got get ChatGPT. So in this case, I'm going upper level. So I think I've gone too far up, to be honest with you. I think it should have been there. Yeah, so that makes a little bit more sense actually, because it's going up a level, and then we're in the lib folder. Okay, so let's do npm run start, and let's see if we get that now. Okay, so we still had another issue. So functions.js cannot find module fetch suggestion from ChatGPT. Oh no, okay, oh my god, I've done a silly thing. Oh, actually, no, okay, guys, I'm so sorry. I've done such a stupid mistake, right? So inside of Azure, all right, I've gone out of my actual Azure folder, which you shouldn't do, right? So I've completely mixed up my context there. So inside of Azure, we're going to create a folder called lib. So we're going to have a lib inside of Azure. And then here we're going to have an OpenAI and OpenAI.js, sorry. And inside of here, we're going to have the exact same thing that we did previously, except for it's going to be module exports instead of export default. Okay, that is what you needed to do. So I apologize, that was my mistake. Right now, the environment variables in this basically, remember, think of Azure as a separate app, right? So you can actually have it in a separate repo if you want, but the environment variables for this are actually inside of local settings.json. So here, okay, so what I want you to do here is actually go ahead and add them in here instead. So we're going to add in OpenAI organization, and I'm going to add in the following. So I've already got my organization key, so I'm going to get it from my environment file down here. So where I have environment.local, I'm going to click it now, and what I'm doing is I'm copying my organization key, going back to my local settings, and I'm pasting it in as a quote. And then I'm doing the same thing for the OpenAI key. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is basically have the OpenAI key. So let's go ahead and pop it in. OpenAI key. These are the environment files for what's it called, for Azure. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and go into my environment local file on my other one. So I'm going to do it just so you guys are explicitly clear. I'm going to go to my environment local file at the top level, click it. And then I'm grabbing my secret keys, the SK one, and I'm going back to my local settings JSON and I'm pasting it. Okay, so I'm going to paste that in here. So now I've got my secret key in there and my local settings.json. So that's good, right? That's great. Now what we need to do is, remember, that's local. Okay, that's locally happening. But what we really needed to do now was actually make it. So firstly, let's cut this. Let's go to ChatGPT suggestion, and then first, let's just double check that we're actually getting from where we wanted to get now. So inside of OpenAI, oh my God, I made such a stupid mistake earlier. Wow, that is so bad. All right, so here, all right, so here I'm going to do /lib/OpenAI. There we go. All right, so do not do what I just did. That's very silly. And then we hit save. And now we have our environment files. So we should be good to go. So let's go ahead and do npm run start. And this will go ahead and hopefully we get past this little issue we were having. And there you go. Okay, so let's give it a try now. Let's gonna go to that endpoint and we should see a prompt. Oh, okay, we got an error. So what's the error? Let's chase the errors down until we get the correct response. So we can see response failure. Exception failed 429. So I got rate limited, I believe. Oh no, I actually hit the quota limit on my OpenAI account. Too many requests. Okay, so I've basically got rate limited from ChatGPT, okay, which is fine for now. What I can do is, because I think what I did is, okay, so I'm going to swap the keys and the organization to have my other account, so my Sunny Sanger account instead, because I think my Papa React account is got 500,000 views and 500,000 people are going on that. I think I've leaked my key somewhere. So I'm changing out my OpenAI key. You don't need to do this because yours will be absolutely fine. So now I've hidden everything that I needed to do and we're good. Okay, so I've swapped it out and I'm going to close this out and let's try it again. So this one shouldn't get rate limited. So npm run start. If it is, you can just have another account and yeah, check it. If it does get rate limited, it's because people somehow got access to it. I can refresh and let's see if we get it. Yay, there we go, guys. Look at that. Paint a modern abstract oil painting of a tree with vibrant colors and a cloudy sky. If I hit refresh again, I'll get a different suggestion. Create a photorealistic oil painting of a futuristic cityscape with a twilight sky. So you can feel free to make your prompt whatever you want, and it's going to go ahead and create it. So that is using ChatGPT to go ahead and do that now, which is awesome. And you can see it's returning from that API, which means we can build the rest of the front end for the suggestion. And then from there, it's relatively quick, guys. Then we're going to move. Okay. So at this point now, we've got the Azure function up and running, right? So we're going to deploy this afterwards. I'll show you how we do deployments after. But for now, we go back to prompt input. And this one is already making a request on our front end. So make sure you don't get confused here. Inside of app API, now we've got this API endpoint. So get ChatGPT suggestion. And then remember, from our component, we are using use SWR to make a call to our own local API, right? So now this is going to go ahead and pull the data in. So this will pull a suggestion in, which should work. So the way that we can test this is we just simply console log the suggestion inside of our app, okay? And what I want you to do here is go over to your app and simply open up your inspector. So open up your inspector, console log, and then refresh and see what we see. So in this case, you can see undefined. Ignore this. This is actually for my, I've got extension working right now, so that's fine. But here, that's my DevTools. React DevTools kind of breaks a few things for some reason. But here you can see that it comes back, create a modern abstract thing. If I refresh now, we can see it will come back after a second, create a 4K abstract modern oil painting. Awesome. So it's working. It's pulling in what we needed, which is bloody amazing, right? So now I can proceed to build everything, right? So now we're going to go ahead and actually have a submit. We're going to have a, we're going to fetch the suggestion, right? So we're going to show the suggestion here. So where we have the placeholder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a curly brackets, and then I'm going to say, if we have the suggestion, use that, or use enter a prompt. Okay. So now look, create an abstract 4-piece. Look at that. Oh, that's nice, right? Look at that. So if we refresh, you'll get a different one. Create an ordinary abstract pointing. Oh, there we go. That's clean. All right. That's really nice. Okay. So that's looking good. And then what I can also do is I can say if it's loading, right? And what we're doing is we're actually going to use two different things. So is loading and is validating are called at separate points. Is loading is called initially when the this call is being made. So this one, remember that's the key cache value, yeah? The key for the caching purposes, right? So in this case, that could be ABC, for example, right? If it's loading from the beginning, that's going to be that. If we mutate or whatever, it's going to validate. So basically what we're going to say, loading is determined by is loading or is validating. If any of those are true, it's going to go ahead and do it, right? So what we can do here is basically say for the placeholder, if you're loading, then we're going to say something along the lines of, so I want to get rid of that, sorry. We're going to say, if it's loading, then it'll show that, or it will basically jump to suggestion, or it'll say enter a prompt, right? But here I'm going to say ChatGPT is thinking of a suggestion, ... Okay. So now look at that. ChatGPT is thinking of a suggestion. Bam. Hit refresh. ChatGPT is thinking of a suggestion. Create it back. Oh, that's just clean. All right. So nice. And it's communicating through our own API with Next.js 13.2, then to an Azure API, which does all the hard work and that kind of, connects to DALL-E and OpenAI's ChatGPT. Okay, so now we're going to implement new suggestion and use suggestion, right? Or new suggestion first. So firstly, new suggestion is fairly easy. We just need to go ahead and say call mutate. Mutate basically means generate a new suggestion, or basically mutate means basically execute that again, right? So if I do attach this to the new suggestion, so we say on click, mutate. Now watch this. If I click it, so let that do its thing, load. If I click new suggestion, bam, just like that. Look at that. Giant robotic dog was the last one. Black and white picture, blah, blah, blah. Next one. Abstract rainbow over it. Next one. Oh, it's just so clean. So clean. We've done our suggestion point. Now we need to do generate and use suggestion. So that actually comes forward when we do the generate image portion of the build, okay? But what we actually want to do is if I type in here, I want the suggestion to show up underneath, right? So this is actually fairly cool, like a nice little cool trick. So underneath the form, I can say if the person's already typed in, so if there's input, then I should generate something here. And what I want to do is I want to have a P tag and I want to say suggestion. And I basically want to span in a few things. So I'm just going to save a bit of time here by popping in the following. So I'm basically spanning in a violet bit of text, and then it says if it's loading ChatGPT thing, otherwise show suggestions. So you see this if I do this, but if I get rid of it, you see how it's there. But the minute the user types in, you still see the suggestion, because that's really handy, right? You might not want to lose the suggestion, like visibility. So that's great. So that's a nice little cool trick if you want to do that. So then we say italic, panning on the top of 2, panning on the left of 2, and I want the font to be light, so it's like super crisp, right? And then if I type in, you see that suggestion, it's stylized 4K abstract, but it's just so nice. I really like it, yeah? So look at that, awesome. So now, let's get on to the interesting part. Let's do the generation portion. Okay, so let's actually have the ability to generate an image and then actually go ahead and create an image with DALL-E 2, and then we're going to upload it to Microsoft Azure, the sort of blob containers, so storage containers. And then what that means is that we're storing our images using Microsoft Storage Service in the form of blobs, right? So we're just basically storing all of our images there, and then we're going to be able to pull those images down on the front end and visualize it. Okay, and when we use SWR, we can do lots of neat little tricks to actually make this happen in a really cool manner. Okay, so next step I want you to do is go ahead and we're going to create new endpoints, and we might actually just create all the endpoints now to make our life a little bit easier. So I want you to open up your API, and right now we already have the API suggestion route. So make sure you click on API, right? So you're at that level. Click new folder. So here we're going to say get images. That's going to be one route, and inside of that's going to have root.ts. And then we're going to have another one. So I'm going to click on API again, new folder called generate image. Right, and that's going to have a root.ts inside of it as well. So that way we've got 3 different routes, right? And we're going to build these out as we need to and so forth, okay? So they're fairly straightforward, to be honest with you. So inside of the generate image one, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to have the same thing that I had with suggestion, right? So here, but now we're going to have generate image. And generate image is going to be a post request. So we're not going to support get requests. It's going to be a post request, okay? And what we're actually going to do with a post request is you have to generate something called a next response instead. So for the post request, we have to import next response, and we're going to change the body of this a little bit more, right? So firstly, we have to go ahead and get the request body. So when we generate an image, we're going to send a prompt alongside that request. So the way we get the body of the request out is we basically say await request.json from the original request, and then we get the prompt from it, right? So if we do this, it basically contains the body, and then you can go ahead and get the prompt out of it, okay? So then what we need to do then afterwards is basically figure out the next bit. So here we're going to create a request. So we're going to say response equals await fetch, and this is going to be a post request now. So await fetch, and this is going to be to /API /generate image. Okay, and this one is going to be a post request, and it's going to have content type application JSON because we're sending it in the form of application JSON, and we're going to send the body, we're going to stringify the prompt alongside it. Okay, so basically we're sending a REST post request to our API endpoint, which is going to be an Azure function. And then we're sending the body in the form of a JSON object, and then we're telling it by setting the header saying, you should expect this data in application JSON format, okay? Now, once that comes back, you know, we're assuming that we're gonna get some response back from this. We don't actually do much with this response, to be honest. We actually just, the whole purpose is that we upload the image, but we're gonna pass the text, and we're just gonna say, yep, just carry on by saying next response JSON text data, and then it just moves forward, okay? So that's how we do this. Now, we need to create the endpoint on Azure, right? So you can do it a few ways. You can actually use the sort of, you know, what I showed you previously to actually, what's it called? You can use the Command-Shift-P to create new sort of, you know, functions, but I'll show you an easier way, right? I actually found a lot easier way than doing that, right? You can actually just create new files and it works, right? So in this case, we're going to create a generate image file, okay? So generate image. So we're going to go ahead and do a generate image.js file. And inside of here, we need to do a few different things. So when we generate images on Azure, you can't just go ahead and be a random user and just say, hey, I want to generate an image, right? What you have to do is there's different types of authenticating your requests to make sure that they're valid requests. So that way we don't just have people just, destroying the backend. Now, one way of doing this is we can use something called a SAS token. And I believe it's called shared access service token, I think. But it's a SAS token. And this will allow us to have sort of a limited time access to an object or a backend service, right? So we're going to be able to set this up right now, and I'll show you how we can do it all. So we need to make sure that we've got a few different things installed. So firstly, inside of package.json, you can see I don't have much dependencies installed here. I need a few dependencies first. The first one I'm going to show you, actually, let's just do it now. Let's go ahead and say, and I just want to check if I actually did end up using something here that I think I used. I don't think I used it in the end, but I just want to double check something. Yes, I did use it. Okay, so in that case, that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to go into my, I'm going to create another terminal. So I've got 3 terminals now, one running the front end, one running the back end. I'm going to CD into Azure to make sure I'm in the correct directory because that's got its own node modules and package.json. And then what I want to do is npm install, and I need to install a few different dependencies. So the ones that I need to install are, if I go to my package.json, it's going to be storage blob from Azure. So Azure storage blob, so npm I, Azure storage blob, and I'm also going to install Axios, right? And I'm also going to install OpenAI on the back end. So Azure storage blob, Axios, and OpenAI. So we install that. Now, let's go ahead and add these to our dependency tree, and you should see that this will update. So we should have the new dependencies inside of here. So there we go. We've now got our dependencies inside. We can go ahead and close that off. Go inside of here. That's good. And then what I need you to do is go into your lib folder. So the lib folder, we're going to create a helper here, which is going to allow us to generate one of those tokens that I was talking about, because that's very important. If we don't have the ability to generate the token, then we could just set it to anonymous access, but I don't want to do that. I want to make it quite a nice, clean approach to this, right? So, inside of your local settings.json, I just want to showcase something. So you have something called a account name and account key, or we might have account name or account key. I don't think I've set it up correctly yet. I'll show you how we can get that now. So the account name and account key. Okay, I remember this one, so I have not forgotten. All right, so in this case, we're going to go to our function. So where is our storage account? Storage accounts. And then we've got 2 here. Which one was I using? So I believe the one that we need is part of the resource tube that we were using earlier. So this one, resource YouTube A, showing. Okay, anyway, let's just go to image generator, storage, AI image generator. Oh, God's sake, I set up 2, didn't I? So don't do what I do and get yourself confused. But here we can check it out by saying account name is AI image generator, and then the key is there as well. So we can use that actually to do it. So I believe that is the key. Yes, so that is the key. So you've actually got the key here. So everything up to the colon past the equals, that's the key. So we have the sort of that plus blah, 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 blah. But I'll show you from the back end how we can get it. Yeah. So if you go into AI image generator, which is my one, and then you go into your, where is it gone? Keys, access keys. I believe it was here. And then you've got your key here. I just want to check if that is my actual key or not, because I don't know if that was the one that I used. So I'm just double checking something, guys. So what I want you to do is click on show, copy this key, right? So that's the key that you're going to need. And that key is also here, right? So you can, then what I want to do is I want to make life a little bit easier. And I'm going to create another variable called account key. And I'm going to simply pop in my key. So here I'm going to pop in a key value. So I'm going to just pop in, screw it, let's do it now. I'll cycle my key afterwards. Account name is going to be my account name. So this one here. And then we pop that in. Okay, so now I've got the same thing. Hit close. And then what we can do is we've got the key in place. So we head back over to Azure. we head back over to our library. And we say generate SAS token dot JavaScript. Okay. Now with this, we're going to go ahead and I see everyone's mad focused. So we've got the token there. So now with this, I need to go ahead and get things set up. So firstly, I'm going to need a bunch of dependencies from storage, right? So now we're inside of our Azure lib folder. I'm going to need these. Then I'm going to need a few different things. So I'm going to need the account name. I'm going to need the account key, and I'm going to need the container name, right? And what we can do here, I believe, because we can say Azure storage, create container. So you see create blob container, create storage account. So I want to create a blob container. So I'm going to do Command-Shift-P. I just went down there, create blob container. And then you can see we've got all of these. So the one that I'm doing is AI image generator. So this middle one, I'm going to hit enter. Then we have to give it a name. So here I'm going to say images is the name of my blob container. This will now create me a blob container with images name. And that means that I can store all of my images inside of this container. And I actually have a really nice diagram to show you that visualizes this. Right, so I want to kind of show you this so that way it kind of helps you guys out a little bit. So this will actually help you out a little bit. So let me see if I can get this up. So it's here, right? So you can see this is essentially how we visualize a container. So you have your account, which is basically like my account that I've logged into. Then you've got your container. So in this case, we're going to have images, right? So this one with pictures, we're going to call it images. Then you have the blobs. The blobs are all the files. So this is how you essentially are going to store all of your stuff, right? So this is how basically we use the Microsoft the storage service, right? So that's actually gone ahead and I believe done that. I think that has done it. Create storage account. We can actually check ourselves by going into Azure, go into our container apps, storage account, sorry. And then inside of storage accounts, you've got your AI image generator, you've got your blob containers, and we should see images here. Images, there we go. Nice, awesome. So in this case, it's empty, right? That's exactly what we wanted to see, it's empty. And then now what we can do is we can set up our access keys, right? So the first one is you need something called a shared key credential. And I'm just going to go ahead and explain these as we pop them in. So you use this instance creator here, and you pass in your account name and your account key. This gives us a key credential to go ahead and log into the account. Then we need to go ahead and create a blob service client. And this allows us to connect to that blob account. And what we're doing here is we use our account name. This is a special URL and it's very easy, right? It's just your account name .blobcorewindows.net, and then you use your key credential to access it. So this is basically this object allows us to go into what we need to do and access it and do what we need, right? And then we're going to go ahead and create the generate the SAS token. So here I say async function generate SAS token. And from here, what I'm going to do is firstly, I'm going to get the container. Right, so here we have the blob service client, which connects to the actual Microsoft storage blob service, right, with our credentials. Then I need to connect to the images container. So I say get container client, container name is already images. So basically this is now connected to my images container. Okay, now what I need to do is generate some permissions. So what I say is I'm going to create some permissions for my SAS token. I'm going to give it write, create, and read access to be true. Okay, so fairly straightforward. Yeah. Then I'm going to set an expiration date, and I'm going to say it's only going to be valid, this token, for 30 minutes. So what I do is I set a new date, which is now, and then I set the minutes to the current minutes plus 30. So that's 30 minutes from now. And then what we do is we create a token from that. Okay, so this token command, I'm just going to go ahead and pop it in and show you. So this is basically we generate blob SAS, right? And you basically pass in some query parameters. So we base in the container name, the permissions to string, and the expiry date. And then we pass in the key credentials so that way it allows us to, or like in a secure manner, generate this SAS token. Then we can go ahead and say return SAS token like so. And then this is going to be our utility function. That's basically going to be really handy when we're trying to do any interaction with our storage container. So then we export it so that way we can use this nice little handy function. So all the complexity is kind of stored in here in this file. We do it once, done, right? So trust me, it seems long, but it's not. Once you've done that, it's actually done. It's really not past that. All right. So at that point now, we go over to our generate SAS token. So this is our nice handy function. So now we can do our cool sort of backend magic. So we're going to we're going to pause from the generate image, and we're going to create another function called generate SAS token.js. And for now, I'm actually gonna just temporarily delete generate image, right? So that way I can actually go ahead and actually work on some stuff. Now, I'm gonna do the following. So where we basically had the previous same layout, exact same layout, but I'm gonna do it for the generate SAS token. So what I'm doing here is I'm importing the app, right? So from Azure Functions, I am now generating the SAS token. I'm pulling in that helper function that we just created. I am naming the new Azure function, generate SAS token. It's going to be a get function. It's only going to allow get requests to it. The auth level is anonymous, which means anyone can then go ahead and create a SAS token, right? And obviously you can restrict it as much as you want and so forth. But that token will only be valid for 30 minutes. So it's somewhat it's creating these tokens that you can then access and so forth. Then we're going to go ahead and say await generate SAS token, and then it returns the token. Okay. So let's see what all of this actually did, right? So in this case, if I cut my server on the Azure and I do npm run start, or the same command, yep, npm run start, and then you can see now what we should find is this will hopefully not error out, and it'll give us two URLs. There we go. We've got the first one, which was for generating, or the second one generating the ChatGPT suggestion, and the second one for generating the SAS token. So if I go over here now, and I basically paste in that command, what we should see is that is a perfectly valid SAS token. That's perfect. You should see SV equals and then a bunch of stuff. And if we refresh it, we get another token and so forth. That's great. Now we've got our SAS token, we can do certain things with it, okay? So you can use that function whenever you need it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into my generate image function, and now we can begin to interact with the backend in the way that we need to. Okay, so you can either make a call to your own Azure Cloud Function. So that's just a very handy way of having a cloud function that can do that. If you, I think we don't even actually properly use that separate endpoint, but it's handy to have it if you want to do that. Okay, but in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do generate image again. So generate image. Oops, no, don't do that. Generate image.js. Make sure it's a JavaScript file. Okay, and Pat Peachy, yes, this tech combo is crazy. I know it's crazy. Yeah. So at this point now, I'm going to do a few dependency pulls, right? So I'm going to pull a bunch of dependencies that I need. So OpenAI, Axios, generate SAS token. And then I'm going to have the similar constraints I had previously. So I've got my blob service client, because I'm going to have to connect to the storage service, my account name and a container name. Okay. Then I'm going to do a app.http. So HTTP request, generate image is the name of the cloud function that we're going to do. And then you've got the actual body of the function, okay? Now, for the methods, it's only going to be a post request that we're accepting, okay? The auth levels are going to be anonymous, and then we're going to have a handler, right? So in this case, you've got your async handler. We don't need the context object right now. That's fine. So how do I get the body of the request coming in from the, so imagine we send a post request to the Azure function. How do I get it? Well, we basically just do await request JSON, and we destructure it from the response that comes back, because this will give us the body, and then we just destructure to get the body.prompt, right? So this gives us the prompt back. Then what I'm going to do is, just for debugging purposes, I can do something very easily. Just say, you know, the prompt is prompt. So it'll show on the sort of server side, right, the logs, right? So once you've got that down, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to communicate to DALL-E. So the way we do this is we use the OpenAI instance that we previously set up, and all we just do is we do OpenAI.create image, and this will actually communicate to DALL-E, and it will go ahead and we can pass in our prompt, how many images we want to create, and the size of the images, and then it will return us an actual image URL. Now you can use that image URL, but I'm going to show you a bunch of different ways as to how you can. I'm going to download the image URL that it gives us and basically store the actual image in storage in Microsoft Azure. It's just to demonstrate how you can actually store the images. Or you could, if you wanted, just store the text URL. It's completely up to you, but I want to store the actual image, right? Because imagine for whatever reason, you know, the OpenAI servers went down because they're under huge demand. I want to know that I've got the image on my Azure server, right? So we've got that. So I'm going to go ahead and say const response equals await OpenAI. So we do dot create image. And look, you've got all of them. Look how many you've got. Create image, you've got variations, all this kind of cool stuff as well. And we've got the prompt. So the first thing we're going to say is the prompt is going to be the prompt that we destructured from the post request. The second one is n. Now n tells them like how many results do you want. So if you want 10 images, you can do 10. I only want 1, which is fine. And then we can say size, and now the size only has 3 options. So we're going to do the biggest size to get the highest resolution possible from this, okay? And then what we can do is we can get the image back from the response. Now the image comes back in a bit of a nested fashion. So it comes back from response.data.data, and then you've got, you know, how many responses that came back. In this case, we only done n equals 1. So we only have 1 item left in there. So we do get the URL of that image. And then what I want to do is I want to download the image, but I want to tell it that the response type that it comes back with is something known as an array buffer. Now, an array buffer is basically a way of representing an image in like a blob fashion, right? So in this case, it's just going to be a buffer of that comes back and it's representing your image, and it's basically a PNG representation of it, right? So here now what we do is we say const res equals axios. You can do it with the fetch, but I'm just doing axios. I don't think fetch was supported, that's why I've done it. So you did axios.get, we do image URL, and then response type is an array buffer, okay? Now we can go ahead and say const array buffer equals, array buffer equals res.data. And this basically gives us back an image, right? So this is literally giving us back an image encoded in a blob format. And then we can basically need to upload this now. So in the array buffer, we have the image. We actually have downloaded the image and we've returned it as an array buffer. So here, I'll just add a little comment so it helps you out. Right, so we actually get the image. Array buffer has the image inside of it. Now what I need to do is connect to my blob instance, but I'm going to use the token that we basically generate. So you can make a call to your own API service, or you can just use a utility service that we previously made to generate it. So SAS token equals await generate SAS token from our util. So this one, or you can make a request to your own Azure function if you want, right? If you end up depending on it a lot, but you can do const blob service client equals, and we basically what we do is we append it on as a query param. So basically you say this HTTPS, so account name blob core windows.net, and then you append it as a query param. So it's SAS token is basically at the end of it. So that SV equals blah, blah, blah. That is where it goes ahead and gets attached to, okay? So at this point, blob service client is down. Then we're going to go ahead and get a container client. So remember, we've got the access to the storage. We now need to get access to the container, so the image container. And then we generate a timestamp, okay, and a file name. So in this case, I'm going to give it a file name and a timestamp. So what I've done here is I've done the current time, so in the Unix sort of timestamp, and then I've created a name, which is basically the prompt underscore the timestamp. And the reason why I've done this is because just from the file name later on, I want to know and I'll be able to order it on the back end when I'm fetching the images, which images came first. And I can use that underscore to split the string and basically figure out the timestamp. So I don't need to store unnecessary information, right? So once I've got the file name, I basically can go ahead and get the access to so now I've gone into the container, so images. Then what I do is I get a blob client, which basically says a block blob client. So if we imagine what I showed you previously was this diagram. So the first layer of access was, let me just show you again, because I think it's very important you understand this portion very clearly. So at this point, you see the first element of access. So at the top, so when we did blob service client was this one. So you got access to this level. Then when you get the container client, you get access to this level. And then when you do block blob level client, you get access to this level, right? Because basically you're saying at this file name, right? So I hope that makes sense, right? So now you got the file name. Now, once you got that, we're basically going to attempt to upload it. And if something goes wrong, we're going to error it out. And we're going to use a try catch block to do so, right? So very straightforward. We have a try catch block. Blob web client, upload data, array buffer. File will be uploaded successfully on the output if it's all good. Otherwise, it will say, well, you made an error. There was an error there. All right, so generate image. Okay. Now we've got this should be up and running at this point. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and we can close our terminal, Azure terminal, rerun it, and we should see a generate image request. Okay, we should see a generate image request. Now, what I want you to do at this point is download an app called Postman, because we want to test out our API, right? We actually want to go ahead and send a post request, not a get request, a post request to our endpoint. So that way we can go ahead and say, this is the prompt. I want you to now go ahead and do what you said you'll do and upload an image to that image container. Okay, so first things first, I want to prepare the scene. I want to make sure that you guys understand that this is actually working the way that we expect it to. So we go to containers, we go over to our images, and as you can see here, I have no results, which is good. Okay, so now what I want to do is I've got my post request. You see these ones are get. You can run get requests in the browser. You need a client like Postman to run a post request. So if I open up Postman, you can see Postman's a free app. It's amazing. It's really good for all developers to get used to using it. So at this point, if I dismiss this, yeah, so that's fine. I'm going to create a new one. So new request. I simply paste in the URL to generate image. And then what I do is, can I make this a bit bigger? Yeah, generate image. Let me make it a little bit bigger. We change it to a post request. And these are all the different options you can have. Post request. And then what we do is we set the body, right? So body, we're going to do raw. And I'm just going to say it's JSON body. There we go. And then we pass in the actual body itself. So where's my example? Sorry, I think it's... was it here? I think I've done so prompt, and then you can do the following. Just say something like, let's just do a spaceman driving, or a spaceman riding a horse on Mars, right? So something like that. Click generate image and let's see what happens. So you see it sends request. It's sending a request right now, and as you can see, look on the back end, it says a prompt is a spaceman riding a horse on Mars. Then what it's doing is it's generating the image, and then while it's doing it all, afterwards it will say if it was all successful, say file uploaded successfully. So right now this is generating through DALL-E 2 API an image for us by providing a prompt. Once that is done, there you go, guys. Look, file uploaded successfully. Amazing. Yes, you can see here we should have back in the response now so did we return anything back from response? I don't think we did much. Okay, anyway, so at that point we generate a response. So let's see Microsoft Azure. So let's go to our images container, refresh. Look at that, a spaceman riding a horse on Mars. So let's open it, and it says blob, and we can actually go ahead and download this image. So let's go ahead and download the image and see the image that we actually got. So I'm gonna go, oh wow, guys, look at this. Oh, look at that. A spaceman riding a horse on Mars. Amazing, right? So it actually works. So that generated we created an Azure function, a post request, and it works, right? So that used the SAS token. It successfully was able to verify that the token was valid, and then it got through. So you can see the authentication method access key is what we're using, right? The SAS token. That's damn cool. Right, so now you can see we've got an API that does it, right? So now we can go ahead and connect up the front end and continue the build. So now what we want to do is basically have it. So when I click on generate or I click on use suggestion should pass this prompt to that endpoint. Generate should suggest whatever I've typed in here. So it could be A, B, C, D, E, whatever. Click generate, and then it should go ahead and make this call possible. So let's do that right now, right? So heading over to my code. Oh my God, I'm getting so mixed up with everything. So let me go ahead and minimize Postman because we don't need that right now. And I'll minimize our demo as well, because we don't need that. Let's go. So at this point, we are going to go to our, cover that. We need to go to our front end again. So heading back into our components, our prompt input. Okay, so when we go ahead and click on the use suggestion or generate button, this is where we need to go ahead and make the magic happen, right? So prompt input for new suggestion, we're going to go ahead use suggestion, we're going to submit a prompt, right? So in this case, so for this one or for this one, so let's do generate first. So that should just be very simple. We should have on click equals submit prompt. Okay, so we're going to create a function here called submit prompt. Now, let me just go ahead. Oh, actually what you can do is, because this is the type submit button, you don't even need to do that here. You can actually have the form on submit. So that's the submit button. You can have a submit prompt, right? You can also do that, right? So very straightforward. And then, handle submit. So, okay. So yeah, so this will be handle submit. Yeah. And now what I'm going to do is create a function above it. So I'm going to say const handle submit. And this one will have so every sort of a click handler has an event, right? So in this case, if you don't know the type definition for it, nice little trick, you do a little arrow here and you hover over it and you can see form event. HTML form event is that. So I copy that, pop it in there, and then I can remove my handle submit. And there you go, just like that. Import the dependency and bam, I have perfect type definitions every time, right? So e.prevent default, there we go, bam. And then I'm going to say await submit prompt. So this one will just basically call the other function, and then you can do extra stuff here if you want to. I'm just making it relatively simple. Now submit prompt is going to be a function I'm going to create above here. So it's a const submit prompt equals asynchronous. So it's going to be an asynchronous function. And this one is also going to have a parameter that we pass through, and this is going to be a conditional. So it's going to say use suggestion, and it's an optional, so we don't need to pass it in, and it's a Boolean value. Okay, so if you pass in true, it will use the suggestion that was generated. If you don't pass in true, it will use the input that you would actually put in. Okay, so how do we do this now? Remember, we're disabling the buttons as well if there is no input, so it will prevent you from sort of making a mistake. So first thing I want to do is create a copy of the input. So I say input prompt equals input. Oops, equals input. And then what I do is I can clear the input, because basically I want the user's experience to basically be the minute they hit generate, it should just do that. It should clear it. Right? I don't want it to load, because then what they might do is they might click, and it's just like a bad user experience, right? So you want to clear it out, right? And you can also console log it if you want. I'm not going to do that. So in this case, that's good. And then we can go ahead and say that the if the person has typed in, so the text that we're going to send, I'm just going to call it P. So the P represents the prompt, right? So P is the prompt to send to API, right? So P is the prompt to send to API. Then here what I'm going to say is if you passed in use suggestion, then what you should do is you should say, you should go ahead and use the suggestion. Otherwise, what I want you to do is I'm going to go ahead and check that the input prompt exists. Or if that doesn't exist, no, sorry. No, 1 minute. I've completely messed things up. So if it's suggestion, yes, that's fine. Otherwise, it'll be input prompt. Or why did I add that one in? Suggestion. Okay. I think that's fine for now. I think that's good. Yeah, I don't think I need the other one. Oh no, okay, actually, yeah. So if it's, because sometimes your input prompt might not be there. So in this case, okay, let's leave it for now. If it errors out, I can figure it out. So then we're going to make a request to the backend. So we're going to say res. This is where we make the post request to the backend. We say await fetch /API /generate image. And this is going to be a post method. The headers are going to be application JSON, and the body is going to be stringified prompt, right? So it's going to be the P, right? Then when it comes back, we're going to get the data. We're going to get the data as JSON, and then we're just going to simply say, if there was an error, you know, we'll handle this with the notifications afterwards. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So this should do it. Now, what this is doing is, firstly, it's generating the image here. So this one is going to make a call to our own API. So we need to make sure that we've actually got an API endpoint for generate image that is created, which we have. Yeah. So now what this will actually be doing is that this post request, firstly, is not correct. This needs to go to the actual generate image backend that we've created. So we need this one to go to our local host for now. So this one here, generate image. There'll be, no, see, it's not that one you want. If you open up your execution, so remember this one, so it'll be generate image. So here it'll be generate image. Okay. So now what happens is our client makes a request to our API, in our local API, which then pings our Azure function. Our Azure function then does its thing, and then it will come back and it should work. Okay. So let's give this a try right now. And let's just see if it works, right? So generate, let's go over to our, let me close some of these things because I've got too many things open right now. So let's close this, close this, close this, close this, close this. Let's make it very simple for you guys to follow me. So I'm going to open up my prompt input. There we go. And this is good so far. Yeah. So I'm just checking something. We've got this, we've got the content, JSON, blah, blah, blah. And then, okay, submit prompt. There we go. So at this point, when we do API generate image, it will make a request to my backend. So at this point, we should be fine. So I'm just going to log out here saying console log input prompt. Yeah, so we should be able to see it when I submit it. So that way I get some feedback when I inspect, so I can just know what's going on. So here, so I'm going to click on draw a dinosaur in the ocean, right? Click generate. See, draw a dinosaur in the ocean. And then what this would have done was on the network tab, this would have actually called generate an image. And you can see right now, it's the payload was a prompt. And you can see it's pending. So this is actually executing right now. And you can see if we were to look at the backend, you can see that it just came back successfully. Let's go down here. So file upload prompt is draw a dinosaur in the ocean. File uploaded successfully. So let's go ahead and head over here, refresh, and we should have a dinosaur in the ocean. So draw a dinosaur in the ocean.png. Amazing. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That is so sick. So now we've got that pretty good. So now we've got the ability to generate images, okay? And what's really awesome now is that it's very easy to go ahead and where we have our use suggestion button, here we just simply say on click, submit prompt, submit prompt true. And true would basically represent that you're using the suggestion, which means that it would use that suggestion output, okay? Which is perfect. So in this case now, if I was to go ahead and refresh, and I go ahead and click on use suggestion now. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So click on use suggestion. What we should see is that it should say prompt is a modern abstract oil painting of a tiger running through a forest. So we've actually gone ahead and executed the API. And then in a second, we should see that file uploaded successfully. We've got an error here, which was unexpected. Oh, because we're passing some JSON, which wasn't correctly handled. So I need to handle that a little bit better on the front end. But for now, at least the back end is still pulling in the correct thing. So like a modern abstract oil, there we go, nice. So the reason why we're getting this error, let's dive into it. So we've got res.json. So this is why. So if we go over to our API, so let me just go into our API, generate image root. So here we are going ahead and saying prompt response.text, text data, that's fine. And then inside of prompt input, so prompt input, where we get things back, data.res.json, that's also fine. So the error must be in Azure. So when we're pulling, let's have a look at Azure. So when we're returning our text from our generate image function, I believe that this is probably where we're making mistakes. Yeah, it is here. So we're not returning anything from generate image at the moment in Azure. And that's the reason why we're getting an issue. Yeah, so here we're not returning a body. So I made a mistake here. So we should be returning a body. And here I don't really care. I don't want to return the image, it's too big. I want to do a fetching mechanism on the front end. But here we successfully upload the image. That's great. Okay. So at this point now, we should not get an error because we have something to pass when it comes back. Okay. Now the final sort of step here is generating the images. Then we can go ahead and do the front end for getting our nice, beautiful layout done. So I'm going to go ahead and firstly create a Azure function for doing so. And this is going to be called get images. So let's create the get images function. So get images.js Azure function. And now what I'm going to do is do the appropriate imports. So again, very similar to what we previously did, and I will show you right now. So very similar imports, right? So we have all of the app, which we require for any cloud function, our credentials, the dependencies for credentials, our SAS token helper, account name, account key, the container name, which is images, the credential, which uses our account name and account key. Again, you can refactor that actually into a separate file if you want to not have repeated code like this. Blob service client we need over here, and we simply pass our account name and the credential to allow us access. Then we go ahead and create the actual endpoint, right? So in this case, we say app.http get images. This is going to be a get method. The auth level will be anonymous, and then we have our handler. Now we do need the actual context here because I believe we do use it. And then we have our function like so. Okay, so this one right here is, what am I messing up? Yep, there we go. There we go. Yep, so we got the handler here. So for the handler now, I need to basically create a container client connection. So that way we've got access already to the service, the blob storage service. Then we want to get the images container, like I've said previously. Once we have the images container, we're going to have two things. We're going to have one, which is the image URLs, an empty array, and we're going to have it generate an SAS token so we can access our backend. So what I'm essentially trying to do now is I'm trying to pull all of these, right? So what I'm about to do is list all of the blobs in this container. So each one is a blob. So you see blob, right? Blobs are amazing data type for storing media files like images, pictures, that kind of thing, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and basically make a request to all of these things and get those answers back. And then we're basically going to generate a list from this. So I'm going to have all these file names as an end result. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So first I say for, I'll show you, we do for await. And then we say const blob of, we're doing a nice little loop here. We're saying container client dot list blobs flat, right? So this returns an async iterable operator to list all the blobs under a specified account. Okay, so this will go ahead and give me all of the blobs back, right? And we're waiting for each one. So now what I do with this information is I go ahead and I basically create a URL for each image. So basically, see, I've got the blob name and the SAS token, so I can access that image. If I don't have the SAS token at the end of the image, it's basically going to say you don't have access or permission to view these images because you weren't permitted a SAS token, right? Or if it was after half an hour, they would have to generate another token. So now what we do is we create a URL. Now this URL is perfect because that exact URL can be rendered on the front end as a image URL. So then what we do is we say image URLs dot push, and I basically want to push the URL and the name. Okay, so I want to go ahead and push in the image URLs. So now at the end of it, we have all list of all the URLs, but we also have the name because I want to use the name on the front end for the keys. Okay, now what I can then do is I want to sort it, because basically what we'll find will happen. Remember, I stored the file name underscore a timestamp .png. PNG for the image, right? The extension. So what we're going to now do, before we return all the list of images to the front end, I'm going to basically pass those strings. So what I'm going to say is the first portion of the string is the file name. So I need to basically do some string manipulation, and I need to go ahead and say, split that string up and give me everything after the underscore. Okay, now after the underscore, I have the timestamp, but I then have the timestamp .png. So then I say split everything based on the dot, so .png, and then give me the first part, right? So then what I do is I basically have only the timestamp from the file name. Then I do something called a sort function, which I teach in 0 to Full Stack Hero. Feel free to check it out at papareact.com/course. And basically what you're going to do is we're going to do a simple sort function, which is just going to check the first timestamp against another one and sort the entire list before we return it to the front end. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say const sorted image URLs equals image URLs, so image URLs dot sort. And basically what you have here is you have your A and B. So A is going to be the first item in that list, or as you iterate through, it'll be the first element from when you're doing the comparison. The second one will be the second element. Then the second cycle will be the second and third. The third cycle will be third and fourth, and so forth, right? And it'll keep swapping them until it sorts everything. So we're going to say const a name equals, and basically remember what I said, we're going to split based on all those different things, and we're going to pop, right? So the shorthand that I've done here is a nice bunch of, it's pretty cool, right? So basically what we're doing is, let's imagine we had a file name called draw a dinosaur, right? So draw a giant dinosaur there. So let's imagine that's a timestamp, right? So what it's doing is it's splitting at the underscore. So then I have this section and this section in an array. Then I'm saying pop, right? So pop is giving me the end result. So it's basically giving me this. So at this point, after that, I basically gotten rid of this bit, right? So up until here, and then I do two strings. So up until here is basically getting me this. Then what I do is I have dot split. So dot split gives me an array where this is the first element and this is the second element, and shift returns the first element of that array. So then I get this. So basically now, after doing that, like kind of, that combination here, you're basically going ahead and getting that from the original title, right? So then we do the same with bname, and then all we do is we return bname minus a name, and it will start sorting all of those timestamp values, right? So basically now you're sorting all those image URLs by doing that. That's a lovely little ES6 sorting function if you didn't know how to do it, okay? So once you've done that, I'm just gonna add in something to say like that function was actually processed for this one, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm gonna return something. So now here, I'm not gonna do a simple return that we were doing before. I'm gonna say return, but in the JSON body, I'm going to say image URLs are going to be the key, and I'm going to return the sorted image URLs. Okay, there we go. So at this point, we've got our return. So that's great. So now I should be able to go ahead and actually access this. So let's go ahead and remove that. That was from previously. So I'm going to close this Azure function instance, and then I'm going to go ahead and say npm run start. And that's going to go ahead and hopefully, if it all works, give me a URL for get images. There we go, get images. So now if I run this is a get request. So I can actually throw this in the browser and I should get all the images back. There we go, guys. Look at that. That's sick. I literally got these back. Look, nice. And they've even sorted it based on the order. So these are all being sorted on the back end and returned to the front end. So that's awesome. Now we've created our Azure endpoint. Okay, so now we've got the Azure endpoint. I now go to my front end and I go over to my app, API, get images, root. And you can see we don't have anything here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an API endpoint here for our local side. And this is fairly straightforward, right? So we've got the simple syntax for Next.js 13.2, which is basically it's going to be a get request that we're supporting here. We're going to go ahead and get the response. And this is going to be an await fetch. Okay. And this is going to be using, making a call to that endpoint that we just went ahead and retrieved, which was this one right here. So it's get images. So over here. Yes. So we're going to go ahead and fetch from there. And then we're going to go ahead and say, as the second argument, we're not caching, right? So you can optimize this more and, have caching rules and that. But for now, I'm making every request be dynamic. So it's basically a service I render each time. Right, but you can feel free to optimize as you wish. Right now, remember, I returned it back as JSON body. Right, so what I'm going to actually do here is return it as a blob type. So this will actually give me back the blob, and then what I do is I return the text back from that blob by doing blob.text, and then I pass that. So basically, I get it back in the form of a blob. So it's a lot of data that comes back. Then I pass it. Then I basically say const data equals JSON dot pass the text data, and this will give me back a list of URLs. Okay, so then I return it back in a stringified fashion. So then I basically go ahead and stringify the data and I return it back with a 200. So now I can make a request to my / API get images, and then that will go ahead and actually help me out, right? So now I can actually go ahead and do this from my front end. So let's go to I need to create a images component. So where are we going to use that? I'm going to use this inside of so where we have our page.tsx, right? This is where I'm essentially going to be rendering a very simple page in itself. It's going to be simply here. I'm going to have the main tag, and this is going to have a MX margin of 0, but on a but on the largest medium-sized screen, it's going to have a margin of 10. So margin of 10. Actually, to be honest, I think for now we're good. Let's just margin x to 0. And this will render out images, right? And I'm going to create this component now. So this component is going to be inside of the components folder. So here we're going to have our images.tsx, RFCE, bam, go up here, get rid of that. And now here is where we do some magic, right? So I'm going to pull in my images folder from components, and we're going to go ahead and do the following. So inside of my images, firstly, it's going to be a client component because I'm going to have a few things like use SWR making calls here. So this is going to be a use client component. So it's a client component as opposed to a server-side component, because remember in Next.js 13, everything is a server-side component until you make it a client component. So I'm going to import the following, and you can see I need a special lib helper here to fetch the images. So very simply, I go into my files, go into app, my lib folder, where is it? Lib on the upper level. And where we have this similar structure, I'm going to do essentially the same thing, but basically I'm doing it for where is it gone? Fetching images, right? So basically I'm going to create a new file here called fetchimages.ts, and it simply is the same following protocol. It just makes a fetch to get images. We're not storing the cache or caching data, and then it returns me a helper function. So we do that. Then we go back to our images folder, and then we can basically go ahead and successfully import that as needed. So that is freaking out why. So let's just double check. /lib /fetch images. There we go. Okay. So now that we have our images folder good, I've got so many files open on my screen. My eyes are a bit crazy right now. I am going to basically make a pull to those images. So we need to go ahead and basically set up the same thing with use SWR. So what we do is, remember, you get the following from it. So we say you get the data, which I'm renaming as images. You get the is loading state. The mutate state basically just calls this again, but I'm renaming it to refresh images because that makes more sense. And then we've got is validating, right? So in this case, we've got fetch images being called. And then what we're doing is we're caching it as images. You can really cache this however you want though. You could say, if you really wanted to, API /get images as the URL endpoint, right? But honestly, that doesn't matter too much, right? But in this case, let's just, okay, we'll do the API endpoint. It doesn't make a sense. That doesn't make a difference. And then I'm going to have a type definition for, remember, we stored the images and we returned them back with a name and URL. So I'm creating a type definition. Yeah. And then inside of the images, this is where we can actually go ahead and render them. So first things first, I need to see if I'm getting images back. So let's go ahead and render out the images and see what happens. So if we get these images back, guys, I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my mind because it works. All right, so we go to console and we get images. Oh, let me refresh. And we've got ignore that image. Oh, yo, look at that. Oh my God, beautiful. Look at that images. The images are coming down. So just like that, we've created a Next.js API, a Azure function that's connecting to it. We're returning all that stuff. It's just so powerful. Like, it's so cool when you learn how to do this stuff. So now what we do is we simply have some front-end fun and we go ahead and render this out. So let's go ahead and have some fun and render all this information out. First things first, we have the div, and then this is going to do CSS grid. So we're going to have the div, and then inside of here, we're going to have another div. And here we're going to go ahead and do, we've got the images themselves. So we're going to say images dot, right? I'm saying, and we're going to say optional chaining. So if it's not yet ready, then it's going to go ahead and not crash by having optional chaining. So we're going to say image URLs dot map, and then that could also be undefined. And then we're going to say for every single image, and each image, I'm going to manually cast it to that image type. Sometimes Copilot is too aggressive. Yeah. And then I'm going to do implicit return. So normal parentheses brackets. Okay. And then here we have a div, right? And then the div has to have a key when you're mapping through things, because otherwise your re-rendering is crap. So do not do that. Okay. So there we go. And then we've got the image dot name is going to be the key here. And then inside of your div, I'm going to have the image itself, right? So image / and we need to import this image from next image, which we've already done. Also see, and then we've got the source, which is going to be the image URL. The alt is going to be just image name. We can do, if that's fine. The height is going to be 800, so I'm just going to use 800 our set value. The width is going to be 800. And then the class name, I'm going to style my image. The width should be full, rounded, small corners. Shadow should be a 2XL. A drop shadow should be here as well. Drop shadow large. And I want to do a -z index of 10 because I want to layer this nice overhaul effect afterwards on it. All right, so I hit save. And what you'll find now is I get a big error. Okay, now this is happening because remember, we're using the next image component, and when we use the next image component, we need to whitelist the domain that the images are coming from. And the reason why I left it to this point is because I'll show you a little shortcut. It actually helps us out. So it says you need to add the host name, this right here, to your next config. So it just saves you a bit of hassle. You just literally copy that, go back over to your next config, and simply add it to your list of whitelisted domains, right? So add it, bam, over there, boom, right? And then because you change your next config, you're gonna have to restart your server on the next side, right? Not your Azure side, you have to restart on the next side. So there we go, we reset that, boom. And then we go ahead and do our thing, and there you go. And now we should see images, wait for it. Do we see images? Wait for it, oh, there we go, look at that. Look at that. We've got dinosaurs, tigers. It's just, oh, it's so beautiful. I love it. It's so cool when you see the stuff that you're trying to do work. It's just amazing. Right now, you see it's huge. This is not ideal, right? So I'm going to show you how we can basically perfectly optimize that and get it in the right way that we want. And we're going to do this with the magic of CSS grid, okay? So here we're going to say it should be a grid, and then a gap of 4 should be present. Right, so gap of 4, and then basically on a small mobile device it should always be columns 1, and then what we do is we step up the grid columns as we get to a bigger size. So grid columns 2 on a medium size, a large screen grid columns 3, yeah, and then on a extra large screen grid columns 4, and so forth, right? So grid columns 4, and then I think I finished off on a 2XL. Oops, oh god, 2XL, and this is going to be grid columns 5. There we go, yeah. And then I'm going to say padding X of 0, and on the medium screens, padding X of 10. Right, so padding X of 10. So on the mobile view, there's no padding, and then on the bigger screen, it gets bigger. So now we hit save, and look at this. Look, wait for it. Oh my God, look at that. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at that. Oh, it's just lovely when it works. That's just silky smooth. Look at that. It works perfect. Yeah. And now what we can do is I actually want the first image to take up like a block over here. So I want it to take up 2 rows and 2 columns, the first image only. Yeah, and CSS Grid is so good at that because we can actually use like, you know, span 2 or that kind of logic to get that down. So now what I can do is I can say for the div here, where we have the key, that sort of thing, we can have the class name and I can have some string interpolation here. So I can go ahead and do square curly brackets, backticks, and this is going to be relative because we're going to have a little trick going on in a second. I'm going to have a cursor help when you hover over it. Yeah, that makes sense because I'm going to do something cool. And then I'm going to have this some JavaScript. Now here, what I'm going to say if the index, so basically here where we get this back, if we get the second argument back, which is actually a number, and this tells you like, is it the first item, second item, third item? So it starts from 0, 1, 2, so forth. So if I equals 0, I know it's the first element. Okay, and if the first element is there, then I'm going to say the first element should span 2 columns and still 2 rows. Okay, and then I want to have some logic when I basically scroll over it. So I want to have like a hover and all that kind of thing. So basically what I'll do is I'm going to add that hover stuff here before, and then there you go. So now what we've done here is that looks horrible. One second, I've completely broken something. Let's just go ahead and fix this quickly. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of relative cursor. I think it's because I've got this and I need to figure something out. One second. Okay, so let's do relative. There we go. So now, yeah. So there you go. Firstly, get rid of the relative for now. I have an idea. I'll show you something. Yeah. So firstly, that works. Yeah. So that looks very nice on like it looks proper like an art gallery now. Yeah. And then what we're gonna do is, after that is done, so after this, then we're going to add in hover scale and that kind of stuff, right? So now you can see if I hover over it, you see we get this nice little effect, right? And same here, and same on a small screen, right? Now here it doesn't work correctly because of the medium screen, right? Or the small screen. And I'll show you how we can fix that in just a second. So this should only take place, on a medium screen and above. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense to span rows on screens like that. So there you go, that's why. Yeah, so that's why I was working. And then we do make it relative. I'll show you a little trick. So because this div is now relative, yeah, so there you go, now it's fixed that issue. And then what we're gonna do is when I hover over it, I wanna have this nice little effect. So I wanna create a white div that hovers, when I hover over it, it just suddenly appears, right? And the way that I do that is I have a div next to it, All right, but firstly, the parent container has to be white, right? So it has, has to be relative. So in this case, I say div, and then I've got a p tag, and that p tag will have the text of the image, right? So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a string here. I'm going to strip the PNG and the timestamp out of it. Okay. Now for the p tag, I'm going to say text should be, last name, we're going to say text should be in the center, font should be light, and the text should be large and padding of 5. And then for the div on the outside, I'm going to say that this is where the real kind of trick comes in, right? So as you can see now, it's got the writing on the top, but I want this to be absolutely positioned over it with a white background, and opacity only comes through when you hover over it. So what we do is, because we're relative, the parent container is relative, we can do absolute positioning within that div. So we can say absolute flex, justify center, items should be centrally aligned, and then we're going to say the width should be 4, the height should be 4, the background should be white, the opacity by default is 0, and then when you hover over it, the opacity becomes 80%, right? And then I want to do a transition on the opacity, so you get this nice little effect. And then we're going to say the duration is 200 milliseconds and a Z index of 10, so that way it's layered above the image, right? Because the image is -10. We're going to say this one is +10, so that way now it's layered. So now look, you get a layering effect where it's sitting perfectly on top of the image. And just like that, oh my goodness, it's so clean. Like when you get this down, like it's icing on the cake. All right, so look at that, it looks so clean. And then now you get all this kind of coolness, right? Now, the thing is, right, so if we've got this working well, but firstly, when I actually come to this page, it doesn't tell me anything. Like it doesn't tell me when it's loading and so forth. So firstly, I want to update this UI so that way it does tell me some stuff, right? And the first thing I want to do is I'm going to say if it's loading, then I'm going to add in a p tag which simply says loading. Okay, so I'm going to simply add in, get rid of this, and I'll show you how we do it. So we simply say based on the is loading from the above, we say a p tag and just says loading AI generated art, and I've simply done an animate post on it and centered the text. So now if I refresh, loading AI generated images until it's ready, and then bam, it pops in, right? So beautiful, works really nicely, works well. Yeah. So the next step is I want to have a button on the bottom right which will refresh the images, right? So in that case, if I added a new image, it will refresh and I can actually go ahead and check what happened. So I'm going to add in a button here saying refresh images. But the way I check this is I basically say if it's not loading, yeah, so if you're not already loading and it's invalidating, then you can say it's refreshing. Otherwise, it will just say refreshing images, right? So now this button here, simply if we click it, it doesn't do anything. But what we want to do is simply just call refreshing images. So all it's going to do is fetch the images again when you click it, and that causes it is validating to become true. But is loading, you don't want it to come up when you first are loading the images because it doesn't make sense. So you basically disable it for that, so the text shows, and it is validating is triggered when you refresh. So when you call this, is validating gets called. Okay, so here we say on click, and then I'm going to say refresh images. Right, but I'll show you a little trick now. So if you just did refresh images, what you're going to find is it's just going to get rid of everything. So if I do this, like refresh images, it doesn't, like it's not an optimistic update, right? So I know it looks like it's working, but it's a bit sketchy, right? What you do is you pass in the old images and you get like a nice optimistic update, and that means that it doesn't kind of get rid of everything, because what can happen sometimes is this stuff just like disappears and comes back. So we're going to do a nice optimistic update, and then it will use the images when we're refreshing it, and then it will replace them once it comes back with a response. Right, so that's pretty cool. And then for this button, I want to have it floating down here. So for the styles for that, I'm going to show you in a shorthand how we can do it. I basically just done some absolute positioning, or fixed positioning, sorry. So I'm just going to paste it in, and it's layered at Z20 to save a bit of time. So fixed bottom right, bottom 10, bottom right, background 490% opacity so you can see through it a bit, text white, bit of padding, rounding corners. When I hover, the background changes a little bit darker. Focus outline none, focus ring, so when you click it you can see something, and the font bold and Z20, so it's on top of all the other tiles. Now you can see, look, that's lovely, look at that, really nice. And when I click it, refreshing, and then refresh images comes back when it's done. Yeah, so that works pretty nice. And what we can actually see here to prove this is working, if I go to this and I go down here you can see if I click refresh images, you see how it's calling it every time I do it. So it's actually making that request to our backend, which works, right? So really, really nice. So at this point, we're looking pretty damn good, right? So this is looking good, but we have a problem. So let's imagine if I go ahead and create a black and white oil painting of a child playing in a park. So let's use the suggestion, which means that I'm creating a modern black and white oil painting of a child playing in the park. Now, when this comes back, this will not update, right? So I'll show you. So look, this will not update. So let's go ahead and wait for this to come back. So once it says file uploaded successfully, it won't come back. And I'll show you how we're going to address this problem. And this is because this image component is not connected to this image input prompt, right? So I'm going to show you how we can correct this now using use SWR in a very, very nice caching efficient strategy, right? So let's wait until that uploads. So that should be done in a second. Sometimes it has a little delay. Maybe it takes longer to paint that picture or whatever it's doing. I'm not sure, but it's doing it on the back end. We could always try and trigger another one. I always find if I do, yeah, there you go, file uploaded successfully, and you can see it's not here, right? It's not here, and we're not revalidating on focus, so it's not going to refresh. So if I click refresh images now, you can see it then pulls it in. Okay, so the refreshing the images actually pulled it in. Wow, that's amazing, right? That's crazy. So it pulled it in. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to make it so when it finishes this prompt, it's going to simply basically refresh this fetch images. But how do we do this if we're in a separate file, right? So we don't have something like Redux here. We don't have any of this stuff. So how the hell do you do that, Sonny? Well, it's actually a lot easier than you think with use SWR. So provided that your caching key is the same. So in this case, the caching key being API images or whatever you decide to call this, if this is images, providing that this is the same, right? So if I change this to images, I'll show you. We can then go into the other components of the prompt input and actually pull in what we need for the ability to do what we need. So I'll show you. So let's go into prompt input. And then inside of the prompt input, now what we can do is we can say const, and we can just simply pull in the mutate function. And we're going to simply call this one update images, or you can call it refresh images, really doesn't matter. Use SWR. Yeah. And what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and say, remember the key was images that we decided. The fetching function was fetch images, which we're going to need to import from our library. And then we're going to go ahead and say revalidate on focus false. Okay. So now I've got access to this. And what happens here, which is amazing, is inside of submit prompt, right? After we upload the picture, we can cause a refresh to occur by simply pulling in the additional pictures. Now, after all that is said and done, simply put, what it will do is it will cause a refresh to occur. So I want to paint a spiral galaxy in 4K resolution. Use suggestion. So now it's going to make that request. So I've actually generated that. So prompt is a modern abstract painting, and I'm not going to do anything. And you're going to see it now pop in with that image. After that's done, we then have notifications to add, and then I think we're in the clear to deploy. So you see that? Look, it did it. It literally did it by itself. And that's incredible. That means that you have a beautiful decoupled code, which is clean, good programming practices. You're not passing, your setter function from one place to another and then something can break. Now all you're doing is you're relying on the caching key, which you should be probably putting in a constant file somewhere else, so that way you don't mess this all up. But then with that, you get exactly what you want, which is incredible. Yeah. So at this point now, this is looking amazing. So let's now add in the ability to, let's firstly test it ourselves with, let's just say a red balloon on a white background. Let's say generate, and you see, look, a red balloon on a white background. So while that's coming back, we can go ahead and test out the next thing. So we're now going to add in React Hot Toast notifications, so that way the user knows what's happening on the front end. Otherwise, right now you're kind of waiting, like, did it work or did it not work? And look, wait for it. Look at that. Oh, this is so clean. A red balloon on a white background. Clean, right? So at this point, that's pretty cool. At this point now, we're going to add in React Hot Toast notifications. So the way we do this is it's React Hot Toast notification. So you simply go to the React.Toast notification website, and we're going to add it in. So I'm using npm in this instance. So I'm going to grab this. Well, I think I'm using npm. So we're using npm. So I'm going to go over to my I'm going to go up to the correct directory, which is the main directory. Okay, let's not do that. Let's just go ahead and create another one. So there we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say npm I react.toast. Now, because we can't actually, so the way they would tell you to install it is you have to wrap your entire app with the toaster provider. Now, you have to put this toaster element at the highest element in your highest point in your app. Now, you can't do that in a Next.js 13 app because you're using server-side components. So the way you do it is you create a client wrapper or client provider. And to do that is fairly straightforward. All you got to do is go into your components, create a client provider.tsx. This will be a client component wrapper in some essence. Then what we do is we import the toaster inside of this file. So we pop it in like so. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So where we had the trick that I like to do is I go to my app, I get the layout, I basically copy the layout, right? And then I pop this in, but I don't use a lot of this stuff. So I get rid of all of this. I don't use that, obviously. And then I still like this part, right? So what I do is I get rid of all of this and I just make this like an empty fragment, a React fragment, and I pop the toaster in. And then what you can do is you still have the children. So I like to use the layout as a little shortcut for me. So I always forget sometimes what I actually need to do there. So I get the children now. And then I can basically position this. So I can say position, bottom, center. And now because this accepts children, what you can do is you go to your layout component. And obviously, by the way, you can use the new metadata in Next.js 13.2. So you can actually say AI art gallery. And then the description, this will change the head of the page. This is really good for SEO purposes. You can say generated by the pup fam. Let's go. All right, good. And then pub fam AI, yeah, we gotta represent pub AI immigrant AI art gallery, right? So at this point we can get rid of that as well. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap my entire stuff. So client provider with what I was doing. So I did export, yep, I did export it. So here what I can do is I go around the entire app and I get client provider, and then I just need to simply import it into my app. So I go here and I import it. So I go and say the following, and I can just do at there to make the alias work. And now your app should still be working. It should still be fine. But now you can have that ability to place it at the highest level and you don't break your server rendered component structure. So if you ever need to use higher order components, but you know, in Next.js 13, everything's a server component by default, that's how you would do it. So if you ever need to have like any kind of context provider or theme provider, you can do it that way. And then that would be a client-side component. It doesn't mean everything underneath is a client-side component either, okay? You can actually still do some clever stuff there. I thought that was what it did, but it didn't. Right, so at this point, we can now add in the toaster notification, which is fairly easy. We just go to our prompt input. So we head over to a prompt input, and where we have submit prompt, I'm going to base it all off the promise of when we are generating an image. So what we do here is we say notification prompt. Firstly, I need to import my toast from React.Toast. So let's go up here. And then I'm going to go down to submit prompt, and where we have the input prompt itself, I'm going to have a notification prompt. Okay. And then I'm going to slice it to make it a shorter prompt. Otherwise I don't, imagine I don't want this whole text to come up in the prompt. You might want it, but I didn't, right? So it's going to be either the input prompt or the suggestion. Okay. If you have an input prompt, then it will be that. Otherwise it will be the suggestion. Or you can actually just go ahead and say, if it was to be honest, it would be the prompt. So actually let's do this. Let's do underneath here. And then let's just make it notification prompt will be P. Yep, there you go. And then you have the correct one, right? And then you do notification prompt slice 20. That means you basically go up to the last one. And then we create a notification. So the way we do this is we say const notification equals toast.loading. And this is for the ID, so we can dismiss the same one afterwards. We say DALL-E is creating the short version of your notification. So it'll be like ... afterwards, right? And then after it's done, what we can then say is here, we can do the try data. We can basically check the data to see if there was an error. Now, if there was an error on the response, what what we can say is toast.error with the data.error, else toast.success, right? Now, what you do is you simply go ahead and we actually pass in the ID notification there. So what this will do is it will replace the existing notification that we had signed here to these ones. So then it'll become toast.success. Your AI generated art has been, your AI art has been generated and so forth. So let's try it out now. So ChatGPT is thinking of a thing. Let's do a sunset in the desert. Use suggestion, click it, and boom, look at that, guys. A modern abstract photo of sunset in the desert, but I've cut it afterwards because you don't want it too long, right? On a phone, for example. And now now your user's not sitting there thinking, is it working or is it not working? And that kind of thing. And you can still go ahead and use the app, right? So that you can literally go ahead and say, while it's doing it, you can literally do something like, imagine it, look at that, it looks lovely, right? So people celebrating a special outdoor occasion, use suggestion. I'm gonna say draw a iPad and then generate as well. And look, and we can have two and they stack up. Draw an iPad, generate a modern oil painting of a group of people. Oh, that's not an iPad, but it's close, right? I guess that's some sketchy Apple Pencil, but you can see that that's lovely. It works just as we expect it. Let's do a vase color. Yeah, there we go. Let's just use that one. So now you've got a nice UI. Everything's looking beautiful. And I think we are now on to deployment, right? So first things first, we're going to basically step this in the correct way. First thing we're going to do is deploy the Azure functions. Then I'm going to swap the URLs out. Now, as I mentioned, you can do the little check to see if in production, then use your real dynamic production URLs, and then otherwise use localhost. But for today, I'm just going to swap it out to be simple. We're going to deploy our Azure functions so that they're live and up. Then we're going to go ahead and deploy our Vercel app to where it needs to be. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I just want to check something as well. Vercel, does it come out? No, okay, so there we go. I haven't got the extension yet. So at this point now, what we do is, so inside of our Azure, right, what we have here is, let me close everything first. So inside of Azure, we have our local settings.json. Now inside of local settings.json, I'm not going to show it because it's got all the keys and everything there, but basically what we have here is a bunch of your config stuff, right? So all of your config stuff is in local settings.json. Now, if I go over to, remember, don't forget you got the access to the code here on the first link in the description. So if I go over to my Azure functions, so if we go back over here now to my Azure functions, so the function app, what you'll find is if I go to configuration, so you can just type in settings configuration, you'll see we have the environment files here, the environment variables here. Okay. And then what you'll find is, look, you've got your different keys and stuff like that. Now it's working locally because we have the file, but notice how some of my things, such as my my account key, my account name, that's not here. So how do I push my local settings up? Well, it's very easy. Command-Shift-P, we type in Azure storage, and then we type in settings. No, is it Azure storage? No, Azure function, sorry. Settings, upload local settings. So this one right here, simply hit enter on that. And then what you'll find is it will ask you which app most likely. So give it a second and then we find the app. So in this case, AI image generator YouTube app. So we click it. And now what this is doing is it's uploading my local settings JSON file to the actual Azure functions. So this means that when I deploy it, so you see successfully uploaded. So now when I deploy it, if I click refresh now, yep, we click on continue, you should see those new environment variables in Azure. So now you can see, look, OpenAI key, OpenAI organization, and you can see that's correct. And we even have the account key and account name. So this is perfect right now, right? So we have all the stuff that we need. And now with that said, so now we've basically set the environment variables in Azure. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and say Command-Shift-P, Azure functions, and then we can go ahead and do the following. We can say deploy to function app. And then what this will do is this will actually deploy all of my source URLs to a real app. So in this case, we can select our app, hit enter. And what this will do is you have to be careful because it will override all of the previous deployments. So we're going to click on deploy, that's fine. And what it's doing now is it's deploying these actual URLs over to Azure. And because it's got the correct the correct environment variables, it's working. So in this case, it says deploying, click here to review the output files. So let's go ahead and see if we can get that. Why can't I see that? Okay, let me just see that 1 second. Let's check the output window. There we go. So you can see now it's going ahead and it's starting the deployment. It's doing everything it needs. It added the following settings. That's what happened before. So if you want to find this, you go to output, you click on this and you see Azure functions. And you can see all the nice little output stuff. Syncing triggers, deployment successful. Once it says querying triggers, what you'll find is it will give us back the URL endpoints. So you see like querying says deployment complete. That's what I'm talking about. So now what we can see, there's two ways of checking this. Firstly, it will give us a bunch of URLs right now. And we're going to use those URLs in just a second. So let's go ahead and see right now. 1 second. So let's pop this to the side. Let's move this over here. And what we'll see is we should see all of our triggers live and deployed. So give it a second. Give it a second. It'll take a minute. All right, so while that's doing that, I can go over to my functions here and you should see, yeah, there you go. Look, they're there. They're literally here. They're live. Yeah. So the app is currently, that's fine. We can do this. And then, so basically that is live. So that will give us the thing. And then if we click on Azure, we go here to function app, AI image generator functions. You'll literally get the URLs here as well. And I think we can actually copy the URLs here as well. So this is why the extensions are very good. So that's not giving me it at the moment. That's still reading. So just give it a second. It's querying. Okay, so it takes a little bit of time sometimes. That's fine. There you go. So we got the different things. If we right click, copy function URL. So if I was to click on, for example, get images, you can see if I was to paste this in, we actually get, look, that's a real API endpoint. So if I click that, look at this, guys. Bam, I actually get it. That's awesome. That's amazing. And it actually works. It's a real endpoint and it's working. So now what I can do is go through my code where I had my different files. So in this case, we've got the generate image and so forth. So yeah, so in this case now we go to our files. Let's go to our hide this for a second, go to your app API, and by the time this should have, yeah, there you go. So it came back eventually, but you see you got all the URLs here as well. Yeah, the one that gets past the HTTP trigger URLs. So these are live now in Azure, right? So now it's actually deployed. So we've got the Azure URLs. We go to our app endpoints, and instead of these ones now, I'm going to use them ones. So instead of that, we're going to go to our Azure, and then here I'm going to say generate image, copy, oops, no, oh God, I've actually, oops. Actually execute it. So this one, I'm going to go ahead and, no, don't do that. Cancel. Yeah. Oh, but that's really cool, actually. You can actually generate it from here. I did not know that. The enter request body. Wow. So here you could do prompt, Microsoft Fairplay. You can say, draw a dinosaur in a blue lagoon. I don't know what's up with me and dinosaurs as well. Enter. And that worked. Oh, wow. That's cool. Yeah, so you can actually test it that way as well. Now you know, right? And then in this case, we can go ahead and paste it in. So that's live. Obviously, you can use, I would recommend that you actually did like proper environment variables for URLs here and constant files, but I'm just trying to show you the point, right? So we've got this get images. Oh, look at the Papa Farm anthem. Come on, let's go. And then we've got the get images here. So here we're going to do get images, the same thing. Copy our function URL, pop it in. And again, I would make it so that when you're in your production environment, oops, sorry guys. When you're in your production environment, you're doing your local, like basically you just do a check here, which is if it's in production, you do local, otherwise you do your main. I just want to show you this, that it works. And then the final one is ChatGPT suggestions. So here, this song will never get old. I swear to God, I love it. It reminds me so much of the Papa Fam and the amazing community that we built. And then let's go ahead and copy this one. Bam, pop it in there. And then you see it. So now you've got your ChatGPT suggestions, all that kind of stuff running off your actual endpoint. So let's test the app and see if it works. Let's refresh the app. And you see ChatGPT is still thinking of suggestions. It's still working. A modern abstract painting of a house. Okay, awesome. Look, my dinosaur in the blue lagoon came out. So let's go ahead and use this suggestion. And this is happening off real Azure endpoints right now. So this is happening off real Azure endpoints right now. Can you have custom URLs? I'm pretty sure you can, yes. So in this case, look, that's happened. That's actually been, that actually fetched from a real Azure endpoint, and that's perfect. That's working. Look, this is all working from real Azure endpoints. So the final step now, guys, is we need to go ahead and push to Vercel, right? So let's go ahead and deploy this to Vercel right now. So heading over to Vercel, what we need to do is, remember, we've got two things now, because we have over here our local environment file, okay? So the environment.local file, the environment local file here, we actually need to upload these environment variables to Vercel, but I'll show you a nice quick way to do it, right? So what I like to do is very simply go to my let's actually make this a little bit neater. Let's go here, let's pull this over here, and we have our AI. Remember, you're going to get confused at times because 1 minute you might be in Azure, and then this means you're at your Azure function, your Azure project nested inside, and then you got to come up to do your dependency management here as well. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and type in Vercel. And Vercel, if you haven't already installed the Vercel CLI tools, all you have to do is type in Vercel CLI, and it will have very simple instructions to install it. You type in Vercel. If you're not logged in, it will make you log in. Here I just say set up and deploy, yes. And then what scope do you want to do? So I'm actually going to do it to Sunny Sanga's team. So I've got a pro account as well. So I'm going to do a Sunny Sanga's team. Link to an existing project. I'm going to say no for now. What's your project's name? There you go. In which directory is your code located? It's in this one right here. And also, guys, if you haven't already signed up to Vercel, so in this case, in which code is in which directory? So you hit enter on that, setting up the project. Now this will upload your code. Now this is going to fail, right? I'll show you why. So you firstly click enter. Okay, that's fine. This is going to fail because we haven't uploaded our environment file variables yet. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my AI image generator build. Go here, and right now I'm trying out the pro features. We go to our settings, go to our environment variables, and you can see we don't have environment variables. So the easiest way of doing this is you simply go into your environment variables. I'm going to invalidate my key anyways, I don't care. Environment, copy your environment variables, and then you simply go here and paste. And then you click production, preview, development, whatever one you want to do it for, click save. And then what you can do is go to your deployments, cancel this one, right? Oh, so it's actually already finished anyway. But basically, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in Vercel, and this will work because now you're going to redeploy it to production, or no, it's not going to deploy to production, but it's going to, oh, it did do it here as well. But it's going to redeploy this now with your environment variables. Now, remember, if you haven't already signed up to Vercel, then I highly recommend you use this link, links.papareact.com/Vercel. So make sure you go check it out if you haven't already, and you're going to get a free bunch of stuff when you do this way. So if you haven't already got a pro account or you haven't got an account with Vercel, then definitely go check it out at links.papareact.com/Vercel. Okay, so that is, I'm just going to add it on the screen so it's super easy for you guys to read. So it's links.papareact.com/Vercel. Again, you're supporting the Papa fam. It helps us out a ton, and it always, it's always awesome to have you guys support us out. So in this case, we've got the preview link. You can deploy to production by simply running Vercel --prod, which is what I'm going to do here. And this will deploy to production, and then we can actually go ahead and see it. So in this case, let's see if it worked. And we've got everything. Oh, look, ChatGPT is thinking of a suggestion. Let's go. This work. Just let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Amazing. If you're adding images in, I need to refresh on my side because it's not a WebSocket connection, but I'm going to check. So feel free now to test that out for yourself, and I want to see if images actually come in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and keep on adding a few images as well. So a new suggestion, let's just type it in, and then we should start seeing things. Oh, someone did it. Look, someone did it. Yeah, that was someone else. That wasn't me. Let's do it again. So someone, there we go. Look, hey, there we go, guys. Look, Cat Girl Love, creating a city skyline in 4K resolution. Let's go, guys. Family of 3, creating modern abstract. Oh, wow, that's crazy. This is so cool. Jay said he did one as well. Oh, look at this. Oh my God. Oh, this is so cool. So what do you guys think? Absolutely cool, right? Amazing stuff. Destroy that like button if you're enjoying this build right now. Look at that. Everyone's loving it. Lion wearing a crown. That's what I'm talking about. I think the cat one, Papicha. I don't know. I had a feeling. Lion emoji of ice cream. This is so cool. But look at that. Wow, look how good that is. That's incredible. But yeah, you guys have tried it for yourself. You can see for yourself that it works. That is really cool. That was insane, guys. You just built a DALL-E 2 image generator app with Microsoft Azure powering it up on the back end. Firstly, that's a huge collaboration. You're not only demonstrating your AI skills, but you're using powerful backend tools such as Microsoft Azure to go ahead and power them. This is a great addition to go ahead and add to your digital portfolio, and you can impress your next interviewer at the next interview. Now remember, if you got stuck at any point, check out the code in the GitHub repo. It will be linked in the description, where you will find the code for the entire build located inside. And if you want to go ahead and sharpen your skill sets with your coding skills, or you want to go ahead and get support from others inside the community, definitely check out our course and community Zero to Full Stack Hero. It's the first link in the description. You will not regret it. Without further ado, guys, it's time for build 3 of 4 in the AI crash course. Let's jump into this. Next up, we have the AI Trello clone. Now, this was one of my particular favorites because of one main feature: drag and drop. I'm going to be showing you how to implement drag and drop using the React D&D library inside of a Next.js 13 app. So of course, you're going to go ahead and level up your React skills in this build. But most importantly, when we're using Next.js 13, I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and differentiate between client components and server components, and where you put a library such as React D&D inside, as a lot of you seem to get stuck on this, and it's for good reason, because it's a little bit confusing to get used to. But I've made it simple, and it's going to be an awesome build. On top of all of this, you're going to make your app look beautiful with Tailwind CSS. We're going to make our code nice and robust by using TypeScript, and all of the data in today's build will be stored and located on the AppWrite cloud. And of course, to manage this data inside of our app, we are going to leverage a global state management library known as Zustan. So if you've heard of this, this is the ultimate video for you. And in addition to all of the above, I'm going to show you how to go ahead and create accessible components leveraging the headless UI library. Let's jump into the AI Trello clone. Enjoy. Check out the Trello 2.0 AI clone with GPT-4. Get ready, guys. Papa fam, this is how we do it. Boom. 2.0 Trello. Look at this thing. It's so flipping beautiful. I love it. The design is awesome. Let's go ahead and drag and drop. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh, hang on. What's that? GPT is summarizing our tasks. That's awesome, right? And then we've even got a really nice modal. Look at this. And guys, this is using headless UI. So if you haven't already used headless UI, this is how you do it. Guys, let's go ahead and add a new to-do. Let's say, I want to crush this stream, right? And then what you can even do is you can tab. So now I'm literally tabbing through using the keys to go up and down, and I can go on done. I can upload a photo, so I'm going to hide. So that way, you know, I don't show anything that I shouldn't show. Then we get the nice little preview here. You see right now, we got a nice little preview. We go ahead and add the task. That's going to go ahead and upload it inside of the AppWrite cloud. And then it's going to go ahead and pop in our done page. So depending on which one you clicked on, it will go ahead and preset that for us. So you've already got that working. Look at that. I want to crush this stream. And you can go ahead and move it around. This is persistent. This is all on the database. And we've even got search included. So if I go ahead and type in podcast, you can see we've gone ahead and released the podcast. Right, you can go ahead and it's really fast, really nice stuff. Welcome to the stream. You can see how it filters everything out. You're going to learn all of this today. And yes, you know how your boy does it. It is responsive. I wouldn't make something that's not responsive. There you go. Look at that. So this thing, it works on a phone, works on anything you can imagine. And we've also got some nice cool tricks today. I like how you can get this gradient effect in the background. So much stuff happening right now. Right, guys, let's go ahead and break down this build so we can get started for you all today. This build is actually powered by the guys over at AppWrite Cloud. So this entire thing is actually super simple behind the scenes, and it's actually thanks to the guys over at AppWrite. So we're going to be building an incredibly fast, scalable solution today. But they've got everything from databases, authentication, storage, functions, they're basically cloud functions, security and privacy, real-time database functionality, all of the good stuff. And they've got so many examples here. So you guys can see they've actually released their beta, which is perfectly working right now. So you're going to see today how we can use it, how we can integrate it. And honestly, a lot of this code is it's like one-line clicks. So you can basically do a one-line command to get something into the database. We always like one-line stuff, right? So that's why we're going to be using this today. It's definitely something that I would recommend. And I definitely suggest that you follow along today, get set up, give it a play with. And because there's so many features that I haven't even covered in this. So if you want to see more videos, let me know. But also, by the way, I forgot to mention, you can actually take the entire columns and look how they're see-through. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. And even look at how it turns green. Oh, I love it. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. Right now, I just went a bit crazy. That's why I probably got an error. I think I threw too many things around. All right, so let's go ahead and break this stream down. So first things first, we have we have Next.js 13. So we got Next.js 13.4. Now I know there's so many changes lately in Next.js 13, 0.3, 0.4, all of these different releases, changes. There is even something called server actions now, which is damn powerful. But in Next.js 13.4, we are going to be using the brand new app API directory to create some endpoints. So you've got some fun stuff to look forward to. We then have GPT-4 in the mix as well. We actually have a few things today. So we've got Tailwind CSS. Now, Tailwind CSS, I highly recommend you go ahead and get this sort of, you get practicing with this. That's how you're going to be able to build awesome responsive websites without the headache, right? Honestly, without the headache of media queries and all this crap, right? I hate this. So in that case, we've got headless UI. Now, if you haven't used headless UI, we're also going to be doing TypeScript. So we've got TypeScript in the mix as well. So we're going to be building robust code that's going to be, less error prone. We've got some search sort of functionality. So I'm going to show you how to integrate something like a search field. And we even have, and I've not actually done this in any of the builds so far. We're going to be talking about the map object inside of JavaScript. So if you've never used something like a map object, I'm going to be showing you something like basically a map object today. So I'm going to break it down. We're actually going to do it in a really sort of cool use case. And what I did here was, you can call it over engineering. I really don't care. I'm trying to teach you a lot of different principles in these videos, but I want you to come out of this knowing what maps are and how to use them and why they're a bit more efficient sometimes, okay? So we've got the map object inside, and obviously we cannot forget that we have the drag and drop library, okay? So it's called Beautiful DND. So I'm just gonna write DND, and that stands for drag and drop. Now the crazy thing is the library was actually bought out by Atlassian, and Atlassian actually bought Trello. So we've got the cloud powered by AppWrite. So we've got AppWrite powering our cloud, and that's where we're going to be using today. So everything that we're doing on the back end is essentially powered by the AppWrite cloud. And that is pretty much, of course, I've missed out the biggest thing. We have Zustand. So if you haven't heard of Zustand, this is essentially a very new bit of technology. Now, I am actually somebody who is quite skeptical when it comes to, touching new bits of tech. Or I will tend to use them, but I will run them through coaching calls in my community, Zero to Full Stack Hero, the coaching community. You can definitely check it out. Second link in the description. But I will go ahead and try these things out, see if they're actually useful, see what my students react to them, see how useful they are in my production gigs. And then I will actually go ahead and make a decision as to if I want to push it on YouTube. Now, Zustand is absolutely incredible. It's simple, it's so easy to understand and implement, and that is why I'm going to show you how to use it in today's build as a replacement for something like Redux. So it is actually, honestly, it's going to blow you away. I do so much cool stuff with this, including handling the modal state. So when you click on a modal, it's going to handle that state. So when we do this right here, and bear in mind, you can actually click out. So I'm going to show you how to do all of this. Even if I press escape, you can click out. So all of this stuff's ready to happen, right? You've got all of this, Zustand. Then we're going to keep the board state inside of that global state as well. And we've also got the user's interaction. So notice how when I click on a to-do column, it already highlights to-do. If I click on a in progress column, it says in progress. And if I click over here in the done column, it's already highlighting done. So you're going to learn loads of things like that. So a lot of people saying, what do I use to run the screen? Screen brush. That's it, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into today's build. But before we do, at any point, if you get a little bit confused or you're not really sure on, if this is too advanced for you, do not quit. Instead, what I recommend is you check out all my free content. And if you really enjoy the free content and how we do things, then I highly recommend you check us out at Zero to Full Stack Hero. This is our internal community. This is not only just a course, it's a massive community of Papa Fam members. You can go ahead to papareact.com, click on enroll now, and you'll literally head over to our page. Tons of stuff here, right? If you want to see what people are saying about our course, check out the reviews tab on papareact.com and you see for yourself, right? There's literally, we've got so many members inside there. But in this case, you can go ahead, check it out. We've got real members, real people talking about the success. And honestly, it's just everything you need to go from absolute basics to crushing it and beyond, right? We've always got your back, and this is a lifetime community. So join it, you'll be a lifetime member, and that's how we work, right? We literally have a community where we help each other out. We help each other level up. We help each other do professional gigs. All that good stuff happens inside of there. And if you want daily emails with coding challenges, then you can even feel free to check out the University of Code. Our latest and greatest newsletter is at the top over on papareact.com. basically coding challenges every day, every single day to your inbox with the solution the following day. So you can go ahead, check it out yourself. But all of that is available at properreact.com. So make sure you check it out. That is how we essentially support everything that we do. So honestly, it's a win-win. We go ahead and help you out, and yeah, this is what we do, and this is how I'm able to constantly go deep into topics that I can't always do on a live stream, right? So I want you guys to learn the most, so this is something that I can help you out with. Everything in today's build, by the way, that we are going to use is free. So I want to make that very important. Everything that we are going to use in today's build that you see on the screen right now is free. So make sure you do this. Make sure you go ahead and add this to your portfolio and keep this as a project, because honestly, it's a really nice project to have on your portfolio. That's it. We're going to get started with today's video. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what I like to use. Now, I'm going to show you as if I was doing it from absolutely scratch. So that way you can go ahead and follow along, because I know a lot of the time some people are like, how the hell did you just do that? Right? So I'm going to show you literally as if I'm Googling it. Right? So the first thing I like to do is use create next app. Okay, so create next app, APP, right, so APP. And I like to do it with Tailwind, simple as, right? But this time we're actually gonna use create next app, the Canary edition, right? So I'm gonna use the Canary edition. You can use, honestly, quite frankly, you can use any one you want, but this is how I would typically find it, right? So you can do, I would say, so this is what we're going to do. npx create next app at latest inside your terminal. If npx does not run, then all you have to do is install Node. So Google Node and you'll be able to install it, okay? So we're going to open up a terminal to get started. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Let's get into a flow state now, okay? So remember, all of these videos are timestamped afterwards. This is live right now, but don't worry, if you're busy and you have to go away and you want to come back, you can do that. It's all good, okay? This is all literally going to be straight up on the channel afterwards. So we're going to go into, I like to keep things organized. So I'm going to go into my documents, my builds folder. Good stuff. And if you're wondering, yes, all of this is going to be available on the GitHub repo afterwards. So you can go ahead and download the code. All the links that you're looking for in the description. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. So builds right now, let's go ahead and jump in. We're going to say, npx create next app at latest. And you don't even have to put a title in, right? You can just go ahead and run that command, and then it will go ahead and prompt you to ask you what you want to call it and everything you want to do after that. So let's go ahead and see what that says. And now it says, is it okay to proceed? We're going to say yes, it's fine. What is your project name? We're going to go ahead and say Trello Appright clone, and I'm just going to say YouTube, but you can call it whatever you want. All right. Would you like to use TypeScript with this project? I'm going to say, yes, I would like to use TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind? Yes. Would you like to use a source directory? No, we don't really care about the source directory. Okay. You want to use the app router, which is the new Next.js 13.3, I believe it came in, router, or whenever it came in, Next.js 13 though. Let's say yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And a lot of you are wondering, or may have not seen that import alias. I'm going to show you today. It's really nice. It's like a little addition that they've added in the template. You can see they're constantly updating this. So if you're watching an old build and you're not getting these options, then don't worry about it. They're going to change that command. Whatever the case, just look at the migration, the latest docs, adapt your code and so forth, okay? So let's go into our directory. So cd Trello, Appright, clone YouTube, and then I'm going to do code dot, and this will basically open up VS Code with our project, okay? So then I can close this. I can go ahead and I'm going to prepare myself by setting up my screens in the way that I expect it, okay? So I'm going to push this over here, make this go over there, close this up. And now what you can see is if I go into my app, my page.tsx, we have a bunch of stuff inside of here, okay? So Command J opens up our terminal. We're going to click on output. And here I'm going to hide the first one and the last one. So I just have my terminal. That means we basically shifted over. So we've got our project open the way we want it. And we want to essentially just run this app now, okay? So first thing I want to do is I've actually taken screenshots of the old app, so don't worry about it. We have screenshots of all of this, so you guys can actually, we can run through it afterwards. And I forgot to mention, by the way, this is actually using GPT-4. So that's actually using the OpenAI API, and it's actually going ahead and taking the to-dos that we're going to go ahead and format and pass to it, and it's providing a summary of the things that we have to do today, right? And if I move things around, it will go ahead and calculate another summary for the day, right? So it's pretty cool. And this is an example of how you can use AI in a very simple fashion. In this case, it shows us what we have to do today. So again, I'm just giving you the tech, the platform. You can go ahead and run with it, build some really cool apps, right? So let's go forward and do what we were doing. So heading over, I'm going to go ahead and, so here we're going to go ahead and I'm going to cut my old app. So let me cut that one off. And we're going to say npm, because I've got package JSON, package lock. If you had yarn lock, then you'd be using yarn. I'm going to say npm run dev. And this will basically start my app inside of a developer environment. Right, so now we've got this open. I'm going to go to localhost now. So I'm going to refresh my page. And what we should see is a Next.js starter template. So we're going to go from the Next.js starter template to this. So this is what you should see right now. So this is your starting point, okay? Now what we're going to do is eradicate all of this. So that way we've got a clean template to start building things. Command J to hide everything. We're going to go into the main tag and we're going to delete everything inside of the page.tsx. And I'm going to just type in H1 and say hello. Let's just say Trello 2.0 clone, right? AI clone, because we are using a bit of AI here. And then I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And I'm going to get rid of that. Okay. Now, inside the app directory, it's worth mentioning that in Next.js 13, anything inside the app directory is actually naturally a server component. Server components mean by default, they're rendering on the server. So some things aren't available to us out of the box unless we convert it to a client component. So don't get freaked out by all of this. Just know that if you get some random error when you're trying to use state, that's what's going to happen. But we'll explain a lot of that in a second. Let's go over to layout.tsx. This is the layout file, which is responsible for your presentational logic, right? So we're going to go ahead and get rid of the font stuff. We don't care about that. We don't really need to change that right now. We're going to keep it very simple. The children is essentially where our page is rendered into on the layout itself. And we can go ahead and change the title with it like here. We can say Trello 2.0 clone. And we can say generated by the Papa Fam. There we go, bam. And then the final piece of the puzzle is globals. Now the top three right here are responsible for pulling in all the Tailwind utility classes. All that means is, you know those little nice Tailwind classes where we basically write like text read 500, all that stuff is basically pulled in here, and they are called utility classes because they go ahead and actually translate to real CSS rules which can be read by the browser, okay? So we're going to go ahead, head over back to root, delete all of this, hit save, close that. Now what you should see on your page is this, and that means that we should have a very empty page, and that is good because we want to have a blank sheet to start with. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pull this out. I'm going to go ahead and move this over here. Let's go ahead and pop that to the side, and now we've got a perfect starting point. Okay, so the first step, there's a lot of different areas that we're going to have to build today, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just try and get a little bit of sense to this as to how we can go ahead and move forward with this in the most efficient way. So what I've done is I've actually gone ahead and screenshotted a bunch of things. And what I'm going to do right now is open those screenshots and then keep things up on the page. So that way we're going to refer to this as a design element. And I'm doing this because a lot of you actually really like this approach. Okay. So as you can see, imagine we have okay, so we've just started as a developer at the Papa Fam headquarters, right? This is our developer, the designer documentation. So a designer comes to us and says, I want to build this. How the hell do I build that, right? So now we're going to break this down and build this entire app, okay? And it's got drag and drop functionality, everything that you expect, but we're doing it in exactly the way that it would be in a real life situation. So hopefully this should give you some real world context, okay? So now we've got this screen. So I say we break it up into sections. We've got the header and then we've got the board, right? I think that sounds good. I think in fact, what we'll do is we'll consider all of this the header and then we'll consider the rest of it the board, okay? So let's go ahead and get started with that. So the way I like to do it is I drop a comment. Simple as I say that this is going to be the header component and this is going to be the board component. Pretty simple. It's going to be two components, the header and the board. That's it, okay? So just to get us warmed up, we're going to start with the header component. So I'm going to go ahead and create a header component. Now this is going to complain because there is no header component. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to close this, go to my package.json level, create a new folder and call this the components folder. This is going to be responsible for all the components. Now it's worth mentioning that inside the components folder, we also have server-side rendered components. So all of them are server components by default, okay? We're going to go into the components and we're going to go ahead and create a new component called header.tsx. And we're going to say RFCE. Now, if you're probably wondering, I did RFCE and my computer doesn't look like that. Well, that's because you haven't got the extension that I'm about to show you right now. So inside of your extensions tab, I want you to go ahead and type in ES. I always forget it. Is it ES6 or ES5, ES6 snippets? Yeah, ES7. So you want to type in ES7 snippets, this one here. Okay, I want you to type this in and install this extension. That's how you do RFCE and it pops up with everything. All right, so you want to install this one. And while you're there, I also want you to install the Tailwind CSS extension. This is going to be really important for the times where you see when you're adding in your utility classes, it goes ahead and gives you all the options that you can go ahead and pop in like so. It's really important. Honestly, it makes your life so much easier. I 100% recommend it. Okay. And it's very good when you're learning how to do Tailwind stuff. So now we've created our header component. Let's head over back to page, click on the end of header. And the nice little trick is if you press Control Spacebar, you get this nice little import. Now, I go ahead and hit enter. And as you can see, it auto imported it. Now, something which is really cool here, guys, is that you can see we've got this @ sign. Now, this new @ sign is something which is not really that new, but we just haven't seen it much because I don't really tend to do it in the builds unless it was set up for me because we were in a rush. But the reality is this is called an alias. Now, what this does is it says go to the top level or whatever we've assigned to that. And I will show you how you can define what that refers to in the path. So rather than doing like ... so forth, now instead you can simply say @ to go to the top level, then you can go into components, then you can go into header. That way, no matter where you are, you can just say @/app, @/components. And the way you do this is you go into tsconfig, head over to paths, and as you can see, the @ path simply refers to the top level. So this means that the top level, and then it's got a wildcard for anything that you want to put in. So this will correlate to this wildcard. And that's essentially how you do it. So it's actually really simple to get that working, but it's a game changer. Okay, so now we're going to go into our header and we should see the header popped in like so. This is great. Okay, so I want to, okay, can I not shut my Grammarly off? I use Grammarly lately. It's pretty cool. Can I just deactivate it? Yeah, there we go. Get off. That's it. We're good. Okay, so at this point now, there we go. Nice. So I'm going to change this to a header syntax. We want to be a little bit SEO friendly. Get rid of that. We don't no longer need to say that it's a header import, sorry. And then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start styling out. So let's go ahead and use this as our reference. We've got an image tag here. Then we've got a nice little gap here. So in fact, this is going to be an image. This is going to be a div, which takes up all of this space. And then we're going to have a search bar and a avatar on the right. Okay. And Mobile says, there we go, don't you think? So we're actually using Zustan today for state management, and trust me, it's so easy to do. Okay, let's go to the image component. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in an image right now. So first up, we're going to use the Next.js image tag. So Next.js image tag like so. And I'm going to go over to Control Spacebar, and you can see next image. Okay, now what I've done is I've made your life a little bit easier. I've added a source tag, which I've shortened into my own URL. Okay, simply the Trello logo. And this is complaining because you also need to say something like the alt tag, right? So you have to give that. Now, it's not just going to work like this. You have to give it either a fill or a width and height. So in this case, I've given it a width of 300 and I'm going to give it a height of 100. And this is basically how Next.js determines how to optimize and render it before you've done anything, right? So we go to the class name now. Now here, what I want to do is I'm going to say width is 44 on a mobile view. But as we hit a medium screen, so this is called breakpoints, then it's going to be a width of 56, okay? I'm using so many different plugins that is super annoying right now. There we go, all right? And then we're going to go ahead and say the padding bottom of 10. We're going to say, and on the medium screen, we're going to go to a padding bottom of 0. And then we're going to say object should contain itself. That means it doesn't stretch out and look strange. Now, as soon as I hit save, we should see an error. This is because Next.js likes to optimize our images. Now, we have to whitelist what images we're actually allowing to come from and what domains they're coming from. If we don't, everyone could misuse this because they could, be pulling in images left, right, center from different domains, and then there's a bit of a problem. So we have to basically say, we trust this domain. How do we do that? It's very simple. Look at the error message. It says host name, and it'll give you the host name. Copy that host name, then head over to Next.config. Next.config is simply inside of here. Notice how I don't even need to say using the app directory anymore. So previously we had to say app directory. Now we don't actually have to do it anymore because it's now it's working. Here we simply say images, and then we're going to go ahead and type in domains, okay? And I'm going to pass in an array. Now I'm going to go ahead and pop it in like so, links.papareact.com. Now what actually happens now is it actually does restart the server for us, but I'm a little bit skeptical. I like to play it safe. I'm going to cancel the server with Control-C and then restart it again because I've had a few weird errors whenever I decide to do that, right? But they are upgrading it, which is nice, right? So we go ahead and refresh and we should see that this disappears and we should see a logo at the top. Hey, we've got the Trello logo, okay? So that's a good start. Next up, what we want to do is we want to have a div which is going to include the search box. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we've got the left side and then we've got a div with the search box and the custom avatar. Okay, so this is going to be the div next to it. Now inside of here, we're going to have a search box and the avatar, which is the little circle with somebody's name in it. Okay, now for the search box, we're going to make our own custom search box. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in a form, and inside the form, I'm going to have a input field and I'm going to have a button. Okay, the button is going to say search, but I actually want to hide this button so we can create some funky, nice UI to it. Okay, now at the moment we can't really see anything because it's kind of white and we've got, yeah, it's a bit hidden, right? So what I want to do now is I also want to have an icon next to it, right? So there's a few things that we need to change here. Firstly, in order to get that icon, I am actually going to use something called Heroicons. So head over to heroicons.com. This is a library that is supposed to be used with Tailwind. Let's go to documentation, go to here we go, and then go down, and it should show us how to install. So for React, we simply do an npm install. We head over to our code, Command J to pull up our terminal. And as you can see, we're already running something here. Okay, so what I want you to do is basically, you can either do two options. If I'm working on a bigger screen, I actually split the terminal. But in this case, I'm just going to open up a second terminal. So my first is running the app. The second is going to go ahead and be my install terminal. I always like to have a few separate ones running. So we've installed the stuff that we need, and then it tells us how to go ahead and use it. So in this case, I need two different icons. So I'm going to go ahead and import them like so. Eventually we're going to use the user circle, but the magnifying glass is what I need. Now, if you're wondering, how did he search for it though? Well, all you need to do is type in, for example, user. You can go ahead and see for yourself here, it pops up, right? And then you can go ahead and use it like so. So in this case, we've done the Heroicon step. So I'm going to go ahead and add in the magnifying glass icon. Now I'm going to go ahead and style this a little bit by saying it should have a height of 6, a width of 6, and I want it to have text gray 400. Oops, my bad. Text gray 400. Okay. And what we should see now is we get a nice little icon, which is a lot better than nothing, right? Now for the input type, we should have a placeholder value. That way the user can see where they're supposed to type in. And it also allows me to show you the changes that are happening as we do what we do. Right, so for the form, this looks horrible right now. So let's go ahead and fix it up. So I want to change this to make it look like a really nice form. So firstly, we're going to put flex. By default, naturally, the children go into a row. As you see, the search is now next to the magnifying glass. Then we're going to say the item should be centrally aligned on the y-axis. We're going to give it a space between each other, like each item of 5. That's why it's spaced apart. Then we're also going to say the background should be white. Round the corners off, padding of 2, give it a shadow of medium, right? And as you can see already, it's looking pretty decent, right? It should be flex 1. No, so that's not going to be flex 1 yet. We'll handle that afterwards, right? I'll show you how we do that. Yeah, so actually it's true. Flex 1, because on a mobile screen, I want that to take up the entire width. And then afterwards, I want it to be flex initial on larger screens. So that way, yeah, it'll make sense once we actually complete that part. So let's carry on. We've got the magnifying glass here. We've got that perfect. The input field, we're going to go ahead and give that a flex 1 rule. And right now the flex rules here. So if we do flex 1 here, it means that the input field is going to take up. So you see right now, it's not taking up the full width, right? If as soon as I hit save on flex 1, watch how it takes up the full width. That means because you're saying that child should take up the maximum space that it has. Yeah. So that's how we essentially do it. Right. And then also you see this ugly blue line. I don't want that. I'm going to say outline none. Right. So outline none gets rid of that blue line, makes it a lot cleaner. And then it's too close together. So padding of 2, a little bit of breathing room now. Now that's looking much nicer. Hey, good. Okay. So we got a nice little search field. The final bit is this button. We give it the type of submit. Okay, and what this does now is it acts as the enter key. So when you're inside of a form and you have a button with type submit, if I go ahead and type in a bunch of stuff and I hit enter, notice how the page refreshed. That symbolizes to me that we actually submitted that form. Okay, so that's a good start. Yeah, so let's carry on strong. So now inside the div for the surrounding box, we actually want to go ahead and before we carry on, I want to just modify something here. So we're going to go ahead and have a div that surrounds everything. So inside the image and so forth. So over this image, over this div. So let's have a div which surrounds everything. Yeah. And this div is going to start having some rules. So we're going to say it should be flex. There you go. And then, so what we're going to do is we're going to do mobile first design, which is how you should typically do it, right? So we can say flex column on a mobile view. This means that it goes into a mobile view. Now, when we go to a bigger screen, it's going to become flex row, okay? Because basically, as we're on a mobile view, I want it to stack up like this, but on a bigger screen, you see, I want it to go across like that, right? Once that's done, we can say items should be centrally aligned. So as soon as we do that, so now you can see it centers on the phone, and over here it centers, you can't actually see it because there's no padding, but trust me, it does, right? P of 5 to go ahead and give it a bit of space from the corners. And I'm going to give it a background gray of 500. Now, that's really strong. So I want to give it /10. That is basically a shorthand for make the background gray the shade of 500, but 10% opacity, right? Crazy stuff. Round the corners off, so bottom 2XL. Now you can see I've got these nice little corners rounded off by a very subtle difference, but these things are what caused that nice change to happen. So look at that, already looking pretty sweet. Now you see here how the Trello is right next to this, right? This is because if we were to inspect this, these are only using up the minimum space that they should be, all right? So if we now go to my image and we basically say, I want you to use up the full width. So it wasn't actually that one. It was, I'm going to fix that afterwards actually. So we'll do that after. This one is, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So let's do, yeah, that's it. I got it. Right. So this div, yeah. So the div surrounding the search field, we're going to go ahead and say class name. And I'm going to say this is a flex box. And right now it's only got one child in there because we haven't got the avatar in there. So I'll tell you what, before I do that, I'm going to add the avatar in. So this avatar, new library, so it's kind of fun, right? So this new library is called React Avatar, right? So it's a pretty funky library. I used it more out of convenience, if I'm totally honest, but you can feel free to use whatever you want. So this is React Avatar. We're going to install it. And what I like, the reason why I like it is because you can actually use a bunch of things like Skype ID, GitHub, Google, Facebook ID, and it will go ahead and grab your picture for you. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we're going to go ahead and just do that right now. And I'm simply going to put a name in there. So in this case, NPM. So as I mentioned, this will be on your portfolio. So really what's going to happen here is it's going to be one of those ones that you put on your portfolio. I'm going to make it to a level where, again, it's just going to be statically for one user, right? You can go ahead and upgrade it and so forth as you wish. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for everyone. So hopefully that helps you out. So in this case, we have a flex. So we've got the avatar. So now I'm going to go ahead and use the avatar. So here I'm going to say avatar, and you see how it imported it automatically for me. So avatar space name equals, in this case, I'm just going to say Sunny Sanga, right? You can feel free to look at the library and customize it as you wish, right? I'm just giving you the tools to go ahead and get things started off. So if I do that, you'll notice that, okay, that was not a great one. That freaked out. Avatar name round. Okay, let's refresh. Why is that freaking out? Let's have, oh, okay, this is a client side component. Okay, so actually we're going to do a lot of things here inside the header, which is going to require state and a few things like that. So what we're going to do in this case is we have to convert this server component, because in Next.js 13, everything by default is a server component. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and convert this to a client side component. This means that it is rendered on the client. So basically the rest of the page, which is a server component, gets rendered on the server. But this header component, basically when the page loads, then on the browser of the client, it executes the code, right? So that's basically what's happening when I say use client. So it doesn't do it on the server, it does it over here. Now, what you'll find is that we should not get that error anymore. There you go. That's why. So that's a big sort of thing that you have to look out for now as we transition into this sort of server component realm. Yeah. So now what we're going to do is use the nice little features of this library. We're going to make it round. We're going to go ahead and say the color should be a value. And I've got this nice Trello blue, right? I should really give it a name, but in this case, I'm just using it simply. We're going to go ahead and pop it in like so. It's got the Trello blue. And then I'm going to go ahead and say a size of 50, right? So 50, like so. And again, you can change this to whatever you want. You can say Elon Musk, and then you see it becomes EM and so forth, right? But I'm going to go ahead and say Sunny Sanga. Yeah, nice. So now we've got our, our easy bit there, right? So you can, Liam, you can definitely render what you can on the server. So again, you can optimize it at so many levels. I'm just showing you the base, and then you can feel free to elevate it. I'm just trying to show you a mixture of the things, but I'm not going to go so far in. If you want to see me really optimize 0 to full stack hero in a coaching call is where I do that kind of stuff. So again, papareact.com, link in the description, and I will help you out with it, all of that, right? So I would recommend, if you really want to elevate, the diamond package is honestly the one that we get raves about. Yeah, so definitely check it out. So we go to the div class name, and now I'm going to say flex items center. And as you can see now we get this like really nice effect going on, right? So this is what I wanted to show you. I want to space this out. So space X of 5. So there you go, space X of 5, flex 1. So what this will do now is, if I make it a bit bigger here, so what you're not seeing is that this is actually by doing flex 1. So if I get rid of this, I'm going to say BG red. Right, I just want to show, I'll make a point to you. BG red 500. Okay. So notice how it's only using up what it should be using, right? So if I do flex 1, boom, it uses up the full width now. Okay. Then what I can do is I can say justify it right over to the end. So justify to the end. And then what it does, it throws it over to the side. Okay. And then on a mobile device, you'll notice how it's only small. So what I can say is make the width full as well. And as you can see now, on the mobile device, it's width full, and on the bigger device, it's going to be nice and snug in the corner. And then obviously we can get rid of our red color that I was using for demonstrational purposes. And then we go. Look at that. I hope that was a good explanation of how we did that. But yeah, you can see how clean that was, right? So look at that. It's really clean. You've got a beautiful UI, and just simply like that, little tricks that you learn over time. And yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I'm devs. That's perfect explanation. Yes, use client is for things that can't be done on the server, have to be done in the browser. Hence, we convert it to a client-side component, and then we use it. Right? But I wouldn't recommend making your entire page client-side. Just do the components individually. Right? Okay. So we got the avatar done. Okay, that's great. Now, after the avatar, so after this div, what I now am going to do is have another div, and this is going to be where the suggestion will be. Right? So in this case, you see this suggestion right here. Right, so I kind of want to have this still as part of the header, right? You can really, you can exclude this out and do it separately as a different component if you really want, but it's completely your call. Here I'm going to have a user circle icon, and I'm going to say something like this. I'm going to say the class name should be an inline block, right? It should be a height of 10, height of 10, width of 10, height of 10, width of 10, and you're going to mix the music up a little bit. Let's go to some of the new tracks that we've got on the PupFam playlist. Again, papareact.com, right at the bottom, sign up to that newsletter and you'll get access to the entire playlist. If you like the music that you're hearing right now. We're going to say height of 10, width of 10. We're going to give the color of this person to be the blue that I talked about earlier. And we're going to give it a margin right of 1. So boom. And if you're wondering, yeah, I actually do listen to this, this music when I'm coding. So this is literally my playlist I listen to, right? So just go ahead and hit save, refresh. So you can see now it's blue, looking nice. And then, yeah, that's pretty great. Okay. And eventually we're going to have it, if it's loading, that's going to spin, right? So that's perfect for the P tag. I'm going to center that P tag by saying flex items center, justify everything in the center. A nice little trick was centering a div. And then we say MD padding Y. So only on medium screens or above, I want to add padding Y. So in this case, you see there's no padding here, but if I'm on a medium screen, it adds the padding, right? So I want to do that just in this case. Okay. Now for this P tag, I'm going to say that it should be text, should be, actually, before I do any flex here, inside of here, I want to have a suggestion as well. So this is a P tag. So I'm actually embedding the icon as part of the text, and then I'll have a suggestion. So eventually we'll hook this up to GPT, but for now, I'm just going to say GPT is summarizing your day. Okay. So that way you guys can see. So now you can see that this is slightly off character, right? This is not like perfectly aligned. And the trick that you can do is, as we have two inner children technically here, we can actually do flex, and we can do items, center. And notice how it's perfectly aligned. Nice little tricks, right? Text small, font should be light. I'm going to do padding right of 5. And I'm going to say shadow XL. So that way he's got a nice little shadow to it. Round the corners off with extra large rounding. I'm going to make it fit only where it needs to fit. The background should be white. It should be italic. and it should be a maximum width ever of 3XL, and I want the text to be on a fancy ass blue, right? That just, there you go, fancy, boom, there we go, nice, right? There you go, look at that, looking clean, right? Something's off though, the padding is off, right? So I forgot to add padding in the p tag. Yeah, of course. So here, so padding of 5. Bam, that's much better, right? So now you can see GPT is summarizing your task for the day. Right now, obviously it's not. We're gonna go ahead and add that in afterwards. So at this point now, things are looking pretty good, I think. So I'm happy with that. That looks pretty nice. Now I'm going to show you the trick for the color gradient. Okay, so you see this color gradient in the back. Now, something that you might have not noticed, slight designers will notice this, right? Only the designers will notice this, but that is not white, that is gray, right? So, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change the background color to a gray. So we're going to go to page.tsx and we're going to start modifying the color. I think I did it in, I did it in the layout. So typically you should be doing that kind of change in your layout. So for the overall body, I'm going to say that the background color is a custom color. Now I've actually grabbed this from a design sheet that I was working on. So I've got a background color, and as you'll see now, it very slightly changed it. But the nice thing is it makes the white pop. That's why I like it, right? The only thing that's bothering me here is in the header on that P tag, I simply don't have a little bit of, I just need a tiny bit of padding on the phone. There you go. That's nice. Yeah, it's a tiny bit of padding, and then it goes to bigger padding on a desktop. That's beautiful. Okay, so how do we get that really nice gradient effect that you see here? Because it changes up everything, right? So what we can do is we can go over to our header component. So I'm in the header component, and what we're going to do is we're simply going to add in basically a hidden div, right? So we go inside the div that's responsible for outputting everything, and here I'm going to add in a hidden div, right? So they're going to go and say div. And this is basically an invisible div that will act as a gradient. Now, here's the trick. We're going to say class name. And I want this to be absolutely positioned across the entire screen. That's what I want, right? I want it to be top of 0. And what I'm going to actually do here is drop it down like this so you guys can actually really see what the rules are I'm doing, right? So top of 0, left of 0. That means it basically goes to top left, and then I'm going to expand it out, right? So the width should be 4. So if you think about it, now it's expanding the entire page starting from the top left. Right, the height should be 96. 96, it basically goes down to around this length, which is perfect. That's all I want. Right, I don't want it to go across the entire screen. Then I'm going to say it should have a background gradient, which is to the bottom right. Right, so as you can see, I save, nothing happens because I haven't specified what the colors are for the background gradient. Okay, so I'm going to say from pink 400 to, and I've got the nice, that blue, right? That really nice blue. Let's go ahead and grab it. And again, I want you guys to customize it. And what I'd love is if you customize yours and then do a little screenshot, send it to me on Instagram. I'd love to see what you guys build out of this. Right, so let's go ahead and hit save. And now you can see, boom, we get that. Now, as you can see, everything's hidden. It doesn't look, that does not look like that. How do we get it there, right? Well, very subtle changes. All we have to do is simple. We have to round the corners. Yeah. And as you can see now, we've got a nice little rounded corner. That's definitely not going to do it though, right? We have to say filter because we're going to add a filter to this, right? And this basically prepares the browser for what we're about to do. Then we can say blur 3XL. Now you can see, ooh, we get this nice effect going on. Then what we can do is we can say the opacity, 3XL, we say opacity is going to be 50, right? Now you can see it goes behind, as in like, boy, it's a lot harder to see, but we still have a problem here, right? It's like in front of everything. So what we do here is we use something called Z indexes. So I'm simply going to use a minus Z index of 50. Everything else, basically, so Z indexes, think of them as layering. So by setting a minus Z index, so minus Z of 50, it's basically going to the back, right? And then what I can do is if I really want to control things, I can say minus Z 40 will go in front of that one and then go all the way up to Z 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 or whatever, right? But the point is that you can then stack the layers as you wish, because sometimes you might have an issue where just like now, you want something to go behind another element, okay? So yeah, hopefully that helps you out. All right, I'm very happy with this. So now we are going to proceed to the next part. So we've got that looking pretty nice. So let's go ahead and start with the board, right? We're going to be coming back and forth, moving around loads, but this is where we basically get our hands dirty, right? So let's go to the page And here we're going to go ahead and remove this, and we're simply going to go ahead and put a board in play, right? So I'm going to get rid of this like so. Now the board, let's go ahead and create this component. So I'm going to go ahead and create a component here, board.tsx, and then I'm going to say rfce, right? You can go ahead and get rid of this, and then we have our board. Go back to the page, simply import it like so. So go ahead and do control spacebar, bam, we have our beautiful board, right? Looks great, right? So this is looking pretty good, right? So this is going to literally be our top level page. So you see your page, by the way, should always be a high level functional sort of element, right? It shouldn't be every bit of logic is it. Your page level should break things down into a way that is concise and it's just clear to see that is my header and my board. That's my page. And then everything goes deeper than that. Okay, that's how you should be building your apps. Yeah. So now let's go ahead and start with the board. Okay, so the board, lots of different elements here, right? We've got this nice to-dos, we've got the different columns and so forth. The library, in fact, that we're going to be using, which I think we should begin with, is actually going to be called React Beautiful DND. So in this case, let's go ahead and search for it right now. So React Beautiful DND, and in this case, you can see if I go to the actual library itself with Atlassian, which is actually the owners who bought out, they own Jira, they own Trello. So yeah, you might have heard of them, right? So here you go, React Beautiful DND. Scroll down and you can see a nice demonstration of how we're going to use it. So this is their demo. I think ours looks way better though. So we're going to build this instead, right? So why are you not using JavaScript instead of TypeScript? So a lot of people get confused about this. JavaScript is your language. TypeScript is a superset on top of TypeScript, on top of JavaScript. So TypeScript is basically adding strongly typed power to your JavaScript coding, right? So it's not, you can't do TypeScript without JavaScript. So yeah. So in this case, we're going to build this. So how do we do it? Let's go ahead and install. That's the first step. Okay, so we're going to go to installation and I'm going to show you, like I said, I want to show you all of the steps. So we're going to go ahead and install this into our project, right? So Command J, head down to ZSH, boom, and we install React Beautiful DND. Now, as you can see, they've got, don't get confused. You know, sometimes you're going to see different examples, different tutorials, all this kind of craziness. But the main thing is you need to import drag and drop context into your app. That's the first step, right? So we're going to go ahead and pull that in. So we've installed that Command J to hide the terminal. We're going to pull in the drag and drop context from React Beautiful DND. Now you can see it's complaining. Some libraries will do this. When they do this, I want you to go ahead and hover over it. And a lot of the time it will give you this little command here where it says you can install the types, because what's happening is it hasn't automatically connected the type definitions or the types from the TypeScript definitions automatically when we did it. So what you have to do is you copy that command, and what this will do is it will save the developer dependencies and all the types of this. Now, most cases it will find it just like so, and in just a second that will disappear. Okay, so that's how you go ahead and get rid of that. Then what you want to do is you can go ahead and check out how you can use it. So in this case, this part honestly was a little bit sort of hit and miss. I had to check out the get started, the samples, all this kind of stuff, but I'm going to try and make it a lot more easier for you. Okay, so you don't need to do any of this. I'll show you how we do it. So this is basically a nice little demonstration. You have your drag and drop context, then you have your droppable parent, and then you have draggable elements within. Okay, so you have to have your drag drop context at the highest level, your droppable area, and then draggable stuff within. But remember, we actually have two nested layers. Now, what we have is the ability to drag each of the individual columns. So I can get my done column, move it over there. I can get my progress column, move it over there, and so forth. And then inside of that, I can move the to-dos across each of the columns, right? So we've got a bit more complexity here. So I'm gonna go ahead and showcase how the hell we do all of that, right? I would love to see a markup being done live and then making it in reality. I personally struggle with figment design. Oh, sure, dude. You can do something like that. Okay. So you can go ahead and read this out if you want and check out the examples. I'm just going to go ahead and start jumping into how the hell we build it, right? So let's start breaking this down step by step, right? First thing we're going to do is the parent, the overall outside. We're going to go ahead and say drag drop context, right? So this is our parent. Then, as I mentioned, we're going to have a droppable. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and put in a droppable. Cool. Right, so this is going to be inside of here. So we're going to say droppable, droppable. Yeah. Now this droppable, you have to give it an ID, right? So in this case, it's got the droppable. Let's close it out. There we go. You have to give it an ID. So we're going to give it an ID, a board. Okay. Then we're going to give it a direction. So in this case, this is going to be a horizontal board. Okay, so horizontal. The reason why is because this first droppable is basically, I'm going to be able to grab all of these different things, right? So you see this right here. I should be able to pull this entire to-do list, this section, and move it over there, right? So we're not addressing each card yet. We're addressing the entire columns. So that's the first level. We can move this column over here and so forth, right? So that's the first step. So the first one is going to be a direction horizontal, not vertical. The type is going to be something called a column. Cool. Right, now what we're going to do is, this gives you something called render props. So basically a child of this is given to us, so we can go ahead and get something called provided. So you can see I've got provided here, right? Now, as you can see, I'm doing parentheses. This means that in my JSX block, these curly brackets, I'm returning something here. So it's like an inner function, really, right? So we're going to render out a div, and inside of this div, we're basically going to render out all of the columns, okay? So I'm going to show you how we're going to do it. So this is basically going to be rendering all the columns, right? Cool. So at this point, I'm going to do a little pause, because what we really need to do here is actually go ahead and prepare ourselves for what's to come, right? We don't have anything that we can actually map through yet, right? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to pause here. We're going to implement the AppWrite section of the build, and then we're going to go ahead and then we're going to pull from AppWrite, get our columns, our board columns, and then we're going to proceed. Okay, so it's going to be a bit of a step, but we're going to do it. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to go over to AppWrite. So you're going to head over to AppWrite and simply type in AppWrite Cloud. You should see the cloud.appwrite.io. So first things first, you see I have a first app over here. I'm going to go ahead and create a new project. So we're going to create a new project. I'm going to call this one, let's just call it the Trello YouTube clone. Bam, hit create. And as you can see, we created our project. Now you can go ahead, and they made it extremely easy over AppWrite to go ahead and get set up with our projects. We're going to go ahead and add a platform. In this case, we're going to add a web app. So I'm going to click on web app. You have to give it a name. So naturally, I'm going to say something like Trello YouTube clone and the host name. Now in this situation, once we deploy, this will be the host name of the deployment domain. Yeah, AppWrite is free, yes. Yeah, the host name here, we're going to say local host, and we're just going to start off with this, right? Then you can see we're going to click on next. Now you can see we can install. So they make it really easy for us to carry on and get this set up. So I'm going to go ahead and install at this point. So instead, I'm going to pull up my terminal, install AppWrite. So npm install AppWrite, wait till that's done. Now, in our true fashion, the way I usually do things on all my streams, I'm going to go ahead and hide this out and simply go to the bottom. I'm going to close everything out. And at the package.json level, I'm going to create a file called appwrite.ts, right? And this is going to be where we essentially set everything up. So I'm going to do an import of all of the things I'm going to need, right? So in this case, I'm going to end up using all of this stuff, the account, the ID, database, storage, and so forth. We're actually not using the account today. We're using all of these instead. Right, I'll show you how you can initialize even the account, right? So that way, kind of in case you decide to use it, you can use it. So I need to go ahead and initialize my client. So in this case, const new client. Now, how do we actually go ahead and get set up with it? So you see, if we click on next, it will tell us how to set the project up. In this case, I've got a project ID, is open. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Ideally, I might have to, create a new project because that's already shown. But anyway, it's minor. So we're going to go ahead and do this right now. So const client equals this. And so we want to go ahead and copy this and do it right here. So in this case, I've already done it. I'm going to say set endpoint. And then right here, we're going to do HTTPS cloud appwrite v1. Okay. So this is actually the thing that we're going to use right now. Okay, then we're going to say set project, and instead of doing a default value, I'm going to say process.environment.nextPublicAppWrite project ID. Okay, so this is actually going to be a public variable. So next public symbolizes that this is going to be this is actually going to be available on the client, right? If we don't have this, it's only available on server rendered components and the backend stuff. So we're going to go ahead and add this in, and this is going to be something that I'm going to say is absolutely there. Okay. Once we go ahead and set that up in just a second, then what we can do is we can initialize everything off of that client. So we can have the account, the database access, the storage, all by setting it up like the following, and then we can simply just export it like so. Okay, ID gives us unique identifiers. That's going to be pretty handy, right? So now we go ahead and hit save. This is great, right? We've got everything looking pretty nice right now. So what I need to do is set this up. So I'm going to go into here. I'm going to create a new environment variable. So .env.local. And inside, I'm going to go ahead and pop in my project ID. Now my project ID in this case will be this one. So I need my project ID. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in like so. Hit save. And as you can see in my terminal, if I go back to the first one, it will say found a change in your config. It's going to, oh no, sorry. It will say your environment variable. Ignore that. We've fixed that one. So that will be gone in a second, but yeah, we've done that. There we go. That's our project ID. Then we can go ahead and click OK, and you're ready to go. Take me to my dashboard. So they have a really great dashboard at Upright that shows you all of your reads, your writes, your usage, your storage, your functions that you're running, your authentication. All of it is available here, and you even have access to your API keys. So a lot of this stuff is pretty much self-explanatory once you're set up, right? So next up, we're going to go to the databases tab. And this is where we start setting things up the way that we need to. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do, just for my own reference, is open up my other cloud Upright window, so that way I can remember exactly how I set up the structure of the database, because I don't want to mess it up and I want it to be a fairly smooth tutorial for you all. So first things first, we're going to create a database. So let's create our database. Now this is going to be called our app database. So I mean, this could be really anything. We're just going to call it the app database, right? So this is where everything is going to live, right? So let's just call it yeah, just call it app database, right? App database, doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and create. So inside of our app database, we have our collections, right? Now, the difference between this and something like Firebase is you can predefine what the attributes are so that you protect what is added into your database, which is something that I actually really like. Okay, so at this point now, what I want you to do is I want you to click on the collections, and I want you to create a collection called to-dos. Okay, so we create a collection called to-dos, and inside of to-dos now, we are going to go to the attributes tab. And here we basically set up how our attributes for each entry will look. Okay, all right, so we're going to go to the title here. So we're going to call this first attribute, the key title, the attribute type. So let's go ahead and we're going to say this is a string. Okay, then you can give it a value. So the size, sorry. In this case, the title of each one, I mean, you can really play with this yourself. We're going to say 512, okay? And we're going to say that the title is actually a required field. So you see, we've got some control here. It's kind of a mix of NoSQL, but yet we have the SQL constraints, right? Then we go ahead and add a few more. We're going to add the status. This will be like in progress, done, that kind of thing. And in fact, you can even make this an enum if you really want to. So in that case, what we're going to do here is go ahead and do enum, and this is going to say the following. It's going to say to do, it's going to say in progress, and it's going to say done. These are going to be the three states of our app, right? So now we're going to go to the, we're going to accept that. So that's pretty happy, right? We're going to click create. To be honest, you can say required for that, but I'm only, yeah, we'll see. I'm going to leave it as unrequired for now. And then we're even going to have an image. Now the image is going to be essentially something which is not required, but it will be something like a passed value. And that's basically going to be the storage location once we upload the image to Upright Cloud storage, right? So in this case, it's going to be image. It's going to be a string as well. In this case, I'm just going to give it a 512, and we're going to leave it for that for now. So now we've got our initial setup. Okay, so what I want to do to get set up with this is I want to go ahead and just add a few test things, right? Something which allows me to go ahead and get started with things in a nice way. So I'm going to go firstly start off with create document, right? So sorry, I've completely gone blank. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and say create a document. And the first one is going to be something along the lines of, let's just say, take the dogs out for a walk. Select the enum, see to do, in progress, done. I like that, right? Very simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. To do, and then remember all of these, by the way, we can go ahead and protect it in TypeScript in our code as well, right? So let's go ahead and do the image. We're actually going to leave blank for now, and we're going to click on next, create, and that's fine. Now, for this tutorial, I am not enabling, security rights, right? So in this case, I'm going to say update permissions. I'm going to say we're actually going to allow anyone to create, read, update, and delete. But you can add authentication and then protect based on the user who is logged in, similar to how we do it like Firebase rules, other platforms, and such forth. So you can have that functionality here as well, right? So now we've got an example of a document. Take the dogs out for a walk. It's a to-do. Great. Okay. So that's the to-dos set up for us. Right, so now the next step is, that's basically our structure of our to-dos that are going to be stored. Okay, the storage bucket. So let's go ahead and prepare our storage bucket. So our images that we're going to store inside of the app, you see the images here, for example, these are going to be stored in an image bucket. So in this case, just create a bucket called images. All right, so this is going to be images, create the bucket. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and you see, we're going to basically have, let's go ahead and show you. If we're in the settings, we're going to have permissions and any. And in this case, again, as I mentioned, I'm just going to allow anyone to be able to create, read, write, update, and so forth. But eventually you can go ahead and feel free to extend this build, add authentication, and protect it so that only when you're logged in, you can modify it yourself, right? So in this case, we've got the images right here. So we've got the images and database set up, okay? So let's get started with how we can actually go ahead and integrate this now. So the first things first, as I need to go ahead and take reference of the database and collection IDs. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and actually, I'm going to hide something here. I'm going to show you how you can prepare it. And then I'm going to hide me actually adding the values because I don't want to show certain values in case we get spammed and so forth. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and pop it in here. So the first value I want you to know about is the next public database ID. Okay, then we're going to have the next public to-dos collection ID. So where you get these from is very simple. Inside of AppRite, at the top of the app database, you simply copy the database ID and you can simply paste that in. So that one is fine, I can share that. Inside of the to-dos, we can click to copy, or you can go ahead and click in and you can copy it here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this in and I'm gonna paste this here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and hide this, save and hide the environment file screen. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and actually show my face for a second, paste it in, hit save, I'm closing that file. So now I've got all of my environment variables in the right set, right? So we've got access to all of the variables that we need to basically make a connection to when we fetch our information. Okay, so next up is we need to go ahead and handle the board logic, right? So I just need to figure out where I'm fetching again in my flow. So in this case, okay, I understand. So this is where we start using some form of state management. So what I want to do is when this board loads, right? So when this loads, I need to go ahead and essentially, so firstly, this is going to be a client component. So this is a client side component because we're going to have an element of client side stuff happening here. Okay. So we're going to use a use effect. And if you didn't make it a client side component, you will not be able to use something like a use effect. Any hook you won't be able to use. Okay. So at this point, we've got the use effect. And this is where I'll essentially be calling something like get board. Okay. Now this get board. Now, okay, so let's describe our problem that we're about to face, right? Firstly, smash that like button. We're nearly at 700 likes. So the problem we're about to face is I need to fetch the board data. Then I'm going to need access to this all around my app. So I need to basically access this board information, you know, all around different places of my application. Okay. Now, by the way, if you do get stuck on the use effect part, we have a huge tutorial on this on the channel. Just type in Sunny Sanga use effect on YouTube. You'll see a great tutorial which explains the rules of hooks, how you can do use effect and so forth, right? It's going to help you change your life, right? I promise you, when you understand use effect, it's great. Okay. So at this point, we need something which is going to fix the problem of allowing us to fetch the board here, but use the board in any point of our app. Okay. So this is where you introduce something like state management, right? So state management libraries typically include things like React Context API or something like Redux, but there's a game changer now. And the game changer is called Zustand, right? Zustand is sick. I was told about it from a friend of mine, but now, oh my God, it's really good, right? It's so good. So Zustand, if you head over to Zustand, Google it, you'll find Zustand, you'll find this. Now it's literally, this is the amount of code you need to write a store. Like, what? It's crazy. It's so good. It's so good. Like, I'm not joking. It is so clean, right? And I couldn't believe it when I first saw it. I was like, no, it's not going to be that good then. Surely nothing's that easy to set up and that good. But yeah, it really is. So we say npm install Zustand. Okay. Now let's create our first store. So I'm going to go ahead, open my folder up. I'm going to go here. I'm going to create a folder at the top level called store. Now, the first bit of information I'm going to store. Now, typically what I always say is when you have something like state management library, you should have different slices of your store. So that way you can contain different bits of information at different areas. So first thing we're going to have is containing most of the information about our app. We're going to have something called a board store. Then we're going to have a modal store for keeping track of if the user's opened or closed a modal. So at this point, we're going to go open that up and we're going to simply say board store.ts. Okay, now inside of our board store, we can basically go ahead and start reverse engineering what that demo tutorial tells us. So I'm going to go ahead and show you right here. First, create a store. So I want you to just simply copy an example like this. Simply like put like that, right? Then what you're going to have is you're going to have a bit of a complaining issue where it's like, oh no, you need to set up and blah, 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 and do that kind of stuff, right? So I'm going to show you how we can correct this because we're using something called TypeScript. Now they have got an example down here, I believe, where it's TypeScript and it shows you how to do it. So here you go. So when you use TypeScript, you actually can go ahead and pass in the state, but I will go ahead and make this a lot easier for you to understand. So you don't have to worry about all of that. All right. So first things first, right? Let's go ahead and create our store. So we're going to say use modal store. Oh, use board store. Sorry, we're doing the board store first. Okay. Then I'm going to create an interface, which is basically like a type definition. We're going to say board state. And this is going to be everything that we basically contain inside of the board. Right, board. So in this case, we're going to have a few things inside of this. We're going to have the board itself. The board is going to consist of, all of the information that you see here, the different columns with the to-dos inside, all that good stuff. So that's going to be the first thing. This is going to be board, and this is going to be of type board, which we haven't got yet. Right, I'm going to create that afterwards. Right, so this is going to be of type board. And then we're going to have the get board function. Okay, so we're going to start off with these, and this is going to be a function which is not going to return anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and just simplify this now. So we've got a board, and initially this is going to be a let's just start with a no value, and I will fix this afterwards. Okay, we're going to say the get board function is going to be a function that does something. Okay, so now you can see the errors have disappeared except for this. So we need to define what a board is. Right, so in this case, we need to go ahead and do Command B, and I'm going to go ahead and create something called a typings.d.ts file. Inside of here, we can create some TypeScript definitions. Right, so inside of here, I'm going to say typings.d.ts. Now, here I'm going to say interface. Now, welcome to the world of map objects. So I'm about to blow your mind. If you've never used that map object, I thought it'd be cool to do that. You can actually do this build probably simpler with an array. Like the library is built for an array, but I want to show you how you can manipulate things and change things and change an array and map through it, map through an object in so many ways. And I want to make your life a little bit difficult at times so you learn. Okay, so in this case, let's go ahead and show you the harder route. Right, I could have done this with arrays easily, but I want to show you the harder route so you understand how to do this. Because honestly, you're going to come to a point in your career where you're going to need to know how to use a map. Right, so we're going to say that a board will simply have a map inside of it. And a map, you can basically specify what the key value pairs are. So I'll explain this in just a second, right? Now, inside of here, you can have something like a string, right? Now, if we were to do this, all this means, right, is a map. It's very simple, right? A map, consider it like a bunch of entries, right? So you've got basically a list. So think of a list, right? A really easy list. Each item in that list has a key and a value. So the key could be like, Sunny, and inside the value could be like all the details about Sunny. Then it could be J, and then it could have all the details about J. And you could have whatever key you want. And the best thing about a map is, which is kind of cool, is the key can actually be anything. It could be an object, it can be a hash, it could be a string, it can be a number, it can be anything you want, right? So it can even be an object, the key, right? And the value can be anything as well. And it's really cool because once you interact with these, it's quite efficient because you can just say, get this exact key, see if we've got something in there. And that way you're doing a direct index check, right? So now what I want to do is I want to customize the two types. So the first thing is I'm only going to have 3 types of keys, right? The types of keys, I'm going to call them typed columns. Okay. And this is going to resemble the to do, the in progress, and the done. So in this case, the type column is going to be basically an enum. So it's going to be a to do. It's going to be either to do, in progress, or done. And this is not going to have a space. It's going to be very simple. So it's either to do, in progress, or done. And the key is going to be a typed column. So the key will only be to do, in progress, or done, ever. Done. Okay. And then we're going to have a column inside each value. Right. So this is the powerful part about TypeScript. So let's go ahead and type out that definition. So in this case, I'm going to say interface column. And now this will have an ID, and the ID of that will be a typed column. Typed column. So the ID of our columns will either be one of these. It'll be a to-do, an in progress, or a done. And then inside of there, we're going to have an array of to-dos. Okay, so we're going to specify an array of to-dos, which we haven't specified what a to-do really is yet. So we're going to say the interface here of a to-do, and I've defined this structure based on the response that you will get back from AppWrite. That's why we've got a few $signs and all that kind of stuff here, right? So in this case, we can say $ID string, and we're also going to get back something called the created app timestamp, and this is going to be a string. We're going to get back there, and then we're going to have a few of our own values. So we're going to have the title, the status. Do you remember we set this up? We had the title, we had the status, and we had the image. And the image is actually, it could be an image or it might not have an image, right? So in this case, some have images, some do not have images, okay? And so forth. So in this case, we've got our interface. Then we can go ahead and do interface image. Some people are asking, when should you have an interface or a type? Interfaces can extend pretty easily. So you can say like a column extends a to-do, for example, and that's when you typically, that's very simply put, that's how you can do it, right? So if you want to extend something, just use that. But yeah, you can use either or. I like to say in these situations, use a type. In this case, for main objects, I'm using interfaces, right? So interface image. For the image, each of the images are going to have a bucket ID, which is basically going to be the ID of the bucket. So remember that image's storage container that we set up just a second ago. And then each of them has got its own file ID. That's how we locate the image. Okay. And this image is actually going to be referenced here. Sorry, I messed up. The status as well should be a typed column. I went into autopilot, right? So the status of each to-do is going to be either to-do, in progress, done. The image itself is going to be one of these types. So now you can see we've got a really nice set of type definitions, and this will protect us from making a lot of errors. Okay, because it will scream at us if we screw something up. So now we've got the board, right? So let's go to our board store now. Now, what I want you to do is inside the board store, what we do is we can initialize the board when we set up the use board store. So this is basically the type definition. And all we do here is we say create and we pass in our board state. Right, and then it will know if you're setting things up correctly. So now I'm giving it a value of no to begin with, and it's saying, whoa, you cannot do that because that's not a board state. So all I'm going to do here is define something which satisfies what a board is. So in this case, we have the columns field, and it needs to be a new map. And remember what I said, guys, a map is a typed column and a column type, right? So the key is a typed column. The value is of column type. Okay, and then we're just going to invoke it. So this will basically go ahead and create a new map for us with type column and column inside. Okay, good stuff. Now, then we're going to go ahead and create a function for get board. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside of here, I want to go ahead and get the board. So I'm going to say get const board equals await. Yeah, and this is where I basically perform a fetch function. Okay, so in this case, I need to do two things. I need to fetch the information, but I actually want to fetch all of the to-dos and I want to group them. So I want to actually group them by the different types. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to create a helper function called get to-dos grouped by column. And what will this look like, right? What the hell will this look like? Well, the goal here is that eventually we will have something like this. We will have something like a map. So it'll look something like this. Okay, that's horrible. What am I doing? Here, so we have this. Okay, ignore me. Okay, that's not working. I'm gonna just hack this away. But okay, so say we've got this. So one of our keys, for example, will be to do, and then we're gonna have each of the to-dos inside of this field. Right, so we're gonna have all of our to-dos inside of here. Right, and then it's going to be grouped accordingly. So you've got your to-do, you've got your in progress, and so forth. So this one will be in progress and so forth, and they should all be grouped accordingly. Okay, and then that way we can do the information that we want to do, and we're basically going to pull from our database to handle that information. Right, so get to do is grouped by column. Let's go ahead and do so. And what I like to do is create a lib folder, which is for utilities. So in this case, I'm going to create a folder in the top level. So top level folder lib. Lib is like util folder, same thing, right? And we're going to say get to-dos grouped by column.ts. Bam, done. Okay. And now what I want you to do is go back to board store. Eventually this will give us back a value. And then we're going to use something called set board. And what set will do is it basically sets the global state here like so. Okay. So it sets the global state for that value. So in this case, it sets that piece of information. Then you can pull it wherever you want. Okay. So let's create this function. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my get to-dos grouped by column. And now we're going to go ahead and set things up. So the first thing I need is to basically create a function. So we're going to say export const get to-dos by column, right? And then we're going to go ahead, and this is going to be an asynchronous function which takes no arguments. Okay, cool stuff. Easy as, yeah, fairly straightforward so far. Now I need to pull from the database. So you see the database that we set up earlier. So this database right here. I need to pull the information from here, guys. Right, so I need to pull all of that information in. So how the hell do we do it? Well, we made our life a bit easier earlier. We can simply say const p, and p is basically a promise. So we're going to basically return all the data, let's call it. And we're going to say await, right? And all I do here is I type in databases, and we've previously set up our databases through our appwrite.ts file. So I'm importing that like so. Then I say .list documents. Now here it's really straightforward. All I do is I pass in the database ID and the collection ID. You can even pass in queries and so forth afterwards, and you can fetch the information just like that. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and say process.environment.view. No way, we're not using view. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I'll say process.environment, next public database ID. Then we go ahead and hit color, and then I'm going to do the same thing for the collection ID. And we set these environment variables up earlier. Okay, next thing I want to do is I simply want to console log the data. So that way you can see what the hell is going to be on the screen. Well, actually, you're not actually going to see this right now because this won't actually be on the screen. So what we can do to test this is we can go to page, we can go to board. We can actually go ahead and just put in hello. We can sort of just comment this out for a second. And then we can call our get board function. So I will show you how we can actually set that up right now so we can actually test out what we're doing, right? So in order to get access to our board functions like get board, all we have to do, very simple hook, right? We just say const get board equals use board store, right? And have I exported it? I think I have. No, I haven't. Okay. I believe we just got to do a simple export here, which is why I've messed things up. Yep, so we should do export, my bad. Export const use board store. There we go. And we're actually gonna even go a step further. So yeah, we can import that. There we go. And then what that does is it gives us the state, and then we can go ahead and say state dot, and then you see we get the board or get board. So now I'm mapping this to a available function. So in this case, we can go ahead and pass it in. Now, because we are using get board here, we actually have to include that as a dependency. But in this case, we do that. Now, what we should see is we get this, right? Now you can see we're actually getting an error right now because we haven't defined the get to dos group by column. So let's go back into our board store like so. And I want to go ahead and import our helper function. Okay. And this is obviously going to complain because we haven't got the right value. So we're just testing right now. Okay, so at this point now, inside of my get to dos, I should see some data here logged out on. So somebody says, is this going to get executed on the server? Well, actually, we're instead going to go ahead and I'll drop it a little bit. Yep, no worries, the background music. So at this point, you can see the we have the get to dos group by column, right? So in this, we go here and we simply are logging it out. So this is actually going to get executed on the client. So you see here we've got the object, and by the way, this error that you're seeing, I've got oh no, that's actually fine, to be honest, for now. That's because we've got that error that we just had set up. So yeah, there you go. So total, and you can see this is what came back, guys. Look at this. Take the dogs out for a walk. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Sick, right? That's exactly what we wanted. And you see what I mentioned before. There was actually more properties, so you can feel free to add that in. But I wanted to, I just kept it very simple. But you can even add in like permissions, updated that, collection ID, and so forth into your type definitions, so that way you can be sure that you get it back, right? And I reckon you can even go as far as to get those exact definitions from the guys over at AppWrite as well. So I just didn't go that extra step. Right, but you can. All right, so I want to show you a bit of manual stuff as well. So at this point, we've got the documents flowing in, which is great, right? So at this point, we've got the data. Now we need to do some cool manipulation to mess with the data that we need it. So what I'm going to do is p.documents. So the data here that comes back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const to-dos equals data.documents. Okay, so that's all my to-dos now. So inside of here, this list will be all my to-dos. Easy as. Now what we can do is if you actually go ahead and highlight over this models.document, so you can actually extend models.document, and then if you really wanted to, you could do your typings that way. So you could actually go ahead and do something like this. So interface to do extends model document, and now your to-do class actually has model document inside of it as well. So if I was to do something like const a to-do equals something like this, then you can go ahead and see for yourself that a to-do will actually have a dot this stuff that we wanted inside of it. Oh, well, actually it didn't do it properly, but yeah, anyway, I need to import it and do that stuff properly. I just kind of rushed that step. So in this case, models.document, you would have to pull in correctly, but anyway, you could do that, right? So heading back over to our let's carry on. So first step, I want to basically map through and get so right now we just have this list, right? And there's no coordination here. So I want to basically rearrange this so it'll become a key value pair where all the statuses are grouped together. So all the to-dos, all the in progresses, all that good stuff. So I'm going to show you a nice little map function. And again, if you find this confusing, then be sure to join 0 to Full Stack Hero or just check out some tutorials online. But the point is we have loads of tutorials in the course that will explain how to use things like the map, reduce functions, and so forth. So at this point, we're going to say const columns, right? Const columns equals to-dos dot reduce. And reduce is basically an accumulator function. So what it means is you basically take, your array and you're going to reduce it down into another form. So even like, let's just say a very simple example, you got an array of numbers, you reduce it down into a number for the total, but we're going to do a bit more of a complex object, right? So in this case, we're going to do a reduce down to a map. Okay. So you're probably wondering, oh, I don't know how that works. I don't know how you do that, right? So in this case, what you do is every single time you iterate over, you get a bunch of things. So the first thing is you get something called an accumulator value. This is going to be the value or the previous value, basically that's gonna rack up and build up. So this is going to be the map object, right? That's going to slowly grow. And then each time we map through, we get the to-do itself. Okay. So now inside of this function, we can do a few things. So basically, oops, get that. So after all of this, we do a comma, we can give an initial value. And this is the initial value that we want to start is with a map. Okay, so this map is going to have, again, a typed column. And I guess you could just say, you could actually use the board column, the border definition here if you wanted. But in this case, I'm just going to say, new map with typed column and column, right? So in this case now, the accumulator value starts off as a new map, right? So what we can do now is we can access it. We can say if there is no, so we're going to access the map and we're going to say, get to do status. So basically what this is doing is this is an empty map right now, so it wouldn't have anything in there. So this would actually be satisfied. Basically it would find this first to do and it'll say, is there a to do? And right now it'll be like, no, there is no to do, right? So in this case, what we're going to do is we're basically going to create a key inside of that map. So we're going to say account.set to do.status. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically setting the first key inside of that, right? So ID to do status, and then we give it the to-dos itself. So in this case, to-dos is an empty array. So what we're doing is now the end goal would be you have something like this. So you would have something like a object, which is going to have, a key value pair. So every single one is going to have that, for example, to-do. And then inside of to-do, you would have key value pairs. So loads of key value pairs here. And then, for example, this would be all of your, I'll show you afterwards, I'll map it out, right? It'll be very easy to understand, right? But this will basically grab all the to-dos together and it creates an empty to-do. And then once you've done that step once, the next time it comes across a status with to-do, we're simply going to push it inside. And I'll show you how to do that, right? So here we say a account or the accumulator dot get to-do dot status, right? To-do dot status, to-do dot status. I'm going to say that it is there because it will be there because we've literally would have created it here. And then we're going to say to-dos. So it's going to access this empty array, to-dos, dot push. And then what we're simply going to do is push in. We're not going to push the entire to-do in, but instead I'm going to create an object out of it, right? So we're going to say that the ID is pushed in, so the to-do ID, the created, and if I do control space, you can actually see we've already got our perfect functions here as well, as in our perfect attributes. So we're going to go ahead and add in the title as well. So the to-do title, we're going to add in the status, which is going to be the to-do status. And this again is being pulled in from the backend, right? Now the final one is actually interesting. So what I'm going to do here is, as I'm pulling it in, I'm going to do a nice little spread trick. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're only going to fetch the image here in this object if it exists from the response. Okay, so the way you do this is simple. You basically say spread, right? And then you have a condition. So now this is exactly it. This is actually perfect. Yeah, we say to do image and image to do image. So basically what we're doing is we're saying if the response that we're mapping through has an image, because remember, some things may not have an image inside, right? Then we're going to go ahead and append this inside. So basically imagine it's doing this and then it's spreading it. So it basically pops it. So you're basically taking this, if there's an image, you're taking it and adding it there like that. That's exactly what's happening if there's an image. Okay. So in this case, this is how it works. Now, when we push the information into the database, I will be storing it as a JSON stringified value for the image stuff. I'll get to that later, but for now, when we do eventually pull it, we're going to need to pass that information back into its full object. Okay, so at that point we simply go ahead and close things off, right? And then what we do is we return the accumulator function. Okay, so now with all that done, what we can do is we can save, and I will show you if I simply log out the columns. Now what you'll see is we go from this horrible looking thing, right, the response, to a map. And you can see, look, the map has a to-do entry, and you can see the to-do entry has one value inside of it, which is the record, and it has a value with the to-dos inside, and then it has everything in. So what we've done is we've transformed data. So we've taken an array response and we've transformed it into a map. And I'm going to blow your mind now by adding another to-do. I'm going to add a few to-dos here and show you just how powerful this really is. So crush the live stream. I'm going to say this is in progress because that's exactly what we're doing. And then we're going to go ahead and do next, create, and we're going to do another one. So we're going to say create document, and I'm going to do another thing here, just like so. I'm going to say, let's just do finish the build, and this one will be in progress, right? So we've got two in progress is one task, so that way we can test this out. So create. Okay, cool. So now we've got a bunch of stuff in there. So if I refresh now, you will see that we have a map of two, right? But I'm going to show you what we actually ended up transforming here. So as you can see, this is the app. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to first console log the response. So if you see now, this is the entire response that we get back. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. So the first one is the entire response we get back. You see, look, this is literally what we got back, right? It was just a bunch of like to-dos from the database. Right? And there's no, there's no actual mapping here of really like what status is this and what status is that. Now what I've done is I've grouped them all together and I've got this nice map. So you see my first entry, the key is to do, the second is in progress. And then what we're doing is we're grouping them. So now you see the value here is an array of 2. And in this one, there's one array for the to do. And then in progress, we have 2 to dos. So if I go inside now, you can see I can see all of the to-dos inside. So this is called transforming data, and it's really important when people ask about data structure and algorithms and stuff like that. This is basically how you should have an understanding of how to transform data. And don't worry if you don't. Again, this is why I have a lot of this stuff inside the course. That's where I can teach you at a in-depth level. So 0 to Full Stack Hero, we do this, we teach you, and inside the coaching course and module content, we have a mixture of ways to get you to understand this in a really crystal clear way. So all of this is fairly straightforward. Okay, so absolutely killing it. Let's carry on. So at this point now we have our columns. Okay, now I need to do one more thing, right? I need to basically say, okay, now we always want to have all 3 columns shown, but what if for example, now I've got to do and I've got in progress, but I don't have anything in done. Okay, so what I need to do now is I'm going to create a little function here, which is going to ensure that we always have, each of the columns with an empty to-do array inside of it. So it's always going to have a populated empty to-do array. So what we can do is I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this now. We don't need our comments here. And I will show you how we do it. So if the columns doesn't have an in progress to do or done, add them with empty to-dos, right? Because what might happen is you delete everything and then you need to go ahead and do it. So let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to go ahead and create an array of all of the different typed columns. So in this case, to do, in progress, done. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and loop through them. Okay. So I'm going to say for each, so I'm going to do an old school map here. You can do either or. I'm going to say for each column type of all of the column types, we're going to map through. You can do a for each, you can do whatever you want. So we're going to say if there was no, that's perfect actually. That's exactly what we wanted. So that's exactly what I've got written as well. So if there is no column, so basically in this case, remember we had a to do, we had an in progress, but it wouldn't have found a done. So it would have basically satisfied here when it hit done, when it looped through. Then it will basically set the column. So there is now a done, and then it will show the a to do. It will set a to do. That way when you map through, it won't break. We'll be able to render out that column all the time. Okay, so now that we have this in place, what we can do is the final step is I always want to show them, and this is kind of up to you now. Right, in my tutorial, I always want to show to do, in progress, done. Then you can rearrange it, but whenever you come on the page, I always want it to be in to do, in progress, done. I always want it in that order. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and sort them in that order. Right. So in this case, this would have manipulated that array previously. So now we've got all of them. So if I was to even console log the columns now, you'll find that we have always, no matter what, we will have a map of 3. Right. So let me refresh. You will always have a map of 3. Yeah. So now even if you've got done, you see inside of done, we still have a to do array of 0. So now we've always got all 3 perfectly like so. Okay. So this is exactly what we wanted. Now, after the columns, we're now going to sort the columns. Right, so I'm going to sort them based on the initial order that you see here. All right, so sort columns by the column type. So I'm going to say const sorted columns equals a new map. And what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to generate, so this is going to be a sorting function. Again, we cover all of this inside Zero to Full Stack Hero because it can be a little bit scary, right? So the first step I want to do is I want to convert my column entries into a so there's 2 ways to do this, right? If you want to convert your map, you can do something called dot entries, which will give you all the key value pairs in an array. So what we can do is we can create an array like so, yeah, or you can say array from. There's 2 ways you can do it. You can say array from, or the real ES6 way is you basically create an array like this. Then what we do is we spread out the columns, which basically means get all the key value pairs and create an array from it. Right, so now what it's done is it's got all the key value pairs and then it spread them out. And then tell you what, that's why I didn't do it last time. Yeah. So array.from columns.entries. Right, this actually is a bit easier to understand, I guess, as well. Right, so we're creating an array from all the column entries, and this will give you again all the key value pairs in an array format. Right, then what we can do is we can use array sort of mapping functions to go ahead and do all of our stuff. So these are all array functions now. So now we can say sort. Now with a sort, what you do is you get AB. So AB is basically the comparison part. Now AB refers to it will loop through 2 items at a time. And every single time it does, the first item is A, the second item is B. And you can do a comparison where you basically say, if this is that and blah, blah, blah. And then basically you can move around, you can sort the objects in whatever way you want. What I'm going to do here is make life very simple. I'm not going to do the curly brackets. I'm going to do something called an implicit return. So basically I'm doing parentheses, and then because it's a one-liner, it'll get rid of the parentheses. And what we do is we simply say index of, so column types, so this one right here, if the index of this, right, so the first value, this is the key of the first value, is like basically this is doing a new like a string check. So it's basically checking if this value is less than this value and so forth. And basically what it's going to do now is it's going to sort them in this order. So if they're not in this order, it's going to rearrange them to hit this order. Okay, so now, for example, if it fetched all of them in different random orders now, or you moved them around, it will always fix the order when it refreshes. Okay, and then what we simply do is we say const board. So we get the entire board as a board object. We go ahead and a board object simply has columns inside of it, and then we give it the sorted columns. Okay, just like so. And then we return the board. So this has been our helper function. This is our helper function, which gets us all of our stuff that we want. So now this will always get us all of the data and make sure that we always have those key value fields populated with the to-dos empty if there is nothing inside of the to-dos. So we hit save now. go back to board store, and you'll see it no longer complains because it is getting a board back. That's great. Now what we can do is we can go back to our board.tsx. And over here, what we can do is we can console log the board. And you can see now, oh, we don't have the board. How do I get the board now? Right? How do I get the board from the original board store? Well, I need to do, you could do the same line again and do, you know, something like this and board.state.board. I guess you could do that. But that's, you know, who wants to do that when there's probably an easier way, right? So in this case, you can actually combine. So every time you want to get something to more than one thing from the same board store or same store in Zustand, you can make an array, and you can basically say, I want the board, I want the state, and so forth. So in this case, I want the board and I want the get board. And then all you do is on the return, you simply make that an array, and you simply say state.board. And now you can basically have this beautiful set of, oh, gotta just save the HTML. Now you can basically pull in multiple things, get it back. And then we console log the board just to see if we're actually getting something back. Simply hit a refresh. And just like that, guys, now we have our columns in. So initial render was 0 because it has to fetch. Then we do the columns. And as you can see, we've got our columns, we've got our arrays being pulled through. So now we have the columns to map through the objects that will be shown on the screen. Okay, so let's do it. Yes, you can do it loads of different ways. Again, right? You can really mess around and do it however you want. I'm just showing you a way to do it. Right. So now we can uncomment this out, and we can carry on from the drag and drop perspective. So let's carry on with this. So we've got the div inside. Right. Remember, we're going back to the beautiful drag and drop example that we were talking about earlier. So let's head back over to this example. And as you can see, we've got this situations. We've got the drag drop context. Then we've got the droppable zone, which is this. Then we've got the draggable elements inside. Okay. So we've got this thing called a render prop. So in this case, we're going to render out every time we run through it. You also get something called snapshot. So here you can use something called snapshot. And that's basically like if you're dragging, you can change the color and so all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to go too far into it. But now what we can do is that map. So that column, that board, sorry. What we can do is we can actually say array from, right? Because remember, we can't actually simply map through a map, as in like literally you can't loop through a map easily. You have to change it to a board. So in this case, you say board columns, entries. So we go through all the entries, and now we can map, right? So now I can say map, and then what we can do is inside of there, remember, you get key value pairs. So it's not going to just be like this. It'll be like, it won't be like something like that. It'll be your key value pairs. And what we can do is we can do something in ES6 called destructuring. So we can destructure the ID and the column. And then the second argument will always be the index. Okay. So in this case, it's always going to be a second argument there. And what you can do is you can wrap the entire thing in parentheses like so. And then you have an arrow function. And then you can return something that you want to loop through. Okay, so again, just take your time with this step and understand what's happening. We're converting the board columns into an array. We're creating an array from that. We're then mapping through all of the key value pairs. I am destructuring. So that way I've got the ID, which is a typed column, and the column, which is a column. Remember that map? It was always type column, column. Then we get the index, which is basically, it'll start off with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as it loops through. Then we're going to map through and basically output a column. So in this case, if I was just to do an example here and do, let's just start into it. Let's just do a column. Okay, so this is where a column's going to go. Now, the column itself, we're going to build, right? But it takes a few arguments. It's going to take the ID, and then we're going to pass through a couple of variables ourselves. So we're going to have an ID that we actually need to set. It's going to have the to-dos itself, which is column.todos. And then it's also going to have the index itself. Okay. So in this case, that way we need to go ahead and create that, right? Now, before we hit save and continue on, we need to ensure something happens. So this div here, whenever we have a droppable, right? The first child of that droppable, when we actually put out something, we have to go ahead and spread certain props. So what I can do is I can say ... provided .droppable props. And then we also have to do ... we have to do reference equals provided inner ref. Okay, and this is basically how the drag and drop is knowing what the hell is going on. Okay, so for this column now, this will eventually have a arrangement of grid, right? So we're going to have it on a mobile view, it'll be one grid, So literally be all of these will be stacked up on each other, like going down. And then on anything past a, I guess a medium screen, it will be a grid of 3. Okay, so this is where we define that. So here we'll say class name, grid columns 1. On a medium screen, it'll say grid columns 3, sorry. And then between all of them, we're gonna have a gap of 5. The max width will forever be 7XL, and we wanna center it. Right, so MX Auto, there you go. Hit save. Cool. This is complaining because you need a special function here called handle on drag end, right? So here, let's just go ahead and satisfy this quickly. We're gonna say on drag end, and we're simply gonna create a function called handle on drag end. So over here, underneath the use effect, I'm gonna say const handle on drag end, right? And this one is basically gonna have something called a drop result. So this one right here, in case you're confused, if you hover over this, you'll see on drag end responder. But if you do a little trick here and do E dash, you'll notice you get the type definition. You can paste that type definition, simply import it like so, and then you can get rid of the E. So that's a nice little TypeScript trick if you didn't know. So that'll get rid of that. So I'm not going to show you, we're going to build out this afterwards. Now that's basically what happens when you let go of a drag and drop operation. Okay, so right now our app is in this weird state because we haven't built the column. We've got a lot of things overhanging. So let's build out each of the columns now, right? And this is going to be the droppable and draggable elements and so forth, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get that done. So again, we've got a lot to build, so we're going to move fairly fast. RFCE. Okay, so now the column. So inside the column now, we're going to start off by saying that this is a draggable, right? Remember, if we look again at beautiful D&D, this is going to be one of the columns is going to be draggable, right? So we were previously in the droppable, which makes sense. And then the column itself is going to be a draggable, which makes sense. Okay. Draggable like so. Okay. Now inside of here, we have the same logic. We have a provided, and this will have a render prop, right? So this is going to render out a div. And inside of here, we basically do a bit more stuff. So this is basically inside of here, we're going to render out droppable, render droppable. This is going to be the internal droppable section. So another nested droppable section for the to-dos in the column. Okay, so that's basically what's going to happen. So the draggable. Now, we passed in a bunch of props, right? When we did this, you see these props, key, ID, and so forth. So let's go ahead and firstly set up our props, like so it's in the correct way. So those props were as follows. It was the ID, it was the to-dos, and it was the index, right? So we're going to define these type definitions like this. We're going to say type is props, and then we're going to go ahead and say the ID is a typed column. So you see now how TypeScript is starting to protect us, right? We've got lots of protection happening here. So we're not, messing up in any shape or form. It's going to help us correct errors beforehand. And then we're going to say this is going to be a type of to-do. And then we're going to say the index is a number. Cool. Right, now we pass in our values. So this is really nice. And then what we do is, remember, your first child of your draggable element should be passing through all of the required props. So this one will be ... provided draggable props. And then we've also got something called drag handle props that we have to pass through as well. Okay. And then we've got the reference. So in this case, it'll be reference. There we go. Right. We have the provided.innerref. So that allows us to, that basically tells the drag and drop library what the hell is happening. Okay. Then we basically have to render the droppable to-dos. So that section. Okay. So now we're going to do the same essential nesting as we did here, but this is going to now be for the next section, which is going to be the internal bit. So what we did just there before, we set up a droppable zone for the entire thing, and then each of the columns were a draggable element, right? And then what we done is we set up a droppable zone for the entire internal column, and each of the to-do cards are going to be draggable elements inside, right? So you see how we're working with this now, okay? So inside the column, let's go. This is going to have a few things. It's going to have a draggable ID. We're going to use the ID that we passed through to do so. It's going to have an index as well, and we're going to pass in the index. These are the two required props. Now, let's start rendering out the to-dos droppable zone, right? So here we're going to say droppable, and this droppable ID is going to be the index. So the index dot to string, okay? So it needs to be a string value. So we're going to say index, and this is going to be type of card. Like so. Let's render that out. There we go. And then we basically do the exact same thing. We have a provided. Oops, so it's going to be a JSX block. Provided. And then we basically wrap this up. God damn it. Yep. And remember I said you also get snapshot. Oops, snapshot. So remember, when I was dragging one of the cards over to another one, notice how it went green. Every time it went over, it went green. What we were doing is we were using a snapshot object to go ahead and tell when you're dragging over a certain element. And I'll show you how we do it. We basically create a div inside. Anytime that you have this provided, you have to pass down and connect that div. So what we do here is we say .provided .droppable props. We again connect the reference. Trust me, once it's set up, it's actually really good. And it's honestly so cool, especially on your project to have. And then we're going to use a bunch of class names. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give each of the cards or the background of the card a bit of styling, right? So I'm going to do, firstly, I want to have some dynamic values here. So I'm going to do backticks. So notice I'm using backticks. I'm going to say padding bottom of 2. I'm going to say that it should have a few things like padding of 2 all around, rounded 2XL. So that's kind of overwritten now, I guess. Rounded 2XL, and then we're going to say shadow small. Now I'm going to have a dynamic value. Now here what I'm going to do is if the user is dragging, right? So now what I can do is $ open brackets. Oh, sorry, we've already done that. So I can say snapshot dot is dragging over. Okay. And if it's dragging over, the background will turn green. Yeah. So this is really nice how this is going to work. And then we're going to say, if it's not dragging over, it's going to be a background of white with a 50% opacity. So notice how the background is normally a 50% see-through kind of glass view. And as you drag over, it's going to turn green on the field that you're dropping it over. Okay. So then we've got that set up. Okay. The next step is we're basically going to define the styling for the to-do and so forth. Okay. So now what we can do is we can say we have a H2. And inside of this H2, I'm actually going to have the ID itself. So in this case, I'll show you how we do it. We say the ID. Now what you'll start to see inside of our app is if we go inside and we refresh, we should, okay, so the column is not defined. We haven't saved this file. Let's save this one. Let's go over here. Now you can see, look, we already have some stuff happening. So it's not working yet, but it's almost there, right? You see how things are happening, but it's not saving and things like that, right? But we're actually getting to a point where something's happening. Okay, which is good. It's very good, right? So now what we're going to do is we've got the ID, so forth. This looks ugly. I wanted to say to do in progress the correct way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a mapping function up at the top. Simply go ahead and say const ID to column text. Okay. And this is basically going to have a set mapping of the key is going to be typed column and it's going to output a string. And what I mean by this is it's simply going to be an object of mappings. If it sees to do, it should write to do. If it sees in progress, it should see, if it says in progress, it should say in progress. If it says done, it should be a capital D done. Now what I can do is I can simply pass this through and say just like that. And now this will change to do in progress done. That's a lot nicer. I prefer that, right? So now this is already getting there. It's pretty nice, right? So we've got the ID to column text, and then I want to have the length, right? So I want to have, 2, 4, 3, however many to-dos are in there. I want to see how many to-dos are in there. So now what I can do is I can say to-dos. Oops. Let's just have it. Let's do it in a way where I basically say, I'm going to span an element here. So I'm going to span, and I'm going to say to-dos dot length. Okay, so in this case, look, we've got one to do in the to-do column, 2 to-dos in the in progress column. Great, right? So then we're going to go ahead and start this out. We're going to say text should be gray, 500, background should be gray of 200. Then we're going to say round it off. So rounded full, font should be normal. We don't really need that. Padding X of 2, padding Y of 1, and the text should be small. There we go, text should be small. Hit save, and now we've got these nice little circles, okay? And I'm simply gonna make the 2 children inside it be flexed, justify the space between them. I'm gonna make it font should be bold, the text should be extra large, and the P2, there you go. And the reason why I did, that's why. So here I did font normal, because I don't want that to be bold, font normal. And just like that, look at that. Already getting there, right? Looking pretty decent so far. And you can obviously customize that however you wish. Change it up. Your padding Y should be to 1. That's it. I wanted a bit more circular. That's it. Looking good. Hey, nice. All right. And you see how, look, it's in, this is exactly how we wanted it to look, right? So eventually it'll be like really sort of clean. Now, notice how they're sort of swiping all over the place. It's horrible, right? This is because we haven't set things up correctly yet, right? Once it's done, trust me, it'll look really good. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go to the so underneath my H2, let's change the music up. Getting tired of that music. All right, so the H2 tab. All right, so we've got a div here. We're gonna say space class name space y of 2. So this is going to be basically all of the to-dos are going to come through here. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to check, no, so I'm not going to do the search string, we'll do that afterwards. Here I'm going to say, oops, that should be space x of 2. Okay, cool. So now what I want to do is I'm going to say return inside of here. Well, I'm not actually doing that yet. I'm actually going to be doing just the draggable elements. So I need to map through them. Yeah, so that's right. So I'm going to say to-dos dot map for every single to-do. I want to return the following, right? And then here I'm going to create a component called to-do card, and I'll show you how we do it. But before we do that, it's going to be wrapped in a draggable element. So this one's going to be draggable. Okay. These are going to be draggable elements. Again, we go back to this same logic. We were nested in another droppable element. So now we have draggable. Okay. So we've got draggable, and then here it's going to be the key. The key is going to be the to-do ID. The draggable ID is going to be the to-do ID, and the index is simply going to be the index. Okay. Inside of it, we're going to do our traditional provided render prop, which we have to use. And then we're going to render out a to-do card, which we are yet to build. Okay. Now this to-do card will have a bunch of things inside of it. It will have the draggable props, the inner reference, all that good stuff. So in this case, I'm going to just save us a bit of time and pass in those values from that provided down into, because eventually the div inside of there will need that. So we're going to pass that in as well. Okay. Now this is freaking out. Why exactly? Because we have this is here, and then we need another one. There we go. Yeah. So what we need to do now is go ahead and we need to basically create a to-do card. But before we do that, the final step here before we carry on is, after all of this, what we have to do is something called a provided placeholder. Now what this does is when I drag something across to another column, it creates space for it. Otherwise, what will happen is you're dragging it over the column, and then it's just like there's no space for you to put it in. The placeholder basically says if I'm dragging over it, it makes space for me. So it looks like I'm dragging in, it creates space. It's really nice. Really nice effect. Yeah. So we got the provided placeholder. And then at the end of all of that, we're going to have a button which allows you to basically go ahead and click to add a to-do. And that's going to be the modal portion of this build afterwards. So inside, we're going to have a div with a button inside. And this one is going to have a plus circle icon. Right, so in this case, let's just hit save. So plus circle icon, this will be class name of height and width of 10. So height and width of 10. And in this case, the text gray, I don't want it, that's fine. Right, so the button itself will have a few colors to it. So let's go ahead and style this out. So class name, bam, like so. And then the div itself will be a centered button. I just want it to be very easily, it's going to be, no, sorry, towards the end. So at items end, it's going to be justified towards the end as well of its section, right? Now, before you're going to see that, that's basically responsible for this. So you see how that's got a little gap, and then we justify it to the end, right? So let's go ahead and create the to-do card. And then trust me, it's all going to come together real quick. All right, we're going to go ahead and create the new component. Let's go ahead and drop it in. So we go ahead and create a file to-do card.tsx, RFCE, bam. We'll pop that in like so. And just like that now, inside, we're going to expect a bunch of props. So here we're going to get a bunch of different props come in. So I've saved us a bit of time. I've already wrote the definitions for them, and I've saved you a bit of hassle as well. So in this case, we've got custom types. So you've got draggable, providable, draggable props. And then this one, drag handle props can either be no or undefined. So I've already saved you the hard work of figuring out what's what, right? So these are going to be all the different types that we need. And then you simply pull your props through, okay? So this will be all the props that come through, right? Now this is going to be a client-side component. So we're going to simply say use client, right? Now for this to do CRUD, we're actually going to have a div. Now remember, when we have a provided parent, you have to go ahead and pass down the props. Now, like the draggable props. In this case, we passed it over as a prop through, right? So in that case, we can do it like this. Then I'm going to have a class name. And here I'm going to say the background should be white, rounded MD. So these are all the cards now, by the way. I'm styling these cards, yeah? Just so you're very sure. Oh, thank you, Ashkan. I appreciate it. Yeah, rounded MD. Then we say space between all of the cards or all the items inside the card, and we'll give it a drop shadow of medium. Cool. Right? Hit save. And now what I can do is I can go back, and obviously this isn't going to say, I'm just going to say H1 hello. I just want to show you for a second. Let's go back here and fix this up, and boom, import that at the top. And what we should see now, oh, look at that, guys. Now, obviously right now you can see, look at that. Look, oh, that is clean. So right now, obviously the logic for it to stick is not done, but right now, look at that. It automatically gets it over there. Oh man, that's so cool. Look at that. Oh, clean. And look how smooth it is as well, guys. Look, this is how you do like a crossover drag drop zone sort of situation. So at this point, looking really, really beautiful, right? So let's go ahead and, oh, I've actually, okay, that was fine. Yeah, I guess I played it on the other thing. I had done something out of muscle memory. All right, so in this case, to do card. Now what we're gonna do is head over to the H1, hello, and we're gonna replace that with the actual to do. So this is the fun part, right? Now we're getting somewhere, guys. Let's go ahead and put this in. So let's go ahead, and now we're gonna pick up some speed. So we've got the div. Inside of here, we've got a p tag, and we've got the to do title. So to do.title. And look at TypeScript, it's just so nice. Like, this is why we do it, because it honestly helps you prevent so many problems. X circle icon is basically going to be resemblance of this cross that allows us to delete a to-do from the screen, right? So that way we can actually delete it from the database. So this is going to have a margin left of 5, a height of 8. Oh, this one gets me right? Height of 8. And then we're going to have a width of 8 as well. Right, and then there you go. You can see like a little nice little thing, and that button is going to be text red of, let's just say 600 or 500. But when you hover over it, I want it to be text red 600, and this gives us this nice hover effect. Yeah. And then the p tag itself, so the entire div surrounding it all, we're going to say flex justify between. Items should be centrally aligned with a padding of 5. Hit save and boom. Look, ooh, it's getting there, guys. It's getting there. It's good. I love it when it comes together every time, right? And then what we'll say is if there is an image URL, right? So we're going to basically prepare for when we set up images. If there is an image URL, which we haven't yet set. So right now we don't actually have this, and I'll show you how we do that afterwards. Actually, we'll do the image URL afterwards. I'll show you why. Right? The reason being is we have to do a use effect and a bunch of stuff to handle the fetching. Okay, so we need to add image here afterwards. That's for us afterwards. Okay, so that's good. Right, so now just at this point we've got this down pretty good. So we've got different steps that we have to approach now. The first one is we need to handle what happens when we drag and drop something on here. So let's do that logic first. Then we'll do the plus logic for the modal. Then we'll do the delete logic. Then we'll do the image thing. And then we'll do the search. So you see there's a lot of work, right? There's actually a lot more work than I expected. What I want you to do now, head over to board. And at the handle on drag end function, this is where we go ahead and set things up. Right, so handle on drag end. So first things first, whenever you drop, so this is basically going to be resemblant of all of the drop interaction. So if I drop here, for example, it's going to handle everything. So the result contains a bunch of information like the source, the destination, and the type of drag and drop that I did. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to destructure the result. Okay. And if I console log this, I will show you very quickly what is happening. Destination type, right? So now, if you see for yourself, when I refresh, let's go ahead and right now, yeah, I've messed something up there, but we'll fix it afterwards. Right, so now if you see, when I drag and drop, it shows the source, the destination, and the card. The source will say the index of where you dragged and dropped it from. So in this case, let's have a look again. So let's drag to do over, so from 0 to 1. So in this case, you see how the index was 0 from the start, and we dragged it to an index of 1, and the board was dragged. Right? If we drag this one, it will be a card. So you see the card was the type of drag, and we're saying which point we dropped it from. So in this case, if I drag from here to done, it went from droppable ID 0, so this column, to 2 over here. And the index resembles which place it was in that list, right? So it can get a little bit confusing, but trust me, just take time with this. I'm going to move through it fairly quickly, but take your time afterwards, rewatch it, and just really log out things and understand how it works, okay? But I promise you, I can't spend too long on this section, but I'm going to show you how it works and explain it the best I can in the time we have, right? So the first step I want to do is I want to check if the user dragged outside the box, like over here. If they do that, we don't want to do anything, period, right? So if the user drags the card outside the board, all we have to do is say if there's no destination, return. That means if you didn't drag it to any of these destinations, forget about it, right? So in that case, we can basically, now it won't do anything, period, okay? So that's the first easy step. Then what we want to do is handle a column drag. So a column drag is basically when I drag the column, so the entire column, when I drag this entire column like so, I want to handle that and then basically do what I need to do from it. So the way we do this is we simply say if the type of drag is equivalent to a column, okay? So if this is the case, then what I do is I say const entries equals, and I make an array from the board columns entries. So basically we did what we did before. We're converting the key value pairs to an array. Now what we do is we splice. So this is basically what I need you to pay very close attention. So I already have the source index, so where you took it from, okay? So I need to take from that in that column. So now what I can do is I can say const, oops, okay, what the hell is that? Const removed entries.splice source index .1. Okay, so trust me, the logic, I've worked a long time to figure this out, but basically what we're doing here is we're taking away from this. So if I drag it out of here, I'm basically taking this. So this is the removed element I have in my hand. Okay, so now we have that stored in removed. Okay, then what I want to do is I need to splice it into the destination. So splicing means I'm basically pushing it in to the destination, so the correct destination, and then it's going to be in the position, the correct position. So I don't want it to be like over here, like, and then it randomly shows here. It has to be in the correct position, right? So I'm talking about the column, by the way. Sorry, yeah, I completely messed that up. It should be the column, like the exact column that you've drag and dropped into. So the way we do this is we basically say entries.splice, and we say destination.index, right? We do 0, which basically means we're not going to delete anything. We're simply going to push the removed item into that column, right? So now we're basically taking its place, right? Then what we do is we create a new map of the rearranged columns. So now we say we've got the rearranged columns from the modified. So what we've done here is we copied the columns entries into a new variable. We modified it because splice is a direct modifying function. Then we stored it into a new rearranged column. And now what we're going to do is we're going to set the board state to that new state. And what we need to do here is go over to our board store, right? So now we need to create a very special function called set board state, right? So this is going to be a very important function that we're going to use a lot, right? So what this will do is this will take a board object and it will basically set the state for it, okay? So we're gonna set the state. So I'm gonna go to my set board state. So down here, for example, I need to create the function for that. So set board state. And what I'll do is I'll try and space these out so you can see. So set board state. And this is gonna be a, basically the following. It's gonna take a board and it's gonna set the variable in a global state, okay? So then what we do is we basically get that function now in our array. So we say set board state, and then we basically get it over here. So we say set board state, state dot oops, sorry guys, state dot get set board state. Okay, so now we have this variable and we can pass in the rearranged columns, which is in the correct state. So we can say set board state. And basically what I'm doing now is I'm only changed the columns, right? Now remember, boards have columns inside of them. So what we can do is a nice little ES6 trick here. We can say, keep all the current, keep everything basically, and then change the columns field, which is the only thing that really inside, to become the rearranged columns. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're modifying the state, and with that done, we can now actually persist. So look at this. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Nice. Look, it works. And it holds this value. And then I remember when we set things up, we actually had it in a way that when we refreshed it, set it back to its original state. That's clean. So nice. Right? So clean. And now we've done the column part. Now we've got the more tricky part, which is the nested part, which is basically how do I move a to-do into the correct one. This took a little bit of calculation, but I'm going to show you how it works. Okay. All right. So this one, I need you to just pay attention with me, stick with me, trust me. I promise you the pain will be worth it. Okay. So right now, remember the source and destination. It was only numbers. It only said like you went from index 0 to index 1 and so forth. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically create a copy, and then basically I've slowly like left comments all around the place to help you guys out. Okay. So what we're going to do is this step is needed as the indexes are stored as numbers instead of IDs with the D&D library. And because we're now using the, as I mentioned, because we're now using the map, right? We need to basically convert it over to the array format. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a copy of my columns, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a copy of the columns. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the starting column index is the following and the finish column index is the following. So watch what I do here. So what I've done here is the source droppable ID will go into the columns and get me the correct column, right? And this one will get me the correct column for the finish. And that means when you dragged and dropped in the correct way, you're basically going ahead and rebuilding from a 0 to the object in your store. And I'll show you what I mean by this, right? So from those values, what I'm doing is I'm rebuilding the start column and finish column. Okay. So now if I was to console log the start column and the finish column, what you're going to find is, so now you'll see if I was to go ahead and drag this over here, for example, you see now how we went from the in progress column to the done column. So you see how we went from the just previously what I showed you before, the source and destination of 0, 1, 2, 3. Now it's actually found the columns, rebuilt it with the correct arrays and so forth. So now I have the objects that I need to modify, right? So I have the start column, I have the finish column. So now what we can do is, if for whatever reason you didn't get the start column or finish column, we basically return, we're protecting. And then if for whatever reason you basically drag and dropped in the same location, exactly, so not the same position, but the same exact location, we should then do nothing as well. Okay. So, no, Mohammed, period. Right. So source destination there, start column, finish column. Basically what this is saying is, yeah, if I drag and drop into the exact same position it was in, do nothing. Okay. So if the source index is the same as destination and the start column is the same as the finish column, don't do anything. Okay. So now what we do is we create a, we create a copy, right? So we say new to-dos equals start column to-dos, right? So we say start column dot to-dos. Okay. So again, this is a lot of data manipulation. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to splice the to-do to move. So basically what I've done here is whatever to-do I take, I am not splicing it from, and the reason why we're doing an array destructuring here is because it returns an array, the splice function, and then we basically destructured to get the individual thing out. So whenever I grab this, now I've got the to-do moved, okay? Now we've got two cases where we need to manage how and what happens. The first case is going to be if we are dragging and dropping in the same column. Okay, so if we do this, and you can actually eradicate this, but it's more efficient if we do it this way. So the start column and finish column ID, right? So if this happens, you're basically doing a same column task drag, and you're not doing it in the same position because we already eliminated that here. Okay, So same column task drag, else you are dragging to a different column, dragging to another column. Okay, so the first one, let's handle it. So first thing we want to do is we simply splice into the new location in the same start column, right? So in the same new to-dos, the same column, because we're not changing column, we basically splice it. Then what we do is we create a new column, right? So in this case, we splice it, we create a new column object, and then we basically create a copy, right? So what we're doing, this is basically an immutable pattern, right? So we don't want to always manipulate the initial object. So we create a copy of board columns. I'm then going to modify, so new columns dot set. I'm basically now modifying the start column ID. So the ID basically of where I'm basically, so I've spliced out the to-dos, create a new column based on that value. And then I've created a copy of the map, and I'm setting that ID to become the new column. And then what we do is we simply set that as the board state, the new board state. So we basically say set board state, and this in here will basically be the exact same procedure I did before. So board, and then we say columns is now the new columns. So columns is now the new columns, like so. Okay, so with that said, what we've now done is we've handled the same drag. So you see that now it works inside the same column. So now it's working inside the same column. It doesn't work yet for another column. You see, it just disappears, right? So we need to fix that, right? So right now it doesn't work if we go outside the column. So we've done it for the same column. So let's get it done for another column now. So what we're gonna do now is the first column was fine. It was very simple because we just had the start column. Yeah, we never went to the finish column. But in this second case, we have the finish column, and we need to modify the start column and the finish column. Okay, so I'll show you how we do it. Because technically what you're doing here is you're taking something from this column and you're adding something to this column. So you have to make the correct changes in each of the columns to reflect that interaction. Okay, so let's do that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to say, make a copy of the finished column, and I'm going to splice from the finished column, the destination, right? So in this case now, I'm saying that we're going to basically, in this one, we done it to the destination, but the destination was still the same place, right? But in this case, we're going to do it to the finished column. So the finished to do, sorry. And then what we do is we create a copy. So a very same, like simple step here, same step exactly as what we did previously. Yeah, so this is essentially the same, yeah, here and here. Okay, and then what we do is we just do two slight changes here. So what we do is we say new columns dot set the start column ID as new column. So this is going to be the new modified value, and then the finish column we set to the new modified finish to dos. Okay, so you see the finish ID. So now what we've done is we've modified the first thing that you took it from, and then the second argument here, the second one, is basically changing this area. So it's changing this and adding the to do there. So you see how it removed from there, but it didn't add there. This is what this is going to do. Okay, then it's very simple. We just simply go ahead and we set the board state to the new columns. Done, save. Okay, and I've also got a function here. I'm just checking what I did for that one, because I can't even remember what I did for that. What the hell is that? That is, oh yeah, okay, got it. So in the database, that's changing the value. Yeah. So here we need to update in DB. I'll show you. Right, so I'll explain that. So now, firstly, let's check the logic. So we save, and we should have everything working. If we have, I want you to destroy that like button. So ready for this? Yes, look at that. And it changes the done as well. Look at that, guys. Absolutely beautiful. And look, it works just as we expect it. Great stuff. As I mentioned before, that can be a little bit confusing what we just did. But what I want you to do is when you watch it back and code this along, I want you to stop at certain points and console log it and really listen to what I was saying. and then see for yourself the exact changes that are happening. Again, all of this stuff is really about getting dialed in with the fundamentals of different data structures, arrays, maps, objects, all that good stuff. Again, if you want to go ahead and really learn and master all these things, I do cover it inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So make sure you check it out over at papareact.com, and then you can see for yourself why it's basically the place to be for learning all of this kind of really intense stuff. All right, so I want to go ahead, and it's a shameless plug, but I want you to go ahead and, if you do get stuck and you really want to dial in, then that's the place where you're going to go ahead and cover the gap of maybe feeling really lost in what I just said versus feeling really comfortable and confident in what I just said. Okay, so let's carry on strong. We just finished off really nice with that. Okay, that's really great. So now what we're going to do is we are going to we've got this done. So now we've done all the drag and drop stuff. Hey, great stuff. All right, so now you can see you can drag over here. Oh, that's actually because I've got the horizontal. That's fine, we'll fix that later. So there you go, boom, that works really nice. I've got a little error here because of the start column index of 0. I believe I messed that up here. Where is that? Start column index board 43 was here. So start column index of 43. Okay, so I think I got an edge case there, to be honest with you. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, it's okay. Okay, so at this point now, what we can do is I want to go ahead and do one more step there, which is updating the database. So if you notice, when I refresh, it's not remembering where I put it, right? So what we need to do is simply make a function that will basically update the database. So let's do it right now. Very simply, all we got to do is go to our board store. And this is what I like about the board store, is you can actually have more than just state management. You can do other stuff inside there. So here I'm going to create a function called update to do in DB. Update to do in DB. Okay. And this is going to be a function which takes the following. It's going to be a function which takes the to do and the column ID, and then it's basically going to set the to do to that column ID when you pass it that function. So we're going to say update to do in DB, and that will take a to do and column. So where am I at right now? I'm getting so lost. Okay, yeah. So update, oops. Oh. I'm going to make it an arrow, keep it consistent. Okay, and this will be an asynchronous function. And then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say await databases. So I'm going to pull in my databases object from AppWrite, the one that we initialized earlier. And this is where I do something called update document. Okay, so what this will now do is it will update the document. And all I need to do here is pass in a few things. So the first thing is, if you look at this, is the database ID, the collection ID. I already have them. And the final thing is the document ID. So what I can do is, so here I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. So to do ID, and then you pass in what the updated information is. So here I'll say title is going to be the to do title that I want to change, and the status will be the status that we passed in. So it's going to be the column ID. Okay, so now we've got the correct function done. So that's basically the update set. Then we go up to our board and we basically pull that function in. So now what we do is we simply pass that in. So update to do. And we say state.update to do in DB. And then at the point where I had my comment, all I want to do is if you were to go ahead and drag to another column, that's also why I split it up, because if you drag in the same column, I don't really, right now I haven't persisted the order, but you can extend it if you want to, but I'm only basically updating the DB or making a request to DB if you cross to a different status, right? So let's go ahead and do it. You could honestly just set it based on updated at. You can move it based on that if you really want to do that. So now what I do is I simply say update to do in DB, to do moved to the finish column ID, done. And now a quick check to see if you've done it correct. When you get to this point, what I want you to do is refresh, and to make sure that you've actually changed the state in the database, you see this is loaded from the database. So if I grab this and take it to done, what we should see now, if I refresh, this should be in the done column. And just like that, it's done. Perfect. So if we move everything over here, now you'll see everything is in the to-do column. Perfect. So that's actually changing on AppWrite's database. Yeah, amazing stuff. And also remember what I said about the placeholder. You see how it's creating a placeholder for me? That's really nice, right? So it shows you what it's doing. Nice, good stuff, guys. This is awesome. Now what I want to do next, I want to actually go ahead and maybe implement the search functionality before we then do the modal, and then we focus on deployment, and I think we're golden at that point. All right, so let's go. So the next step is, let's do search. So right now inside of the header.tsx, I want to go ahead and, because now we can really like elevate the speed and what we're doing. So at this point inside of the header, I want to go ahead and set up something called a search string. And again, this is going to be something which we're going to set up in our board store. So let's head over to the board store, and we're going to have two new pieces of data. The first one is going to be called a search string. So in this case, let's go ahead and add that in. This is going to be a search string. Okay. And the second one is going to be set search string, which is the function to modify the search string. Okay. Now the search string is simply going to be like, we're going to initialize it with a blank value. So over here, we're just simply going to say initialize with a blank value. And then the search string itself is just going to be a very straightforward search string that we pass in, and then we set it as straightforward. Very easy to do. Okay. Now what we can do is we can go over to our header, and as we type in here, just like we would do with something like state, we can do the exact same thing with the stand, except now we're modifying at the global layer. Okay, so over here now, what I can do is I can say const, and I can say something like the search string and set search string equals use board store, and I basically get the state like so. I will go ahead and get my parentheses like so, and then here I can say set state.search string and state.set search string. I can then go to my input field, and I can set the value here to that, and I can say on change. So every time the user types in, we can simply set the target.value to set that global state instead of something like use state. So to test that this is all working, all you need to do is simply start typing in, and if you're still typing in, you've done it correctly, right? Otherwise it would freeze there and it wouldn't work. So now we're setting up, every time I type in, I've got access to this at the global level now. So if I need it somewhere else, I can actually go ahead and change that accordingly, right? And we also got to do API GPT stuff, so it's crazy. So now what I want to do is implement the logic to filter out. Okay, so where I do this is the board. I believe it's the board, or actually I think it's a column. I do it at the column level. Yeah, I do it at the column level. So each at the column level. So what I want you to do now, is it the column level or that? Oh my God. Okay. Oh yeah, I do it at the to do. Yeah, column level. I thought so. Makes sense. All right. So at the column level now, I am going to go to my column, and what I want to do is I need to basically first get those values, right? So I need to get the search string itself. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to say const search string. And I've done an array here because I'm going to need that afterwards. Use board store, and I'm going to get the state.search string. There we go. Oh, I like this song, right? It's one of the OG songs. Yeah. And then we've got the search string here. And then what I can do is when I actually render out the to-dos, there's a lot, look, at the end of the day, there's loads of ways you can do this. I'm just showing you one way. Okay. So here we're doing an implicit return. All I do is I simply add parentheses around the entire thing. And all that was doing is basically that, right? So that fixes it if you don't do that. But then what I'm going to do is I'm not going to render it if, how can you not notification VS Code? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Here I'm going to say if the search string exists and if the to-do title includes the search string, okay? And what I can do is I can actually do title.toLowercase to lowercase, there we go. Includes the search string to lowercase. That way you never get some annoying edge case. Then I want to return no. Okay, so if that comes across, then I simply return no. So this is basically not showing it if it's there, right? So now what I can do is, if you see live, look at that. Oh, dogs and build. Nice. But you can see how each one is still saying 111. So I'll show you how we can get rid of that. So already we've got that bit done. So that walk. There we go, stream, done, right? Because this is local data, it's fine to do it this way. It's really not that bad, right? So now, for the count, again, I'm going to do it inline. I'm going to show you a relatively cheeky way of doing it. I'm going to say here, where we show the length, I'm going to expand this and say, if there is no search string, okay, then you should show the to-dos.length. So it's very simple. If there's no search string, show the to-dos.length. Else, I want to show the following. I'm going to say to-dos.filter. And then I'm going to map through all the to-dos. So to-do. And I'm simply checking if to-do dot let's see, to-do.title. So basically the same thing that I just did before. Yeah, to lowercase. There we go. So why have I got this issue now? So to-do.length. Yeah, that's right. Okay, 1 second. Let me just write this out. So we've got the to-do.title.includes search string.length. There we go. And I don't need this part. And here I'm going to do the same to lowercase check to prevent it from happening. And yes, you can honestly go ahead and, you know, make this all like refactored and really clean. So now you can see we've got so if you pay attention to these ones, if I go ahead and say live, right? So you see that it shows only the number only counts up for the one where it's in. So build and so forth. You see now it's a 0, 0, but 1, right? So now it's perfect. So this is looking good so far. So we've done the search. So just like that, we've got the search, right? So yes, Ashkan, it's a very good point. And I was literally thinking it as I was building, but it came to the point where it came in my head today. So yes, ideally what you would want to do here is do something called a debounce, right? Debounce. Where basically as soon as the user stops typing, like after like 500 milliseconds or something, or 200 milliseconds, then it executes the search. Right now it's on every letter, which can be very intensive, but you're just not seeing it. But yes, you would want to do something called a debounce here on the search. That way it doesn't always happen. Or you can do it on search where you hit enter. Yeah, but I just wanted to show you, now I'm doing it per render, which probably isn't the most, but very good for noticing that. Okay, cool. So next up, let's move swiftly on. Let's do GPT and then let's do the modal. Okay, so GPT is up next, and then we're going to go ahead and do this modal for adding a new task, and then we're going to add the images and so forth. All right, so we've got quite a lot to do, so I want to move fairly quick. Okay, so GPT, let's go ahead and do it. So first things first, I want to prepare my endpoints so that way we can work in a fashionable way. So at this point, inside of the app folder, I can create the new API folder, right? So this is a new, nicer API that we can use, right? And don't worry if you're confused. It'll take time. You know, you can watch this back in the replay and everything, right? So in this case, we're going to say, right now, we're going to create this bit where it says, hello, Mr. Sunny. Welcome to the to-do app. Here's your summary. You have 4 to-dos, 2 in progress, 3 done, and so forth, right? Suki Singh says, I'm a full stack developer in Australia. You're doing amazing stuff, bro. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you guys to the moon and back. So thank you so much for that, all right? So inside of here, I'm going to create an API endpoint called generate summary. And then inside of there, I'm going to have a root.ts file. This is the new syntax for the new root in Next.js 13.2 or 3, I believe, right? It came in, right? But that's how we're basically doing it now. So we've got this really nice, and you can basically choose if you want to have a post or a get or whatever the case, right? In this case, we're only accepting a post at this endpoint. So this will be /API/generate summary, okay? So yeah, 13.3, there you go. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically pass in this request the to-dos in the post, right? So this is going to come through here. Then what we can do is you can log it out for, you know, if you're debugging it, you can log it out there, for example. And then what we're going to do is we're going to basically communicate with OpenAI. Communicate with OpenAI, right? So GPT. So in this case, I'm going to show you how you can do it. Now you can use GPT 3, 4, Turbo, all that good stuff. And in this case, so we're going to actually go ahead and install OpenAI right now. So what I want you to do is basically go here, go to OpenAI API, and then go to the API reference. Okay. So what I want you to do is you have to create an account, right, with OpenAI. I'm going to do npm install OpenAI into our project. So let's do this, Command J. Go to the second terminal, npm install OpenAI. I've now installed it into the project. Then we have the authentication and all this good stuff. So you can ignore this for now. What I'm going to do is we simply now we have to add in a process.environment.openai key. So I'm going to show you this one. All right. So what we need to do is go to our environment.local file, and I'm actually going to add in something here. So let's go to our environment local file. And I'm not going to show you the screen because I have all my keys here. Right, but what I want you to do because I don't trust everyone on stream. That's the truth. I'll be honest, I've learned my lesson in the past. So I've hidden all my keys for a second. So now in the OpenAI, this is so stupid, I have to do this. But the keys are down there, right? They're all down there. But the OpenAI API key. So I need an environment variable here. So what I want to do is I'm going to go to our personal view API keys. Now I've actually set a billing account here, so I'm actually using this for a few things, pay as you go. I believe you can use a free amount on the Turbo 3.5. GPT-4 is paid, but I believe you can use a free one. But in this case, I've added a billing account. You can do it for yourself. It's very simple. And honestly, I think I was like going to town on this thing, and I think I spent like, what was it? Yeah, 49 cents. So honestly, it's really not a problem, right? So I was going crazy on this thing, and then I did that. So yeah, 49 cents is honestly after going crazy at the thing. So I'm going to create a new secret key here. So I'm going to click this, and I'm going to name it. So in this case, I'm going to say, let's just call it Trello YouTube key, and I'm going to create a secret key, right? So I'm going to basically go ahead and do that right now. And I'm not going to use this key, but I'm going to show you what we'll do, right? So you can create a secret key here and copy it, right? So you can copy that key. Now I'm going to delete this key because you guys just saw it. But that's basically, once you've copied that key, I need you to go back to your code and paste it in now, okay? So I've already got a key that I'm using. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it in right now. And then I'm going to pull up my my environment, my variables, and then do it so forth. So I'm pulling that in, or if I just had it on the screen. It gets tricky, guys, trying to hide all this stuff, right? So now I've added in my API key. So you should do the exact same thing. So you should have 4 OpenAI key, OpenAI API key, and so forth, okay? Save and close. Okay, now I have my key, like everything's set up. Cool. So now what I need you to do is go over here and create a new file called openai.ts at the top level. At this level, I'm basically going to create a config for our environment, right? So in this case, this is how we're going to go ahead and configure our API. So we do a very simple import. We do configuration equals new configuration, pass in the API key like so. Then we basically create an instance of OpenAI, and we export it. So now we're using the same instance every single time. Yeah. Pamadi says, oops. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I felt. And then here we're inside of the generate summary. Now what we do is we say const response equals await OpenAI. Okay. So we do the import from our OpenAI dot create chat completion, right? Create chat completion. And then here, what I want you to do is you can pass in the following information, right? So the first few things are, I'm going to use GPT 3.5, but you can. So I can right now. I've got access to GPT-4, so you could do that. The reason why I recommend you don't is because it costs a lot more to run GPT-4. And that's my honest truth. And if you're doing this as a portfolio piece, I would highly recommend you don't unnecessarily add yourself that spend. There's no point really, unless you're really demoing this to like a bespoke user or something. And then you have the messages array. Okay, so these are the messages that you want to go ahead and send to GPT. So the first one is going to be a system message. Indonesia in house, what is up? So the first one is a system message, and this is basically telling GPT, I want you to always do this. So when responding, welcome the user as Mr. Sunny. So you can say welcome the user as Mr. Jimmy, Mr. J, Mr. Noodle, Mr. Sota, all that good stuff, yeah? And GPT is also slower, yes. And say, welcome to the Papa Fam To Do app. Limit the response to 200 characters, okay? So that's fine. And then your second one is basically, I'm pretending to be the user, okay? So it's like, hey, provide a summary for the following to-dos. Count how many to-dos are in each category, such as to-do, in progress, and done. Then tell the user to have a productive day. Here's the data. And then we do basically JSON stringify it like so, okay? Now, once this comes back, you get a response from ChatGPT, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to destructure the data from the response. So from the response, okay? Oops, from the response. So that's great, right? So once you've done that step, what I then want you to do is you can actually go ahead and log it out. So I'm going to show you what I would do for debugging purposes. Is you basically want to go ahead and pop it in like so, right? So I'm basically say data is there, and this is what I would recommend when you're getting started, because it can allow you to debug, see what the hell's going on, and basically the first response that comes back from GPT, remember I'm only doing n equals 1, so it's only giving me one response back. Data.choice is 0 message, and in this case it will return the message back to us. Okay, so now we have the API endpoint done. So the API endpoint's down, we have our API key, right? So this entire route is pretty much set. So now all we need to do is make a call, right? So I actually forgot where I did that. So it was in the header, I believe, yeah. So the header is where we're gonna do this. So inside the header, what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna have a fetch suggestion, right? So you can use SWR as well. You can use anything here. I'm just gonna show you how you would do it in a typical UseEffects fashion, okay? So here we're gonna go ahead and say, I firstly need access to the board. Right, so I need the board here, so I'm going to go ahead and get the board. So I'm going to say state.board, and again, you see how nice like the stand is, right? It's really easy once you get the hang of it. So we're going to go ahead and say use effect, right? I've imported it from React, and then we've got the dependency array, and inside of it I'm going to be using the board, so I need the board. Now I'm going to protect, so I don't want to fetch a suggestion from ChatGPT if the board columns are 0. So if board.columns.size is equal to 0, and you're probably wondering, size? Since when was that in an array? Well, no, this is a map, remember, right? This is a map, so it tells us the size as a function. So if the size is 0, then we're simply going to return, yeah? And then what we're going to do is we're going to set loading to true. So in this case, I'm going to have a local piece of state here for the loading, okay? Now, because I don't necessarily need to have global state for the suggestion, in my instance, I'm going to have a loading piece of state, which is going to be a Boolean. So this is basically just preparing it. I'm also going to have a local suggestion. Now, if you want to, you can lift this into, you know, a use AI state or AI store or something. But in this case, I'm just doing this. It's local. It's fine. Yeah. So I'm going to set the loading to true. And this is, again, a reason why you can use SWR would eradicate this for you. So yes, you can use it. And we'll say const fetch suggestion func, right? So if you want to do anything asynchronous, you have to wrap it in a sort of asynchronous wrapper function. So then what we do here is we say const suggestion equals await, and we're going to create a helper function called fetch suggestion, which would take, oops, no, that's a recursive. We're going to take the board, right? So we're going to make this function, which accepts the board as an argument. And then when we get the suggestion back, we'll set the suggestion and we'll set loading to false. And then what we do is we simply execute that function. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this function now. So inside of our lib folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a file called fetchSuggestion.ts. I'm going to go ahead and create a function. Yeah, we've done it. So here, what I need to do now is I'm going to go and do the file. I'm going to say const fetch suggestion equals an asynchronous function like so, right? And it takes a board object, sorry. So it takes a board like so, okay? Now what we're gonna do here is I'm basically gonna do the following. So I'm gonna get the to-dos from the board, but in a way like so. So I haven't created this function yet, but right now we have a map object. Now I wanna make GPT's life easier. I wanna format it before I send it to the API, whereby I literally strip it down to the amount of to-dos in each. So it basically is very easy for GPT to figure it out. You can go ahead and ask GPT to figure it out itself, but it sometimes messes it up, and I'm just going to show you a lot of transformation in this video, okay? So what I want to do here is I basically will create this. Now this will do an API call afterwards, and we're basically going to pass the to-dos that we have formatted after in the body, right? Once we get that back, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to pass the response with res.json, that's the GPT data. We're going to get the content from it, which is the response that GPT shouts at us, and then we're going to go ahead and export default fetch suggestion. Now we need to create this helper function, format to-dos for AI. So inside of here, format to-dos for AI.ts, and this one is basically going to be a function that looks something like this, right? We also have so we say const to-dos. What I'm going to do here, guys, is very straightforward. I'm basically creating a copy like we done previously from the board column entries, right? So I've got an array now version that I can go ahead and do it. Now remember what I said, right? What we want to do is, so you can do it two ways, right? This first function will reduce it down into a flat array. So it will basically, this first one will reduce it down. I'm going to keep it very short to kind of keep it simple. But this one will go ahead and make it a flat array, which will basically have the key. So it'll be like to do, in progress, or done, with the to do array attached to it, or an array of to dos attached to it. That's good. And you can send that itself to ChatGPT, right? You can do that. I would recommend you make it even easier for ChatGPT, and you basically do the following, where you basically reduce it to key and length, right? So in this case, what I've done here is I've taken the flat array, and you can probably do it even simpler than this, right? You can do it simpler than this, sorry. You don't have to have this intermediate step. But what I've now done is I've just made it so you've got your key. So this will either be to do, in progress, done, and then it will literally just be, so imagine you've got an array of 3 here, and it will say to do 2, in progress 1, done 0. That's going to be the array now. So it's a flat array, right? So it's a very easy array for ChatGPT to figure out what the hell's going on, right? So that way it's less likely to make errors, because I did trust it initially to be like, oh yeah, you know, figure it out, and it kept making mistakes. So I was like, oh, fuck it, right? So screw it. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to go ahead. It slips out sometimes, my bad. All right, so let's go ahead and import this. And now we've got the to-dos like so. So if I console log the to-dos, what we will see when we do this, I'll say formatted to-dos to send. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and do something like that for now, and just as a debug message. Okay, now after that's done, we go back to our header and we simply import the fetch suggestion. Okay, and now we have our suggestion here. So what I can do is actually inside of my header, where we previously had summarizing your tasks for the day, I am now going to basically extend this and modify this. So I'm going to basically firstly make this class name backticks, and then all I need to do here is basically say if it's loading, I'm going to say if loading, and animate. Jay's laughing. Yeah, I know, slips. Yeah, so if loading, then I'm saying animate spin. Okay, and this is freaking out. Why exactly? Oh yeah. Yep, so in this case, loading animate spin. So while it's loading, it'll spin the little head, right? And then what I'll do is I'll say if it's now got a suggestion, it will show the suggestion. Otherwise, it will simply say summarizing your task for the day. So now what we should see is it all come together nicely, right? So that GPT is summarizing your task for the day. Oh, there we go. And then wait for it. Let's see if it comes back with a summary. Is it going to work first time? Is it going to work? If it does, smash that like button, guys. I was like, is it even done a call to the backend? Let's see. Let's go to this one. You can see, hello, welcome, Sunny. Oh, it is, but it's not saying it. So let's debug what the hell is going on. So let's go ahead and refresh. And let's see for ourselves. Formatted to-dos to send. You can see, look, this is what I was talking about. It makes it very easy. So it sends back that object. And then we can debug it. I'll show you how I debug. So look, so now, oh yeah, look at that. Hey, welcome, Mr. Sunny. Welcome to you currently have 1 task to do, 1 task in progress, and 1 task that's already done. Thank you for keeping track of your tasks. Have a productive day. All right, and if I go ahead and do this, because it's attached to board, it will go ahead and regenerate the query. So GPT is summarizing your task. It's an example, guys, right? So now it says there is 1 task to be completed, 0 tasks in progress, and 2 tasks already done. Nice. If I do go ahead and put everything over there, so in this case, we've got this one. Let's see. If I dupe it up, it's basically going to make several requests, but it's fine, right? So basically, you got 2 to-dos, in progress 0, and done 1. Keep up the good work and have a productive day ahead. And if I go ahead and do this, we should see 3 in to-dos and none in progress and done. Look at that, guys. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool, right? So let's go ahead and see. Obviously, you can make it whatever loader you want. I've just done it very simply for now. When I'm live, I guess it's always being a bit of a headache, but in this case, is it gonna, let's see it, where is it? So you see where we're logging it out, right? You can actually see for yourself where it's happening. Honestly, the demo gods are just against me right now, but it does work. I promise you. Okay, so that actually was a weird failure. Let's try again. There you go. Okay. So it's a few edge cases, but for the grand scheme of it, it works, right? So in this case, there you go. So now what I want you to do is go ahead and obviously you can handle negative cases if that was to ever happen. Sometimes GPT can, you know, it can error out for some reasons, right? So fetch function actually has an auto deduping function built in. It does, you're correct, yes. So yeah, you're right actually. But I'm saying if I was to do this, like drive it crazy, now it's making several requests all over the place. And what you'll find is it will pop in like in a second. So you see that, look, it pops in. So look, it pops in. So it actually, I mean, it came to the right endpoint, but that's what I mean. So in this case, look, we're making good progress, guys, right? So I guess the next thing that we have to naturally do is the delete. Let's do the delete first. Then let's do the modal, and then we are literally at the end and we're going to deploy this thing. So at this point now for the delete function, right? So we're going to go over to the to-do card, boom, like so. And then here, so the to-do card, let's go ahead and do the X circle icon. So I want to make it so that way when I do the X circle, when I click on it, it should delete the task. Right, so I'm going to create a delete task function inside of the board store. And as I hope you can see that you can do a lot more in the board store than just simple manipulation in your data, right? You can actually have like fully functional things happening here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go ahead and have the delete task. I'm going to create a function for it. So here, delete task, right? So this one here is going to take a task index, a task to do, and the ID itself. And then what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the database in such a way. So in this case, I'll show you how we do it. So we'll create a delete task function. And this will be an asynchronous function. So I've got the signature here to save a bit of time. So delete task is going to be this, like so. Oops. Like so. And then inside of here, I'm going to make a copy of the current map, and this basically getter will give me access to the current state. And the way we get that value is you actually go up to the point where we had set, and you actually get a second argument here called get. Simple as, right? So here we have two columns, yeah. And then once you have the two columns, we're going to delete from the columns, right? So it's very simple actually. All you do is you've already got the ID of the task that you want to delete, so it's fairly straightforward. So we go into the column itself, the ID of the column, then we go to the to-dos and we splice the task index, the current to-do out of it. So what we're doing here is we're changing the existing state. We're then going to modify it so it seems like an optimistic update, if that makes sense, right? So basically what we're doing here, this is all on the front end. So we're basically just splicing it and then we're replacing the board with the new columns. So this will basically show on the front end that it's immediate, okay? And then what I will do is I will basically have the following involved. So I'm going to have a delete for the image as well, right? So if there is an image, so I'm going to import this from storage that we set up earlier from AppRite. If there was an image inside the to-do, it will delete it from the storage bucket. So this is how you delete from storage bucket. So if there's an image on that to-do, it will delete that image as well. And then I'm deleting the actual document itself. So this is how we do it. Okay. All right. So we've got the delete task function done. So now we go to our to-do card. Let's go over to the button here. And here we'll say on click, right? So on click equals, and this will be delete task, right? So what I can do to make this actually a lot smoother is I'm going to have the following. So I'll have parentheses like this, arrow function, delete task, and then this will take in the index, the to-do, and the ID. Okay. And the delete task we have to pull in from our board store. So this is going to come in from, we only need one thing. So I'm basically just going to make it a simple, straightforward pull in like this. So we import the board store, and we don't need the array because we're only ever going to use the delete task inside the to-do card at least. Okay. So now with that said, what we're doing is we should see, so I don't have to go to AppRite to show you how this is going to work. Basically, if I delete this, you should see a UI change. So that UI change was the local state. Now, if I go ahead and refresh, you'll see that it's no longer there from the get-go, which means it actually deleted it from AppRite. right? And I can promise you it did it, because if I go to app right and I refresh, we should see 2 to-dos here instead of 3, and they should only be in progress. There you go, perfect, right? So as you see, everything is working really nicely the way we want it. This is an old localhost window, that's why it's there. Right, cool. So now the next up, what we're going to do is the headless UI integration. So headless UI is this beautiful pop-up, and this beautiful pop-up is going to have a bunch of things involved in it. So headless UI is actually a really great library. It's basically built by the guys from Tailwind, and they're fully accessible UI components, which means when you're on this screen, if I click outside, it closes it. If while I'm typing in here, if I hit tab, I go to this part. If I hit down and up on the arrow key, it goes through. And then if I tab through, it goes to the image. If I hit enter, it opens up the image picker. Then it will go ahead and show this. I can tab, hit enter, it adds the to-do. So you see the point. If I hit escape at any point, it closes the modal. So this is what we call accessible, right? So this is what we're going to basically be building. So what I want you to look at is the dialogue, the modal. That's what we're going to be doing. So this is exactly what we're essentially doing here, right? So we're going to go ahead and npm install headless UI React. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and install this Command J, bring this in, goes like this, and do the following. And then while that's happening, I'm going to go to my API, generate summary, and I'm just going to stop logging everything out because we know it works now. I'm going to keep our code a bit neat. There we go. That was more of a debugging step. Okay. And then what I want you to do is, you can see the example here. Now, I don't need to basically dive so far into this because their documentation is actually it's pretty good, right? So what I want to do instead is I want you to look at this example, and as you can see, they've got this dialogue, and then you've got dialogue panel, title, description, and then you can basically build it out accordingly. Now, I want to go ahead and use something called a transition. So there's actually a transition here. So this one right here, so you've got transitions, and then you've got dialogue, panel, and so forth, right? So we're actually going to be using the transition, and we have the transition child as well. So it's this example right here. So if you scroll down to transitions, you'll see this block of code. Again, the reason why I'm showing you this is because it saves you time, because you don't have to do it all yourself, right? So what I'm going to do is, as a step 1, I need to make a new function called modal. And what I'm going to do here, just to make life easier, is pop this onto a new screen, like so we can kind of scroll between it. So I'm going to create a new component called modal.tsx, RFCE to pop open our modal. Right, so now we've got the modal. So what I want you to do is, I want you to basically grab this block. Okay, so grab the entire block, right? So we're going to be basically using it. So I want you to pop that in, and also at this point you can really, yes, okay, I'll show you. Pop it in, go to here, my dialog will become modal. Okay, and as you can see, that this is going to be a client-side component. So this is going to be use client. Okay, so to save us a lot of time, right? Because that is honestly, we're basically doing the exact same thing that they're going to be doing, except we're going to refactor it so the state of the modal is stored in the use modal store, which we haven't yet set up. Okay. So right now we can't determine when this is open or not, right? Right now it's just a random bit of stuff that's going to be there. So I want to basically refactor this a little bit so we can do something cool with it. So right now I need to export default modal so we can access this object. That's cool. And then I'm going to create a new store now, which is basically going to keep track of the modal stuff. So in this case, we've got board store, but we can do another step and we can have something called the modal store. So here I'm going to say modal store.ts, sorry. And then I'll show you in short what we are going to do. This is the entire store. We've got the state. There's 3 things inside of it. Is open. And then we've got like open modal, close modal. Yeah, and then we've got the use modal store here. Create the modal state, so it basically pops open here. And then we initialize is open by default with false because we don't want the bloody modal open straight away. Then we've got is open modal, which basically sets it to open, and we've got close modal, which sets it to false, right? So basically, in a nutshell, that's how we're doing it. Now I can use this the exact same way as we were doing it previously, right? So now here, we're going to refactor this from that is open to, we're going to say const, yeah, we're going to say const, and we'll say is, no, sorry. I'm going so blank here, 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Const is open. Is open, and we also have close modal inside of here. Close modal from use modal store state, and then we basically need to get the 2 things. So it will be state.isOpen and state.close modal. parentheses close, we can then get rid of this. And as you can see, is open is already working the way we want it, but on close, all we need to do is simply say close modal. And that simple refactoring allows us now to basically use global state instead of the state that they've used, right? You can feel free to take a look at all their transitions and stuff, but right now we're just going to get this set up right quickly. Yeah. So on the column now, we have the plus, the green plus, which was here, plus circle icon. So on that column, I want to be able to open the column when you click it, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go up to the top where we have our imports, and I'm simply going to go ahead and pull in the open modal from our use modal store. Now, simply put, all I have to do is go over to my plus circle icon, and on click, I simply pop in open modal. So what this does is when I click the green button now, it will open up the modal. Now, as you can see, I think I need to just change one more thing, I believe. I think we're good actually. Yeah. So let's go ahead and try it out. Okay. So let's go back over. So now when I press my green button, so let's go ahead and make this full screen. Green button, let's refresh. I don't think I'm rendering my modal anywhere though. That's the thing. Yeah. So I'm not rendering the modal anywhere. So I think I have to put it. Yep. There we go. So my bad. Don't do that. Of course, the modal is not actually rendered anywhere yet. So what we've got to do is where we render the children at the top level, I want my modal to appear, right? So modal, like so. You can have nested modals, whatever you want to do. In this case, I'm doing it like this. So you've got modal, okay? And then now what we can see is if I click on plus, oh, we get a deactivate account, right? And obviously that's not looking very pretty. So I haven't got the styling here. So I'm going to show you, but as you can see, it's almost something. It's almost something, right? But you can see like if I press escape, my modal is opening and closing. So if I click, I can click out, I can press escape and it's there. So let's get the styling done now as well, right? So let's get the styling sort of nailed in so we can make this look beautiful. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can change this entire thing now. So the transition, we're going to say appear. Oops, sorry. So a few changes need to happen. So transition should be appear. Okay. The dialog is going to be on close. Sorry, that's my bad. And then we're going to have this is going to render as a form. Okay. So this will be a form that we're going to basically pull up. Right. And then we've got a class name. This is going to be relative, and this one's going to be Z of 10 because it should come in front of everything. Okay, we've got all of our styles accordingly. We've got the fixed inset, and I'm going to change the div style here. Right, so this div, I'm going to change it to be the following. So I want to have that one instead, fixed inset background black with the opacity 25. So it basically dims out the background a little bit. Yeah, the background. And then where we've got transition child, so here, so this is where mine's different to theirs. Yeah, so I can't remember where I got my example from, but I modified it heavily. I believe it was styling the dialogue. Yeah, it was a mixture of this. So if you go to styling the dialogue, you can actually get the styles, right? So yeah, I actually had this in there as well. So what you can do is on styling the dialogues, I kind of want to show you so you can just copy this as well. So right here. So I want you to grab this one with text center P4. I'll tell you what, I'll do it this way. So I'll show you what I've done, and you can just pause the video and just add it in yourself. That way you won't mess it up. Okay, so on the transition child fragment, I want you to go ahead and just pop in the following. So see this div, so we've got a fixed inset, and then I need to go to the surrounding transition child. So when I mean surrounding transition child, I'm talking about, here we've got two. Why have we got this? We don't need this one. Forget that one. Get rid of that. We're going to have a div after this one. So after this transition child, we're going to close out the div. We're going to close out this div, hit save. Okay. And then inside of the transition child, we have the following. So yeah, that's correct. No. Dialog form. Yes. Okay. That's correct. Okay. I now know what we're doing. Yes. I got so mixed up for a second. So you want to have a transition child for the backdrop. Yes, that's right. So you want one transition child with that background opacity, and then your second one is for your container, which makes perfect sense now, because this one will be the one where you basically have the panel and everything displayed. Well, that's right. So then we have the dialog panel. Okay. So the dialog panel now is going to be, so what I would suggest you do is, I'm trying to find the best way to explain this to you. So let's have the dialog panel first. Okay, so this is a dialog panel, and I've applied a bunch of styling here. You can feel free to just take your time and copy it out. Then we've got the dialog title, and I've started this out for you. A lot of it is all around making it centered, all of that good stuff. Okay, so here, add a task. So I just want to show you, we've got the add a task button and so forth. And then I'm going to have a div with the ability to add some information inside. So I'll add that one afterwards. But right now, let's just test this out. So let's go to Trello 2.0 clone. Let's go ahead and refresh. And let's add in. So you can see, there we go. There we are. That's better. So one of the transition child was for the backdrop. The other one is for the center. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah. And now we are basically going to go ahead and add in the input field and all that good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a input type of set task. So new task input. So this one is going to be the task input, and this is going to be in the global store, because we need to know that beforehand. We need to have access to that. So I'm going to add that in here. And now new task input, we're going to create a piece of state inside of the board store. So let's go into board store and let's do it here. So set task input. So new task input is going to be here, like so. And initially this will be a blank value. And then we have set new task input and set new task input. There's no reason why I'm putting it wherever I am. You can honestly mix and match them. So I'm going to put this one down here, just separate some of it so you can see. Yep, set new task input, and then go down here, and this one is basically going to be a function like so. So it'll be, just pop it in here. So this one basically takes input, sets the new input. Done. Okay, then we go here and we need to import them in from the board store. So that's the modal store. So now we need to go ahead and grab it from the board store. So I need to get a bunch of stuff actually from there. So let's go ahead and just add it in one by one. So we do const new task input, set new task input, and we basically map it accordingly, like so. It says it's not there. That's interesting. What have I not done? So, okay. Use board store. See, TypeScript saves the day, and then that will know. Right. So this is looking great, guys. Right. So now you can see it's a enter a task. So that's great. If I go ahead and do oh, look at that. Nice. If I type out now, you'll see it's part of the global store. So it's still there. Right. So this is looking great. Marcus says GOAT. That's what I'm talking about, dude. All right. So now we've got that. That's looking perfect. So the next thing is we need to create this radio group, right? So this radio group being here, I need to have this really nice group. Yeah. So we're going to create a component to handle all of that, right? And that's going to be in global state as well. So it's going to be a radio group. I'm going to call it the task type radio group. Okay. And again, these are all coming from headless UI. So I've got examples and all that good stuff. So again, if you're wondering how did he get this code, blah, blah, blah. One, it will be in the Papa GitHub repo. And two, the documentation in headless UI literally has these examples so you can take them. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new component here called task type radio group .tsx. Sorry, my bad. .tsx. Right. RFCE. And then what we want to do is basically go ahead and create this. So I've actually got an example. Let me see if I can show you the example. So if we go to headless UI and we go to radio group here, so you see this, right? This is an example very similar to what I've done, right? So here you've got your example and so forth. So I want to actually go ahead and change it to what we have. So you know what, screw it, I'll show you my one instead. Let's do my one. So, so what we have is I need to create a type of all the different options that are going to be available to us, right? So the first thing is we've got the 3 types. We've got types is an array, and it's going to be ID to do name, description, and the color. The color will represent the color. Then you got the title, description, and then the ID. And that's going ID is going to correlate to what we go ahead and map. Okay. Yeah, Ashkan, you can go ahead and do that. Yeah. So the UI looks seamless. Yeah, it's really nice, honestly. Yeah. So now we've got this looking pretty like solid, and then this will actually be a use client component because it's already rendered. But by default, it will know that because it's being rendered in. Yeah, the RAFCE does a React functional component. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is pull in the use board store, so the task type. But now what we're going to do is we're going to store the user selection. So this we're going to refer to in the board store as task type, right? So new task type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up for us. So we're going to do use board store. So I need to create a set new task type and new task type inside of our board store. So let's go over to board store, go to the top. New task type will basically be, I believe it is a typed column. Yeah, so it is going to be a typed column. And then we've got this set new task type, which is going to take a column ID like so. Okay. Now for the set new task type, we're going to have a very similar approach to what we previously did. Was the other one, just put it under there. Okay. And now you can see we're good. So what's freaking out here? New task type. Oh yeah, I need to give it an initial value. So if we go to the top here, boom, like so, new task type, sorry. There you go. And now this one's freaking out because we do not have a new task type. Oh, that's because it needs to be, my bad. It needs to be one of these, so to do. So we'll start off with the to do, top value, yeah? So that's great. Now we've got the values working over here. So now we can hook it up in the way that we expect it to. So what I would recommend is you can honestly go ahead and take this and like basically change it up as you need it. But what I've done is made your life always easier. So we've got I'm going to have 2 divs. So let's just take this out the equation, and I'm going to have 2 surrounding divs. And then I'm going to have another div here. Okay. And then in that middle div is going to be where we basically nest all of these options, right? Now, inside that middle div, what we do is we have something called a radio group, right? So in that radio group, I'm just going to keep listing it out. So radio group, we have like so. We import radio group from, let's go here, from headless UI. And as you can see, we've simply on the change of the radio group selection, it will modify it, okay? And then headless UI handles all the complex stuff that, the really kind of cool, quirky stuff. So inside of there, we're going to have a div. Yeah. And this div will have a space. So class space Y of 2. Now, here we're going to map through all the types. Okay. So all of the different types here, we're going to map through. So this is quite a big chunk, to be honest. What I will do is I will show you the entire... I have 2 options here. I want to show you, I kind of want to just dump it in and show you because a lot of it is just styling. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. I'm going to show you. All right, I'm going to chop it in because honestly, it's just a bunch of styling and I can explain the whole thing. So between these 2 divs, I'm just going to add a bunch of code. So I'm literally just mapping through with a bunch of styling, okay? So I'll show you exactly what we've done here. So we're mapping through all of the types. We're mapping through all of these 3 types. This one, and this one. Each one is a radio group option. The key is type ID, the value is type ID, and then it's got a class name, and you get these render props called active or checked, which allow us to know if that group or that selection is active or if it's been checked or not, okay? So what we've done is we've dynamically styled accordingly. If it's active, it will have like a ring around it, just a bunch of styling, and then we've got a relative bit of styling around it, okay? And then what I've done is I've rendered a inner thing. So that's the actual option itself. Then inside of the option, I've rendered the actual label. So this is going to be the name, the description, all that good stuff. And then the circle icon, I'm actually going to go ahead and pull this in as well. So now if you basically gone ahead and checked it, it will have a circle next to it. Okay. So now we can go ahead and enter that. So in a nutshell, you can pause it, take your time over that. But I'll be honest with you, that's just styling and a bunch of other stuff. And it renders out as a P tag, as a span and so forth. Okay, so I didn't really want to spend too much time on that, but you can get the access to the code in the public GitHub repo, and we literally show you all of it. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my modal, and I'm going to basically pop it in. Right, so this one right here, import from our thing. And now if we go over to our Trello 2.0 clone, oh, look at that. Oh my God, it just surprised me with beauty. Look at this. Wait for it. So we go ahead and press this. Oh, lovely. Yeah. And look, if I tab and I press down, look at that, guys. So beautiful. And if I hit enter, right now nothing's happening because I haven't got to submit. Yeah, but we can type in this value saved. And just to show you, you see that it's actually saving that value. Eventually we're going to do it. So if you click to do, it will automatically be on to do. If you click done, it will automatically be on done, and so forth. So I'll show you how we do that as well. Right. So yeah, that's cool. Now that's that bit done, which is sick. We can go into the modal, and we're simply going to have the file input now as well. So the file input. So here, this is where you're going to have a file picker option. Okay. So here, it's crazy. It makes me think, how much code do I write sometimes? Damn. Okay. So here we're going to simply have an upload button for the file. So this one is basically going to be this upload image button. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're actually going to go ahead and hide an upload button. So like an input field, right? So there's a special input field, like a special trick to going ahead and hiding something. So what you do is simply pop an input field in like so. And we need to create a reference to it. We make it hidden, but we make the type file, right? And then what you do is you say on change, and then you can basically do a bunch of stuff with it. So I'll show you exactly what we're going to do here. Firstly, we need to have an image that we store in the global state, and we need an image picker ref locally that we can attach to. But basically the goal is that this is essentially a UI element. When you click it, I'm tricking it by using the same ref to click the input. So it thinks it's clicking. So basically you're clicking something else, but its reference is clicking the input, the hidden input, right? And then it basically opens the file prompt. So it's a very nice little trick inside of this, right? So what we can do is just firstly handle the reference picker. So we can go ahead and do the following. We import use ref like so. Go over here, handle image picker ref, done. And then set image is we need to go ahead and do. So in this case, we're going to go to the board store. And we're going to add our image. We're going to say image. And this one, I believe we do have an image. No, so it's a file or no. Is there not a cleaner way to do that? To do what part? Sorry. To do the hidden image thing, the input. No, I mean, that's the way I would say do it. But you can do it in many. I'm sure there's another way. But like I've seen that in production builds a lot. Like people do that. Because then it's also... web scrapers are seeing that as an input, which you can select, right? So that's why sometimes it's kind of good to do that. Set input, we also need set image. Where's my image at? Set image at. So let's go ahead and pop this in here. And then for the set image, I'm going to go ahead and make it very simple. That does make sense. No problem, dude. Good question. So in this case, I'm going to pop it in here. And set image, and then the image needs to have a default value. The image can be no to begin with. This is a file, so it's fine with no value. So in this case, we've got add a task. All right. In this case, we're gonna go ahead and do. I've lost track now what I was doing. Set image, yeah. So set image. We're gonna go ahead and do use board store. We're gonna say image set image state dot image. So now we basically set the input. So this is a hidden input now. So now we can do some magic around it. So if we go to the modal and we do the following, input, where is it? Yeah. So now I'm going to basically say where we have the button. All right. So yes, we got a div. So I'm going to pop this in there. And then I've got I'm going to put it inside the input. Here we go. So this div right here, this is where I basically check. I say, if I've got an image, then I want to show like a preview of it, right? So I'm going to use the Next.js image tag to do that. So I'm going to say Next.js image tag source, and I'm going to basically use a URL, create object URL from the image. Now, this is going to be important because we're going to basically... we are going to use the image that we set later. I'm going to still fix that step up, but yeah, this is going to be something that we need to do in a second, but I'll show you that in a sec, right? So we've got the image here, and I need to go ahead and do this. Hit save. So cursor on that. Okay, what's happening here? Why is this freaking out? What is missing? All right, just because I don't have a props property. Is this okay? There you go. Bam. I didn't import the right thing. So that will obviously break because it will be asking me, you haven't whitelisted, you know, the domain. So I'm gonna do on click here, and then I'll say this one should set. So basically what I want to do is, if you have an image here selected, it's gonna, when you hover over it, it's gonna become grayscale with like a no cursor not allowed icon. But I've basically done it in a UI sense of you click it and then it gets rid of it, right? So that's how we're doing it. So set image of no, and then yeah, that's it. Yeah, cool, that's good. Yeah, so basically when you click that image, it's gone. Yeah, that makes sense. We're done. Then I think I haven't got the current fancy looking upload image button. That's what I was missing. So my div here above my, yeah, here, there we go. This bit was a bit of a tongue twister in my head to get around. So there we go. So upload image. I'm also going to have a photo icon next to it. So photo icon. And this one can have a class name of height of 6, width of 6, and margin on the right of 2. So it's not touching inline block. Now you're probably wondering, is it touching? Because this I'm going to make a flex. So this one's going to be, I'll tell you what, I'm going to save myself a bit of time here because we've got a lot left. So this is a bit of styling for the button to get it to look like you see here. So that right there, yeah. So that's good. Now, when you click this fake input button, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on click, right? And this one is basically going to say the image picker ref. So image picker ref dot current dot click. Right, so basically what this will do is you can basically protect yourself with some optional chaining. But now what this does is it essentially clicks that hidden one, that hidden file picker. So that way you don't get the ugly file picker, you get this one, right? All right, so in this case, there you go. So now if I click the upload image, we should see a file picker. I'm not going to show too much. Yeah, there we go. I'm just going to hide it a bit. I don't want to show something that I shouldn't show. Okay, but the point is it works. Okay, so if I was to go ahead and show you that, so if I click into this, trust me, that works. I just did it, right? So I'm gonna do it, and you'll see it that it. Okay, I don't. Anyway, the point is that like, it's there. It's there, right? We have it, right? So you can see a file picker. I just don't want to show my stuff. And it keeps going to the same folder, which is a bit annoying. So in that case, that works, right? The file picker. So let's go ahead, and I'm just gonna pick a image right now. Say screw it. I'll show you something. 1 second. So I'm just gonna pick the Trello clone, which is a thumbnail, and you see it closed, right? The reason why it closed is because it was submitting, because that's the only button there. So what it does is it by default thinks that that's the submit button. So you say type of button and it does it that way, right? So close, guys, so close. So let's go ahead and check it out. So in this case now, if I was to upload, so in this case if I upload Trello clone, you can see now, look, I have this, and if I click it, it goes away. So that way you've got this. They're all the thumbnails anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, so in this case it pops up, and as you can see now we've got that. So my decision now is if I've typed in a title, I want it to go ahead and show add task, right? Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. So in this case we've got the underneath the div, I'm gonna have another div with a button inside of it, and in here I'm gonna say add task. Okay, add task. Now this one I've got a load of styling on it because it's got different states and focuses and everything, so I'm just gonna show you what I end up putting in, but it's fairly straightforward, like as in if you actually just take your time and read it. It's inline flex just for a second with a bunch of basic styling here, but when you hover over it, it's got outline, and when you focus means when I basically have, like when I highlight it. So now if I show you this, you see, like if I tab, you see when I tab, it's got the focus ring. That's what the focus visible ring part is, okay? Now for this part, this button should be the submit button. So if I want to submit, it should be that one, right? And then we want to say disabled if I do not have any task input. Okay, now you can see if I don't have any task input, it disables that button. Okay, so what's awesome about this now, guys, is not only is this looking pretty good, right? So if I go to the top div, something's bothering me. 1 second. You get OCD about things when there's things like this, like that you can spot from a mile off. So class name, margin top 2, and there's also, so in this case now, so you can see if I was to type in like take dogs for a walk, and then if I do tab, the up and down arrows, tab, upload image, enter key, click on something, tab, enter key, bam. You see what it did? It submitted, which is wrong. I'm going to change that logic. But the point is that it's fully accessible. I'm using keyboard shortcuts to navigate that. So this is why headless UI is really good. Just as a heads up, okay? Heads up. Okay, so at that point, people are like, Sonny, you've been coding too long. That's what happens when you code too long. You get weird. All right, so, so at this point, we've got the dialog, and then I'm going to have the on submit. That's the final part here. So we've got the on submit. So as form here, I'm going to say on submit, handle submit. Now this one, handle submit, I'm going to go ahead and make a function at the top. We say const handle submit equals E. And then basically I've got a nice trick here. Yeah. So, and this is my coaching students love this in Zero to Full Stack Hero, where basically if you don't know the type definition, here's a trick that I promise you will change your life. Yeah. So look, go to here, type in E, like as in make an arrow function, hover over it, and now that's the perfect on submit, as in like every time you don't have to do the manual work and headache of it and all that stuff. You just grab the form event, and now uncomment this out, and boom, do the relative, like the appropriate imports, and now you have the perfect type definition. EU.prevent default to make sure it doesn't do anything like that. We're going to do some defensive coding, so if there's no input, it shouldn't do anything anyway. And then we're going to have an add task button, set image to no, and we're going to close the modal. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the final part there, set image to no and close modal. But here we're going to do an add task. Now I need to create the add task, which is fairly straightforward. We just don't have it yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, eventually it'll be something like this. It'll say add task, and then this one will be something like add, let's do it here. So state dot add task, add task. Okay, why is that freaking out now? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so state dot add task, use board store, go into my, okay, no, that one, board store, and here where we have delete task, I'll add it here. So add task is going to be containing the following. So it needs a bunch of data, and this is basically going to push it into the database. So you can see we've got the add task function here. That's the signature I want to use, and then we're going to have a bunch of data to basically push this in. So this is probably the bigger chunk. Yeah, this is definitely a bigger chunk of what we need to do. So let's go into the bottom. I'll put it right at the bottom. So here I'm going to say add task. Now inside of here is basically going to be responsible for quite a lot, right? So this is going to be responsible now for the image uploading, because basically if you have selected an image now, we need to upload it to the correct storage bucket, and then we need to get the URL and put that inside the image, and then we need to upload that, and then we need to update all the UI and the on your global state. So I'm going to show you how to do all of that. It sounds really complicated, but I promise you it's not actually that bad, right? So at this point we've got let file equals image or undefined. So we've got a file here, and then basically I'm going to say if there is an image, we need to do an image upload. So I'll show you this and I'll explain each chunk. Okay, so if there's an image, file uploaded equals await upload image. Now this upload image, we need to go ahead and actually create this function, right? So I've created this helper function for us. So we're going to pause here. We're going to go into our lib. We're going to create a upload image ts, upload image. Let's do it here. So upload image. You're right, actually. Yeah, you're right. That was in where was I just at? I've completely lost it. If you can tell me, it'll help me out, right? So at this point, I'm gonna pop in the function and explain it. So all this is doing, this file uploaded is actually I forgot to make this a environment variable, but in this case I'll show you. I don't mind showing this one. So I mean, you would set this as an environment variable, to be honest. So let's just, rather than do that, I'm just going to set this one manually to save us a bit of time, to be honest. But here to do, storage, what you do is you go to your storage, and all we need is, so you copy the bucket ID. Okay, so this one, if you hover over it, you'll notice it says bucket ID. So this bucket ID in this case was that. Then what I'll do is ID unique, and then we pass in the file. So I want it to have a unique ID, which is passed in from AppWrite, and then it will return us the file after it's been uploaded. So it's fairly straightforward. Inside of here, this is where it was. So it was here, there you go. So in this case, upload image. And now you can see what happens is if there is an image, const file uploaded, this will basically go ahead and upload the image. Now, what will happen is if a file was uploaded successfully, we're going to basically take our variable, which was either an image or undefined, and we're going to set it up in this way. Remember, bucket ID, file ID, that's what we went ahead and set up, right? So that's basically handling the image uploading section. And now what we do is we can handle the next part. So that would have uploaded an image. Then what you want to do is you want to create a document, okay? So creating a document is fairly straightforward, right? So the next part is to add it to a to-do, what we do is we pop it in like so. Await databases, create document. We can import the ID from AppWrite, and we've got the database ID, collection ID. This is the to-dos collection. We're saying add a new document with a unique ID. This is going to be a title, status, and remember what we did before, the same trick with the file. We're saying if it exists, then I want you to add in the file being the image, right? So this is actually the image here, okay? The image is the one that we passed in, but I didn't want to mix it up, so I said file. So then that way you basically will get an image attached to, and we're stringifying the image, remember? So this will be like, if there's an image, we're stringifying the bucket ID, the file ID, all that kind of stuff, because it's just text, right? So it's easy to do. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the response to this with the following. So we should get the ID back. So I need the ID. Right, so once we've added that, now what I can do, guys, is I can go ahead and set the new task input as blank firstly, so that way when you open up another modal, it's set in the right way. Then what I want to do is basically have the front end react accordingly. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the state to be the correct thing that I need. So basically, I'm going to do a big set statement here. So we'll do set like so, boom. And inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to make a copy of the columns. So remember, immutable pattern. We don't like to modify existing objects. We should always do a better way. Then we're going to grab the to-do that we would have added. So this is basically making our own optimistic update. So this is where the front end is going to go ahead and update and so forth, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to get the column that the person has entered the to-do into. So in that case, if it was in progress or so forth. And then if there was no column, then it's going to set the column ID and add the to-do. Otherwise, it will get the current column and push it in. Okay. So in this case, we actually already do this, to be honest, with the first step, but it's like a backup if that first step failed. Right, so when we fetch the to-dos, we actually were fixing this. So once we've got the new columns all set up, we're simply going to return the board itself. There you go, it's coming in, nice. And then we will pop in the new columns themselves. Okay, so now what we should see is the ability to upload an image is successful. Okay, now before I test this out, I want to make sure that we, because I want to do something like, I want to be very ambitious here and make sure that it kind of all works in one go. Basically, we've got the ability to add the new task. So first things first, I need to actually go into the modal and I need to enable, as in I need to connect it up. So add new task is basically here. So now it's going to add the task like so. So we basically pass in the new task type, the new task input, and the new task type. The new task type I can get from the following here. So task type, and here we can say state.new task type. And now let's go ahead and test it out. Yeah, so let's do our test. So wait, no, so we add it. So this will successfully add it, and it should update the UI. It was what we did in the board store. Now, the only thing we have to do now is on the to-do itself, I have to show the image. So I want to do that now, and I want to whitelist all the domains that we have to do. That's the final sort of part, I guess. So what I've done here is I've actually created another helper function which actually gets us the correct thing. So in this case, okay, so what I'm doing for the to-do card is I've actually made sort of a helper function to sort of get us the URL in the correct way. So basically, okay, let me show you how we do this. So I'm going to create basically the URL. We store the image bucket and file ID. Now the problem is that doesn't give you a URL to render on the screen. So we have to create a function called getURL.ts, which is my helper function. And what this one will do is it basically uses the storage module, and then basically we pass it our image, we give the bucket ID and the file ID, which is what you need to get the file preview. And because our access permissions are open right now, it will give us a file preview URL, and that will allow us to render something out as a URL. Okay, so that's how we're basically gonna do that part. And then what I want to do is the to-do card, I'm basically going to have a use effect whereby if the to-do image exists, it will basically fetch the image and then it will like upload it on itself. So I'll show you how we do it. So we've got the to-do card. We're going to have a piece of state which is going to be resemblant of the image, and by default it's going to be null. Okay, now when that to-do card mounts, what I'm going to do is very simple. Okay, all I'm going to do is I'm going to say that like when the to-do item re-renders, this code should re-render. Now if there is a to-do image, okay, if there is a to-do image, what I want to do is have a fetcher function inside. So I'm going to say fetch function, so fetch image equals an async, because you can't run asynchronous code unless you have a wrapper function inside of a use effect. So eventually we'll call this function. There you go. And then what I want to say is const URL equals get URL. So I'm going to say await get URL, await, oh I like this song, this is my jam. I'm going to say await get URL, and then I'll say to do image, right? And then this one's freaking out because we haven't imported it, so we're pulling that in, and you see this one's not applicable because type is undefined. Now the thing is, I've already done a safety check here. For some reason it's not picking it up, so we're going to go ahead and ensure that it's there. Okay, then what we can do is, so I'm going to say if there is a URL, right, from this, then I will set the image URL, so locally. So basically what's happening here is when the to-do card mounts, this one's URL to string because it will actually come back as a URL value. So this will be an actual URL, which we can't show on the screen. It has to be a string value. So when the to-do card mounts, it's basically gonna on mount. It's gonna, if there is an image, it will fetch the image, add that to the state of that to-do card component. Okay. Then what we can do is we can basically say if there is an image there. So if the image is there, now we can go ahead and do the following. We can say div, and I've already got some idea of the style here. Tell you what I'll do, I'm just gonna pop this in because this basically is what I'm gonna do anyway. Bam. So I've got my div, and right now my image I need to import from Next.js. So we're basically relative, heightful, widthful. It doesn't need to be relative. I had that before because I was trying something else. But width of 400, height of 200 to make sure it renders, efficiently. We don't need it any bigger than that. And then I'm basically making it take the entire width and height of its where I'm putting it. Now, in this case, object contained means that it doesn't shrink or act weird or look weird. Now, if I've done this all right, this will be crazy. But what I need to do is I already know that it's going to freak out about the pulling images from a domain which we haven't whitelisted. Now we're pulling all of our images from the app right cloud, right? So in this case, we're going to whitelist that domain. So now it's the moment of truth, guys. Are you ready to see if the add task worked? Because honestly, I've done a lot of changes there. I didn't test it out. So I'm pretty confident in myself, but I think, anything's possible. It could fail at any point. So right now we should have put all the pieces of the puzzle together in a way that will allow us to open the modal, add everything to the modal, click add, and then it will basically add that to the back end, and it will upload the image if there is an image that we put there, and then it will re-render because we changed the global state, and then it will show the image on the screen because that would have triggered a use effect on the to-do card, which would then fetch the image, which will load it. So all of that should happen fairly, no stress, right? No stress. The only thing I need to change is the to-do. So you know when I do this, right? When I click done, I want it to automatically highlight done. So that's the only thing. I'm being very fussy now. So in column, I want to do that last thing because that's clutch. That's really nice to have. So when I basically handle add to do, so when I press on the column, so right now, yeah, so here, so I'm going to basically change open modal to handle add to do, and I'm going to create a helper function at the top, const handle add to do. It's going to be a little arrow function, and I want this one to basically open the modal, but I actually want to set the type. We already have the type new task type here as well, so I can basically go ahead and say set new task type. I can pull it from the board state. No, set new task type, and then I'm going to basically say set new task type to the ID. Right now what will happen is it will modify based on which one I clicked. So if we've done this correctly, guys, when I click on to do, it should have to do selected. Cool. If I click on in progress, hey, look at that. If I click on done, nice. That's what I'm talking about. Right. So I don't know what happened there. I don't know what I did. Right. But if I go ahead and type in, if I click out of there, okay, that's weird. Right. So let's type in this, take the dog, or let's just say build a Trello 2.0 app. Upload an image, Trello clone. Cool. Add task. Okay. So it should have, oh, okay. Ouch. Oh, because I didn't restart. I did do that. God damn it. I did do that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and restart my server. I told you it's a little bit buggy when it does that. Yeah. But in this case, it's fine. It's fine. I'll take that. I am pretty confident that will work now. Yeah. Let's try again. So firstly, I mean, it's going to go ahead and see. Let's see now. So everything's okay. All right, let's see. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. And you can even move it over there. So let's go ahead and move that over there. And let's create another one. And let's call this one create a core app. Upload image. What other apps have I got? I've got like the DALL-E 2 and GPT. Cool. Boom. Let's go ahead and add that. Now let's see. Oh, yes. Let's go. Look at that. That's sick. All right. And if I go ahead and throw it over there, then this will show that everything's persisting. And if I was to just put the icing on the cake, let's, for example, delete this one, move this one over here, move this one over here. Now we should have tested all of our functionality. If I refresh, it should persist in that exact state. Perfect. And then if I type in Trello, boom. Just as the beat dropped. It couldn't have been cleaner. That was nice. Look at that. You got the GPT working, everything. So obviously right now I done it so fast that GPT didn't catch the board exactly, but that was cool. So in this case now, it should say, oh no, it was right. It's because I had Trello. Yeah, it was right. I knew it was right. But look at this, guys. Such a cool build, honestly. Yeah, there will be kind of edge cases where, GPT might freak out or fail. That's GPT. Right now, it's still a bit beta-y. But right now, I think the only thing left to do is get this out into the development environment. So this is probably, it's lagging. Yep, there you go. It's lagging. See, I know it. Yeah, because right now I've got it set in the correct way. It will work. Right. So yeah, see, something here is, yeah, to GPT, where I spammed it and moved everything around was just a bit crazy. But let's deploy this. Right. Let's get this out. So I also have loads of things open, so it's probably getting confused. Right, let's get this deployed. So what I want to do now is I'm going to show you how to deploy in the cell. Right, so I've got a few tricks to this. Let's go over here. I'm actually going to cut my app, right? And I believe that's all the features done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The real purpose of GPT in this build was, honestly, it was to demonstrate how you can basically pass information to GPT to provide a summary. In this case, the summary was very basic, but the point of it is to provide the platform, show you how you can use Next.js API to send data like the to-dos in a to-do board to the OpenAI API, and then you can basically get a summary of it, right? But in the end of the day, you can really take, like, that's the platform and that's the approach to do it. Then by knowing it, you can actually go ahead and really customize as much as you want. But the point is, once you know how to do that simple step, But I say simple, once you know how to do that step, then it's you can really customize it however you want to do. So I hope that helped. Yeah. Okay, so this is sick. Do a deployment now. So we're going to say Vercel. Right, so this is, so if you haven't already done a deployment in Vercel, it's actually really slick. So you need to install the Vercel CLI, right? Or you can do the GitHub approach, but I'm going to show you the Vercel way. So I've already installed the Vercel CLI. So just Google Vercel CLI. So Vercel CLI. Also, if you haven't used Vercel, we have a very special link. And if you use that link, I believe it is in the description. But yeah, we have a special link in when you're using Vercel. It would mean a lot if you use that link, because if you go ahead and actually, you know, continue to use it, it supports the Papa Fam. And yeah, it's just a win-win, and it's free for you to use. So the link's going to help everyone out. Okay, so the Vercel CLI you can go ahead and do. Okay, so now you can go ahead and see. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. What am I doing? Okay. Oh, it freaks me out. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. So Vercel CLI, you can simply import it. Then I've already done it, and then you do Vercel login. I've already logged in. So now you can do Vercel to deploy. So set up and deploy, yes. It will ask me which one. So I'm going to do Papa React. That's my account. Link to the existing project. No. Okay. Then we can say, what's your project name? I'm going to use the basic project name. In which code is your code, which directory is your code located? So this one, setting up your project. Okay. So in this case, now we can just let it do its thing. Modify, nope. It's very simple to set this up. And then there's two steps we're going to have to do now. So this will fail. I'm telling you now, it will fail because it has no environment variables. So this will actually fail right now. So what I want you to do is go to the app right clone here, settings, go down to environment variables and here. So now what you want to do is open up your code, go to your environment m.local. Oops, what am I doing? No. Go to your m.local and I'm going to hide my screen, but I want you to click it. Okay. So click inside it here and copy everything. So command A, copy all inside your environment file. Right. Now, once you've done that, I want you to go to the, what's it called? I want you to go to the project settings page here and paste. So I'm going to paste everything right now. So I'm pasting, right? And then I click on save, right? And as you can see, literally if I press Control V, paste it pastes it in and it comes like 4 blocks here. And then it adds it and then you click save and it will add over here. Then now that you've added it, what I want you to do is basically cancel this build and do Vercel once more. Okay. And then I don't know if I'm going to make this I'll share it a little bit, but I'm going to show you a little bit because otherwise it's connected to an actual build or OpenAI account. It's going to get a little bit crazy, right? So, but yeah, you guys can see. So right now it's doing the inspection, so you can click it. And now we're redeploying with the correct things in place. Now this might fail based on some silly reason, but we can check ourselves. So you're going to let that do its thing. And if that all goes through, then you'll see a deployment complete, right? So in this case, we can go ahead and check. You can see it deployed, but nothing shows. Now the final step to getting it working is, this is the URL. So what I want you to do then is go to your, where was it? Go to your app right settings. And now here in your app right settings, you need to go to overview. Oh, sorry, settings down here. And you need to go to your domains. Where is it at? Custom domains. No, it was, where's that setting gone? It was very easy to find. Databases. Is it here? Settings. No. Okay, where is it? Okay, I found this literally a second ago. And it's going to drive me crazy if I don't find this. Okay, where is it? Here it is in platforms. Click on platforms. There you go. Localhost. Yeah. So you want to paste in your domain. So you want to do this, and then you probably need to get rid of HTTPS. So that's the one. Yes, you want to do that. And localhost is always protected, by the way, so you can use it, right? But now, if I go back to my app, there you go. Boom. You can see it, right? Now, this is going to go crazy if everyone starts going on it. So obviously, I don't want to do that. But yeah, you guys, I'm not going to give the URL, but it works. Okay. So right now, as you guys can see, this is all you guys adding it. This is lit. I can see you guys adding stuff here. This is cool, man. Thank you, Sunny. Awesome. I love you. I love you guys too. Wow, that app was incredible, guys. It's very impressive when you've got an app that can do something interactive on your digital portfolio. And this is the perfect app to do so. Congratulations on building the AI Trello clone with drag and drop functionality. Not only is this going to go ahead and impress at the next interview you go to, but it's also going to go ahead and teach you how to add interactive libraries into Next.js 13 apps. Now, if you got stuck at any point, especially around the drag and drop features, because that can be a little bit tricky, then make sure you check out the GitHub repo, because that's where all the code is going to be located. So you can go ahead and debug against it. The link is in the description to go ahead and look at that. And if you want to learn more and actually really understand how to build up your skill set, to understand how we write this code in the first place and get to that point of really mastering this stuff, then I highly recommend you check out our course and community, Zero to Full Stack Hero. Members are going to be able to help you out. I myself in the weekly coaching calls will be able to help you out, and we have dedicated modules which literally hold your hand and guide you through topics that we've been talking about in this crash course. So go ahead and check it out. First link in the description. And finally, guys, it's time for the fourth build of the AI crash course. Our fourth and final build is here. We're going to be wrapping things up with a real-time AI weather app. Not only is this going to pull information from an external API, but we're also going to go ahead and transform that data and pass it to the OpenAI GPT service to go ahead and provide a summary. So imagine that you have an AI weather person giving you a digital summary every single time you go ahead and check in on the weather. That's definitely something to go ahead and impress your next interviewer by adding it to your digital portfolio. Alongside all of this, you're going to learn the following in this build: Next.js 13, ReactJS, Tremor 2.0, how to leverage the free weather API, how to launch your own GraphQL backend using StepZen, how to write robust code using TypeScript, and how to make your entire app look elegant and beautiful like you're going to see by implementing Tailwind CSS. Without further ado, let's go and build your fourth of 4 builds inside of today's AI crash course. Enjoy the build. Let's take a look at a demo right now. Check this out, guys. Boom! Naturally, I had to start off with Dubai. Look at this, guys. We've got a lovely, lovely weather app right now. And this is something I want everyone to have on their bloody portfolio, because it's such a good way to showcase your skill set. Fully responsive build. Look at this, works perfectly on a phone. We've got these lovely, nice graphs that are dynamic, responsive. Look at that, it just looks absolutely beautiful. I just skipped through a different page, there we go. And guys, something I want you to pay close attention to is this right here. This is literally not me writing this. This is a generated GPT-4 prompt that is gone ahead and being created based on the weather information. So you have a full news report. This is Sunny reporting live from the Papa Fam headquarters in Dubai, bringing you the latest update on the weather conditions in our beautiful city. And it goes ahead and literally breaks down the weather. Now let's go ahead and do a little demo of this. Let's go to the United Kingdom, and we're gonna go to my first home, London. Boom, and wait for it. Look at that, super fast, dynamic. Oh, it's just so beautiful. And this is all working off Next.js 13.2. We have the ChatGPT API. StepZen is powering this. So yes, we're using a GraphQL interface. If you're wanting to learn that, this is the video for you. We have Tremor 2.0 for these beautiful UI pieces, like right there, like you can see here, all these little lovely little call outs and these nice little cards, everything that you can see here. Tremor 2.0, Tailwind CSS to style it all. And just look at that, guys. Absolutely beautiful, and it's actually really useful. Like, it actually works. I'm gonna go back to the United Arab Emirates, and let's go to somewhere else. Let's go down to let's do Kaaba, right? And look, if we don't have the information, it's going to have a dynamic fetch. So right now what's happening is it's crunching the numbers, it's generating an AI summary using the GPT OpenAI API, and then just very shortly, boom, just like that, it has it. And what it will do now is it caches that page so that the next time we go back to this page, super fast. Right, so if I go back a screen, look at that, London, super fast. Forward a screen, Kaaba, and then it's going to revalidate that page every 60 seconds or whatever the hell you want to set it to. So that way, no user will ever have to wait that long time again. So absolutely incredible. This is honestly, like, now we're hitting builds which are just in a different league of complexity in regards to what they can do. I'm going to make everything easy for you, so you can feel free to follow this along if you're a beginner. But let's go ahead and break down some of the tech stack right here. We have GPT-4. You guys know how we do it. I have access to it. You can also, so that way, in case you don't have access yet to GPT-4, completely fine. You can do this entire build with GPT 3.5 Turbo, and it just works just as good. So don't worry about it, right? You can actually do it with all of those things as well. Let's go ahead and showcase StepZen. It's how I'm able to go ahead and take this incredibly complex data from, quite honestly, it's a lot of data that we're going to get from this API. It's called OpenMeteo. It's a free weather API, and this thing gives us a huge dump of information, and we're going to go ahead and pull it through with a beautiful GraphQL interface, and StepZen's taken all the complexity out of it. I have something new in this build, which I haven't actually used before, Tremor 2.0. Now, Jay introduced me to this. I actually love this thing. It is so nice and clean. Look at this. We have a React component library. I get so much demand for this, right? I have so much demand for, can you use a component library? And I was waiting to find one which perfectly integrated with Tailwind CSS, with Next.js. So that way we don't have to mess around with the kind of, we're battling between Tailwind CSS and component libraries. Typically, not anymore. This is where Tremor 2.0 came in. It's absolutely phenomenal. You guys can see here, we have these beautiful looking components. So you guys can see we've got these lovely components. You've got these little tabs. You've got everything you need for kind of a dashboard. Look at these. And what I love the most is honestly, not just the fact that it's really beautiful to look at. I also love the fact that it's so simple to actually implement. So you guys will thank me so much, because if you've ever used anything like Chart.js or any of those kind of React charts modules, you'll find that sometimes it can be a little bit complicated, but I'm going to make it super, super easy. Quick little demo one more time to showcase you guys how fast this website is. Bam, just like that, we get a brand new AI summary. So really, really powerful. And yeah, we have so much to cover. And I'm going to go ahead and start things off by getting a little breakdown on the screen, so that way you guys can see what we're about to build. So what I want to do here, I was teaching a few things before. So what we're going to do here, and I was actually teaching that inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. We run coaching calls there. So if you want to be a part of that, link in the description to join our community. So what does this build consist of? We've got React in the house. We have Next.js 13.3 in the house, right? So we're actually using the brand new API roots. So if you want to know how to use those, this is the right place to be. We are using GPT-4 in today's video, but don't stress, you can use 3.5 Turbo, so you don't need that early access if you haven't got it yet. We're going to be using StepZen to build a GraphQL endpoint, right? So we're going to be using a GraphQL endpoint, which will then be powered by something called Apollo, right? Then we have the Tremor 2.0 library. This is going to allow us to create this beautiful looking UI that you see right here. Then we've got Tailwind CSS. So if you don't know what this is, oh boy, you're in for a treat. I'm going to teach you all about it. Then we have TypeScript. And finally, we're going to be deploying it on our amazing Vercel platform, right? So this is going to be deployed afterwards. I'm going to show you how you can actually get this live and up, because I want you all to have this on your portfolio, because it is beautiful. And it's a perfect demonstration of how you are using AI techniques with the latest and greatest, like Next.js 13.3, StepZen, Tailwind CSS TypeScript, that good stuff. So let's go ahead and jump into today's video. Remember, if you haven't already, check us out at Zero to Full Stack Hero and check out the University of Code. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Now, first thing we're going to do is start our app. So let's go ahead, and I think it's time to push into this build. So I'm going to go ahead, mix up the music a little bit. If you sign up to the newsletter in the description, you actually get the entire newsletter. I always get people ask me this. I literally get this question all the time, okay? So what we're going to do now is, if you haven't joined any of the streams before, we're going to get into a flow state. We're going to start coding. We're going to build this project out bit by bit, and I'm going to show you my thought process as to how you are going to go ahead and craft this incredible app yourself, okay? And I'm going to break it all down. Don't worry about it. We're going to do this very strong. Okay, first thing I want you to do is run this command. Now, if you haven't got npx, you're going to need to install Node. Okay, in this case, I've already got it. Now, I like to actually use @canary instead of the latest, but you can feel free to use whatever the hell you want. Right. So in this case, I'm going to open up my terminal. Now, if you're using on Windows, you can use that. I'm going to use a terminal on Mac. I like to put everything in an organized fashion, so I like to put it inside of my build folder. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and run that command. So @canary. That's what I like to do. Then we're going to give it a name, right? Now, you don't even have to put a name here, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a name. I'm going to say this is going to be the StepZen Weather App YouTube. Okay, hit enter to kick-start things off. Now you should get a prompt. Now I want you to understand that if you're watching this video in the future, there is a high chance that yes, you might have a different prompt popping up right now, or it may not work. Don't stress out, okay? Just use the create next app template and then install things like TypeScript and Tailwind CSS following the instructions on the website. I really get that a lot of the time, so definitely don't stress out when you kind of get that situation. All right, would you like to use TypeScript with this project? Yes. Would you like to use ESLint with this project? Yes. Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like to use the source directory? No. And would you like to use the experimental app directory? I want to use it, so yes. Import aliases, these are amazing. This is how you can import more efficiently. We're gonna click yes, and then we're gonna go ahead and let it do its thing, okay? Let's go ahead and wait for this to get started. A lot of the time, what you might have found was the old template that I used to use stopped working. And yes, I experienced that as well. So that's why sometimes you might have to use a different template. In this case, I'm using this one right now, okay? So let's check this out. So we're now gonna CD into that new directory. So CD steps in, weather app, -YouTube. Okay, now I'm inside. Then I'm going to go ahead and type in code dot. This will bring up my code editor, which is VS Code, and it will give me my starter template. Now, what I want you to do is open up a separate window or a second screen if you have one, and basically set up your windows so you can effectively work in such a fashion, okay? Now, the first thing I also want you to do is go ahead and you can remove that, that's fine. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let me know, give me some feedback if that's all good. And we're going to be using Next.js 13. So as you can see, we have the new app directory whereby everything inside of it is a server component. Okay, so to spin this app up, first things first, we're going to go to app, then we're going to go to the page.tsx. And as you can see, there's some code in here. Now I want you to do the following. I'm actually going to cut off my previous app because it was running. I'm going to go to output, and I like to simply close that one and close the debug console to make it very clean. Now I'm going to close my previous app that was running. I have taken screenshots for reference, so that way we can actually go ahead and do it pretty nicely. Right, give me 1 second. Okay, so at this point now, we're going to go ahead, and if we do Command B, you can see we have a package JSON. Now, if you have a yarn log file, you will be using yarn. I'm using npm, so in this case, npm run dev. This will spin up my app on my local host 3000. Okay, so at this point, I want to allow it, because we are using TypeScript, and then I want to go ahead and pop this open. So I want to have, if I go back here, I'm going to create a new Chrome window, pull it over here, and then I'm going to go to localhost 3000. Now, what we should see here, as you can see, it's running in my server over here. We should see our first starter template. Now, if you're at this point, well done. Give yourself a pat on the back, because honestly, some people can get messed up in this area. So make sure you get to this point very well. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to keep this open and we're going to clean things up. So first things first, everything inside of the main, we're going to go ahead and delete. So we're going to scroll all the way down, go to the div, and we're going to get rid of it, right? I'm going to type in H1, and then we'll say, let's build a GPT-4 weather app, right? So let's build a GPT-4 weather app. Now, at this point, you should see this. What I want you to do is we're going to have a clean slate. So I'm going to clear out the class names, and I'm also going to clear out anything up here. So you should have a very clean section right here. Now, because you can see here, it's black. You might be wondering, but I don't have any styles. So first thing you want to do is head over to globals.css, and I want you to go ahead and delete everything underneath these 3 lines. Okay. Now what you'll see is you should get back to if we refresh, you should have a white screen with a very blank piece of text at the top. Okay. All right. So now, one thing you should be aware of is you just want to make sure, obviously it was working for us, but here you want to go ahead and type in something like text6xl, just see that it's working, okay? So these are utility classes, and this is the power of Tailwind. Now, if you haven't got these autocompletes, so for example, when I'm typing in, you see these autocompletes that we have right here, then you're going to need to go ahead and install the following. So you want to go ahead and type in Tailwind. And what you want to do is grab the first one here. So Tailwind, oh my God, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and install that, which we've already done. And I also want you to get this one. I always mention it every time because it's just such a good extension. But here, the ES7 React Redux snippets, okay? Make sure you do this. This will allow us to create files very, very fast. Now, we're going to take a sort of a nice breakdown structure to this app. Okay, so what I've done is I've actually created a few screenshots for reference, and I'm going to go ahead and pull those screenshots up right now. So what I want to do right here is I'm just going to go ahead and pull up my screenshots, and then I'll bring it onto screen so that way we can see it. So here I have some design references. So here we have the entire website. So as you can see, this will be like the city name at the top. We have our lovely sort of, our ChatGPT summary. Then we have our different statistics. Now, this is a really good build. Now, like, what's the main purpose of this build? One, you're using things like GraphQL. You're creating your own GraphQL interface. Secondly, you're creating an admin dashboard-like experience for your user, but you're making it more interesting because you're adding the element of AI involved. And what you're going to then show employers or anyone who's looking at this inside of your portfolio is your ability to, take on the latest and greatest bits of tech, bring it together and build something really beautiful. So do not underestimate this build, okay? Then we have the mobile UI. So in this case, you can see that this one will look really nice on a phone. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it up like this. You can see everything sort of stacks up on top of each other on the phone. So we're going to go ahead and build that as well. And then we have the loading of weather information screen. So this will be the very simple homepage if you haven't selected any city, but otherwise it will go ahead and pull up the city view. All right. So this is going to be the main city view that you'll be seeing inside of this build. And do not be underestimated. This is a very big build. Okay. We have actually a lot to do here, so we have to get very busy right now. So okay, so first things first, what are we going to do? We're going to go ahead and actually keep that reference open because that was very silly. I need that reference. So I'm going to go ahead and open up another screen here and pull this over here. Okay, and now we're going to keep this in frame. And what I want to do is my first screen, let's actually conquer something like this, right? So I want to actually build out this sort of drop down menu. Now, the whole purpose of this drop down menu is I should be able to select a country. And then what I will see, and remember, it's a reusable component. So the same component is being used here. I will select the country and then it will show me the city, and I will be able to select a city inside of that country. Now, after that happens, it should redirect me to the page in which you see right here. So first things first, I think we should knock out the home page. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to do. So the home page, let's go to our page.tsx. And then at the home page, we are going to go ahead and start building things out now. Where did I go? Yeah, so here. Now, as you can see, these elements right here, this is actually called a card element from Tremor UI, right? So that Tremor 2.0. And I'm actually going to go ahead and get that up and running right now. So for this page element, I'm actually going to convert it to a client-side component. You can actually, you can actually pretty easily wrap what I'm about to do inside of a client component instead of making the entire page. But for the essence of time, we're going to go ahead and keep it fairly straightforward. Now, the second thing is, the only reason I'm doing this as well is because Tremor 2.0 has not been updated yet to support client components out of the box. So that way we have to tell it it's explicitly a client component. So what I'm going to do is go to tremor.so and I'm going to install Tremor. So installation, you can see, if we go to Next.js, you can see, as you can see here, so since we have not fully migrated to Next.js 13, you need to go ahead and use the wrap your Tremor in another component by using the use client directive. Okay, so we've already done these steps. We're going to install Tremor into our project. Okay, so let's go into our project, Command J, and I'm going to split my terminal. In fact, I'm just going to open a second terminal. So the first one's got my server running, and the second one I'm going to say npm install Tremor React. Okay, so once that's done, we are then going to go ahead, and we've already done the Tailwind setup because that was already in the template. We then need to actually go ahead and extend our content here like so. So we need to grab this selection right here. Really nice. And then we're going to go to our Tailwind config. And you can see where we have our content. We're actually just going to paste that line. And what this is doing is it's including Tremor files in that transpilation, right? So when it sees any Tailwind utility classes, it's also going to go ahead and convert those as well. So that's what we got to do there. That's done. Nice. We've already got this set up pretty neat, and we can just start our server, which is great. Okay. Now, you can go ahead and do this. So I actually did get this error in a few different areas. So what we can do here is we can actually pop this in, because I forgot to do this, to be honest with you, because I actually did get that error that it's coming up with. So we're going to go to our next config as well. And where we have the experimental, we're just going to copy this in as well. Okay. And now what I want you to do is make sure that you go back to your initial terminal, because you just changed the config file. I want you to cut your terminal, and I want you, so Control C. So go into your terminal, Control C. and I want you to do npm run dev to restart your terminal. Okay, now with that done, we're going to go back to our app, we're going to refresh, and we're going to make sure that the app is loading. Okay, if we get an error at this point, we know we need to fix it. So take things at this granular speed. Let me know if the speed is... So you can see our app works successfully. That is amazing. Okay, so at this point, we're now going to go ahead and do Command J to hide that. Okay, so first things first, we need to import some of the elements that we require from Tremor, the Tremor component library. Okay, so I've gone ahead and pulled those in. Great. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull in a card. So I'll show you how we can implement a card. So if we simply pop a card in like so, what you will now see is that there is simply a card wrapping this element, right? So you can very subtly see it, right? So there's a card wrapping it. Okay, so at this point, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the text element, and I'm simply going to type in weather AI, and you can feel free to name it whatever you want. Okay, it's completely up to you. I'm then going to go ahead and use the subtitle component. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and use the subtitle component, and this one will say powered by OpenAI Next.js 13.2, or it's actually 13.3, and yes, let's correct that, 13.3, Tailwind CSS Tremor 2.0, and more. And as you can see, now we get their nice little UI. That's really nice. Okay, and then what we can actually do is what's really nice is that these Tremor.so components actually are built with Tailwind CSS in mind. So you can just directly extend. They also have their own colors and so forth. They have colors. They also have, and it wasn't a size, it was colors. Yeah. I don't know if it's a font size. No. So you can just change it like this. You say text, for example, 6XL. And then you'll get your nice bigger text. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and style this out a little bit right now. We're going to say the text should be centrally aligned. Text should be centrally aligned, and the margin bottom for this one should be 10. And now we've got a little bit of spacing, bolding it out. That looks very clean, right? For the subtitle, we're going to go ahead and say that it should have a class name of text extra large, and it should be the text centrally aligned. Okay, very simple, very straightforward. And then what I have underneath here is a divider. Now this divider is simply going to have a margin on the y-axis of 10. Okay, so we should see a nice little divider now. So everything is fairly straightforward, fairly easy to go ahead and comprehend. Underneath here, we're going to have another embedded card, and this is where we're essentially going to have the country live, right? So this card right here. So you can see where we're going towards. Right, so if we go ahead and pop the card in right now, you can see the card is on the screen. And then here we're going to have the city picker component, right? So we're going to go ahead and actually create that custom component very shortly. Now, for the class name for the card, I'm going to have a background, which is a gradient. And what we got to do here is we've got to specify the from color and the to color. Okay, so I'll show you. So we say background gradient to the bottom right. Okay, and then we say from this color to this color. Right, and you can actually choose whatever color you want. I've just got two very similar shades of blue, and it kind of is very subtle. You might not be able to tell, but that's exactly what we've done here. Okay, now what we're going to next do is we're going to go over to the top, and we're going to start styling this out. So that way we've got the surrounding stuff like correctly done. So here I'm going to go ahead and change this to a div, because we're going to go ahead and update our main. All right, so we've got the div class name 6XL. I don't know why I put 6XL there. Okay, we're going to say min height of screen. Okay, and then that's going to bring out, and then we're going to say background gradient, and we're going to use the same gradient effect that we previously used. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and pop that in like so. So I'm going to pop it in just like this. So I'm going to pull that in over here. And what you'll see is that it's now using the maximum height of the screen. So we set the minimum height of the screen. And then we're going to say padding should be 10. Right now it's touching the sides. We do not want that. Okay, we want to have a bit of breathing room. So padding 10, flex column, and really it's up to you with this essence, right? What we're going to do is flex column, because there's one child here, and by doing this we can say justify that one child in the center with this little hack, and what it will do is it will center that evenly, so we don't have to worry about how to deal with any of the calculations. It just does it nicely. Okay, and then you can put a max width constraint if you really want to, and so forth. If you were going to do that, it's very simple. You just do max width like 3XL for example, and then you can see right here. So that's actually done it for the entire children. You might not want to do that. If you want to do that, you would simply do it here. You would do like max width 4XL, and then you do MX auto to maximum center. Okay, and what this will do now is it will restrict that box, so that way it doesn't take up the entire sides. In the design you saw it took up the entire sides. Sometimes that can look messy, so you might want it like this. Okay, we're going to go straight over to the city picker. right? So let's go ahead and create a city picker component. So first thing I want you to do, close the app folder, click on the package.json folder so that you're at that level. Now I want you to create a folder called components. Inside of the components folder, and it's also worth mentioning that any component made in this folder is also going to be a server component by default. So anything in Next.js 13 and above is actually using server components by default. Notice that when do you start using GPT? Patience, my friend, patience. All right. So we're going to say city picker.tsx. Boom. There we go. RFCE. There we go. And yeah, just like that. Now I do want to mention anyone who's just tuned in, the area which GPT is actually going to be amazing for is this is literally me providing a huge block of data to the GPT prompt, and it goes ahead and gives me an amazing summary just like this based on all of the weather information. That is actually game changer, incredible, powerful sort of thing to happen, right? So we're going to be doing that in just a second, like shortly. So we've got our city picker function, functional component. So we're going to go ahead and pop that in like so. And those aliases that we saw earlier is this. Now what this is doing is you don't have to go ahead and do the traditional, upper level, so forth rubbish. Now what you can do is you've already automatically set it as an alias. And what this does is inside of your TypeScript config, you can set the path. Now what it says is if you have your @ symbol, it automatically goes to the home root directory. And that's really handy because then you don't have to go up and up and up level. You just go ahead and simply do @component and so forth, and @live or @API and so forth. Like anything you need to do, it just to jump to the top level, you just do @. Right, really cool. And you can actually add custom ones, any of that good stuff. So I recommend you really do get used to using that. Now, as you can see, our city picker is there. So the next step is to naturally build our city picker. Okay, so this city picker right here, we're actually going to need something called country, state, city. Now I'll show you what this is. This is actually an npm package. Now, as you can see here, npm.js, we've got the country, state, city package. You can see it's quite a popular library. And what this is really good at is it gives us a list of all of the countries, all of the cities, and we're going to use that to populate our drop-down select menu. Okay, so first things first, we need to install this. So how do I do that? We go ahead and npm I country, state, city. So I'm going to go ahead, pop this over on the side, Command J, bring up my terminal, hop into my second terminal, and then we're going to do npm I country, state, city. Now this is installing that dependency into our project. Then what I want to do is pull in that dependency just like so. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Boom. Now we have our country and our city, right? Now we are going to need some client interaction components here, like such as state and so forth. So we are going to convert this to a client component. Okay, so in this case, that way we can have things like state and so forth. I'm not going to go too far into that. If you are interested in any of those things, remember, definitely check us out at Zero to Full Stack Hero, the course and community. The link is in the description. I teach everything about Next.js. So if you're finding this like way over your head, check us out, and I promise you it will break everything down inside the community. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to go down to we're actually going to go ahead and install the React Select library as well, because we're going to need a select field, right? So in this case, the next one we're going to do is the React Select library. So this is a really handy library, and it's very good for things like drop downs. Now, what's good about it is you can simply type into it as well, and it handles the type, search, select sort of functionality that we might need, which is something which you're going to need a lot of the time, right? So we're going to go ahead and install this into our dependency. Remember, Yarn, if you're using Yarn, you can use that. We're using npm, so let's go ahead and do it like so. Pull this up, install it like this, and now we have a React Select inside of our project. And as you can see, they've got a nice demo of the sort of type of data that you have to pass it in. So what I always recommend is that you get very good at transforming data. Again, we actually have a lesson about this inside the course, but you can see that this is how the data is expected to come in. So we have to go ahead and just customize our data so that it pulls into that in that shape and form. Okay, and that's pretty much as simple as it is. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and head over to our code, and we can start using this stuff. So first thing I want to do is import the select library at the top. So just like so, import the select library, and then I'm going to go ahead and actually define the options that you saw just there. So remember these options right here. I'm actually going to convert all of the cities that we've previously installed from this country, state, city into that format. So how do I do that? Well, it's very simple. I can say const options equals country, right? So country dot get all countries. Okay, what this will do is it will return all of the different countries. So if I click into this, you can see I've got I countries, and it will have all of these bits of information inside. So name, phone code, ISO code, flag, everything like that, etc. We're going to map every single country into the following shape. So parentheses and then brackets, and then we're going to open it up. Now here, what I want you to do is remember there's two types of information that we need. We need a value and a label. Okay, so for the value is going to include an object, and inside of that object we're going to have latitude, longitude, and ISO code. Okay, so these following data. Then we're going to have the label, and for the label I'm just going to use the country name. So this is the options in the state that we need it. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in my my select field here, right? So we're going to have the select field that we previously talked about. Then we're going to have the options, right? And we're going to simply pass in the options from the above, right? That we went ahead and created. Now, if we go ahead and hit enter now, what I want you to do is I want you to just test it on your site. Okay, so go over to your site, and as you can see here, look at that. We already have all the cities inside. So this is a great point to sort of test your logic, see if it's working and so forth, right? And you can see you can click in and it saves it and so forth, right? So at this point, you now are pulling in all the countries inside of your app. Okay, the next step we need to do is we now need to monitor the users, so that way when they go ahead and click into this, right? So when they click into it, we're going to store that piece of state, and then we're going to show a city. Now, what we're going to do is on that city selector, we're then going to have all the cities from the determined country that you've selected. So if you select Angola, it's then going to show the cities corresponding to Angola and so forth. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that right now as well. So first thing we're going to need to do is actually have a piece of state to track the user's input. Okay. So the first one we're going to do is have a selected country piece of state. Okay. So this is going to be a option, right? So we're actually going to create a new type called option very shortly. And then we need to actually import the use state hook. So what is this option, right? So the option is actually going to be the type that I actually went ahead and defined here. So value, label, and so forth. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can do that right now. So we're just going to pop that in, and this is a TypeScript definition. And what's really good about this is it's actually going to go ahead and make it so that we can type protect when we're sort of, messing around with things. So that way we can be sure that we're not going to make a type error in the start without kind of, moving ahead. Next up, we need a selected city, right? So it's going to be the same principle. In this case, it's going to be a city option, however. So in this, it's going to be a city option. Now, a city option, slightly different values, and I'll showcase this right here. So we've got the type option over there. Then we've got our city option. The value in this case will be latitude, longitude, country code, name, and state code. Then the label will be string. Okay, so not far off it, but now we've got our city option and our option. So we're pretty much prepared for the next step. Okay. Now the final step after that is we're going to have a router. Now the router is because what we want to do is once you've selected your country, then you select your city. I want to basically take that information and redirect you to the page where it's like /London /longitude /latitude. So I'm actually going to send you to a page where it's your city, then it's your coordinates in the URL. And then that page is actually going to be cacheable and so forth. And there's a reason why we chose to do this architecture, because of the way that the API works and everything like that, but it works pretty nicely and you'll see for yourself. Now be careful when you import your router. Do not make this mistake. You see, if I did it this approach, this is importing from Next router. We do not want to do that. We want to import from Next navigation since we are using Next.js 13. So don't make that mistake. I promise you it will bite you later on. So you want to be a little bit cautious about that. Okay. So what I want to do now is inside this select field, I'm going to go ahead and map our value. So we're going to say value equals selected country. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on change. Right. And I can simply pass in something like handle selected country. And I need to create this function. And this is going to be a function which is going to be responsible for handling the when I've selected it. Okay, so in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to say const handle selected country, and then the prop would be the selected option. In this case, we can rename it just simply to option, and this will fire off when the user selects a country. Okay, so in this case, handle selected country. Then what I will do here is I will set the selected country to the selected country to the option. Okay, and I want to set the selected city to no. And the reason why I do that is because if you change the country, you want to actually reset your city selection, okay, in case you kind of went backward afterwards. So at this point, we are going to check that this still works. You see, there we go. We're still getting our selection value. So nothing yet has broken. Okay. Then I'm going to just simply enforce that the text is black, as we tend to use this in a few different areas later on. Okay, so that's looking pretty neat so far. After that, I'm going to have a label on top of it. We're actually going to have the a label like so. So a label, and this is for the country, and this is going to be country like so. Okay, and then I want to have a globe icon. Now I do want to use something called Heroicons inside of this build. Okay, so what I want to do is I need to install that. Now Heroicons are how we get these lovely icons inside of our app, and the icons in question right here are things like this, and they're also something used by the Tremor library. So if you are installing Tremor, what you will find is that we are actually needing to install the Heroicons package like so. Okay, now you can install version 1.06. I'm actually just going to install Heroicons React like that, and then we can go ahead and continue on. So Heroicons React. Okay, and just like that, I just want to double check the versioning that I have on mine so you guys can get the same versioning. So because I understand that sometimes things get updated. So Heroicons 2.0.17, that is correct. Okay, so that's the value I'm using right now. So now we can start using the required icons inside of our build. So what I want to do here is I'm going to import it into my file. So I need the globe icon inside of my file. So I'm going to go here, simply pop in the globe icon like so. Now here you can see we actually need to install the type definitions for this. So as you can see here, sometimes you need to go ahead and install them separately. So let's go ahead and run that command. Types Heroicons React, and then it should install the type definitions for us. I believe we might be able to do it this way. Let's see if it does it. Right, so sometimes I get this a bit of an annoying issue. I'm actually going to showcase how I did it in just a second. Let's go to our package.json, and it should have actually pulled those in. To be honest with you, what I think happened here was, if I go back to my package.json, yeah, so what's happened here is Heroicons has been installed, but the actual default Heroicons has not been installed. So what I want to do is I actually want to install just the basic Heroicons as well. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to say npm I Heroicons. Okay, that's added the package. Let's go back to our file and see if we have our type definitions yet. We should do, to be honest with you. Let's go back. Yep, so now, okay, that's a bit annoying. We don't have it yet. Let's go ahead and debug it. Let's see. So I've got my Heroicons 207 and I have my Heroicons React. Okay, so the reason why is because I actually did opt in to use the one that they've recommended. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to delete this dependency, and I am instead going to replace it with the one that they're recommending just for this demo, so that way we can kind of progress on. I don't want to spend too long on this. So we're going to install this version of the Heroicons package. Okay, so we're simply going to go ahead and use their recommendation there, and what you will see is if we go ahead and we're going to actually don't save that one, go back into the file. Now we should have our Heroicons 1.06 and then our Heroicons here of 2.017. Yeah, there, and there we go. It's got rid of it. Okay, so for the demo purposes, that is completely fine. You can feel free to debug it, kind of get past that bit, fine afterwards, right? So now back to our build. I don't want to spend too long on things like that because we have a lot of cool things to do, right? So in this case, I'm going to import the globe icon into my file. So we already did that at the top, and then I will pull it in like so, and I simply style it up accordingly. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and style the div like so. We're going to say class name flex items should be center, centrally aligned space X of 2, and then the text should be white with an opacity of 80%. Bam, just like that, it goes in, right? So it looks clean. And then here I'm going to say space Y of 4 for every child component that I have here. So in this case, you see how they spaced out a little bit. Okay, so that's looking pretty good already. I already like the look of this. And what I want to do next is I actually made a little mistake here. So I actually want to wrap the entire selection of things that I have here. So everything up to div here. And then I want to go ahead and do space Y of 2. I thought it looked bigger. There we go. Nice. Okay. And then what I want you to do is I actually want you to go ahead and very simply copy this. So copy this, pop it in like so. Okay. Now you have two, you have country and country. Now the second one, I want you to change it to city, but here I'm going to add a conditional. And what I'm actually going to say is I'm going to say selected country and then I've got my parentheses. And what this is saying, conditionally render this only if you have a selected country. So everything that we just copied, I simply want to take it, paste it inside of there. Okay. Now, if I refresh this page, you'll see that I don't have the city, but at the minute I pick something, boom, it shows a city. Now the city, we need to go ahead and change it to the value is going to be the selected city. And then the on change will be handle selected city instead. Okay. Now handle selected city, very similar push. Let's go ahead and create a different file up here. We're going to say const handle selected city equals, and this is going to be option, but this time we're going to use the city option type definition. Okay. And then we're actually going to say set selected city to the option that we pass in. And afterwards, remember I said we're actually going to redirect the user. So what I want to do is I want to prepare us for that. So I'm going to say router.push /location. Okay, I'm actually going to do backticks here so I can have some string interpolation /location. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually push through the name /latitude /longitude. Okay, so location, and then I'm going to go into it and I'm going to say option dot value dot latitude. Okay, / option dot value dot longitude. Right, and then that one we close up. Now, as you can see, they've automatically added this optional chaining in the event that option isn't working. Okay, so in this case, we've got this running. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment this out just for now while we're testing it, because I don't want it to redirect me. Otherwise, it will say a 404 redirect. Okay, now here for the options, we actually have the city. Now, as you can see, I've actually just punched it in over here. No, so you can't see, sorry. I need to showcase that. So we're actually going to create a city options now as well. So for the city options, I'm actually just going to do it inline to showcase what we can do here. But for the options, I'm going to go ahead and say city, right? So imagine, let's just separate that. We're going to say city dot get cities of country. And then here I'm going to pass in the ISO code. Okay, so this is actually getting the selected country value.iso code. Now ISO code is like the sort of, representation of that country by a special code. And then what we'll do is we conditionally chain off of it to say map, and then we get all the values back from it, right? So at that point we will get the city, so cities, and then we can go ahead and do the following. So I'm actually going to just call this one state for now. I'm going to do a parentheses and return an object. And inside of that object, I've got a value and a label, just like we previously did before. So latitude, longitude, country code, name, state code, and label. And if you really want to make things a bit easier, you can feel free to rename state to something like city. But in this case, you can see we're just mapping it inline. I'm just showing you how you can do it inline. You can feel free to refactor this, have it in a user effect, that kind of thing, as you wish. It's completely your call. Okay, so now we have handle selected city, we've valued it, there we go, and then we've got our options. So at this point we should be pretty good. So let's try it out, guys. We're going to go over to somewhere like the Dubai. So in this case we're going to say United Arab Emirates, and I should only see cities now for, yes, the UAE. This is perfect. Let's go to United Kingdom. And now here we should see things like, London. So if I type in, there we go. So that we only get the cities in London. That's perfect. If we go to somewhere completely else, like, we could say, let's go to Portugal, for example. Portugal cities load up, right? Amazing stuff, right? So you can see now it's working in a way that we wish. So the final step is I can simply go ahead and uncomment this router.push. And then let's see if it redirects us. So pay attention to this, the URL at the top. Let's go ahead and go to, for example, Dubai. So United Arab Emirates, Dubai. And then now what you'll see is we should get redirected to that location. And as you can see on the screen, what we are seeing is you should be seeing something like this: HTTP localhost 3000 / location / a latitude and then longitude. Okay, so we need to create a dynamic endpoint which will support this. So let's go ahead and do that. Right, so at this point we have our home screen done, so we can navigate to our first city. So this is where the real fun comes in, right? This is where we're actually going to start building our backend infrastructure, our GraphQL API, all of this good stuff, and then this is going to go ahead and get things in, right? So next thing we want to do now is we want to go ahead and build out that second screen. Okay, so I want to have some kind of screen that supports it so we don't get a 404. Okay, so how do we do that? So if you're not sure on how to do dynamic routes, especially at that level, I will make it so easy for you that you will honestly be like, wow, that's so easy. Okay, so we're gonna have a / location, because that's how we do the naming structure here. So for the root, inside of the app folder, we have / location. This will be resembled by / location on our website. Inside of there, what we do is we have square brackets to basically specify that there is a dynamic value that will be supported. So in this case, we're going to say the first one is city. Then clicking on city, we're going to create a new folder, and inside of there, we're going to say a latitude, right? So a lat. And then inside of there, we're going to say long. Okay. And the reason why I've done this structure is because I'm going to be caching based on city, lat, and long. Okay. So this is really, really clean. All right, so at this point, we are going to, inside of that long, we're going to go ahead and add a new file, page.tsx. So we're going to go ahead and add that in, page.tsx, and this will create a page at that point, RFCE. All right, so at this point, this is going to be, we're going to call this one, what did I name this one? We're just going to call this one you can really name this one whatever you want. It don't really matter here. We're just going to call this the weather page, right? So weather page. Get rid of this. And then you can say, welcome to the weather page, right? So now we should have a page at that route, and it's time to test it. So provided you did it all correctly, let's go to somewhere like Albania. Let's go to Bausch, and then you can see 400. So let's just double check location, and then we have everything correctly set up. Let's have another look at what we have here. So let's just confirm that it's in the correct folder. So it is in the long folder. What we may need to do is hit save one more time, go back, refresh. Okay, so we don't have support yet in the correct place. So city lat long. Let's have a look. We've got page.tsx, export default. Okay, that's all good. That's looking fine. And we are returning our div. That's completely fine as well. Let's cut our server off on the first one. We're going to cut our server and we're going to npm run dev one more time. City is not in the URL. Oh, thank you guys. That's what I'm talking about. Ah, there you go. Look at that. That's why I love debugging on live stream. Right, that's so cool. Right, that's what I'm talking about. So that's the power of pair programming, right? So that's where I've forgotten it. So thank you so much for pointing that out, guys. Here we have our issue. We don't have the city. So option. So nice. All right, so we have our city picker here, and I believe it is just like that. Yep, so option.value.name. Now we are doing it correctly. Okay, that's phenomenal. When I think about that, and I think that you're actually watching it to that degree, that shows me how committed the Papa fam is. I find that incredible. All right, so we're gonna hit save here. Now let's go ahead and restart our app. I think it's rebuilding. Yep, there it is. It's rebuilding, so we should see our homepage in just a short second. Right, so at this point, we're gonna go to Albania. We're gonna do, we can do anywhere really, Benaj. And now what we should see is welcome to the weather page. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. And remember, so if you get to that point, don't stress. Just do what I did there and speak to your community. No, just go ahead and debug it, right? See, there is always a reason why something's not working. Now, how do I get access to that city, that longitude that latitude, right? So because I'm going to need that later on. So how do I get access to those things? Well, actually we get the props come through here. So the props actually contain a few pieces of information, right? So really what we're going to do is define our props, and I'll showcase it to you. So the props come through in the following shape, and you can check for yourself, but it includes the params as part of the arguments, right? So in this case, we've got city, lat, and long, which come inside of it. So what we can actually do here is an ES6 destructuring technique where we can break open our object and we can get the params out, and then we can break open that and we can get the city, the lat, and the long. Okay, and then welcome to the weather page. And then what I can do here is I can simply just pop out city, I can say lat, long, and just to showcase to you that it actually shows that, then we can see here, welcome to Bernard with the lat and long, right? So perfect stuff. Okay, so at this point now, what we want to do is we are going to actually get the backend set up, right? So we have our city, we have our latitude and our longitude. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to use the free weather API provided by OpenAI, but we're actually going to do it in a way where we basically are going to set this up on a backend supported by StepZen. Now, StepZen is going to do a really cool job here, because what we're going to do is we're going to use the free weather API to basically define our optimal curl request. So for example, I've clicked in a curl request here, so you can actually go onto the website openmeteo.com, and then you can click on this right here to sort of demo it out. Now you don't need a key, which is awesome. It's a completely open API, and as you can see, we have a ton of information that comes back. Now remember what I said, we have loads of information. So you know that summary that I showed you earlier? So remember the summary that I showed you from ChatGPT? So in precisely this one, you will not believe it, but really, I'm not joking when I say this. All I did was pass in this information. I cleaned it up, I passed it in, and then it defined this. So from that information, GPT-4 is going to give us all of that nice, beautiful summary just like this. So that is absolutely incredible, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this curl request, and we're basically going to just go ahead and give the hard work to StepZen. StepZen is going to do all of the hard work for us. Okay. StepZen will then open up this page right here. Right. So you'll see start for free, create an account. Now I've already created an account, so I'm just going to simply go to my dashboard. So I can head over to my dashboard. Once you've created your account and you're inside your dashboard, you can simply go ahead and you'll see you've got a bunch of different endpoints and you have your nice sidebar. Now this is really cool. You can go ahead and explore this for yourself, but you can see they give you tons of different endpoints. It's really, really awesome to go ahead and use. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set StepZen up inside of our project. So I'll show you how to get started. So we have documents over here. And then what we can do is you can simply use this to read and check out. I'm going to click install and set up, install StepZen. So in this case, I've already installed it globally, but you want to run this command, right? So StepZen. Now, what we want to do is head over to our code. And I want you to do the following. I want you to go into package.json level. So at this level, I want you to create a folder called StepZen. And then inside of your terminal, I need you to do the following. I need you to go ahead and simply open up a second terminal and CD into that. So CD into StepZen. Now be very careful, because now we're inside of this directory. Okay. And there's a reason why we do this, because when we're initializing it, we want to essentially create two separate areas, right? So one for the StepZen backend, and then we've got our Next.js app, right? I didn't say front end backend because some people might get confused, but the backend is essentially our StepZen folder. Then what you want to do is StepZen login. Now, before I do that, I'll show you how easy it is, because what they've done here for you is you can simply go ahead and follow the documentation. So once you're on StepZen's website, head over to the StepZen docs at this link right here at the top. Then I want you to go ahead and click install and set up and read down here. Now, the reason why I say this is because they give you the commands and they even give you your keys and everything to get logged in. So you want to go ahead, type in StepZen login into your terminal. I've already done this, so I'm not going to repeat that. Then it will say, what's your account name? You simply pop in your values. You simply pop in your admin keys and so forth. And it will give you your key here as well. And you can also get your key from the StepZen dashboard. And then, yeah, you can log into your account. Okay. Now, once that is done, we're going to go ahead and do a quick start with StepZen import CLI. So I've already logged in. So now what we can do is, you see where it says StepZen import curl and so forth, StepZen import MySQL. We're actually going to do a curl authentication request. Okay. So I'm going to show you how we're going to do this. So I've actually got an ideal perfect string here, and I'll show you how I've defined it. So what I want to do is head over to the free weather API. We're going to click on features. We're going to click on API and documentation. And as you can see here, you can actually select all the things that you want, additional variables like the UV index and so forth, the weather code, and even things like daily information. So current weather with temperature settings, wind speed, and so forth, with the time zone, all that good stuff. And then it will give you a pre-built URL. Okay. So in this case, if I was to select a city, for example, London, okay, and then click it, it's a time zone is required. You have to give it a time zone. So I believe we could do something like Europe, London. And then you can do, again, let's just do London like here. And now what you'll find is if you go down here, ignore this craziness, it will give you a perfectly formatted API URL. Now, if I was to call this URL, for example, if I click it here, what you'll find is it gives me all the weather information I've requested. Okay, so I've saved you a little bit of hassle here, because what I've done is I've actually created a URL that you can use for yourself. Now, I'm going to go ahead and keep this very simple. I'm going to put this on the screen. I've also gone ahead and actually included it in the Papa GitHub repo inside of a test_curl.txt file. Okay, so if you don't want to do the longness of this, I'm just going to showcase it on the screen right now by saying test_curl.txt. I'm going to paste it in like so. So this is the text. This is essentially the curl request that I'm going to run. Okay, so all you can do is two options at this point. You can stop the video and you can go ahead and copy this, or you can simply get the Papa GitHub repo and do that and basically find it in the test_curl.txt file that I've submitted onto the GitHub repo, right? So this right here, or you could build it yourself based on these parameters, right? So we're going to copy this curl request. So if you click it, you can see it gives me a bunch of information. And this is a great way to start things off, okay? So next up, what I want to do is I want to go over to my terminal. So we're going to go simply back, save that file. I'm going to close it. And now I'm going to do StepZen init. All right, so this is the first step. I'm going to do StepZen init. This will initialize a StepZen directory inside of here. What would you like your endpoint to be called? Melting Camel is completely fine. And then you can see it's created a StepZen config.json for us, right? So very simple. To be honest, you can actually just skip that step and do the next bit. So here we can say StepZen import curl, and then what I want you to do, guys, is literally paste in your curl request. Now, what's amazing about StepZen is that from this information, a few things are going to happen, right? So I just want to showcase to you, if you are stuck and you have no idea where to go, you can actually get all of this information that I'm talking about right now over here. So even if you have authentication headers, you can bypass them by passing in your authentication with the -- header argument. Okay, now you can go ahead and import. And what's really amazing about this, guys, what it will do once I hit enter is it will basically read the response, create a perfect schema which will represent that information, and then it will create a GraphQL API that will literally allow me to select and deselect the information that I want from this request. Now that is damn powerful. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to hit enter, bam. And what we'll see is it will go ahead and it will import a schema into StepZen. So let's go ahead and go to our StepZen. And as you can see, I've got the curl, I've got index.graphql. Okay, now as you can see, look at this, guys, absolutely phenomenal. It's found and it's determined all of the different data types. Now don't get confused, this is GraphQL, not TypeScript, but you can use this to then go ahead and create type definitions, yes, but this is literally gone ahead and done all of the hard work for us. So you see that entire crazy object that I just showed you previously, so this one right here, it's gone ahead and created type definitions from all of that. Right, so no joke, current weather is day. You can see everything is literally being converted over to a type definition or a schema. And then it's given us a query to go ahead and showcase from, right? So, and you can see the endpoint is here, and then you can pass in the following parameters, right? So this is absolutely amazing, right? So we're going to go ahead and type in StepZen start. And what this will do is it will deploy our StepZen API, as well as set up a local host instance for us. So this will get set up at localhost 5001 melting camel for us. For you, it'll be a little bit different. But now if I go to the Explorer, you can see I've got my query, and I can go ahead and simply select the pieces of information that I want. But you would have to go ahead and pop in the current weather, daily, hourly, longitude, latitude, and time zone. And then you can basically go ahead and select what items you want back. So I will show you how to do this. But right now, if I was to do this, you'll see it needs these pieces of information to go ahead and do that. But I've actually done that for us. So I'll go ahead and show you how we can do it next. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go over to our application. We already have our StepZen API, and it's worth mentioning as well, in the StepZen dashboard, you will see your new endpoint being deployed. Okay, so that new endpoint that we just went ahead and deployed was called something camel, melting camel. So you can actually go ahead and play with it and interact with it here as well. So it's something which I really like about StepZen, because imagine you're away from your computer, you still need access to your API, you still need to know what the hell's going on, or you want to play with something, just see if you can fetch some data, you want to purify your queries, all that good stuff. You can actually access it completely from the StepZen dashboard, and you see how easy that was to implement. Okay, so it's really, really awesome in my eyes. Okay, so at this point now, I want you to do the following. So we are going to create our type definitions from this, because we're actually going to use this in the front end as well. Right. So what I've done here is I like to grab this, pull it to the right. Okay. And then Command B. And then what I want you to do is close everything. And at the top level, at the package.js level, I want you to create a new file. And I'm going to call this the typings.d.ts. So these are all of your type definition files. And the reason why I've got it left and right like this now is because I'm basically going to go ahead and map things over, right? So you can see right here, we've got the temperature, wind speed, and so forth. For this one, I'm going to go ahead and create an interface to map that, right? So you can see there, we've basically essentially mapped it over. For the daily units, I'm going to do the same thing. Okay, so for daily units, I'm going to do the same thing. I've essentially mapped it over. So you can see where we had typically a float before, now I've got a string value. Okay, now you can go ahead and really play around with this as much as you want. I believe that this could be an array actually, but in this case for now, it's completely, no, sorry, this is a string. This is a string. Yeah, this is the daily units. So this is actually this value right here. So I've actually gone ahead and skipped one. So in this case, the daily would be the following. So for the daily units, we're actually going to have, so this is going to be the daily representation. Then we go down, we've got our daily units, and you see TypeScript is slightly different definitions, but it's not too hard to follow out. And you guys can feel free to type these out yourself. Or again, the access is in the GitHub repo. Now for the hourly, we've got this. So this is essentially the one-to-one representation of hourly. Then we've got hourly units, and we've got the root, which essentially connects all of these together. So we've got hourly units. Let's go ahead and pop that in as well. And then we've got the root. So let's go ahead and pull that in as well. Okay. Nice. Right. So that's the root. Yeah, and you can see the root is actually connecting to our other interfaces at the top. So that's essentially gone ahead and created one-to-one type definition mappings. Now, why is that important? Because now when we pull the information in on the front end using the Apollo client, which we'll do in just a second, we're actually going to have an easy time of basically going ahead and safely accessing that information with our TypeScript definitions. Otherwise, imagine trying to access all of that. It will be like, was it current weather and all this kind of stuff? It gets pretty nasty. Whereas when we got our type definitions down, it's actually pretty easy to go ahead and use it, to the point where I was able to do it without constantly looking back, right? So it's actually very, very powerful doing that. So we can now close our GraphQL. And now we need to set up our consumer. So what we've essentially got our backend up and running. Now what we need to do is essentially create a Apollo client on the front end. So Apollo client, this is what we're going to be using inside of our app. So I want you to go over to Apollo, and you can feel free to read it out yourself. You want to click on get started, and you can install the dependencies inside of your project. So we're going to go ahead and install the Apollo client inside of our app. So Command J. And I want you to go into, you see right now we have the first running our Next.js app, the second running our StepZen at the StepZen root. We're going to create another one, and you have to make sure you're in the correct directory. So this is in the correct directory. Do ls just to make sure. So you want to be at the top level. Then we want to do npm install Apollo client. Okay. I just want to actually check that. So we have the current weather. Yes, you are correct. I don't know why that came out actually. So typings.d.ts, and actually current weather, is day. So actually, okay, good shout. Let's go ahead and grab this. What we can do here is the temperature integer. So this one, yes, you're correct. Actually, that actually has a number in it. Good spot. Weather code, yes, that's a very good spot. So make it OCD perfect. There you go. Good stuff, right? So I missed a little type definition there. All right. So at this point, we installed the Apollo client. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and create, so close everything up, go to the top package.json, and I'm going to create a new file called Apollo client. Apollo client allows us to essentially create a connection to our backend, right? So the backend that we just deployed with GraphQL. So here I want to go ahead and do two things. I want to import the things I need. So very straightforward. I'm then going to go ahead and create a type definition for the client. So the client is going to be an Apollo client, or it can be a no value. And at the beginning, we're just going to initialize it with nothing. And this is for a server pattern. So don't worry, I'll explain that afterwards. But we're going to say export const get client. And this is a singleton pattern because basically we're going to use this to go ahead and get an instance of the client when we're using our app. So whenever I want to go ahead and interface with the GraphQL API, we can go ahead and do it that way. So I'm going to say const client equals, and you could have done that if client check if you really wanted to. We're going to say new Apollo client, and then I need to go ahead and pass in a URI. So in this case, it's giving me a URI. That's not correct. What we want to do here is basically you can set up your environment variables, but I will keep it very straightforward and easy for you for now. So for now, we're just going to set it up for this one, but you can do a check to make sure that if you're in development, you'll have this one. Otherwise, you'll have your production one. But for now, I'm simply going to go ahead and put this in. In fact, no, I'm not. I'm going to do it properly. Well, I'm going to go into my folders. I'm going to do .env.local to set up an environment file. And here I'm going to say API_URL, and I'm going to pop that in there. Okay. Now that means that we've got our URL defined in this variable. Heading back over here, we're going to say process.env.API URL. And that way, when we deploy it, we will actually have things correctly set up, which is much better doing it, right? Then we say cache new in memory cache, and then we say headers. This bit I want you to pay extra careful attention to. We're going to go ahead and pop in an authorization key. Okay, so I'm going to pop in an authorization key like so. Okay, and then just like so. And where have I messed something up? So there we go. Yeah. Now, as you can see, we need to create a next public stepzen API key, right? Now, I'm not actually sure if this needs to be next public, but we'll check it out. So next public stepzen API key. So where do I get my key from? I will show you. So let's go over to my stepzen dashboard. So we're going to go over to the stepzen dashboard. And then what I want to do is I'm going to hide my screen for a second after I click this. But you want to click on the account tab. So I'm clicking on the account tab, and then what I have here is an API key. So on the account tab, you'll see the following. Okay. So I'm going to showcase some of it, but you'll see an account, you'll see admin key, and you'll see API key. So I want you to copy this value. Okay. Copy this value and then paste it inside of the value here. So copy it and paste it inside this value. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So I've gone ahead, I've copied it, and I've pasted it into that value. Okay, then what I've done is I've closed my environment file, right? So now I've saved it and we have access to it there. Okay, and then I'm just simply going to go away from that page. That way I don't leak my plan by accident. Okay, cool. So at this point, I have my stepzen key all set up as well. So this means every time we send a request, it's going to go ahead and include the authorization headers inside, and it's got to be appended by an API key to begin with. Right, or prepended. All right, so once that's done, we're going to return the client. Cool. Yeah. And then this function right here, we can export it. That's perfect. Okay. So at this point now, we're not actually using this client, so we can get rid of that. My bad. All right. So we can actually go ahead and get rid of that. It's easy. Okay. And if you do want to do it, you can actually say client and then say if client and just directly assign the client like this. You could do this and then say if there is no client and so forth. I'm just going to keep it relatively simple now and create a new one each time. But yes, for optimization purposes, you could do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and get rid of this for now. Cool. All right. So now what do we need to do? Well, now what we want to do is essentially create a query from our front end to the back end. Okay, so we're going to call this one the fetch weather query. Okay, so how do I do this? Well, I'm going to create a folder called GraphQL, and then inside of my folder, I'm going to have queries. Okay, so queries. Now here, I'm going to have a folder called file called fetch weather. Fetch weather queries. .tsx. Okay, .ts. Sorry, this is not RFC. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, cool. Now at this point, we're going to have basically our query that we're going to make to GraphQL. Now, how can I make this easier for you? So what I want you to do is, remember we had this link to click into StepZen. I want you to click it. Okay. Now, if you go over to the export button, you can see we actually have a really nice kind of setup here. So what you could do is you could go through, click every single one, and then you'll get a nice kind of query over here. Now, that's exactly what I did. I went ahead and clicked through each single one, so you can actually go ahead and do this, and you see how it's building this out, right? So you can feel free to do that in the same way, and then it will go ahead and build out the perfect query to get you everything. Obviously, you don't have to do this if you don't want to overfetch, but in this case, I just want to showcase something to you, right? So once you've done all of that, get all of this information included. All right, so you can go ahead and select them all. I'm not sure if there's a quicker way of doing that. If you can select them all, can you do that? Nope, no, you can't. Okay, that's fine. We're going to do the same thing. You can use ChatGPT 3.5. Don't worry if you haven't got access to GPT-4 yet. I see a question already in the chat. Don't worry about it. You can do that. I'm just going to click all of these just to make your life a bit easier. Okay, cool. So at this point, you can see we've got our conditions there, and then we've got everything else here. So I want you to just copy this, right? So copy that entire thing. In fact, copy it up until it says const get query, right? So copy that entire thing. Right, so I've actually already done this, and what I will do is I will showcase it to you with a few minor differences. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that in at the top right now. So just like so. So where's my code? Here we are. I'm going to hide everything and then paste it in. So at this point, you've got GQL. So I need you to install a few dependencies at the top, and I'll show you what I modified here. Okay. So I've changed the name here to fetch weather query, and then you can see where we have GQL, right? And if this isn't being highlighted for you, you just need the GraphQL extension. Very simple, just install it. But you've got the query. So everything else was pretty straightforward. Everything else was the exact same as yours. The only different thing now would be the parameters that you pass in here. Okay, so current weather, we're just going to say string, and then we're going to give the following values here. So latitude, longitude, and time zone, we simply say string with a exclamation mark. Now, for the daily and hourly, you can feel free to get this code from the Propagate repo, or just pause the video and copy it yourself. But these are all the different values that I'm attempting to get from the daily readings, from the hourly readings, and you can feel free to use that as you wish. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and export this now. So we're going to go all the way down. We're going to say export default fetch weather query. Okay, so just like that, I have a query now. Okay, so let's test this out. How can I actually go ahead and make a call to my query? And you're probably wondering, this is where it gets really hard now. How is he going to do that? Well, it's actually, this is where it gets pretty easy, right? So in fact, we've actually done all the hard work because StepZen made it so easy for us that now we actually don't need to do much work, right? And I'll show you exactly what I mean. So what we can do is the first step. Now, what I love about Next.js 13 is that we have server components by default. This means at the functional component highest level, you can do async await. That's game changer. That is absolutely game changer stuff. So this makes things like, fetching from our Next.js GraphQL backend using StepZen super easy, right? You can do fetches, all of that stuff at the highest level. So let's go ahead and pull in the information. So first things first, I need to actually go ahead and pull in the get client. Right, so by default, this does not say use client, which means this is a server-side rendered component because that's the default behavior. Then what I want you to do is I want to say const client equals get client. Okay, as simple as that. And then what we need to do is we are going to go ahead and say const, and we're going to say data. We're going to extract the data, like destructure it like so. And we're going to go ahead and say await. Now you can see we don't have an asynchronous, so we need to make this asynchronous. We're going to say await client.query. Okay, and then we've got an object that we pass in here. Now, the first thing we're going to do is say query, and we're going to say fetch weather query. So remember that query that we went ahead and created earlier, this one right here? We're actually pulling that through here. Okay, then we need to pass in the variables, right? So the variables in question here are actually like so. We're going to say the current weather, right? So what I'm going to do, just to make this extremely clear, is I'm going to pop this on the side so you can actually see what I'm doing. Right, so remember these different values. So the current weather, is actually going to be true. Okay, so what I'm doing here is that this is essentially mapping here. So what I'll do is I'll write it out and then I'll draw this out, right? So we're going to do current weather, and then we're going to say longitude. So in this case, it will be a longitude equals long. And then we'll say latitude equals lat. And we'll say time zone. In this case, I'm just going to hard code it to GMT. Okay, but really what's happening here is we've got a nice little connection going on, because we've got the current weather being mapped over here. We're passing it through. The longitude is being passed here. The latitude is being passed here. We've got the time zone being passed here. And then the daily and the hourly have got default values based on these, right? Because I always want these to be set values. So you see how we're doing this, right? So that in that way, we're going ahead and we're passing it through. Now, what I want you to do to test that this is working, I want you to firstly go ahead and say const results, and we're going to map this to root. Remember that interface we created earlier on? So if we click into it, remember the current weather, all that kind of stuff, the type definitions, we're going to map it to root, and then we're going to say equals data dot my query. Now you're probably wondering, why is it on my query? Because remember, when we actually had our query inside of StepZen in our schema, the data is returned under my query. So inside of the response, it'll be under my query. Okay. And then what I want you to do is console log those results. And what we should see is a beautiful thing. So now if I go over to my website, so let's go over to create weather app. And then we're going to simply go ahead. Remember, this is being rendered on the server, so you won't be able to inspect it because it's server-side rendered. So now what we do is we pull open our terminal, we go to our Next.js app, we clear it all, and then we refresh. And just like that, guys, look at that. We have all the information coming through. So here we have the longitude and latitude of this address, so 19.8125. So in this case, 19.8. I think that's fine here. So 40.8125. So it's done the closest that it can to it, which is perfect. Time zone GMT, perfect. Okay, that's absolutely amazing. And then we've got the temperature, the weather code, the wind speed, the direction, all that good stuff. That's what I want to see, right? And then we've got the hourly temperatures and everything. So this is perfect, right? Amazing, amazing stuff. So now what we can do is we can actually go ahead and start passing that information. And then eventually what we'll do is we'll clean up some of that data, pass it to GPT-4. GPT-4 will create a summary of that data by using the chat completion API, and then it will pass it back to us. So I guess the next step then naturally to do is build the beautiful UI that you see right here using the data that we have got back. So let's do exactly that. Okay, so Command J to hide this. Let's carry on, guys. So we have the div. Now, what we're going to do is this left-hand section, we're going to call it the information panel. Right, so this is going to be a information panel. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to say information panel. And I'm just going to assume that this is a component that we're going to build. So I'm going to kind of comment it out just to draft things up. We already know that we get the weather page here. So I'm going to go ahead and move that out of the way. And then what I will do is I will start building things out as I wish, right? So what I'm going to do is probably leave out this left-hand side and showcase this first, and then we can build out the left-hand side and introduce our functionality as required. So first things first, open up a div, another div inside, and here we're going to have a H2. So actually here I'm going to have another div. I'm going to have a H2 saying today's overview. Okay. And then we're going to have a p tag, and you can feel free to customize this with, Tremor components if you really wanted to and so forth. We're going to say last updated at, and then remember, we actually have access to that data now, which is returned. So I can actually go ahead and do really cool things here. So at this point, we've got the last updated at, and then I'm going to say, and we're going to pass the date that came back. So we say new date, and I'm going to say results dot. And this is what I love about TypeScript, right? So we say current weather dot time. Thank you, Jay. Current words at time. We'll say to locale string. Okay. And then here I'm going to have in brackets, we'll say again, results dot time zone. Okay. And now what you can see is it says last updated at, so the data that we fetched was last updated at this time zone. Right, so it was last updated 1970 is not correct, which means that we have made a mistake. That means that no date was provided back for this location. So that's actually the beginning of the Unix timestamp. So current weather was not successfully returned then, which is fine. We can probably change that afterwards. So we'll have a look at that afterwards and modify that. But for now, I will leave it there and we'll fix it afterwards. Okay, so that's fine for now. And then I'm going to start styling out. So this p tab, this div is going to have a padding bottom of 5. This div is going to have a padding of 5. And then the h2 is going to have a text extra large font bold. Okay. The p tag is going to have a text small, text gray of 400. Boom. And we should start seeing things change up. There we go. That looks a lot better already. Cool. And then what I like to do is I click on this one to know where I'm at. Okay. And where we had the padding 5, this one, I want you to click in. So we want to stay in that level. Okay. So here I'm going to say a div. And here I'm going to have something called a callout card. Okay. Now the callout card here is going to be the GPT summary. So this is going to be referred to as a callout card. This is also going to be a callout card. Okay. Now, because the Tremor 2.0 has not yet introduced direct support for Next.js 13, we have to go ahead and create a wrapper component for it. So which is completely fine. So inside of components, I'm going to create something called a callout card component.tsx RFCE to create our callout card component. And then we can go ahead and do the following. Now, this callout card will accept 2 props. It's going to have a message prop, so we're destructuring, and a warning prop. We need to define these type definitions like so. So I'm going to go ahead and say type props equals, and we're going to have our message, and then we're going to have a warning, which is a Boolean. Now the warning is optional. It doesn't have to be included. Okay. But what we need to do is, as I mentioned, this is a wrapper. So it allows us to have the use client directive. Okay, so that's basically going to allow it, basically say that you have to essentially render on the client, so the browser. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull in 2 different icons. Right now, what I'm going to do here is, instead of pulling out this, I'm going to instead render a callout card. So I'm going to render a callout card. So this one's just going to be called callout. It's a self-closing component, and then the title here is going to be the message that we pass in. The title, the icon is basically going to say, if it's a warning, it'll have the exclamation icon. Otherwise, it'll be a check circle icon. And then the color, very similar approach. We're going to have, again, if it's warning, it's going to be a rose color. And then if it's a success, it's going to be a teal color, right? And then a little bit of styling to kind of make it finishing touches look good. Class name, margin top of 4. Cool. So we've got our callout card ready, and it's reusable as a component. So let's go ahead and do the first instance of it. So here we're going to have our callout card. So let's go ahead and pop this in like so. We're going to say callout card, and then I will pop this in, and I'll say message, right? So here, now we've got message. You see my nice little pop-up. So we've got message, and here I'll just say this is where GPT-4 summary will go. Yep. And as you can see, wait for it, we should get a lovely look at that. Amazing. Right. And what's really nice about this, if I simply pass in a warning, right, now you'll see this will become a nice red message as well. So we're going to use that later on for such things like the UV is too high and so forth. Okay. Right, after this div, we're going to move down. We're going to have another div. Now for all of these individual cards, we're going to create a component called stat card. Okay, and then we're going to reuse that component, and that's going to have a title, metric, and a color prop associated with it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So Command B, we're simply going to go into the components, and we're going to say stat card.tsx RFCE inside of here. So here we're going to go ahead and say the following. So I need to go ahead and import the card. So firstly, we're going to say use client. And then we're going to go ahead and import the following. And then we've got our props. So we're going to say type props, and let's define what the props are. Please can you do a build with material UI? I will definitely consider it. We've got a title prop, a metric prop. Okay, and then we've got a color. Now the color is optional, but the color has to be basically defined by one of these colors. So there's a reason why I had to do it this way. I'll show you. So we've got indigo, slate, gray, zinc, neutral, stone, red, orange, amber, and so forth. And I'll show you why I've decided to go down this route, right? Really, they should have had a color option inside of Tremor, but these are all the colors that they support, right? So in this case, I've just defined them here. And then we're going to destructure it. We're going to say title, metric color from the props. And then here we're going to say it's a card with text inside of it. Whether that is the title, I'll drop the volume down just a notch. And then we've got the metric component, which is our metric element right here. Just like so. Now, that looks pretty good so far. So the color, now I'll show you what happens here. So if you do decoration color, what you'll find is if you hover over it, you'll see, or if you click into it rather, you'll see color, right? Now I can't actually pull this color value, but what you'll find is the color values is a read-only store of these values. So what we've done is we created a type definition from that color, right? So this color, I couldn't pull it in, right? But in this case, I mean, maybe we could. Let's actually give it a try. If I can, that's such a silly mistake. Color. Oh my God. Can we do it? No way. Okay. Let me see. Color is okay. Oh my God. Okay, you can do it. So don't ever underestimate yourself, right? Don't do what I did. That was a silly mistake. You can. I thought so. I was like, all right, so color. Yeah, nice. In this case, we say color. That's good. And this is going to be expression. Yeah, there we are. Nice. All right, so we've got the decoration color. Then we're going to have the decoration on the top. And the decoration, all it is that line, right? So you want to have a different color line for each one. It's quite a nice little finishing touch, right? So let's head over here now back. And what we can do is we can use our reusable component to actually define those stat cards. And I will show you just how easy this is. Now, there's a point that I want to prove here, right? When I talk about reusable components, it's for a purpose, right? Because it's so easy to then build amazing UIs like this if you do it once correctly. So now we built a stat card. So I'm going to show you how we can basically reuse it in different use cases. So in this case, we've got the stat card. So let's go ahead and use it right here. So stat card. I'm going to import it from the top. So stat card. And then we've got some components we have to pull in. So in this case, the title here will be, I'm going to say maximum temperature, yeah. And then we've got the metric itself. Now the metric itself here, I'm actually going to go ahead and copy the value in. So we're going to do a little bit of string interpolation with a little Celsius kind of degree sign. So here we've got 2 fixed, and you can see we've got this little Celsius kind of degree. And then we've got color equals, and if I do this, you see we get all the colors. Nice. All right, so color. Now if we do this and refresh, we should see, look at that. Oh my God, like, look how nice that is. Simple, clean, effective, right? And you see where I'm pulling it from the daily results. Now what I've done here is I've passed it in from the daily results, the 0 index. This means today. 1 would be tomorrow, 2 would be in 2 days from now, and so forth. So you can feel free to use that information however you wish, but this is how I've done it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is pop this in on, I've got another one here for minimum temperature, which is using 2mmin. And you can see, look, it's just so clean, right? It's so clean. The next one we're going to have is a UV index. And I'll put this inside of a div for a specific reason now. And I'll show you why. So we've got the UV index. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to basically pass a value. And what that value is the so forth. So I'm going to go ahead, convert a number to a number. So I'm converting this value, the UV index max for today, to a fixed value. Now what I've done is I've converted it to a number so I can do a numerical comparison here against 5. So if it's greater than 5, then I will show a call out card saying the UV is high today with a warning message. Okay, so in this case UV is 7, so this should be high. Yeah, perfect. And if it was lower than 5, so for example if I made it 10, it had to be greater than 10, this you wouldn't see that. Perfect. Right, so now you've got a nice little kind of thing that pops in. So we've got a number here. There we go. We've got that stat, sorry, up. There we go. And then I've got 2 more for the wind direction and the wind speed, right? So div, and we are going to be using CSS grid here as well, right? So I'm going to do stat card. And in fact, I'm just going to pop this in, make it a little bit easier. I've got two elements here, stat card for the wind speed and wind direction. So wind speed and wind direction. Okay, I've got milliseconds and or meters per second and wind direction with the degrees of the direction that you're doing with different colors. Okay, so really nice, right? Now for this one, I'm going to say class, and this is going to be a flex container. So I want them to be squashed into a row with a space of 3, and you'll see these will pop next to each other. Again, the whole point is do beautiful things perfectly first, then you can reuse the components. It makes the entire thing a lot easier, right? It looks very nice, right? This is very clean. And then what I want to do is that div, we can leave that parent div, but this one at the top div, right? So the one that we first got, the first div, this is where I define my CSS grid. So first thing I want to do is grid, right? I want to make it a grid. So if we do that, by default, nothing changed because it's by default a grid 1, right? Grid columns 1. So what I want to say is, remember, when you're doing any Tailwind CSS stuff, it's mobile first. So by default on a mobile, it's going to be a column of 1. Then as we hit an extra large screen, then I want to go ahead and say, then you go to a grid column 2. Okay. And then the gap between everything should be a 5, margin of 2. Right, so in this case it will pull in a little bit more, so you'll see it pulls in a little bit more because of the margin 2, and the gap 5 between everything is nice. Now when I hit past a extra large screen, we should see, boom, it pops over there. Now this, you're probably wondering, so that looks really stretched out. Why? Because think about it, once we actually get that sidebar in, it won't be have so much room. Okay, but that already is looking pretty beautiful, right? So on a mobile view, on a bigger screen, that's so clean, right? By using a bit of CSS grid and a correct container management. So I love it, absolutely love it, right? So we're almost there, guys. We're getting to where we want to get to. Now for the callout card where the summary goes, I actually want to style that container. So I just want to add a little bit of styling in. I just completely forgot. Margin and then around it of 2 and margin bottom of 10. So give it a little bit of spacing to move away. Right. Right, so in this case we've got this perfect stuff. Look at that, that's already looking much more breathable. Okay, good stuff. Now next up, we have, after all of these divs, we actually need to make sure we do this correctly. So the first div, second div, third div, first div, second div, third div. After this one, we're gonna have a horizontal row line. You can actually change that for a divider if you wish, but you're gonna have to wrap it in a component if you're using Tremor with the use client directive. So in that case, I'm just doing a horizontal line. So you see that little horizontal line there. And then I'm gonna have a div, and this is where the charts are gonna go, right? So the charts are gonna be space Y of 3 because I want space between them. You can even add a divider as well, but I'm gonna have the charts here. So I'm gonna have a temperature chart. I'm gonna have a rain chart and a humidity chart. So temperature chart, rain chart, and a humidity chart. Cool. So we've got 3 different charts that are going to go there. These are going to resemble these 3 individual charts. Okay, so we're actually making significant progress here. I love it, right? So that's looking pretty good. Now at this point, I think what we could do is do the information panel, right? So let's do the information panel, then we will do the charts, then we will do the GPT-4 summary, and so forth. Okay, so the information panel. So we're going to go to our components. We're going to say information panel.tsx. RFCE, boom. Gonna go up here, get rid of this. And the information panel, just for reference, is this sidebar, right? And then on a mobile view, this will become at the top, right? So we want it to be basically a mobile view, and then on the side, it's gonna be our sidebar. But we're gonna call it the information panel because I'm weird like that, all right? So we've got the information panel here. And then what this will do is it will take a few props actually. So I'm going to pass through the city, the latitude, the longitude, and I want to pass in the results themselves, right? So the props are going to come through, which means we're going to have to define the props like so. And then I'm going to go ahead and define it here. So I'm actually saved us a little bit of time. I'm going to go ahead and pop in the props like so. Okay. And then we're going to need a bunch of dependencies here. So I'm actually going to save us a little bit of time here by going ahead and popping it in like so. We haven't got that one yet. That's fine. So we're going to pull in the moon icon, sun icon, image, and city picker. Okay. Now, starting things off, with this div, we're going to go ahead and get rid of that information. We're going to have a div inside of here with a H1, and the H1 is going to have a city, right? Now I have made a little helper function, which will help us out a little bit. Actually, no, I haven't. No, instead we're going to use a decode URI. So in this case, let's just pop in this. We're going to say decode, decode URI, and we pass in the city. And what this is basically, you know, when sometimes you have escaped characters, it essentially removes that escaped character from it. So if it's like, you know, that kind of weird symbol which represents a space, sometimes it's like %20, which resembles a space, it basically gets rid of that. So in this case, it will get rid of that. So let's go ahead and just pop this in so we can actually see it on our page. So we go back to our page and we go to, our location page, and we uncomment this out and we import this in. Now, if I hit save, this will probably error out because we don't have it. I mean, right now it says undefined because I'm not passing in the city. So we probably should pass in the values as we can. So the city is equal to the city. The results are going to pass in as the results. The latitude we're passing in, and the longitude is the long. Okay. And now we should see the city Banaj. Yeah, there we go. So that's the city that we started everything off with. So I chose a random city in the beginning, and that will do just fine. We've got the H1 here, and we've got the P tag. And then I'm going to say long, lat. And then I will have the following. I'll say long, lat. Yeah. Now let's start this up. Let's go ahead and say that this one should be text extra small. Text should be gray 400. And then the H1 should be a text 6XL. I want it to be much larger. It's pretty dominant. Font should be bold. For the surrounding div, I want this to have a padding bottom of 5. And then the overall div, I want this to have that blue gradient that we had previously in that initial screen. Text should be white and the padding should be 10. So I'm just going to pop that in to save a little bit of time. As you can see, boom. So as soon as we pop that in, immediately looking a lot cleaner. We got the P, the div, there we go. And now what I love about this is, remember, we actually went ahead and created reusable components in the beginning from which was a great use case for it, because now we can go ahead and say city picker, right? So in this case, city picker, we can pop in, and just like this, watch, super easily, right? Just like that, we have our city picker. And this is the power and beautiful thing about this, right? Because now if I type in something like United Kingdom, let's do London. Watch this, guys. It will go ahead and fetch the information from London, and just like that, we have it, right? So amazing stuff. You see how the numbers actually changed? So if I did United Arab Emirates, I did Dubai, watch how the temperature changes. That's perfect. That's amazing. We have to figure out this date as well afterwards. It's fine for now. All right, so Dubai, perfect stuff, okay? So next up, we need to go ahead and pop in a horizontal row. We'll say a margin on the y-axis of 10 separated. All right, good stuff. And then I'm going to have a div with a div inside. So we're going to have a div inside of there. I'm going to have a p tag, or actually a div inside of there with a p tag inside of that. And this will have the date, right? So I'm going to pass the date in the following format, right? So here, I'm going to go ahead and take the current date. I'm going to format it in GB, and I'm going to say weekend should be a long type, numeric long, and day for the day. Numeric should be for the day. So here we can see Friday, 21st April, right? For example, we can go ahead and do class name. Text should be extra large. All right. Outside of this p tag, we're going to have a time zone message. So here I'm going to have the time zone, and I'm basically going to go ahead and resolve the time zone from our current time format, right? So this is our current time zone that we are in, right? So the current time zone that we are in is, so the current time zone that I'm in is Asia, Dubai, right? So that's how you basically go ahead and get your current time zone. Font extra light. So that's a handy little built-in functionality in JavaScript if you did not know. Okay. Now outside of this div, in the total surrounding div, we're going to have margin top of 5. We're going to have a flex. Items should be centrally aligned. Justify the space between everything. Space between all of those things, that's 10. And and then margin bottom of 5. And this is basically going to represent afterwards this. So you see like this kind of this gap and so forth, right? So we have to put the current time in now as well. So I want to have where I have the time zone outside of that div. This is where I will have a p tag, and this one will have the current time, and I want to have it in a 12-hour format, not in a 24-hour format. So this is how you do 12-hour format. You say hour 12 true after you pass in to local time string. You specify which time zone you kind of want. I'm using GB, sorry. And then you can do hour 12 true. If you do hour 12 false, you will see a 24-hour clock, right? So in this case, you see 24 hours. So it's completely up to you on how you want to do it. But I know I actually have that question a lot of the time. How do you do that? So that's how you do it. All right, class name here. We're going to go ahead and say text XL. Font bold. We have some crazy focus right now. Uppercase, right? There you go. And just like that, we have a nice little bit of text. Look at that. That's looking beautiful. Right now, I do want to mention as well, while we're here, if you haven't already, remember, check out the University of Code. Absolutely incredible resource. Little cheeky plug here, because trust me, it's one of the best ways to practice your JavaScript knowledge. Everyday coding problems is the way that you can practice that, right? Remember, it's not going to just come to you in a day by watching a video. So coding problems every single day, you get the solution the following day, and I promise you it's going to be something that you can really benefit from. And it's only $4.99 a month. Like, seriously crazy value. We have to create coding problems every single day for you, and we send them to your inbox. Like, you're literally getting spoon-fed how to develop as a developer. So something I'd recommend. You absolutely crush and destroy. All right, who's coding along with me right now? Let me know. So in this case, we've got the that's looking great. Now after this div, we're going to go ahead and pop a horizontal row with a bit of styling. We've got a div next with another div inside, and then here we have an image. Now the image, I've actually got a clever kind of approach to this bit. So we'll talk about the image in a second. So this image is going to resemble this. All right. And what I've done here is I've created a little helper function, which we'll sort out in a second. But before we do the image, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a p tag inside of it. Let's hit save. And this p tag is going to have the current weather in fixed temperature, right? So and remember, if you really get stuck, feel free to join Zero to Full Stack Hero. That's the OG place to be, right? That's where we literally go ahead and just crush it as a team of developers, right? So here, what I'm going to do is, sorry, I completely messed up. Oh yeah. So here I will now have here where we have clear sky and this image. I have a helper function to help us achieve this. So I need to actually create that helper function, right? So here I will say weather code. So what am I talking about here? Well, what we actually have is I need to go ahead and create a function called a weather code to string in the lib folder. So what I want to do is I want to create a new folder called lib. And this is like, think of this like, oops, no. Okay, I don't do it there. Go into package.json, create a new folder called lib. Yep, there we go. Go into your lib folder and create a function called weather code to string.ts. Right now, inside of this file, what I've essentially done is I've created a very helpful helper function. Now, I'm not going to go through every single detail here, but I will explain essentially what I've done in a nutshell. So here we have a simple mapping, right? So this is a simple mapping, and all it does is it takes a key and it returns an icon and a label. So if your key is 0, it will return the icon CO1D, and it will return a clear sky label. And what this is basically certain weather APIs return like weather conditions, right? So some might return a weather code of 80. That typically has a label of rain showers and a specific icon associated with it. So what I've done here is I've created a weather code to string. So I'm going to scroll down, and you can feel free to pause the video and copy this out, or you have access to all of this inside of the Papa GitHub repo, right? So this is a helper function that we've created to go ahead and help benefit us. So I'm going to go away from that now, and I'm going to use our helper function. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to simply pop in the following. So the image is actually going to get pulled from that. But before we actually do anything like the image, I'm just going to go ahead and use our helper function to get the label for the current weather code. So I'm going to replace this with the following. So I'm going to import my helper function from the top like so. So now you can see weather code to string, we pass in the current weather code and then we get the label for it. Now, if I go over here, you can see 28 degrees clear sky, right? So in this case, the API is returning a weather code. We're then using our helper function to determine what the label is for it, right? Now the image, I've done the same thing, but except I'm pulling the image from weatherbit.io images, right? So in this case, what I will do is I will replace this with an image tag. And then here you can see what I've done is I've concatenated. So I've actually got a URL here, and then I've concatenated the icon code, and then it'll be .png. Right, and then the alt tag is simply the label. We've got width and height. So I've imported the image tag from a next image. Now we will get an error because we need to go ahead and whitelist weatherbit.io from our list of images to allow optimization from. So in order to do this, we simply go into our next config. We go out of the experimental tab. We say images, domains, images, domains, and we simply pop in weatherbit.io. Okay, hit save. Close your server, run your server once again because you've made a change to your next config, and then do the following. Yes, if you're using Heroicons v2, then you would need to import the icons from Heroicons React 24 solid. Yes, I agree with you. That is correct. Yeah, completely up to you on how you want to do that. So at this point, now what we can do is we can go back to our code and we can refresh. Okay, so let's refresh this. I'm sitting weird on my ears today. So as you can see now, we should see, hey, there we are. Perfect stuff, right? Now, if I go to London, for example, United Kingdom, city, and let's just wait for it, type in London, boom. Now you can see rain showers with a rain shower icon. That's awesome. Nice. So we've got our nice little our icon set perfectly working. So we go to our div, let's start styling out. Say flex, items, center, justify between. And now we should have things pushed across. In the div here, we've got, in this div, we're going to say flex, items, center, justify between, space x of 10. There we are. And then we have our let's just have a look. Yes, so that's perfect. That's what we wanted. And then we want to change our p tag here to be much larger. So we're going to say text 6XL. Font should be semi-bold. The p tag here should be text right. Font should be ultra light or extra light, sorry. And it should be text, should be large. And just like that, we should have a massive difference here with this. There we go. That's looking immediately better. All right, so justify between, item center, awesome stuff. Okay. And with that said now, that is looking a lot cleaner. So I just want to check something here. Yeah, so you can see that's perfect. That's what we wanted. Yeah. And now after this div, we want to do the following. So after that div, we can exit the div down. So we can go from this div down outside of here. And then we can start building out the rest of it. So we've got a div here. And then we are now building. Right, so after that we can have this area, so the sunrise and sunset, right? So here we've got essentially two copied and pasted kind of setups, right? So I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit easier for you to follow by simply popping in a snippet, and then we're going to show you how and break it down. So you see this snippet right here, so I'm just pasting it in, right? So you can feel free to revise the snippet and see for yourself what we've just added in. But essentially what we did here was we added a div, sun icon in, a bunch of styling in just for the colors, and then we've got a div with a flex inside of it. We've got the children, one of them just sunrise, we've got a p tag to represent the time, and you can see justify between has pushed these across from each other. And then you've got the sun icon around it. So the sun icon is next to it. Then you've got the p tag. And then you've got the div, sorry, with justify between. And it's flex 1, so it takes up the majority of the room. Okay. We've got the exact same approach for the other moon icon, except that it won't be sunrise, it'll be sunset. Right. So what I want to do is go outside of this div, simply pop that in like so. And now we have sunset as well. Nice. Now at the top level div, I want to say space should be between each y child, and we're going to say padding on the y-axis of 5. And what this is, it'll space these out and it'll give it a bit of padding around it. There we go. So just like that, absolutely beautiful. And we have our sidebar essentially complete. We just now need to make it appear to the side of the screen when we have the setup correct, which means that we have to go to the page.tsx. So this is our page for the entire page. So now heading back over to that page, I want to go ahead and basically configure the surrounding div. So this is where everything gets styled out. So this div is where the magic happens. We say by default on the mobile, it should be flex column. So it should be in this view. Okay. Then what we want to say is firstly, it should be a min height of screen. So that way it will always fill up the color of the screen, but on a medium screen or above, it will change into a flex row. Now, let me show you what happens. So as we hit a medium screen, boom, look at that. Very nice. Now, the only issue we have here is that this div does not use flex 1. So how do we fix this? We simply go over to the div here, which is using that remainder of that space. We say flex 1, padding of 5, and I'm going to say on a large screen, padding of 10. Now, let's give it a try. We go over here. Now you can see it's using up the full space, and it's got the appropriate padding. So look at that. Absolutely beautiful. That is absolutely lovely. Look at that. Really, really nice. Right. So look at that. It's just so clean. Come on. Like so clean. United Arab Emirates. Let's go back to Dubai. Bam. Right. We go to Abu Dhabi. Oh, sorry. Now if we just say Albania, Banaj, that initial one. Go to Armenia. I'm just picking random cities here. Right. So United Kingdom, back to London. Because London's obviously got great weather, right? Always raining. All right, so at this point, that's really good. All right, so looking really good. So let's get the correct time for sunset and sunrise. Oh, yes, you're right, actually. So it appears that the API is not actually returning the correct times for this. Yeah, you're right. So it's 4 a.m. So where have I put the sunset, sunrise? So let's go to the information panel. And right now, at the bottom, where is it? Sunset, sunrise. Okay, so it looks like my API call that I initially made was maybe a little bit wonky. This is just saying 4 a.m., 4 a.m. Oh, that's because, I mean, so it's not actually pulling in the correct dates, I believe. All right, we can debug that at the end, for sure. We can debug that at the end. Yeah, so this is actually what is returning. And as you can see, the time zone, the time was actually being returned here. And then, yeah, we should have had it back. And then if we go to sunrise, you can see sunrise. Yeah, so we are getting time back, which is interesting. We're not getting the correct time though. Okay, I mean, we'll have a look at that. We'll come back to it. I will check to make sure that we actually conquer that bit, because I do want to get that right. In fact, I just want to check the URL that we initially called. So this was the URL that we initially called. So I have a feeling we're not passing in the correct details into our query. So I just want to check something. Let's go to our fetch weather queries. Yeah, so that's the exact same. And then when I call it is the next question. So when we have the page, and then where is it? It's here. So in page, let's have a look. Let's just double confirm this. So the variables that we pass through is the same. Yeah. Okay, so it's interesting. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I think, to be honest, what could have happened is it could have maybe, let's go ahead and disable the cache and refresh. Okay, interesting. We'll have a look as to why that happened afterwards. But right now, my time isn't seem to be rendering correctly. Interesting. All right, let's carry on and we'll come back to it. So I think the next natural step is the charts. Let's get the charts down. And then we've got GPT summary, and then we are good for deployment, which is amazing, right? So let's do, first up is the temperature chart. So for the temperature chart, what we will do is create a component. So temp chart .tsx, and this is essentially going to be, once we do one of them, honestly, it's very easy to replicate, right? So RFCE, and this is going to be a temperature chart. It's going to take, let's go up, get rid of this. It's going to be a use client because we are using some stuff from Tremors. We're going to import the things that we need. We're going to have a type props. And this will have the following inside of it. It will have results, which is of type root. Okay. Temperature charts is going to be the results. Okay. That's the prop that comes through. And now we need to do the magic behind it. So firstly, let's just show what we're going to render. So here it's going to be, it doesn't matter if it's TSX. Yes, because TSX is essentially saying you're returning JSX as well, right? So it's TSX, right? So in this case, we've got the card. And that's weird. Okay, the card. And then here I want to have the title. This title will say temperature and UV index because it's going to contain both the temperature and UV index. Now feel free at this point as well to also pause and go over to tremors.io to look at the line graph documentation. They actually break it down really easily, really nicely. And then you can come back here to kind of, you know, inspect how I've done it. But here I'm going to use something called an area chart. And then we've got to do a bunch of things, right? So we have to give it a bunch of information. So we have to firstly provide the data. Now the data here, we have to map it into its correct format. And we also have to do the same thing with the hourly information. Now, the hourly information that comes back from the API, if we go up to hourly, what you'll find is that this has information for every single hour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way up for like, you know, a very long time. We only need the first 24 to get the day, right? So what we will do here is we will say, we're going to only get the first 24, right? And we're going to change each of them to a 24-hour time instead. So we're going to say const. So this is called data transformation, right? So we're going to say const hourly equals results dot hourly. So results could be, you know, we have to protect ourselves dot time dot map, right? And for each bit of time, what I'm doing is I'm returning. So I'm directly returning a new date whereby we pass through the time. And I'm going to say to locale string. Oops. Dot to locale string. Yep. And then I'll say dot enus. And then I'm passing in the hour is numeric and the hour 12 is going to be for false because I want it to be in a 24-hour sense. And then what we're doing is we're mapping through at that point and then we're going to slice. Now, what the good thing about this is I want the first up until the 24th value. So this will give me only the first 24 hours, right, from this. So I'm basically correcting this down now, and this will basically become 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, all the way up until 24. Okay. So that's actually a really nice little trick you don't know. You may not know, yeah? So in this case, the next one is we need to prepare the data. So the data has to be in a specific format. So I'm going to map through those hourly things that we just went ahead and provided. Then I'm going to go ahead and say each hour, and we also have the index, and I'm going to return a object. So I'm doing parentheses with a curly brackets inside. First key is going to be the time, and this is going to be the number per hour. So I'm passing the hour as a number. Okay. Second is going to be the different things we want to have on our graph. So, you know, our x-axis. So in this case, we're going to map against the UV index, or this is going to be the time will be the x-axis. The y-axis is going to be the UV index and the temperature. So in this case, it's going to be UV index. And this is going to have, so it's going to be UV index. And it's going to have the results, the hourly UV index, and it's going to be I. And then we're going to have the temperature as well. Now the temperature, I'm going to say temperature, and I want to have C for Celsius. Okay. And this is going to be just like, so hourly temperature 2 minutes, and then it's I. So now what we're doing is we're mapping through and we're putting the data in the perfect way in which area chart expects it. Okay. So let's start styling it out. So class name is going to be margin top of 6, and then let's pass through the data. So the data is coming through like so. We're going to say that we should show the legend. We want the index. So what is the x-axis essentially? Well, this is going to be the time, right? So this is going to correlate to that. So the time. Then we have the categories. Now this is going to have to exactly match the key values here. So temperature and UV index. Then we've got the colors. Now each one that we pass in inside this array will correspond to. So yellow will be for temperature, rose will be for UV index. Then we have the minimum value. The minimum value here we want to set to a manual value of 0. And then we've got the value formatter. So in this case, you can format each of the values. Now, I've essentially just made it very simple. So every time you look at a value on that graph, it's going to format with a value of Celsius, right? So yes, I know it doesn't, it's not going to be UV, it's going to be Celsius, but for this one instance, I'm letting it go, right? Just for demo purpose, right? So it's completely fine, but I'll show you, it'll make a lot of sense what happens. And then the y-axis width is like essentially padding on the y-axis for the legend, right? So we have our temperature chart. So now if I go to my page and I simply replace this with the temperature chart, like so, and then we pass through the results, right? So the results will be the results here. I go to my local host, I hit save and I refresh, and hopefully we'll see how this goes. So now you can see, oh, look at that, guys. So in Banage right now, it's pretty wild actually. Oh my God. Oh, so this is 444. Okay. So the time is not being passed correctly. So we've got the same issue that we had previously. So I need to inspect and debug. So right now the data coming back is not returning the results that I expect it to, right? So what we need to do here is actually, I need to actually go ahead and inspect my results. So I want to inspect firstly the daily units. So let's just go ahead and console log just the daily, refresh, and I want to have a look what's happening here. So if we go all the way up here, you see it's quite intense actually how much we get. So let's look at temperature. Let's look at so what is our x-axis firstly? Let's have a look. So let's go to our temperature chart. So temperature chart, and then we mapped hourly.time. Okay, so hourly.time is what I had to inspect. So let's have a look at that hourly. So we're debugging right now. So hourly.time, and let's have a look at what values are coming back, right? So I'm going to go ahead and refresh, and you can see no. So we're not actually getting any time back. So this is a bit of a problem that we have to fix, right? So why are we not getting our time values back is the question. That is the golden key. So right now, I believe it's because we're not doing the execution of that query correctly. So let's have a quick check at our code and let's have a look what's happening. So it's because we did not do our setup correctly, I believe, with our query. So let's go back to our, this is good. Yes. Then we go to our Apollo client. That's fine. No, sorry, step zen. Curl index, here we are. Right. So we've got the forecast, we've got our current weather, our daily, our hourly, our latitude, longitude, and time zones, right? And then we've got everything here. Now, I think what I've done is I've made a mistake with the way I'm reading the information. So I have a feeling my type definitions might be wrong. So we have time is date time. And I just need to double check that everything is correct as in what I saw before. So hourly dot time. So hourly, let's have a look, hourly. And then we go to the hourly time is date time. So I'm just checking on my other machines. So hourly date time string. So I believe the issue here is actually that the time is being passed as date time here, when in fact it should actually be a string value. So this is going to cause an issue. So we're going to change this to a string value. And then what I also want to check is that we have that correct in other areas. So we're going to change that to a string value. And then where we have time here, that's great. Sunrise and sunset should have also been string values. So this, and this all should also be string values. Right, so not date time, but string values. I believe that's what's happened here. So let's now do the call again. So refresh. And let's, it would have cached the page. So you would have to refresh with disabled cache on the network tab. And boom, look at that, guys. That's what debugging is about. Oh yeah, got the timeout. So we've got the correct time now, which is banging. It's just the hourly markers. So my slice function is clearly not working here. This is doing the entire day. This is like days and days and days of data, which is not right. Okay, so we have to now get this correct. So basically go through your schema and make sure that it's not date time, it's string. So it can, remember, it's trying to interpret itself. So very easy fix there, but we found it. So now what I want you to do is go over to your, this is, now we need to go over to our temperature chart and we need to basically find where I'm slicing, because this is where I'm basically screwing everything up. So where I messed it up was here. So let's cut out the slice. Let's do this. So for now, if I map through, where's my ending map? So my map finishes here. What I was making the mistake of is I was slicing here, which is not correct. Afterwards, we want to slice here, 0 to 24. That's correct. Now what you'll find is if I hit a refresh, boom, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Now I'm slicing the correct values. So look at that. So now we're getting 24 up until 23. That's perfect. So this is kind of midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up until 11 o'clock at that night. That's amazing. That's exactly what I wanted. I'm very happy with that. Right now, at this point, you could obviously slice. If you didn't want this, you could do like 1 up until 25 or whatever you want to do. It's completely your call. Okay, but this is good. This is very good, right? We're making good progress here. So now we have our temperature graph nailed in, and you can see here, look, that date formatter is putting a Celsius on the UV index. If you really want to make this perfect, honestly, what you do is you go to your date formatter and you just return the number, right? Because you already got the Celsius in the other bit. But if you wanted it to say Celsius, and by the way, what you'll find here is when you have to refresh sometimes for the responsiveness to kick in, right? Because you are rendering a graph, so you may get little issues like that, but it's completely good, right? And even if you go here, sometimes you see like it doesn't refresh, but if you refresh, when it rebuilds, it will get it perfect. Okay, so don't stress, it is responsive, right? So in this case, UV index, perfect. Okay, now let's do the other graphs. So we've got this graph down, and I want to do the exact same thing, but for another graph. So I want to copy my graph, and I'm simply going to go ahead and change my temp chart to, oh, this reminds me of the Twitch days. So we're going to change this one to rain chart now. Rain chart.tsx. And what I'm going to do is I'm inside of rain chart now. I'm going to go through and just refactor some things. So I'm going to say chart. This is going to be called my rain chart. Okay. The exact same things are going to apply. We are going to have the same slicing happening for the hours, except here we're only going to have one indicator here, and we're going to have a rain percentage. And what we're doing is we're saying hourly precipitation probability, right? Go back down here and we say chances of rain. Chances of rain. Okay, and then for the area chart here, we've got the exact same situation, except for here, what we're going to do is we only got one index. We don't need this one. We can keep it as an array. It doesn't really make it too much of a difference. And this one has to exactly match up with this. So we pop that in there, get rid of the second one, and data formatter, we can actually go ahead and safely say it's percentage. Now for the percentages, your max value is going to be 100, your min will always be this. So that is how we always work in percentage world. So rain chart, there we go. Now what we can do is we simply import it into our page. So go back to our page, head down to where our other one was, and we say rain chart, like so. Pass in the results, like so. And just like that, we now have it. I'm just going to make my camera a little bit brighter. There we go. And just like that, we have chances of rain 0. So let's look somewhere where it's likely to rain, right? So you can imagine where I'm thinking, United Kingdom, right? So London always has rain. right now. Today, yep, I told you. It always has rain, right? So in this case, look, 87% chance of rain at 4. Oh, the timing's also messed up here. Oh God, okay, so I fixed it and then I broke it. So where did I fix and what happened? Okay, let's have a look. So, okay, I've gone back to not fixing something. So let's go back to our StepZen curl. I had this all fixed. No, come on. Oh, okay. So the reason being, sorry, why you might see this. So this is a very good learning point. What happens is caching, right? So you actually did everything perfectly, but you had a cache value in the page. Hit the refresh button with this disable cache, and then you will get the fresh data. So that is something you have to be very careful of. Okay, so disable cache in the network tab when you're deving. You want to make sure you actually update that, because now you can see that it was fine, but you'd sit there for ages trying to figure out what the hell is going on, right? Someone says check for Serbia, Belgrade. Serbia, Belgrade. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Nice. There you go. I'm with you, dude. Really good stuff, right? Let me know, Kakashi, if that's correct. But in this case, now what we can do is the final one, which is actually the humidity chart, right? So we're going to do the same approach, guys. We're going to go ahead into our rain chart. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to rename it to humidity chart, right? Humidity chart.tsx, right? So humidity chart, we're going to change rain chart to be humidity. Okay. And then we're now going to go ahead and just basically swap this out with the information from the humidity, right? So fairly straightforward. All we're going to do here is swap out where it says rain. I can press Command D to get multi-cursors, humidity, change the precipitation probability to the relative humidity, 2-minute marker. And then it's still going to be percentage, and everything else is pretty good except the color here. I want it to be teal. Okay, hit save. And this one, the max value, we're not going to have as 0. Oh, actually we are, because it's going to be, I guess it's going to be up to 100. So that would be pretty handy to have it there. And then what we do is we simply go ahead and we take our humidity chart. We pass through the results just like so. And we make it a self-closed component. We hit save and we go ahead into our page and we see for ourselves the results. And I think I've forgotten one thing. Yeah, I've forgotten to change chances of rain. But you see the humidity is there. Let's just go into the temperature. And yes, you could probably make a responsive, you could probably customize this with different props. So that way you're not, passing in the same kind of data, because you could make this a reusable component really, right? This one will be humidity levels. So humidity levels. Awesome stuff. Now, just like that, we have humidity levels looking bomb, right? So that's absolutely beautiful, right? And then the UV index is 6.2 if it's high, but otherwise, if it was lower than that, it wouldn't be. So someone let me know if it's someone says someone's in progress, it seems to be wrong sometimes. No, so the time is actually correct, but it's offset against Dubai time. So in Dubai at 3:42, it would be your sunrise. That's essentially what's happened. Right, so that's where the offsets happened, and the sunset in Dubai 5:31 would be Belgrade's sunset. So that's actually what's. So what you're doing is you're looking at this in regards to this. So for me, that would be your sunrise. That's essentially what's happened. Yeah. Okay. So next up, guys, we have the fun part, the part where you've all been waiting for. And everyone's been very patient, I must say, yeah? So now what we're going to do is we are actually going to go ahead and create the ChatGPT section of the build, right? So now we're actually going to go ahead and pass in the data from that massive JSON that we had. We're going to clean the data. Then we're going to create an endpoint which communicates with OpenAI's API. And then we're actually going to use GPT-4, and you can use GPT 3.5 to go ahead and create the summary. And the summary will be looking like this, and it will essentially go ahead and provide a perfect breakdown of what the hell is going on, right? So at this point, we are going to also, before I carry on, let's actually implement a loading, right, section. So where we have any loading situation, right? So In this case, if you're at the home screen and you are initially loading, for example, a page, right? So if we go back to the home screen and you're loading a page right now, you're just waiting. Okay. So at this point, what I might do is I'm going to use in Next.js 13, you've actually got this beautiful thing. You can adjust the time zone according to city chosen, but I'm not getting into that right now because there's a lot of things that we have to do. You can feel free to extend it yourself, do that, right? Loading.tsx. So RFCE, boom. That is relatively easy in the grand scheme of all of this stuff, right? So loading, and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a simple loading. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time describing how I built the loading screen. It's very kind of straightforward in regards to the actual stuff that I'm putting on there. It's just a div with a bunch of stuff inside of it. And this is the styling we have. So it's going to be a sun icon, loading city weather information. Hold on, we're crunching some numbers and so forth. Now, I want to have the same loader. It will actually carry over, but I found that in some cases it was being a bit weird. So I'm going to put the same loader in here. Now, that means at this route, we're going to load it. And at this route, we're also going to load it. But typically, it should just kind of use the highest level one if it doesn't have one at a local level. Now, with that said, what we should find is anytime we have a blocking element, for example, this is a blocking element. Sorry, this one is a blocking element. It will go ahead and cause the loader to kick in. So if we do country, for example, Albania, we do something like Delvine. Look at that, loading city weather information. Boom, nice, right? And then if we do Albania, sort of like, I'm just doing Albania because it's there, Barat, boom. And if I did like United Kingdom, because we already have a cache value, it shouldn't actually load very much. So it'll be London, boom. You see that? Because it already had a cache value, so it didn't actually need to load it, right? The only thing that I would recommend here is because you've got cached values, you still want it to revalidate after a certain point in time. So to make sure that it revalidates, you can do a very simple change here. Go to the top, simply pop in revalidate, export const, revalidate 60. Now, every 60 seconds, it will revalidate the cache. Simple as that. Now you've got ISR. You've got incremental static regeneration of that static page. So every 60 seconds, it will trigger a rebuild of the cache page, provided that someone has visited it. So that is absolutely awesome, right? Quick little water break, and then we're going to go ahead and do ChatGPT. So we've actually implemented the, Albie says you're the best, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. Right. So at this point now, we're going to create the endpoint for OpenAI. Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the brand new OpenAI, brand new Next.js 13 routes, right? So in this case, you see in the app, we have our API and we have a hello route, right? So this is simply a hello sort of endpoint right now. I'm going to delete that because I don't really care about the hello endpoint. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a new API endpoint called get weather summary, okay? And inside of get weather summary, the new syntax is all you need to do is type in root.ts. Cool. And now inside of root.ts, we are going to basically create a post request support, right? And what's nice about this is you can go ahead and support post request, get request, put update, patch, all that kind of stuff. But here, this is how you do a post request. You could do the same for get and so forth, right? But we're going to do only a post request is supported at this route. Very simple. Then what I want to do is I need to install OpenAI. So we're actually going to be using OpenAI's API here. So let's head over to OpenAI. Let's do OpenAI documentation. So API documentation. And something I want to mention is that in Zero to Full Stack Hero, inside of our course, we have actually gone through this extensively in recent coaching calls. So I highly recommend if you're on the fence, you kind of want to learn a bit more about this stuff and you want to do a deep dive, check us out at Zero to Full Stack Hero or scan the QR code on the screen right now. Right, and that's going to help you basically get dialed in with any of this stuff because we've done this loads in coaching calls. So we're going to install OpenAI the package. So let's go ahead and do it right now. So Command J, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop in like so. So remember, make sure you're in the correct folder. So the top level, install OpenAI like so. Now, while that's doing it, we also need to have an OpenAI key. Right, so this is very important because you need to pass it inside of your requests. Right. So what I want to do is go into my personal view API keys and so forth. So I've got a few keys here. You can go ahead and create a new key. Now, it's worth mentioning, yes, you do get a free tier, I believe, when you're using OpenAI. So ChatGPT 3.5, you're getting a free tier. And it's also worth mentioning that GPT 3.5 Turbo is extremely cheaper than GPT-4, because GPT-4 requires a lot more kind of like calculation intensity, I guess, on their side to go ahead and process your input and output. It's also slower than GPT 3.5 Turbo. So it's something worth mentioning. So if you're testing this out, I ran up like $5, but you'll get a free quota here. So you can probably use your free quota for as long as you want. But I added a billing card to my account so I could just keep testing this thing. I didn't care about paying $10 or whatever. So you can go ahead and do that, right? So in this case, what I'm going to do is generate a new secret key. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to name my key. So I'm going to call this YouTube demo key. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a secret key. So I'm going to go ahead and create it right now. You guys thought I was going to give away my key, didn't you? Then I'm going to copy that key. Right. So now I've copied my key. Okay. So I'll copy that key and then you go back to this screen. Okay. So now I've got my YouTube demo key here. And then what I want you to do is go over to your environment file. Okay, so head over to your environment file. Where's mine? I'm going to click into it. Now I'm going to hide some delicate environment file information right now. So I'm going to go ahead and hide some quick little information as I show you something. So I'm just going to pretend that I'm just going to comment this out 1 second. Okay, I don't know how to do my little trick. Okay, my trick don't work anymore. But what I'll do is I'm going to hide this. So I basically got rid of one of my keys. And then I've gone ahead and said open. You should have had your API, your next public StepZen API key here as well. But now I've got my OpenAI API key. And I will paste that value here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste that value in. So now I've pasted that value in. And then I'll put back my old key, the one that I've just removed a second ago. So you should have in your environment file, I'll just say it out loud. You should have your API URL. You should have a next public StepZen API key. And you should have an OpenAI API key. Okay. So those two things, save and then close your file. Cool. Now we have our environment set up. Okay. So that's done. And then we have our OpenAI should have installed correctly. There we go. It has installed. Right. So cool. So now what I want to do is I want to import two dependencies into my project. Boom, like so. And here you can see at OpenAI. Cannot find OpenAI or its corresponding . Oh yeah, because now I need to actually create a helper file. So at the top level, at the package.json level, create a OpenAI.ts file. Okay, now inside of this OpenAI.ts file, we are going to go ahead and create a little bit of a setup file for us, right? So this is very simple. We're simply going to import two things, configuration OpenAI and the API. Then we're going to create a new configuration by passing in the OpenAI API key. So this has to correlate to your environment key value. Okay, so then you export it. So you basically create a new OpenAI API by passing the configuration in. So this is your connection to OpenAI. Then we export it so we can use it. So heading back over here. Now, if we do this, why is this freaking out? So at this point, where's my OpenAI? It should be completely fine. I'm not sure why it's being weird. Yeah, so there you go. It's working. Okay. Yeah. So we have our post request now. So now we can do the magic stuff, right? So here, I'm going to pass into that post request some data in the weather data part of that JSON object, right? So I'm going to pass through some weather data in the body, right? So this is going to be weather data is going to be in the body of the post request, right? So imagine that comes in the body of the post request. Then what we'll do is we'll say const response equals await, right? OpenAI dot create chat completion. Okay, so create chat completion. Now, here's where the magic happens, really, right? So the first thing you want to do is put the model in. Okay, so model is going to be essentially it's going to be GPT-4 if you have access to the GPT-4 API. I do have access to the GPT-4 API, so we can use it. But if you don't have access to it, that's fine. Okay, you can use the GPT 3.5 Turbo, which is available to everyone. And it's also worth mentioning that this completely works fine with the build. Right, so you can use GPT 3.5 as well, right? But I have got access to GPT-4, so we can use that. Okay, next up, You will get a 401 if you try to do this with GPT-4 and you don't have access to it, right? But you can request access on the website. So in this case, now we're going to go ahead and say temperature is going to be 0.8. This is a value between 0 and 2, and it basically symbolizes how random or focused it should really be. The number of responses we want is 1. We're going to disable the stream because we only want the entire value to come back in one go, and then we're going to pass in the messages. Okay, now the messages is an array of items, right? So we need to basically pass in the conversational aspect of what we're going to be doing. So the role in the beginning is going to be the system message. This essentially sets up what the context is for the chat. So you can use the system message in a way to be like, you should pretend that you're a weather news presenter and you're going to present the news in this kind of way and all of that kind of stuff. So you're basically setting it up before the chat's even begun. And then you can provide it a second piece of information saying, hey, actually, here's the today's weather in this format, and this is going to be the JSON information. And then what it will do is it will give us the response back, right? So it's going to be perfectly primed in a way to give us back the information that we're after. So what I've done is I've been a bit overkill here just to extend, like, be a bit crazy about it. But I've said, pretend you're a weather news presenter presenting live on television. Be energetic and full of charisma. Introduce yourself as Sunny, so you can introduce yourself as whatever you want. And say you are live from the Pop Fam headquarters. State the city you are providing a summary for. Then give a summary of today's weather only. Make it easy for the viewer to blah, blah, blah. Okay? So you can go ahead and do that kind of thing. Yeah. So, and provide a joke regarding the weather. Assume the data came from your team at the news office and not the user. Because what was happening, it was saying to me, oh, based on the JSON data that you provided. And I didn't want it to say, I just want to say, hey, tuning in from Sunny at the headquarters of Pop Fam. The weather today is so forth, right? So that's what we kind of wanted it. The next one is you're going to pretend to be the user, and the user is going to say the following. The user is going to say, we're going to do string interpolation here. It's going to say, hi there, can I get a summary of the weather? So it's going to be something like, hi there, can I get a summary of today's weather? Use the following information to get the weather data. And then what we're doing is we're stringifying the weather data, so it becomes a piece of text, right? And really, this is quite nice, right? So what this is actually doing is it's stringifying that data. We're not going to pass the entire data in, by the way. We're going to clean it up. So you're not going to pass that entire chunk because then you're running through your tokens like nothing, right? And bear in mind that this can be token exhaustive, right? If you look at this could be actually considered quite a lot of tokens. So just bear that in mind, okay? So if you're going to run through your quota pretty quick, and consider maybe adding a card just while testing this out, that kind of thing, right? Then we're going to basically get the response, the data out of the response, okay? And then what we'll do is I'm just going to debug here. So I'm going to say something like data is, and then data. And that allows me, when I'm debugging it, it's actually a pretty handy thing that you can do. And then all I care about is what did it reply, right? So next response, data.choices 0 would be the first response that it gave us, .message, right? And if everything was successful, this would have the response for the summary inside of it, okay? Cool. So at this point now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to my page. We're going to go ahead and create a cleanup function. So something which allows us to essentially clean the data. So the reason why I need a clean the data kind of function is because I don't want to pass in the entire object, right? The entire results, because the results is so big that ChatGPT can right now, even on the GPT-4 model, it can handle up to 8K context, or the bigger model can handle up to 32K context, but you're paying per that many, I think it's like 3 cents per like 1,000 tokens or something like that. But the point is, we want to minimize it, right? It doesn't need all the data, especially if it's only giving me the things for today, right? So we can actually save ourselves a lot of money, right? So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll create inside of our lib folder, I'm going to create a clean data file. And what this is doing is just basically transforming it so it's a lot cleaner, so we don't have a lot of the bloat behind it, okay? Now what I'm doing is I'm saying clean, const clean data equals, and I'm passing in two things. I'm passing in the data, which is of type root, and I'm passing in the city, which is of type string, okay? And then what I'm doing is I'm basically saying the following thing. So I'm taking the following properties from I'm taking the following properties from the following. So I'm stripping out the current weather, time zone, hourly units, and time zone abbreviation from data. Okay. Then I'm stripping out the following from current weather. So then I'm getting the temperature, wind speed, wind direction, weather code, and time from current data, from current weather. Then I'm getting the some specifics from the hourly, because I don't care about daily and all that kind of stuff. I just need from the hourly information that I stripped out. I need temperature, snowfall, rainfall, relative humidity, precipitation, UV index, right? Now, with that said, I'm going to return a new object, only including some of this information, right? So I'm going to say return. And then what I'll do is I'll return the current weather with a key value like this. We've got the current weather. Then I'm going to have the hourly information, which is going to be the following. And what I'm doing here is I'm passing back the temperature, snowfall, rain, relative humidity, precipitation, and UV index, but I'm slicing only the first 24 hours worth of data. So that way I'm not including all of the extra information, because otherwise what's going to happen is you're going to have so much extra information that it just ruins your quota with ChatGPT, right? And that's just pointless. Then we've got time zone, city, time zone abbreviation, hourly units, and city I'm passing in and actually extending the object to. So now we have not only a smaller object from the initial large results object, but now it's also got the city character in. So that way when I pass it to ChatGPT or GPT-4, it knows what it's doing. Okay. So it knows what city it's in, sorry. That way it can kind of provide that useful information. Okay. So now what do? We go back, and where we have the results here, I'm going to have a new variable called data to send, right? Or the results to send. And what this would be is we're going to say clean data. I'm going to pass in the results, and I'm going to pass in the city. Okay. And that will be the clean data. Yeah. And then what we'll do is, I can get rid of this now. I'm going to say const res equals await fetch. And now I'm going to make a call to my backend. Right now, I'm also going to make a helper function here, because what we need to do is we can't just say /API/summary, because we're in a server function. Now, the server function does not know where it is, right? It doesn't know if its relative path is localhost or if its relative path is the Vercel URL. So I'm going to create one more helper function in lib, and this is going to be called get base path, right? And this will tell basically our code where the hell your base path is, right? So this base path is going to look something like this. We're going to say export default get base path, and what we're saying is if you're in the development environment, it's going to be localhost 3000. Otherwise, and obviously you can then go ahead and even go further with the port number and all that. Otherwise, it's going to be https:/process env Vercel, and this is basically once you've deployed it, that's where you'll be deployed to. Vercel will automatically be given to you, and then that would be your base path. Okay. And you can get some debugging issues when you're having this bit. So make sure you take care, okay? So here what we'll say is we'll do the following. We'll say get base path, like so, /API, /get weather summary. Okay, so /get weather summary. And then we'll have the object, and it will be a post object. The headers are going to be content type application JSON. The body is going to be a stringified weather data. So in this case, we're going to pass, remember the weather data is what we set up our route. And we're actually going to give it the data to send, not results. Okay, so that way it's a lot more cleaner in when it's dealing with it. Now, that will go ahead and get us back the GPT data, right? So what we can do is we can get the GPT data and pass it out. So just like so. And then we can go ahead and extract the content out of that message. Okay, so we can extract the content out of that message. Now, once we have that, we can basically go down here, and remember where we say this is where the GPT-4 summary will go. We can actually go ahead and straight away put that here. Now, if we did all of that correct, what we should have is a clean data function, which will clean out the results into a smaller, more efficient object. We will then go ahead and make a request to our API, which will then go ahead and pretend it's weather presenter. It will use GPT-4. It will be connected to our correct configuration with our OpenAI key. And then it will return us the data, which with the message inside of it. And that will basically, we'll pull the content from that message. and then we will pass it into the callout card. Okay. And now with that said, we might have everything optimally done. So clean data, let's go ahead and refresh. So it's loading the city weather information. Clean data is not defined. Okay, so where is clean data? I don't think I've actually exported clean data. That's the problem. Yeah, I haven't. So clean data. Yeah, so we didn't export it. My bad. Export, default clean data. And then we go down here. Import clean data. And now let's give it a try, guys. So let's go ahead and remember, you want to go ahead and disable your cache when you do your first reload. Clear this out. So now it's loading the city weather information. And remember, what it's probably going to take a little bit more time for in the initial run is that it's actually calculating the GPT summary. And GPT-4 is known to be a lot slower than GPT 3.5 Turbo. Now, this is using GPT-4 right now to come back with a summary. So let's see if it did it. Right? Let's get hyped up because this is a moment of truth. If it's gonna work, this will be so cool. But we're basically doing it for London right now. It's generating that ChatGPT AI summary using GPT-4. It might take a little bit longer, and I'll show you the speed difference with 3.5 Turbo as well. But remember, once it's done, it will only revalidate every 60 seconds. So users won't actually see this every single time. Okay, so I just want to check something here. Let's go back over here. Let's just see. Did it actually? Okay, so it's come back with some data. Look at this, guys. It used up total tokens 983. And it's doing it a few times over. So let's see. Maybe I refreshed it a few times. Oh, guys, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some weather action. I'm Sunny, coming live from the Papa Fam headquarters, bringing you a fantastic summary of today's weather for the lovely city of London. All right, folks, get ready because we got some interesting weather coming your way. The current temperature is sitting at a cool 9 degrees Celsius. Yes, it is. With a wind speed of 9.2. There we go. And then coming from the 116 degrees direction. Awesome. I think I messed that up. That should be kilometers per hour. As for the weather code, it's at 80, which means we've got some light rain showers, and that's perfect. Bang on. We'll be experiencing some light rain, but no, don't worry, snow lovers, because there won't be any snow for today. In terms of humidity, And then now, for those of you who are concerned about the UV index, it will range from 0 to 5.4. So make sure you wear some SPF if you're going outside, because if it's higher than 3, just to be on the safe side. And then it even gives you a little joke, right? Why don't meteorologists like to dine outdoors? Because it's too windy, but okay, that's jokes, right? So in this case, now if I go to United Arab Emirates, let's go to Dubai and hit enter. Now you can see it's loading city weather information for Dubai. And remember, as I said, GPT-4 will take a little bit longer, right? So just something to remember. Now, I want to show you something. Once this is loaded, it's really worth mentioning. It will cache the previous page, and it will do it for every 60 seconds based on if someone has visited. So they won't see this long loading procedure, right? It's only the first user to ever hit that page. So after that, it will happen in the background, and the user will see the previous summary. And then every hour, it would always be up to date. So it's actually really, really nice as to how this will work, right? So let's go ahead and see this right now. So after, remember, again, GPT-4, a little bit slower. I will show you the difference between 3.5 Turbo and 4, but this is absolutely phenomenal because once this loads out, it will be incredible. And I'll show you again, remember, it will actually go ahead and have a really nice effect once you have the caching in place. So let's go ahead and see. Once that's done, just give it a moment, right? So this will go ahead and do its thing, and the data is right. So in this case, it's still coming back from us, right? So let it do its thing, right? Again, the demo gods always against me. So right now, and there you go. You can see it. Look, good morning, everyone. This is Sunny coming from a beautiful city of Dubai. The current temperature is a warm 28. Yeah, we go. Wind 15.6 kilometers. Yes, I definitely need to change that. As we progress throughout the day, temperatures will rise. That's awesome stuff. Look at that. The only thing is the time came back weird. That's again strange. This means today is, okay. So again, remember, disable your cache, right? So let's refresh. Let's let it do one more build for that. That was my fault. Again, this is something which I'm really happy you actually saw, because caching can be a bit of a concern, especially when you're coding. You might be like, hang on, all my code is sound. Why is this happening, right? So yeah, this can be a bit of an issue. So in this case, we'll give this a second to do its thing. and I will show you. So it's actually not too bad waiting for this in that sense. So you don't like, obviously this would be a bit long for a user in my opinion. And again, once you deploy to Vercel, it's worth mentioning that anything over 10 seconds in a cloud function requires their paid platform, right? So it can take a little bit extra. So now you can see, look, the time came in after we cleared the cache, and then bam, look at that. It's really, really nice. And it tells us that Dubai is going to be blazing hot, essentially, right? Hello, folks. Sunny here, coming to you live in the pub. And now I want to show you something, okay? Let's go back to London. And then you're probably thinking, oh, no, but it's going to load all that long time again. Bam. See how it's really fast, right? Once it's done it once, it's cached it. And if we go back to Dubai, boom. That's what I'm talking about, right? So that's actually really powerful because now this will be cached on the Vercel, right? Vercel side. So what will happen is it won't have to go ahead and redeploy those or figure out those static assets. It will only do it after 60 seconds, whereby somebody will see this, it will trigger the rebuild in the background, and then the next person to come on will get the new version, right? But in this case, in weather sense, you don't really care if it's like, you know, a minute out or something like that. It doesn't really make a difference, right? Because you're getting the overall day summary of weather. So this is actually really, really awesome. So in this case, you've got a nice little setup. Now, I would probably recommend you change that revalidate to even a day, because you don't need to know per hour the difference. So I'd probably change this to be like 60 times by 24, sorry. So probably 1 for 40. So every day, it would pretty much revalidate, but just so you can, you know, it's kind of doing this, right? Right now, I've simply got a loader showing because it's blocking at the top level, okay? So now what I need to do is I want to showcase something. I want to show you the speed difference of if you haven't got GPT-4 access, how can you do this build, right? So all you need to do is change the model here to GPT 3.5-Turbo. And there's other models as well, right? So you don't have to just use these, but let's go ahead and try somewhere new now. Let's do somewhere like Samil. So now notice the speed difference here, right? There will be a noticeable speed difference. This will be actually a lot quicker than GPT-4. Although the answer may not be as profound, but it would be something to just bear in mind. It would also be a lot cheaper than GPT-4. So you see how that was a lot faster. Yeah, and it's still pretty decent, right? Like I would still accept that fully, right? And then if we go to United Kingdom, we go to London, for example, our previous value will still be cached, I believe. So yeah, it's still cached, right? And if we go back to United Kingdom and let's go to, like, for example, Manchester, right? Manchester, boom. Now you'll see again, it's loading that one because it hasn't fetched that previously. So this is a really nice balance between Next.js 13, some new features, a lot of the sort of, you know, magic behind, you know, ISR, that kind of thing, and how it can fetch and cache on the Vercel side. But something to definitely mention. But look at that. It's a lot faster doing it from GPT 3.5. I would recommend you probably use this for this approach because it's really not going to be such a big difference, except I'll be honest with you, it'll be a lot cheaper to do GPT 3.5. Okay, but you can do it. As you saw for yourself, we can use GPT-4 to get a really more like high level accurate. Remember, GPT-4 will give you a better answer. It's a lot more of a higher trained model and so forth, right? He goes, look, Samil and Google, how beautiful beaches out. Ah, nice. All right, so in that case, that's awesome. So I think at this point, guys, we are ready to deploy, right? So we're about to go ahead and deploy this bad boy of an app, right? So this is absolutely huge. Let's go ahead and deploy this thing. So first thing I want you to do is you can go into your browser. So you need to, I'm going to show you a few ways, right? So you can actually go ahead and inside of Vercel, so you want to go to Vercel and type in CLI. So go to Google, type in Vercel CLI, install this CLI, right? So you want to go ahead and install this globally. I've already done it, so I don't need to do it. Now at this point, I'll show you a very easy way to install. You can do it with GitHub, but I'll show you an even easier way. So at this point, go to the top level of your app over here, and I want you to type in Vercel. Right now, what this will do is it will set up and build a kind of app for you. So set up and deploy, yes. Right now, it's worth mentioning that I have set up a team. Okay, if you did deploy it on a normal hobby plan, so the normal hobby plan will basically fail. Now, the reason why it will fail is because when it does that ChatGPT step, that call, that functional, that sort of functional, when I say cloud function, is essentially when it uses, makes that request to the post endpoint, it's going to take longer than 10 seconds. And because it takes longer than 10 seconds to do that call, it's actually not allowed in the hobby plan. So anything over 10 seconds, you need a paid plan. So you can go ahead and do it, but you could basically dummy it up and make it a bit simpler. So it maybe didn't take as long, or use a simpler model, which is even quicker, but it might just not be as efficient or better, as high quality an answer. But in this case, I went ahead and set up a YouTube team on Vercel. And this one is actually going to allow you to go ahead and do it. So on Vercel, you can do that. I'm going to link to an existing project. No, project name, steps in, weather app, YouTube, directory, yes, and then so forth. So when you deploy it on a team, you don't have that limit of 10 seconds, right? Want to modify these settings? No, that's fine. And it will deploy. Now, here is a bit I want you to pay attention to. It will show you an inspect. Now, this deployment will fail. And I'll tell you why it will fail, because we haven't got the environment stuff set up. So I've got a trial. You can also get a 14-day trial just to try this out as well. So set up a team account. So you just go here and you set up a team. They blocked one of mine because they got spammed with on a YouTube build. But your personal account, a hobby one, will not be enough to get past that 10-second limit when you're basically using GPT, right? So now I want you to go to your overview, steps in, weather, YouTube app. And I want you to go to your settings and here environment variables. So here, what I want you to do is go over to your environment variables and basically hit enter, right? So I'm going to hide the screen because I don't want to reveal my key. So hit enter. Now you're inside your environment variables file. I want you to select everything with Command A, and I want you to hit copy. Okay. Now, once you've hit copy, I want you to go back over to your, this screen right here. And I want you to paste, okay? So you're gonna paste here. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste now. So I'm pasting. And then what we'll do is I'm gonna click on save. So it shows me three things: environment, production. So I've actually pasted it in. So I pasted those values in there, and then it's got production, preview, development, and then I'm gonna click on save, okay? And as you can see now, I've got those three things. Now, the only thing I need to change, the API URL and the API URL. So this one, I've set it to localhost by accident, right? So this one, localhost. So here, what you want to do is you want to edit this, because this has to be the actual value that we deploy our graph, our steps in API to. So here, you want this to become this, your API URL. So when you start up your StepZen, it will tell you what it is. And this is your live StepZen deployed URL. And that automatically gets deployed for you every time you start it up, right? So we're going to go ahead and click save. Now I have my StepZen key, I have my OpenAI key, and I have my API URL all set. And then what we want to do is we want to re-trigger our build. Okay, so we're going to go back to here, and I'm going to go ahead and type in Vercel -- prod. Cool. And now we'll do that. Now, once that's done, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So let that do its thing. And what I will do is after this build, I will go ahead and cut my key, so that way it doesn't go crazy on the billing, because obviously it's going to be live afterwards. So this will now trigger a build. Okay. And then it will trigger the build. And as you can see here, it's going to start my build off and start basically preparing everything it needs to get it up and running. Okay, so let that do its thing. Okay, let's see if it works, right? I'm guaranteed there's probably going to be an error, but if it's not, amazing. Yeah, because there's always some error when you're dealing with this stuff. That's, yeah. All right, so assigning the domains, let's click on it. Boom, it gives me the URL. Let's go to the country. I'm going to go to United Arab Emirates, Dubai. Let's see, does it crash on me? Does it work? Does it, okay. I'm not celebrating yet. I'm not celebrating just yet. At this point, if you're on a hobby plan, it will likely fail because it will take longer than 10 seconds. So yes, you would have to go to the pro plan on Vercel. All right, so Vercel, create a team, make it a pro plan. You get a 14-day trial so you can try it out. But let's see, let's go. That's what I'm talking about, guys. It worked. That's so sick. That is absolutely sick. And even on the phone, it will load. You'll get the nice AI summary, everything. So you see how the power of Next.js 13.2, all that 13.3 all came together. The caching, the way it all works. Oh, it's just beautiful. There we have it, guys. The fourth and final build of this crash course has been complete. Firstly, just give yourself a round of applause for getting to this point in the video. And if you're already here and you haven't already yet, make sure you subscribe and comment to let us know which build was your favorite. Don't forget to add this entire build alongside all the others to your digital portfolio, because these are going to massively increase your chance at getting a job inside of this software development field. And remember, if you got stuck at any point, you can simply check out the Papa GitHub repo to access all the code from today's builds. That's going to be linked in the description. And if you want to go ahead and sharpen your skill set in case you got stuck at any point, or you want to go ahead and just level up your skill set over time in the form of weekly coaching calls, module content from yours truly, myself, and more content just like this but at a much higher level, then check out my premium flagship community and course Zero to Full Stack Hero, linked in the description. We went ahead and built 4 incredible apps leveraging the latest and greatest in AI tech, and I taught you how to go ahead and leverage tons of different libraries in the process. Hopefully by this point you're very comfortable with Next.js 13, but if you still want more practice, there's tons of free videos on the YouTube channel, so make sure you subscribe for more content just like this. And of course, if you want to go ahead and learn further, Zero to Full Stack Hero, first link in the description. And guys, if you made it to this point in the video, drop a little robot emoji so I know which of you OGs made it to this point in the video. With that said, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. We put a ton of hard work and effort into getting these out to you so you can enjoy them for absolutely free. All we ask, like, comment, and subscribe. And as always, guys, it's your boy, Papa React, aka Sunny, and I will see you in the next video. Peace. Did you enjoy this video, guys? Well, if you did and you want to learn more about Next.js 13, check out my 18-hour crash course right now over here on the screen. Just simply go ahead and click it and you're going to be building another 6 incredible apps using Next.js 13 for absolutely free. See you there. Peace.